Sports. It's John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell, I think you're going to have to resend me that link. It's not working. Whatever the case may be for whatever reason. The host, it says it's waiting for the host, and nothing appears to be happening. So we are here, though. You can hear us. You might not be able to see just yet, but you can hear us. If you do want to see us when we get it all worked out, you can do it on YouTube. You can do it on X. You can do it on Twitch. You can do it all kinds of places. You can do it on our website, too, right? Del, can people just go and watch this show on the website as well? Or the app?
I don't think so.
I believe on the app, too. Yeah, whatever.
Can they?
You will be able to do that.
No,
as soon as
you
we
can't, actually. Del's saying
not on the app.
No.
Not on the app, just on the website?
I guess on the website. I've never seen it on the website.
No.
You should be able to, but anyway. There's a billion places. Or just listen. Stop and go, I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it. You'll be fine. You'll be okay.
Well, people like to watch the show.
People don't care. They like to be in the chat room. They don't care about watching it so much as they like.
Yeah,
to be
they
in the
do.
chat
They
room.
listen. They always have comments for you or me or whatever.
They interact with each other. They try to get scuds off with each other. Yeah.
Right.
That's
One guy keeps saying, or Jetters keeps saying, "Oh, that was my nickname in high school." Everything that we say.
You don't know why he does that, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's
I'll tell you
something-
later.
Yeah, it's usually something provocative or.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got.
It has to do with something he's proud of. He's not ashamed of, nor should he be. Yeah, it's yeah.
Did he go to high school with Justin Tucker or Deshaun Watson?
No,
he didn't.
No, he did not.
Okay, so I don't know. Well, I don't know what
he's a provocative. He's a provocative person. Let's just say that
he is a provocative person.
Yeah.
That Jetters. Yep. So yeah, there's a little bit of. I'm seeing all kinds of Justin Tucker and Deshaun Watson.
Tell people
sitting
why.
on the couch together. They're shaking hands in front of all these masseuses.
Tell people why.
Well, Justin Tucker has been accused, and he is. I mean, he wrote an Instagram piece that is, one of those really long and drawn out, telling people he didn't do it, which just shows me I probably did. But who knows? We don't know. You don't know. I don't know. But apparently he's been banned by a couple of massage parlors in the Baltimore area. He has left stuff on the table. There's all kinds of accusations by masseuse.
It's a little weird because it's like a 10-year-old accusation. Did you see that?
Well,
how old it is? Like the timing is like the timing's just. I wonder how this just came up out of seemingly out of nowhere. I'm just curious of the nexus of this story, like how it began, where it began, because if all that stuff was there, you would think it'd be more of what the Deshaun timeline was within a year, not a decade.
Well, I think Deshaun might have had some older ones too that came forward. Once they start coming forward, it's like
not really, because remember that stuff started coming out in 21. It's been a while now. It started coming out in 21, and I think a lot of that stuff was happening in 20, in 19, and then 20. So I don't know. I mean, Justin Tucker, we're talking 9 and 10 years old. So right. I don't know. My wife's thought is that they a lawyer found out, got this, and started calling all these different places and saying, "Hey, did you have this issue with this guy? Did you have this issue? Did you have this issue?" To find out, and that somebody, they found out, yes, this, or somebody said, yes, we had an issue. So it's a strange bit of timing, but it is for Justin Tucker. It's going to be it's a tough one. That's a tough one to have this come out now.
Well, Robert Kraft hugging Tucker and Deshaun. I mean,
are these AI created?
Yes. It's like, oh my goodness, you people. I mean, it just, as soon as something happens, it's amazing how quickly we jump on them. So I wonder if it at all, if maybe some of this stuff was out there and maybe it contributed to Justin Tucker's terrible year.
You mean if he knew about it?
Yeah.
That it was going to come out?
Yes.
Because it's been in the works. So,
yeah.
You don't write a story unless it's been in the works. So, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Very possible that it, that he knew and he was and it affected him. I know it's affected Deshaun. I know it affected Tiger.
Yeah,
his dalliances. I know it affected Deshaun.
Well, Tiger was also beat to hell though.
Yeah, well,
but Tiger's was But Tiger's was not that it. I think Tiger was affected by the fact that he was just happening, right? Not that that anyone found out about it. Tiger had had an addiction, had serious things to overcome.
No. Tiger's downfall started after that Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving weekend.
But was he playing well before
he
then?
Admitted, yeah, he was playing well.
He was? Okay. Yes. I don't remember him playing well.
It was immediate and it was before his accident. So I mean, Tiger definitely was affected mentally by all of it. Immediately Tiger started it was bad. It was bad. And you know what? All that stuff. Divorces. I've heard about divorces that have affected guys. In baseball and stuff affects you mentally.
You're not. No, you're. These are humans.
Yeah, absolutely.
These are humans. So Deshaun, all those guys are. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what becomes of it. They're not. We'll see if they bring any kind of civil stuff to the table at all. I don't know I don't know if there's a statute of limitations for civil, because it would be past the statute of limitations. Civilly, this would be, it doesn't diminish it. These would be in the actual massage places. They're not people who were sought out on Instagram. So while there are some differences, I don't know if there's differences in terms of how they approach this. But the Rockets lost.
Yeah,
that's the story. Lost. It ain't Justin Tucker going to the.
Well, we got a lot of time. Tucker. So yeah, the Rockets lost last night.
It's what I like to call the Fred VanVleet game.
Yeah,
it's a little ugly to just put the whole thing on him, but my gosh, what an ending by the $40 million role player. Yeah. What an ending by him, falling on the ground, losing the ball, step back threes. And then Ime Udoka's last shot of the game, Fred takes it, of all the people.
Well, Ahmed had the ball in his hands and had to give it up, and Fred was deep. I think he tried. I don't know that Fred was the first option.
I don't think he was the first option either. I know everyone's saying, why did Ime drop a play for Fred? I don't think that's what it was.
I don't think he did. No. Fred didn't have a good game. He was just 4-12, and he wasn't hitting his threes. Jalen had a nice game. Amen. I don't mind the ball in his hands, but he got the ball way out so far outside, and it was all clogged. And he gave it up because I think he knew he didn't have any chance to do anything.
He could have got by that guy, but I get it. But he could have. All I know is that they should have never lost that game. They gave up. They had a lead for much of the game. Then they gave it up in the fourth. It was in third quarter. It was a sloppy third quarter, filled with bad turnovers, a lot of just dribble down and shoot, like no passes. It was literally whoever had the ball, whoever got first possession of the ball once it crossed half court was shooting. There was no passing at all. Yeah. It was just ISO. It's just that they get into offense earlier. They get shots off early in the clock. So it's still ISO ball. It's just not the repetitive bounce it down, Charles Barkley ISO ball. It's still ISO ball nonetheless. If Coutinho shot early, that's what it looked like. Now there were better shots made. There were made shots for the Rockets, but they had some moments that there were lulls and bad shots, and it was just super frustrating because they had Memphis beat, man. They had Memphis beat.
No Ja, of course, no Alpi either, so that evened out somewhat. But yeah, Ja had a bad shoulder. Alpi's got a contusion on his leg, but Alpi was named to the All-Star team, which is nice, deservedly so. Good stuff. He tweeted, "Yes, sir." That's all he said on Twitter. So awfully good stuff. Could have used him last night, that's for sure. Steven Adams, against Edey would have been really, really nice because he's got so many moves that Zach Edey's got no chance against him. So, no Alpy last night, and it cost, and no Ja last night. It cost them, obviously, but they won the game. It's a half game now. Half game separates the two teams. The Rockets at home against Brooklyn, while Memphis goes. This is gonna be a long. I mean, there's a lot of season left. So watching the scoreboard and watching, the standings every night is not. It's a little early for that.
Well,
but the Rockets still with a little bit of an advantage, and they've got a 3-1 lead on them. They beat in the season series. The Rockets are up 3 games.
They
to
won
1,
6
so
of the last. Yeah, they won 6 of the last 8. It was 6-7, and they should have won that one. It should be 7 of their last 8 against Memphis, but it's not. They lost it late, and some open threes were like defensive breakdowns. It was just Ime's really going to be pissed about this. The defensive breakdowns for easy 3-point looks for the top scoring offense in the league, like that's going to piss him off. I mean, wide open 3-point looks, some bad turnovers, some bad shot selection. You should have buried him. You didn't. So you move on. But you know what I found interesting? I was looking this up 2 days ago. The Rockets, you talk about disrespect. The Rockets are the 6th highest team to win the Western Conference, despite everything they've done. The Lakers are ahead of them. The Suns are ahead of them. Memphis is ahead of them.
Crazy.
The Nuggets are ahead of them. Oklahoma City is ahead of them. How is that possible? The disrespect. I mean, hey, it's a great if you like the Rockets to go further than expected. Boy, bet you're plus 1,600 on the Rockets to win the Western Conference. But I just found that to be they're plus 4,000 to win the NBA title. They're still a really pretty good long shot. So despite being despite beating all the best teams in the league, they're not even in the top 3 in the West. They're not in the top 4. The Lakers were ahead of them.
Wow, that's crazy.
No respect from Vegas.
Well, they like Tillman said, you need a couple of stars. Of course, their stars are never there. Anthony Davis hurt again, and it's just like, wow. It's not amazing. It's unbelievable that constantly. I mean, it's the same guys over and over and over again that are always hurt. And Anthony Davis once again, and they're just not. I don't know. I have who do you have more faith in that could win this thing? The Lakers or the Rockets? I mean, that's ridiculous. That's
Rockets,
ridiculous.
Rockets, and it's not about perceived stars should have no impact on what Vegas does with a team who literally are putting wins on the board with all the numbers. Power ratings are created out of results from games. The results for the games are all in the Rockets' favors. So, it's a perception thing. All it is a good betting line for you. It's just good value for you if you like the Rockets. It doesn't really have any meaning other than, it's surprising that there may be still some, Vegas doesn't just willy-nilly make changes. They protect themselves financially. For them to have the Rockets out there is like, plus 1,400 to plus 1,600. That's 100 to win 1,400. That just shows that they just think, hey, they're a nice story. They don't have enough to win the West. They're not beating the Nuggets. They're not beating the Lakers. They're not beating Oklahoma City. And I'm like, okay.
Keep that same energy.
Yeah.
Keep that same energy.
Okay. They have, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, Vegas has been wrong before. And they're slow. Sometimes they're slow to reacting.
They're wrong all the time, but they're not going to. But they're not going to. What they don't do is make knee-jerk reactions.
No. Well, this is not knee-jerk. This is a good basketball team. It's the second in the West. I mean, how can you put the Lakers ahead? I mean, that's just ridiculous. But go ahead, keep that same energy when the Rockets are in the finals.
This is not surprising because they look at this Rockets team and can't point to one person who's done anything in the playoffs since 2019. That's Fred VanVleet. So they're not going to back a team who is that inexperienced. They might be wrong, but I don't think it's that surprising. They're going to pick players and teams who they've at least seen play in the playoffs. And we don't know what the Rockets are going to be in the playoffs. We certainly hope what we've seen against the best teams in the league play out in these playoffs, but it's not surprising. They're new and they're an unknown in the playoffs. So until that changes, they are going to be, I guess, disrespected until they show that they should be respected. I don't think Vegas cares that much about regular season wins in the middle of January. It does, like Lance said, it's not going to change how they feel.
Yeah. Well, they're proving it. They're proving it right now. That's for sure. 713-780-3776. You guys got some thoughts on last night? It's a Friday show, so it's basically a holiday show. Whatever you want to talk about you're more than welcome to get in here. The weekend is here. So let's go. Get in here. And anything from the week that you guys want to talk about, you're more than welcome. Lance wants to talk about Allstate Siding and Windows.
Allstate Windows and Siding is where you get your windows done. They've got big discounts for 10. If you do 10 windows or more, they're going to take a big chunk of money off of each window. And, I don't know. Tell them that you heard about it from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. They'll probably go even lower than that. They've got $2,500 off of complete siding jobs as well. So these are things that are going to lower your energy bill. When you have your siding, the siding is one where it's a major upgrade in the way your home looks, but also forget about it. All the rain, all the moisture that we have in our air, it does serious damage to wood. And so if your home is an older home, it's got wood, the wood siding, that is going to, as you know, dilapidate. And at some point, it's going to need to be replaced. And so what you'll do is do little repairs here, repairs there. Oh, it's chipping. It needs to be painted. Once you get the siding, no more painting. No more repairs. It's on there. It's good. And it's strong too. So you're not going to have issues once hurricane comes with, lifting up the paneling and getting water and moisture underneath there. This is a solution, and it makes your home look great. And the same thing goes with these windows. Double pane, double strength windows made right here in the state of Texas. It's not a cheap Chinese product that is not going to withstand the elements like many people have had with cheaper prices, but you don't get the same quality. And the double pane, double strength is going to give you not just a better look, more safety, better quiet in your home. It's also going to keep the air conditioning in your home when we hit those hot summer months. It makes a big difference with the electric bill. It's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com. That's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as that's 888-665-0696.
A golf course quality lawn is easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And right now, you can get 75% off your first service. Plus, they have a price match guarantee. You know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to lock in 75% off and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Woo woo! If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at MyBookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs? Piggles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on, will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long the national anthem will be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to MyBookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only at MyBookie.ag. Use promo code BET975.
I'm putting all the bars in Houston on notice right now. I'm coming back to Houston tomorrow, and so you better load up on Coors Lights. That's all I'm saying. And, we're going to be in Lake Charles, okay, on Monday and Tuesday at the Golden Nugget. You better have some Coors Lights ready, okay? They better be cold, clean, crisp. Those mountains better be blue. I'll be in the poker room. Michael's already coming. Michael said he's going to be there. We're going to play poker. You want to come and hang out and drink Coors Lights? Let's go. Let's go. All right, I'm buying in the poker room. They're free, of course, but I'm buying, okay? So let's go. If you're looking for the best way to refresh whatever you're doing, I mean, for me, it's poker and golf. And it's just fun, right? And I enjoy the cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. I'm going to be playing today, as a matter of fact, and I'm sure there's going to be some Coors Lights going down. Okay, here in the city. I'm gonna ease up on the Coors Lights in LA now because I'm coming to Houston, and I want my cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. Load up, baby. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Climb on.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Let's hear. We got the audio from TNT last night. I hate when TNT games are on. I can't get them here. I got to go watch elsewhere because I can't get them in my house. So TNT had the Rockets game last night. It's good. It's good national exposure.
Hey, what did you say about TNT? You don't get it at your house?
No, it's not part of the Fubo. Fubo doesn't have it. So it's
what?
Yeah, Fubo doesn't have TNT. So
that's a whole block of channels that's owned by the same company. That's strange.
Yeah, TBS. Yeah. What's the other one I know? What come tournament time is going to blow. So I would have to figure that out. Because they got all the tournament games. So Kenny, he was announcing all of the All-Stars, and here's the reaction of the guys when he announced the Rockets All-Star yesterday.
From the Houston Rockets, Alperen Sengun.
Alperen Sengun, a first-time All-Star.
Congratulations.
He deserves his fourth season.
I love I got to call out a Rocket.
19 and 10. He's number 9 in rebounds, shooting 49%. This obviously the Rockets having an incredible year.
They are, man.
And Sengun, only 21 years old, by the way.
He's only 21.
Yeah. Shout out to the Rockets, man. I'm happy with what they're doing. They got a bunch of young players. They brought in some great veteran leadership in Van Vliet and Steven Adams, and them young guys are flat out balling.
All of them.
Amen. Dylan Brooks here.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks.
Green.
Amen.
Green is hooping. He's all-star.
And all God's people.
That's nice.
Yeah, there was at halftime. Charles said Alperen Sengun. He said Alperen. He said Sengun. And they had to all correct him. Then he says Amen Thompson, and they're all like, that's amen. Ernie just keeps correcting then they go to Shaq, and Shaq he tries to say Udoka, and instead he says Udoko, or he screws up Udoka's name, Ime Udoka's name. So there was a whole segment where they didn't get a name right until they got to Jalen Green. At halftime, they were like, wrong, right, Jalen Green. And Ernie's correcting every one of them the whole time. Like you just hear him in the background. Udoka. Sengun.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Because he knows he doesn't want that Turkish smoke when they were talking about Sengun.
No, well, and there, just want to get that. Hey, so Ernie's got, some journalistic value.
One,
so
he's got his hands full.
Man, we keep messing this up, man.
Ernie's got his hands full.
Making us, he's got his hands full every night. Yeah. Every night, Ernie's got his hands full. Yeah. But he's been the perfect guy to keep them all, to keep that show together and make it great. That's great. That is good stuff. So there it is. I mean, a lot of people, many people have been saying that Alperen Sengun should be an all-star, and making this all-star team is really great. Good for him. And he was happy about it, and he celebrated by sitting out this game he had a contusion. So
Tari played though, so that was cool.
Yeah. Tari's been playing.
He needed to have his leg.
Tari.
He didn't play the other day.
What? Yeah. Well, they rested him because they had so many games in a row.
So he didn't play. That's my point. He can't play
one game.
No, every back-to-back game. What are you talking about? One game, John. He missed a ton of games. What do you mean one game? Tari was out forever. Now you're acting like he's an Iron Man.
He is. He's played three out of the last 4.
He's played 3 out of the last 23, I think.
No.
Stop. Stop. I was happy to see him play. Then when he's on the bench, he's packed up in so much ice. what is that injury? Is it the same? I got to go re-look it up again from 2 years ago or from last year, I guess, because it's just never going away, I guess. And he doesn't, and I thought he had a little hobble, but man, was he good in the fourth quarter. Huge baskets, a 3, a 2, a putback basket, rebounds. He was really kind of saving that game for you. Like he was saving, the Rockets were trying to trick it off, and he was making plays to save that game. And unfortunately, you just didn't, you just weren't able to execute down the end. I was just very disappointed with the level of shots they were taking at times. It was just one and done. But I will say this, there's always talk about this generation versus that generation. And, my generation from the 80s and 90s basketball, were very defensive about Jordan and how physical it was. And, in the 80s it was they had physical moments, but it was a more free-flowing game. 90s was rugged. It was Das Effects straight from the sewer is what it was. That's what basketball was. Hand checks, hard fouls. It was rough. It was actually very hard to watch unless you had Olajuwon on your team and you were winning. Right now, there is it's just, I can't deny this. They are so much better shot makers now than any of the players from the 80s or 90s, and it's not even in the 2000s. It's not debatable. You could watch that game yesterday between Memphis and Houston, and there was a 5 possession run in that game where it was astonishing the level of shots that these guys are able to make from distance, at the basket, like just tremendous shot makers. I don't think the flow of the game all the time, like there's certain elements that are kind of missing in basketball. And I think a lot of it is the 3-point, the creation of the reliance upon the 3-pointers, taking some elements away from basketball, and how everything's pacing. So you're just trying to get shots up as fast as you can nowadays, it seems like. But I mean, look at three different scores yesterday, and there were 3 different teams in the 135, 137 range. I mean, that would have been unheard of. But there are some tremendous shot makers in basketball right now. And every team, Desmond Bane's making shots. I'm like, holy crap, that's Desmond Bane. He's making shots that we wouldn't have seen most guys make in the 90s. And it's more, Jalen Green can do that. Ahmed made some tough ones in mid-range. Tari Eason did. Like, it's not that these guys make shots at a really tough rate. So I just want to give a compliment to because this generation of basketball takes a lot of crap for a lot of things that maybe rightly, some wrongly, but man, they are shot makers, this generation. And that's without question.
Yeah, but they're not physical. The Rockets are the most physical.
They're
team
shot
in the
makers. I didn't say anything about physicality. It never came up. I'm talking about making shots. See, see, this is a classic example. If you want to find a way to pull this generation down, right, but I'm trying to big up them because why are you so down? I'm trying to tell you what they do really well, and you're trying to come up with what can I say to
well, okay, yeah, and this generation goes over the middle and catches balls like the last generation didn't, except you don't have to worry about getting your head taken off, okay? So it's a lot easier to go across the middle now than it was back then.
Who are you fighting with?
I'm fighting with everybody.
What cloud is he screaming at? This go over the middle? What is this conversation here? I'm talking about guys being able to make.
There's no physicality, Lance. It's easy to make shots. It's easy to catch balls over the middle. If there's no
Desmond
physicality.
Bane literally was the Memphis Grizzlies were making shots against an extremely physical team. I just watched it happen last night. You'd know if you didn't have that poverty-ass Fubo at your house.
Extremely physical is
That's what relative. It is. Poverty-ass Fubo. You can't watch any basketball.
The Detroit Pistons would say the Rockets are about as soft as tissue.
You can't watch TV because you can't watch basketball because you have poverty-ass Fubo in that rental home of yours. Get a real TV provider.
Fubo's the way to go. I get the Rockets channel. What is wrong with you?
Do you get
98% of the games?
Do you get
I get the Astros. I got the
Do you get anybody else? Have you ever seen any other team play ever since you've been in LA? No, because you've got channels that because you've got poverty channels.
Why would I want to watch?
No wonder he's referencing the Pistons. That's all he could watch yesterday. YouTube videos of the Pistons.
Is that what you were doing? You were streaming YouTube videos during the game?
Yeah. That's the most physical team. the Pistons. That's why I referenced them. Okay,
he got in a rabbit hole,
like
shot making.
30 years. How long ago was that?
Like
we're talking 30 years,
35 years ago, something like that.
Bad Boys.
Bad Boys. 80,
That's what that was.
88
Basketball.
to 91.
That was
yeah,
criminality.
34
and it was
years
basketball.
ago. 35 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Many people who watched that. Many people who were watching those games dead. They've all died.
Half the viewing audience is dead.
Half the viewing audience of the Bad Boy Pistons dead.
Half the viewing audience for the NBA is dead because nobody wants to watch it anymore. Because if you touch somebody, you get to fall.
That's
fall
what's
down.
the issue is where the ratings
and flopping.
People loved 90s basketball, 2000s basketball. People loved the physicality, and it was a joy to watch.
The ratings
those
were
games.
like all time. The ratings were bad.
Yeah,
actually, no, the Rockets series,
Not
and
like
it used to be
now.
mad. We weren't even on this cover of Sports Illustrated. They put the World Cup on over the Rockets.
Yeah,
when
not
they
like
won.
it now, not like ratings now, through the roof.
Yeah, sports ratings across the
outta
board
here with that.
are down because
Get out of here.
No ratings actually more. No rating. There's more games viewed now than ever before.
Yeah, there's more access.
More viewers. They see all the games. It's not like you wait Sundays for the Lakers and Celtics to play, or the Lakers and you only got the same ass games every Sunday. We got the same freaking teams.
Yeah, the scarcity I think helped the ratings back
well, yeah,
then.
it always
you could only watch
Clark gets better ratings.
It always does. And there was only a few channels too.
Because there's physicality.
Like
in the
this is.
WNBA.
I'm sure Tillman loves your
We got
what
Angel
you're doing
Reese
here.
knocking
This is a
people
terrible
out.
product. I literally started off by giving credit to the league and
For
how
the
it's good.
skill that
And
they were
John wants to
displaying.
tell you, don't watch basketball. It's the worst. Never been a worse product.
I watch my team. That's for sure. I like my team.
Why?
Except
It's
when they
terrible.
play on
Why?
TNT.
They play.
Why?
They're
They
playing
play
an
this
awful
terrible-
sport. Why do you watch?
No,
your
they
team?
play physically. They play physical.
Yes.
All right, that's what I like in my basketball.
In a
the
league-
Cougs, then the Rockets.
You just want a
All
league
right?
full of Caitlin Clarks.
Well, everybody wants a league full of Caitlin Clarks. That's
You
what
and Bryce Mitchell.
Okay, and Angel Reese going at it, knocking people down. Did you see?
Oh,
You
I'm
got
like,
that?
yeah, I got it.
Okay.
What did he say?
I said you and Bryce Mitchell just want a league full of Caitlin Clarks.
That's it. All right, give me the
He should
vin.com.
not
That's
be
what I want.
co-signing.
Yeah,
I
don't
want-
co-sign that.
I want John Clay Wolf to buy my car. I did want John Clay Wolf to buy my car once, and he did. And guess what? I worked him so bad, okay? I got so much more from John Clay Wolf than I would have gotten anywhere else. It was ridiculous. It was awesome, okay? So here's the deal, is you got to get over on John Clay Wolf too. He don't mind. He don't mind you getting over on him, and you will. You're going to be like, wow, he's going to give me that much for that car? Okay. All right, here we go. Now, don't lie about what you can't say it's mint condition and it's all banged up like Frankie drove it. No. You got to tell the truth, how many dings there are, what's going on with it. I mean, Frankie set the record for most dings, so you don't have to worry about that. She's already set that record. But here's the deal, is you got a vehicle that you want to sell, and John Clay Wolf wants to buy it. He will buy your car. If you're selling a vehicle, make sure you go to givemethevin.com, because then you walk into wherever you walk into, CarMax or your dealership or your I don't know who you're selling it to. You're selling it online, whatever you're doing. But you know what that car is worth. Don't take less. It's just a hunk of metal. Get as much as you can, and you get it at givemethevin.com. That's givemethevin.com.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. How many all-you-can-eat ribs can I eat?
As many ribs as you could possibly eat, John. I'm really not worried about you. I would want you to come in and get that.
It's unlimited.
Unlimited. All you can eat.
And you got two different ribs, right?
I do. Baby backs and the spare ribs.
You got the sweet sauce on the baby back?
The baby backs are sweet and spicy. And they're really, really good.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 and 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
One of the best things we've done to manage our business, outsourcing our human resources, payroll, and benefits administration to HR&P. Hi, I'm Chad Clay, owner of CEP Sorbents, the industry leader in oil spill cleanup products, and have dealt with numerous oil spill disasters. Knowing up close what a disaster looks like, we have chosen to avoid them in our offices. So we called HR&P. HR&P guides us through the landmines of HR, payroll, and benefit compliance, so my team can focus solely on helping our clients with their problems. Having HR&P just makes sense.
Get started at hrp.net.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, you got to explain this to me because I just don't get it. Ken Rosenthal says, free agent infielder Jorge Polanco is in agreement with Mariners, pending physical. Sources tell me and Chandler Rome. Had been Astros' target. Mariners acquired him from Twins last January. So he's staying with Seattle. Chandler retweeted that and said, the Astros seriously pursued Jorge Polanco with plans to play him primarily at second base and move Jose Altuve to left field. Attention now turns toward Alex Bregman. So instead of getting an outfielder and leaving Jose Altuve at second base and getting someone who can actually, play in the outfield, the Astros are hell-bent on getting Jose Altuve off second base. And am I missing something? Did he have he had 5 errors last year. His fielding percentage was almost 99%. He turned 86 double plays, which was the most in his career, since 2018. He had 312 assists, which is second most since he had 475 opportunities, which is second most since 18. Am I missing something? Did he play really poorly at second base last year?
No, they're trying to get all the bats on the field. But I mean, he just seems
you can get an outfield bat.
He seems one of the most. Well, you can get, and you mean and pass on Bregman?
Well,
I think that's the whole point.
They were passing out. Listen, they wanted Polanco more than they wanted Bregman. They were pursuing. Now their pursuit goes to Bregman after they couldn't get Polanco.
Right.
They wanted a second baseman as opposed to going out and getting an outfielder.
Well, Jose Altuve, I mean, I've got to really question. I got to really question anyone that's putting Jose Altuve in the outfield, but that's fine. I mean, I guess they probably don't value defense in left field. He just doesn't have a plus arm, and he's small, so shots up against the wall, like he's not going to be able to get to some of those. He's not going to have the reach. Like, I don't. It's just a very puzzling thing to throw Jose Altuve out in any outfield spot. Makes no sense. You're better off you're better off putting any other player out in the outfield. You're better off putting, but I guess the thought is, I don't know what the thought is. Honestly, I'm glad that Jose's a team player. What's the thought? Paredes would be better off than left.
Listen,
Paredes is actually
Jose Altuve said, "I'd do anything
outfield.
to get Alex Bregman back. Yeah, I'll do whatever it takes to get."
Yeah, because all his friends are being gone. All his friends are gone.
You would have to do the same thing for Jorge Polanco, who you don't even hardly know. So, I mean, I don't get it.
I don't know if that's what they're doing. I don't. If they're just looking to just add anybody and they think Jose Altuve is expendable in terms of defensively. I mean, I guess, Well,
it gives you another conundrum too, because now
we're up to 6 massage. By the way, we're up to 6 massage therapists with Justin Tucker now. That's the number.
How that was the number last night.
Okay.
How do you know? How are you going to play Yordan in the field at all? Then, if Jose Altuve is in left field, voted the best left fielder in baseball, Yordan Alvarez. You know who can never play left field now? Yordan Alvarez. I don't know. He's not a bad outfielder. And by the way, he's got a gun and he mows people down at the plate. You can't play him in the outfield anymore.
Yeah,
certainly not playing him in right field.
Why can you not play him in the outfield?
Because then Jose Altuve sits. Where's Jose?
No, he doesn't sit. He's a DH.
Yeah, I don't.
Why would you not? Honestly, John, I'm just. This is a real serious question here. I don't even mean this as a joke. Why would you, if both guys are going to be up at the plate, why would you just not have the better defensive player in left field? Why in the world would you have the worst defensive player in left field?
But okay,
fire the manager immediately if he does that. It doesn't make sense.
My point being, he's not deficient at second base. You're not making yourself better with this. What you need is an outfielder.
Well, they're just getting a bat. They're just looking for a bat.
You need a right fielder that can hit. That's what you need. Or a left fielder or a center field. No, a center fider would be awesome.
What do you have left? What do you have left? Would you rather have right now an outfielder than Alex Bregman?
No.
Well, then what are you arguing then?
But did you want Jorge Polanco over?
Well, it's gone. It doesn't matter.
They did.
Well, where are you? But where are you right now?
Well, it does. Okay, but
because you still have the same concern,
Lance. Their thought going into this is we've got to replace the most. I guess the most important thing is we're going to replace Jose Altuve at second base.
Because
they're not going after any. They didn't go after Jurickson Profar. They didn't go after Santander. They didn't. They're like, no. Our priority is going to be Polanco or Bregman to replace Altuve.
And Polanco was coming off of, honestly, one of his worst seasons. I mean, it was his worst seasons in several years. I mean, last year hit .213 with an OPS of .651. Why no? But that was just that's just a cheap signing is all that was meant to be. A guy whose OPS is .651 with 45 RBIs, and an on-base percentage under 300. Why in the world would you target him anyway?
Well, I don't know.
30 years old and his worst.
He was better in Minnesota. He might not like that park, but he went back to that park. Jurickson Profar would have been a great signing here, but they just, But if you're going to go add money like that, why are you adding second base money? I don't get it. I guess they feel like Jose Altuve it's no longer an option, no longer serviceable at second?
No, I don't think no. Obviously they don't think that because if you look at his performance, it's been fine. There is no, I think you're just, I don't know. You're puzzled by it, but I wouldn't go to the lengths of saying that Dana Brown thinks he's not serviceable. He obviously is. It's all right there.
Their priority is to move him out as opposed to going to get a real outfielder.
Jose Altuve, in every world we live in, would be a priority over Polanco. In every world.
Yet he was going to have to move to left field.
Or
he was going to have to move to left field for Polanco.
Look, I've kind of lost some confidence in this front office, if you really want to know the truth. I don't really love what they've done the last couple of years. So for me, you're kind of making a case in the direction of how I've been feeling anyway, that I don't really think they have a good feel for what to do now. I think it was really easy when you had a bunch of really good players. I don't really have a lot of confidence right now in Jim Crane and Dana Brown and the whole crew, if you really want to know the truth. And all you're doing is just trying to cement that for me. Because
how
in the world why in the world would Jose Altuve be playing left field instead of a guy who can play left field in Jordan? What in the world are we doing?
Unless they're gonna, like you said, put Altuve more and more as a DH and get him off the field.
But you said Polanco, they want to get him out of second base. I don't know what this team's doing. I don't know what.
Which I don't understand because he's not deficient at second base. I
know. Like I said, I don't know what they're doing. Honestly,
I don't either.
They're doing a lot of stuff that makes no sense.
I could see since they picked up Paredes, I could see, we want to bring back Bregman. Hey, Altuve, would you move? But when they're hot and heavy after Polanco and moving him off second for Polanco, I don't get it.
No.
Yeah.
So where did you see that Polanco was the guy?
I mean, it's been in the news for a while, Lance.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out. It was Rosenthal, right? Yeah, and Rosenthal's a baseball
free
guy.
Agent infielder Jorge Polanco in agreement with Mariners, pending physical. Sources tell me and Chandler Rome had been Astros' target. Mariners acquired him from Twins last January. The Astros seriously pursued Jorge Polanco with plans to play him primarily at second base and move Jose Altuve to left field. Attention now turns toward Alex Bregman.
Yeah, honestly, this is the same kind of stuff they were doing with Lance Berkman and Craig Biggio, and that was an organization that really didn't have a very good vision. I mean, they were the front office, the ownership, they didn't have a good vision, and this is the same kind of thing.
Yeah,
Polanco and then moving Jose Altuve to the outfield. That's got Biggio stuff written all over it, and we've already seen this. We've already seen this played out before.
Yeah, it does. It has Biggio written all over.
I really question what the Astros are doing. Honestly, if they're going after Polanco and your Hall of Famer is just cast about, this is exactly what it was with Biggio. It's actually not similar. It's exactly what it was with Biggio.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. Do y'all have any thoughts on this? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. I want to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. I want to talk about Robin and what she does and what the great people over at Houston Powder Coaters are doing every single day. I love what they do. They come out and you're going to see what they can do. If you come out to our golf tournament, by the way, our golf tournament is coming up March 4th. I believe March 4th or March 5th. It's Mardi Gras Day, and we're going to have a big tournament, and I'm sure that Robin is going to be out there at Wildcat Golf Club, and she's going to bring all kinds of great stuff, including a lot of liquor, but she's going to bring also different stuff that she can show you what Houston Powder Coaters does. If you want to go, you can go look through. You can visit the showroom, and where their workplace, their plant, where you can see how they prep, how they prime. You can see how they coat. They have thousands of items. I was there when Westside Tennis Club bought a bunch of furniture, and before they even opened the furniture, took it out of the packaging, they sent it to Houston Powder Coaters, and Houston Powder Coaters coated it beforehand. How about that? New stuff they coated for Westside Tennis Club because they want it to last, I can't say forever, but a long time. Long time after we're gone, that furniture is still going to be there and still look great. This is what Houston Powder Coaters does. Now, usually they work on stuff that needs to be repaired, and they can repair anything that you have. If you have patio furniture that needs hardware, straps, slings, repair, whatever, they've got it. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You want to fix your stuff, free pickup and delivery, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
ESPN 97.5. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th. Eat Drink HTX is a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal you enjoy at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus starting February 1st at eatdrinkhtx.com.
6 months after joining O Athletic in the Heights, I'm already down to my pre-pandemic weight. Joe George here, and I'm not slowing down just because my pants are fitting better. I have new goals, and I'm working towards them with my trainer, Cam, who helps me in the gym and with my meal plan. You can get your own trainer, and they offer over 100 classes a week. O Athletic isn't just a gym, it's a lifestyle. Don't wait for January. Start right now. Check them out now at 767 North Shepherd or on Instagram at OAthletic and OAthletic.com.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome to hang out with us. Chris wants to get in here. Chris from the Woodlands. What do you say, Chris?
What's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, you guys have brought up some very thought-provoking issues that I feel like happen a lot. I feel like in Houston, but probably overall in sports. And Lance, I'm sure you've seen a lot in the NFL. I feel like the Astros with the new regime, how do you transition, and this is probably all sports, from an aging player that has had a legacy in a city, Andre Johnson, or maybe back in the day, man, I remember I was heartbroken when Akeem went to the Raptors. But you take an Altuve or maybe Bregman's kind of he's still good, but not what he was 5 or 6 years ago. How does a new regime transition players that are loved by the city on HEB commercials into bringing young and up-and-coming talent or signing free agents and maybe putting burner a little more? And I definitely don't want to piss off Jordan Alvarez by putting Altuve, because, John, I agree, man. I just saw that report. He's listed as the number 1 left fielder. But how does a GM transition, bringing up the minor leagues a little bit, maybe not thinking so highly of Altuve because he wasn't what he used to be? And I think it's this microcosm of how general managers have to manage, difficult situations. And I just want to hear what you guys thought about that.
It's always difficult to transitioning away from, your superstars. And Altuve is a superstar. And if this is this appears to be the beginning of the end, right? I mean, if you're going to move the guy off second base,
Jose Altuve's playing really good baseball right
playing
now.
Great.
What is the beginning of the end? He's not showing any signs of slippage.
I know. I don't get it. I'm with you.
What are they doing over there? Honestly, you're right, John. They don't know what they're doing.
I never said that. I never said. Whoa! You're the one.
I'm with you. Those guys are dumb over there. You said it first, and I'm co-signing it.
I've never said
Dale,
that.
you heard him say that. He intimated that.
I got a
segment.
pizza.
He rarely says anything I agree with, but when he said, "Man, they're dumbasses," I was like, You know what, John? Correct.
Y'all are stupid. I've never said that, not once in my life.
You intimated because what are they doing?
I think the greatest ownership in the history of this city.
Don't
That's
change
what
your
I think.
energy. What are they doing with the Jose Altuve
I don't
thing?
get the Altuve thing. I don't get it.
I mean, but you kind of listen. He hit only 295 last year. OPS 790, 20 home runs, 65. This is clearly the beginning of the end. And how do you transition away from that? Sometimes just hard truths. You just say, listen, you're just not good anymore, Jose. Go to left field and go out there to die. You're like the right fielder of Little League now. Just go out to right field, pick your flowers, go look in your glove. In Little League, you know how you just throw guys out in the right field, who couldn't play? That's what Jose Altuve is now. I mean, look at these numbers. 295, 20 homers, 790 OPS. Why is he even on this team? This is clearly the end for him.
No, he's still playing well.
What are we doing to Jose Altuve? Stop overthinking this. Polanco?
I know. I get if they want to bring Bregman back and it means, okay, so, Altuve's got him. I get that. The Polanco, what? I don't.
Terrible.
Who would want Polanco at second base instead of Altuve?
Terrible. Honestly, what are we doing?
And when there were real outfielders
it's
out there.
one thing if you told me Polanco's going to play outfield, going to play left field. Okay. I mean, it's not his position, but, and you guys have to have Polanco. But the only reason you're targeting him is you think he's a really slick second baseman. Okay. Is second base defense a priority?
I don't know.
And, smarter baseball people than me say it is, obviously, because the
Right
Astros believe
field.
that's a priority for them. Is Polanco is a priority? The 30-year-old who's coming off a terrible year.
You don't have three outfielders on this team. You literally don't have three outfilders on this team. And you're moving to Jose Altuve.
This is
not an outfielder.
Your solution is to take the guy with the weakest arm and throw him out there to go with Jake Myers, the pop gun arm. I mean, and Chaz, who, Chaz was completely lost last year. Yeah, I'm just kind of losing some confidence in this front office. I really am. The contracts have not been great. They have not had a great direction here. This idea that baseball guys are smarter than analytics guys, and they just seem confused over there. And now, anything that involves the next Craig Biggio to the outfield move, which is what this is. I mean, how can I take that seriously? Polanco. That's the priority, is getting that guy here. Because what? Because I don't know. You're making me really frustrated. I stayed up all night to watch that Rockets trick that off at the end because Fred VanVleet couldn't hang on to a ball. Fred was making me so. I get irrationally mad at Fred, and I don't. And it's not his fault. This is really a me problem. I need to see somebody about this. When he fell on the ground, he just looks so helpless all the time. When Fred makes a mistake and then he's got that, why did I do? He just has a helpless look on his face. I just get so mad at Fred VanVleet. And then I was like mad at my son for acting like Fred VanVleet is somebody he's a glue guy. You can't move Fred. They play great when he's in. And I just wanted to say, see, you dummy. Look at this right here. He fell on the ground and lost the ball, you big dummy. But that's me. That's really me. I can't blame anyone else other than me for getting irrationally angry when Fred turns the ball over late in the game to cost you a win. Or take step back threes that nobody asked him to take.
That's on you.
I mean, I give him credit. He doesn't shy away from the moment. Even if he's sucking, he'll just keep sucking. Like he'll keep on firing away. Fred won't shrink from the moment. Every once in a while he hits, and then when he doesn't hit, it's like $40 million.
And you just turn on Fred in a
as Tony said yesterday, the $40 million intangible guy.
Yeah, right.
He's got a lot of intangibles.
Intangibles make the
You'll feel
difference.
better, Lance, when he opts out, but they'll give him a longer term deal and stretch the money over 3 years.
You know who else I don't want? This idea that De'Aaron Fox is better than Jalen. I don't even.
Well, he is better than Jalen Green.
Is he?
Well, yes, he is.
Is he right now?
Yes.
Is he a better teammate?
I don't know that, but he's a better player.
That's got to matter. We're trying to put together a team.
I like my team. My team is on
the floor, Dell.
That's
my team's on the floor.
You've never even seen Hoosiers. You wouldn't know what Hoosiers even means.
Yeah, I saw the movie. I'm not saying trade for De'Aaron Fox, but he's a better player than Jalen Green. You can keep your team. That's cool, but let's be real.
Yeah.
Jalen Green has half a month this year. Last year he had a month. De'Aaron Fox is a really good player that's been on an average basketball team.
Yeah, he probably is better. But Dell roots for guys who cheat.
His 3-point percentage career, 33%. Another chucker and clunker.
He's not a chucker. What's his overall field goal percentage?
47.
All right, then.
Anyway.
All right, then.
We've got Amen shooting twos. We need somebody who can shoot threes.
Hey, listen, Dell roots for guys that are cheating. Terry Rozier, under investigation, okay?
So what?
For checking out of a game.
I don't care about cheating. I
he's
care
like-
about
he's-
cheating?
Excuse me?
Terry Rozier
What happened
Porter.
now?
He
Did he have a DraftKings thing
back
or a
in
FanDuel
2023
or a
when he was
underdog?
back in 2023 when he was with the Hornets. They're investigating him for one game where he played for 10 minutes, left, and they're looking into that. He didn't play the rest of the season, by the way. It wasn't like he came back and played the next game. He was out the rest of the year with the foot injury. So I don't know. I know you're not talking about rooting for guys who cheat. You're an Astro fan. You don't have anything to stand on. What are you talking about?
That's not no.
No,
He's
what?
under federal investigation. Okay.
Yeah, the Feds.
The Astros
This
were
could be
never
a
under
RICO
federal
case.
investigation.
We could be looking at a RICO case.
He did that with the
on him.
Hornets. He didn't even do
Diddy
it.
has a RICO case. And now
Cash Patel is going to clean up the Miami Heat.
He didn't do that with the Miami Heat. He did it with the Hornets.
Well, same thing.
No,
He's
it's
with the
not.
Heat
They're
now.
two different teams.
He's
Kind of
probably doing it.
how
He's
sports
doing
works.
it now.
Get Rozier out of there.
Probably doing it now.
You'd be doing me a favor if you got Rozier out of here. He's been a giant disappointment.
Time to talk about
okay. Technically, Fox has much better numbers. than
Technically,
Jalen.
it's yes, he's better. I don't know why that's an argument.
I'm sorry. I guess you've never seen January before.
I saw March last year too.
Have you ever seen the month of January?
And March.
Could I interest you in his January numbers?
Is that going to be a thing throughout the rest of his career? 1 month a year, he's going to be great because
Who's
that's
to say
great.
that this isn't the beginning of a new Jalen?
Because last March he was great.
I don't care about last March. That's whenever he was still young. He's a father now.
Because
Or is
three of
he a
his
father
last
yet?
5 games have been
Well, he's a stepfather, but is he a father also?
He's a father and a stepfather.
Yes, he's a father also.
Parenthood changes you. You wouldn't know that. This is a more mature Jalen Green.
Yeah.
I don't care what he did before he had kids. This guy has multiple kids. He's got a kid that's probably out of college now, is going to have to
It's
find
his
a
age.
job in the workforce.
He's got a kid
22.
that's his age.
He's got kids that's his age. You know how mature you have to be
His stepson's
to
older.
fade a stepson who's older than you?
His stepson's older than Alperin.
That's hard. You got to be mature to deal with stuff like that. Let's look
Yeah.
at the splits in January, John.
Okay, we'll do it on the other side. We got to talk about Chastain Ford right now. We got to talk about F-150 STX. Lease $459 a month with just $1,000 down. A Bronco Sport Big Ben, $299 a month with $995 down, or $334 with $0 down. You can go $0 down. You can go $0 down, and Chastain Ford go, yeah, we do that. Escape PHEV hybrid, save $8,000 off MSRP. It's just $135 a week. Look, you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck. One place. This is it. And especially if you're a business. They've got the box trucks. They've got any kind. They got the F-150s. They got the pickup trucks. They got anything that you could possibly need right now, and they can customize it to exactly what you need. You're looking for the best way to get into that Chastain Ford. Get there, ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. I love doing business with them. You will too. Totally transparent, no add-ons, no markups. It's what they do. It's Houston's best kept secret. I love them. This weekend, get to Chastain Ford, get that car or truck. Tell them you heard it right here.
Houston's independent voice for sports. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time.
And skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
It's John and Lance.
Is there any intelligence out there at all?
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is this Keith? Keith wants the Astros to sign Carson Wentz. Is that the same guy that was always looking for how Carson Wentz could get signed?
Yeah.
Let's see, Keith. You want the Astros to sign Carson Wentz? Is that what you're looking for here?
Hey guys, Carson Wentz, chance to win a Super Bowl, but I have a player the Astros should sign. He's a 3-time All-Star. He's got over 1,000 career hits. The Astros need an outfielder. You could probably get him for the vet minimum. He's fast as well, can play all the outfield spots. How about Whit Merrifield?
John?
You know, Whit has fallen off, but Whit Merrifield was a really, really good player. Whit Merrifield, have to look up what's going on with Whit now. But, Whit Merrifield.
Actually pretty good. 222 with 4 homers and 15 RBIs this year. Like, let's get Altuve up out of that lineup for him, too.
No, you know.
Is there any way we can get Jose Altuve into left field for Whit Merrifield?
Yeah, he's fallen off, bro.
But he's 36. So the good thing is he's 36 and ineffective.
Yeah. He's led the league in hits, doubles, triples,
at bats,
stolen bases, at bats.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. He really did.
Yeah,
he was better than I thought.
Career. He was good in Kansas City. It's really fallen off there.
Triples in a year. Holy crap.
Keith, on base percentage, it's like 6. He was a 684 guy last year. Not great.
But higher than Polanco.
Yeah.
At 651, Whit Merrifield was higher than Polanco. I can't believe you missed out on a chance to get rid of Altuve at second base and get Polanco in there. Get his bat in there. His bat, of course, is equivalent to Brad Ausmus' bat.
Well, he can.
But better than Machete, I will give you that.
Merrifield can also play.
Stop, Merrifield.
Second base.
This is a 36-year-old. Stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's a year guy.
It's a 36-year-old coming off of his worst year of. He's literally getting ready to hang. He can't even decide if he wants to come back to baseball, probably.
Yeah. Well,
I just want to see my kids and take my kids to school. He's so bad that he just wants to take his kids to school right now. That's all that's on his mind.
684 was his year was 625. 625 OPS. Bad. That's bad. Man. So no. Keith,
you've really
keep searching, buddy. Keep on searching.
Yeah, keep looking though. We need somebody to look for an outfielder.
Yeah.
I mean, Keith's looking for second baseman, so
Well,
we've got that
Merrifield
handled.
played second base a lot in his career, too.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. We've got second base covered. The Astros are looking for that. They're trying to right that wrong and figure out the second base spot, which is one of the weaknesses. But if you can find an outfielder, let us know. And then between you, John, putting me in a bad mood, telling me the Astros are done with Jose Altuve, and then Dell saying, basically you said that, and then Dell trying to give Fred VanVleet an extension.
I'm not
this
trying
is
to.
really turning into a pretty, and I've got to do a mock draft today, which I don't want to do.
Talk to Jake Fisher. He's reporting that while
the former Kansas City Chief first pick of the draft at tackle from Central Michigan. I'm not listening to Jake Fisher.
Fisher with the C, Scherer. He is saying that while you're so concerned about that $40 million and the option for like 44 next year, the Rockets and Fred VanVleet are more than interested in maybe discarding that big payment,
cutting him.
No,
nice,
and getting a longer extension. So maybe it's not at the same value per year, but more years.
Huh.
So how does 3 years, 95 hit you?
It's better than 120.
What's Bagwell doing now?
He doesn't work for the Rockets.
No, it would probably be 105.
Well, whatever it might be, Lance isn't happy. You look at him.
105.
He's a glue, brother.
I know. You can't win without Fred VanVleet. This whole thing is being held together with popsicle sticks. And thankfully, Fred VanVleet comes to the court every day to make sure that this still somehow stays together. Has nothing to do with Amen Thompson or Alperen or Jalen or Tari or Ime Udoka, who feels like a glue coach. This thing is literally a house of cards that are only held together by a 5'11", 240-pound point guard who can't shoot well, can't make a two for his life. This is what's holding our team together.
Both team and player motivated.
Everything is collapsing if Fred VanVleet's not there.
VanVleet
for $40
in
million.
Houston beyond his $44.9 million club option. The Rockets will have the chance to decline VanVleet's option and rework a multi-year deal this summer. So you better make your peace.
Yeah. You better apologize.
It's too late to
start apologizing.
It's too late to
right
apologize.
I don't have headphones and I'm covering my ear.
Well, you can't hear John. He tossed his headphones aside.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's okay.
I mean,
get used to it.
I wish he'd throw his shoe.
Because the headphones allow him to, still work. The shoe you can toss away, doesn't matter.
Yeah, so shoe.
It is what it is, Lance. Get comfortable. Look, the play wasn't even for him yesterday. Amin got cut off, and Fred had to take a shot. He had to get a shot up.
What about the turnover?
It's one turnover.
No, he had more than that. He didn't play well.
Amin smoked the
this
layup.
This guy doesn't even play consistent basketball.
The whole team stunk down the stretch. Amin smoked the layup on a wide open fast break.
Nobody's trying harder to get this guy an extension than Dell.
I'm just telling you, you want to blame him for that. He wasn't the guy. The only guy who screwed up.
His last 90 seconds was an atrocity.
The entire team stunk down the stretch.
They were all awful.
No,
there was back and forth.
No, they made one out of their last 13 shots.
Fred had 3 mistakes in a row.
Lance, the team went 1 for 13 or something down the stretch.
He fell
Understood.
down. He fell down.
But he wasn't the guy taking every shot when they're going 1 of 13.
I'm just going by his whole career as his 2 years with the Rockets. Nothing about that guy has been consistent. I love what he did. I totally agree. He got paid. He got a lucky scratch-off lottery ticket. He hit. I happen to have a team that needs veteran leadership. I'm a good dude. I'm a good leader. I play defense. I am what they need, and they happen to have a lot of money they can pay. So I'll take a 2-year, $40+ million deal per year, and I'll get a 3rd-year deal. But, I mean, my gosh, to act like this thing can't possibly continue on without a Fred VanVleet, give me a break. Fred VanVleet, I'm not saying you got to have a De'Aaron Fox.
Glue.
Fred VanVleet can just go away, and you can take that money and start to get ready to pay Tari Eason and Amen Thompson.
You want to play Tari Eason when he doesn't play? You want to give him money?
But I want to have that money available, and I want to have a sensible deal. I'll keep my money for Amen Thompson. But to me, I don't think this team goes in the tank without. To me, you go get a second point guard that can come off the bench and be a ball handler. You let Amen Thompson have another year of development to where he can bring the ball up. I mean, this getting into the offense thing is kind of a joke. What Memphis was doing was they were kind of face guarding Fred in the backcourt so that he wouldn't bring the ball up, and so the Rockets couldn't, quote unquote, get into it. So obviously he thinks there's some value also, the Memphis coach, in Fred starting the offense. But it's not a classic. It's literally mostly a pass, and then you take a shot. Whoever I pass to, you get a shoot. Or it's a high screen and roll. Those are typically your options. And I don't see where Fred VanVleet has this magical. I mean, you got to have basketball value you're bringing to. It cannot just be, I'm a good dude, I defend, I'm a good teammate. You got to be a more consistent shooter, 3-point shooter.
Yeah,
and he's not.
He's not though. We'll see if he. We'll see. I mean, that's a guy that won the championship.
Hey, for $26 million, let's go. I'm on board.
Well, it'll probably be more than that when they do the extension, but it'll be in the 30s over the course of 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Well, each season will be 30
How many
something.
years? Is this I'm in second year? It's second year, right?
Okay.
Yes.
You don't trust Dana. You don't trust Bagwell, Crane. Now you don't trust Ime.
I trust Ime.
You don't. Oh, really? Because Ime thinks he's great and vital to the team.
Yeah, he is.
So
right
you're
now.
going to tell him.
He is right
you're
now.
going to tell Ime how much
Are you telling me
know
what
and not
Ime
how
knows?
little he
Oh,
knows.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were in. I didn't know you shared a brain with Ime, and that you know exactly what Ime.
No,
thinks.
Ime said it time and again.
So Ime said, "This is a guy we've got to have." So he says this. What do you expect him to say?
Fred, he loves Fred.
Does he
Why
want
do you think
Fred,
he plays him
does he
all
want Fred
those
for,
minutes
for 2 or 3 more years at $40 million, at $35 million a year?
Lance, you just
Ime proves it. Ime proves it day in and day out when he plays him all those minutes. Okay.
Oh,
He
yeah.
wants him
A
on the
coach has
floor.
never made a
but
mistake
you
on
don't.
personnel.
So let's get rid of him.
Coach
You
has
don't
never
want him.
made a mistake
But
on
this isn't
personnel.
just an Ime thing. You know it's not just an Ime thing. I'm not going to say what you know, but you know it's not just an Ime thing.
Right.
The entire organization loves Fred.
They do.
At least the decision makers do.
They do. They also loved Harden. They wanted him back. The entire organization did until Ime got here and said,
Well, in this case, Ime is backing Fred.
But the organization wanted Harden back. I have a hard time having 100% confidence in some of their. I think they're drafting and developing like crazy. It's incredible. Do you want me to be excited about wanting to bring Harden back? That they thought that was the move? Everyone could see that wasn't.
You mean All-Star James Harden?
That was the move.
Once again, All-Star James
That's
Harden.
amazing that he's an All-Star.
No, it's not.
Yeah, right.
He's been
That's astonishing.
He's been a great player his entire career. It's not amazing.
We all know.
You know what? You know who's amazing?
They're just
Billy
doing that
Brown
because
is
he
amazing.
has to go to the All-Star game. It's in his contract that he gets to go to All-Star weekend.
No, that's not what. Here's who's amazing is Billy Brown. Billy Brown is amazing because he, my friend, is the one that's going to help you with any pipe issue that you have, with any water issue that you have, with any issue whatsoever. You spring a leak, Billy Brown is there. You can't flush your toilet, Billy Brown is there. Okay? Your pipes burst, what? Billy Brown is there. I mean, we had the freeze, and I'm sure there's still moaning going right now because if there's one place to call, place that you can trust when they come to your homelands and give you an estimate, it's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Yeah, it's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And these other companies say, well, we'll come out there, but it's going to cost you this much. But don't worry, we'll put it towards whatever we charge you for the work that we do. So basically, they've now leveraged you into, these other companies leverage you into using them, and you don't have any say-so on the matter. And that's not the way Aqueduct Plumbing Company works. We're telling you, John and I have used them for a variety of problems. And their problems, some of it was created by me, and they've come in and they've fixed them. They're transparent. Their pricing's transparent. They price very fairly, and they do a ton of different work. I mean, a ton, including moving gas lines. Like, do you know exactly what plumbers do? You might want to check it out on their website at aqueductplumbingcompany.com and see all the services they offer. Big jobs, small jobs, and in between. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
ESPN 97.5.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlineoffer.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn ever since I turned 40. I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. Text GRIT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 42424. That's GRIT to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
For New Year's, I wanted to try Ozempic, Wegovy, or other GLP-1 medications everyone's talked about. I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text DATE to 200-300 to get started this New Year's with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic for 80 to 90% less. 100% online. Don't wait. Text DATE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text DATE to 200-300. DATE to 200-300.
Time to talk about Doc Linville and hair, and time to talk about, well, not only hair, but he can also help your eyes. Okay, he can help your gut, your stomach. You want to, he's got a machine that will work on them abs and make them, you don't have to paint the abs on anymore. Okay, now Doc can actually make them real. If you're looking for a great way to just feel better, look better, you know, I don't know what you're searching for, but I can tell you this, you're going to feel better after you deal with Doc Linville. He can touch up around the eyes, take all that extra skin off. He can, he's got the ab machine, but he's also got the hair thing. The hair thing is what, you know, a lot of guys are going in for, but there's other stuff that you can do as well. But the hair thing is either two ways. You can get the PRP, which stimulates your own growth, or you can get the neografting, which moves the hair from the side and back to the top of the head. It's what I did. I love it. I did both. And I got to tell you, I'm really thrilled with how it turned out for me. I hope you do it too, and do it soon. Do it soon. Do not wait until you're bald and then go, oh, Doc, help me. It's too late, okay? Now you got what you need is while you see it starting to grow, that bald spot or that receding hairline, now go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's go. It's basically a holiday show. We're pissing Lance off a bunch. It's really a good show.
Well, I get upset because I just don't like. I don't think the Astros have been great with some of the personnel stuff after being incredible. We saw what incredible looked like. And I think the Rockets are on this amazing run. And I just, it may not matter. Having Fred there for a couple more years may not really matter financially because Amen Thompson doesn't come due for a while. So, look, they could do it. I do wonder where minutes are coming from for guys like Whitmore, guys like Shepard. Reed Shepard, you might as well just deal him. Because you're not going to have a third pick of the draft who doesn't play for 2 straight years. There's no development. If that's the case, put him back down with the Vipers and let him play. Guy's got to play basketball. Same thing for Cam Whitmore. Cam got to go play finally. But you got 2 guys with some talent. I mean, Reed has to learn. Reed is not ready. He needs to get used to the size and speed. He's a great shooter. He's got elite shooting talent, but he's just not ready yet. And the only way to get ready is to play, and he's not going to how's he going to play? There's no minutes for him. I don't suggest he plays now. I don't think there's minutes for him. But is this just next year we're just running it back and everything and Reed just stays on the bench the whole time? Because if that's the case, you probably need to try to move him, get him off the bench and go get a future draft pick for him.
Yeah.
Same thing with Cam Whitmore. But Cam's really valuable. He's not happy, but Cam's really valuable. Is like Reed has no real value right now. Cam Whitmore has actual value right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Reed, people will see it. They see what Reed did in the preseason. I mean, you can still go on what he did in college. He was the 3rd overall pick.
No, he has no value. He has no value for you as a team. The Rockets. There's no value for him for the Rockets.
Yeah. There's nowhere for him to play. So you want to get rid of Fred in large part to make room for Reed Sheppard to get on the court.
Well, I think that I don't think that what Fred brings is not. I think it's replaceable in terms of once we get past at some point, this team's all grown up and they don't have to have Fred as a babysitter and Fred as Unc on the team at some point. And if we're at that point where they don't need Unc Fred to tell them how to do things, then what does he do basketball wise? Well, he's an erratic 3-point shooter, inconsistent 3-point shooter. He's bad at twos, really bad at twos. So he's not good when he gets in the paint to finish. He's very good when it comes to steals. Fred has some clutch in him. There's no question. At times, defensively, he's going to have a hard time switching off certain positions in a switch-off league. There'll be some guys who can play over Fred. I don't know. I don't know if Fred's basketball, if he brings enough basketball-wise for me to say, I don't want this future shooter, because one of the things you could really use is a dead-eye shooter. And I'm definitely not giving up on Reed Sheppard by any stretch of the imagination. I think that he'll be able to – I think he's going to be a good basketball player. But he's not ready now. He shouldn't be getting minutes now, and he's only going to get better if he plays basketball. So I don't know where that comes. I don't know how they get him on the court with Fred there.
They keep on playing the G League.
Yeah, but that's not But is that a simulation? When you can score 59 or whatever he scored, is that 49? Is that really a simulation? He took 33 shots in 33 minutes. Is that really an NBA simulation, though, John? Does that really simulate the NBA?
Better than sitting there watching
Totally
Fred
agree.
play.
Totally agree.
Huh.
But he's not there. Not now. He stays on the court. Why don't we have him playing more? Why didn't he go back down and play some more?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, what's? I'm just frustrated by some things. And if they would have won yesterday, I wouldn't be frustrated. But I am. The Polanco thing, you should have never even brought that up on the show.
Well, that's a true. What are you talking about?
I mean, honestly, this team has
luckily
done
they turned away from Polanco.
Did they turn away or did they get beat on them?
They got beat on them. Luckily. Sometimes things work out like that.
Why couldn't they got beat on Montero or beat on Abreu?
I don't know why they couldn't.
I mean, this organization has a bunch of dead money. They're paying guys who aren't even on the team anymore, the Astros. This is not the Jim Crane team I grew up with. This is not the Jeff Luneau and then into a James Click and a Jim Crane, smart, analytics-driven team that made good decisions and always made other teams the poverty teams, and we were the kings and they were the sorry people. That's not this team. That's not this front office. What happened to that team? Now we're like, what about Montero? What about 3 years for him at $11 million? Who just said that?
34.5 million.
What about Abreu? He's 34 and getting worse. Who said what? Who said that?
60. Let's give him 60.
I've lost a little confidence over there for them boys on Not Kirby. For them boys on
the boys on Texas.
Yeah, them boys on Texas Avenue. Mm-hmm. I've lost a little bit of confidence in their decision making when it comes to putting together a squad. And you're making it worse by telling me that they're scheming to have another Craig Biggio, a Hall of Fame second baseman, move to the outfield is literally a movie that I watched over a decade ago. Actually, well over a decade ago. I saw that movie. It was Rotten Tomatoes didn't like it. Nobody liked it. The critics hated it. People left that movie like, this movie sucks. Why are we doing this? You and I did a whole thing on rescuing Craig Biggio from center field like it was Black Hawk Down.
It's going to be this. I mean, I don't know. Why not just say, you know what? Half the time Jordan's going to play, and half the time Altuve is going to DH.
Now, I'd be much better off with that. But it's not like now. And that's if you bring Bregman back. I don't think Bregman's coming back. I think he'll get another deal with another team. My guess is that the Astros won't give him. I think he's going to want a 3-year deal, a series of 3-year, 1-year deals.
No, I don't think so.
Like the Correa thing, where he can opt out whenever he wants.
Outs for him. It's got to be outs.
And out after every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Correa had.
Not team outs.
No. Correa didn't have a team out. He had individual outs, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think it's the same Correa deal. It's 3 years. Set it up at over 30 some odd million, where it's a really good payday just in case. And then if you don't get the deal you want, you opt back in for your 1 year.
Yeah. And he wants a long-term deal. He has said it. And they give him 6 years. Take it, Breggy. Take it. 6 years.
Is it still? Is the 6 years on the table? You think? Do they still have that money?
You're a 250 hitter. Okay, stop already.
Stop calling him a 250 hitter. He's way better than that. He's a Gold Glove third baseman with good OPS numbers.
No. You insulted
You're
him
a little out of line.
Yourself.
You're a little out of line.
Well,
the way you call
let's
him
start
a
to come down to
250
reality. Who's more realistic, me or him? Because nobody's giving him the money that he wants. We'll give him the money. 6 years, 156. Done. I did it.
Yeah, but I don't think. Do you think Jim Crane is still offering that financially? That's going to put him in a little bit of a tax pickle, isn't it?
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
Does he know? Well, I know who's.
I'm not sure
now.
You've heard about how much the Dodgers are spending. Okay, because they're spending a lot. Okay, you know what? If you want to be a champion, let's spend some money. Let's go. Jim Crane has spent money. He's not cheap. But if you got to go over this year, you go over this year. Oh well, let's go. Let's go. We want another championship. We want another run.
From your mouth to Jim Crane's ears.
That's it. I just told him.
Don't care about his ears. I care about his pocketbook.
Yeah.
Just spend that money.
I was thinking about this too, by the way. That's one of those antiquated phrases. Only older women have pocketbooks.
I know, huh?
No one has a pocketbook anymore.
His wallet. His debit card?
No. His direct deposit.
His direct deposit.
Yeah. It's like his pocketbook. If I said that to my kids, I'm worried about his pocketbook. What is a pocketbook? Well,
it's in. And actually, a pocketbook goes in a purse.
So listen.
So I don't know why it's a
back in the day, old women, and older women today still have it, where they keep money somewhere in their bra or in little crevices of a purse somewhere, or in older women always stash money places. They always have about $20 on them somewhere at all times. Right. It's in places sometime that only Justin Tucker can get to.
Wow. No,
so
it's places he would want to get to allegedly.
But well, Deshaun got to him.
He gets
allegedly.
shut down. Unless he
Deshaun
leaves his sauce behind.
was looking for the money. Did you leave it in here? Hey, Deshaun, it's in my pocketbook. Stop. And no, that's not a euphemism for a pocketbook.
That's not a pocketbook. We got to talk right now about the big game. The big game. Are you ready? Are you ready to play? You want some props? National anthem props? UFC props? Yeah, that's right. The big game versus the UFC. They got numbers that they can make props. Will anyone trip and fall during the halftime show? You got a prop. You got a taunting penalty prop. You got a President Trump tweet prop. A commercial. Who's going to appear first? Budweiser or Coke? Toyota or Jeep? Netflix or Amazon? What color is the Gatorade going to be? That's all at mybookie.ag. They're going to have literally hundreds and hundreds of different bets that you can choose from. Okay? You're going to find something that you want. You'll find it. They got boosted parlays. They got money bag. They got squares. They got tiered bonuses, live betting and streaming during the game. The big game is here. You want to play, win, and get paid? mybookie.ag. The best way, you got to have a little something on it. You have to have a little something on the game. Otherwise, it's just not as fun. You're looking to play, win, and get paid. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with all the props you could possibly want. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
ESPN
97.5.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
We're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Aggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes. Placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Time to talk about Gulf Coast, right? Allstate? Oh, good. Allstate Windows and Siding. I was telling you all about this earlier. I was talking about the siding. Let me tell you about the windows. So I had window jobs done. I don't know if you've ever priced windows, but the thing with windows is they're going to be a little bit more expensive because what you're getting should last you. I mean, you should buy them once and you should be done. But when you have windows that are well built, that are built here in Texas for the weather we have unbelievable humidity. We have unbelievable heat. We have terrible flooding. We have, we go through the cold weather now that we've had. We have really adverse weather at different times of the year, more so than a lot of different climates. And so you want a window that's going to be properly sealed, that's going to be double pane, it's going to be built properly so that you start to save your air conditioning stays in the home the way it's supposed to. You keep the heat out, you keep the humidity out, you keep the cold out and the warm in. That plays a part in your electricity bills. So this is a matter of efficiency. It's a matter of upgrading the way your home looks. It makes you safer. It reduces noise. And let me tell you something else. They're offering 0% finance rate for the first year. You pay nothing, no interest rate on the first year. All you have to do is go through Allstate Windows and Siding. They're going to get you a fair price. They're going to get you a discount when you tell them you heard about them from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And you're going to be able to pay it over the course of a year with no added interest rate. Make sure that you use Allstate Windows and Siding.com. It's windows, it's siding, it's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
Missed any of today's show? Then download the podcast now wherever you get your podcasts.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here. And and just be part of the show as we wind down the week here on ESPN 97.5 and 985. We got games. We've got games this week. We got the Rockets playing again. They got Brooklyn at home tomorrow night, which is, I mean, this is a run. Holy crap. They have got to be really, really getting tired.
They could be undefeated on this run.
I know.
They should have won. They'd be undefeated on this run against playoff teams. It'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, that, you know what? You're gonna
I'm
win.
just being greedy. I'm just being greedy.
You are being real greedy, really greedy. Brooklyn tomorrow night. But listen, here's the deal. All of these games are coming down to the last minute. They're all nail biters. They're all, guys are playing minutes because you got to have them on the floor. Men's playing a bunch of minutes, and Fred and it was nice that Alpy got to sit. You know what? Maybe there was something to that. You know what? Just sit. This is too many games, and we're just doing too much. You got a contusion. Good. Sit down and watch, and we'll see if we can't get this without you. In the long run, that might help, because this is a grueling run they're on right now.
Mm-hmm.
But, you threw in that Atlanta game, which was a makeup game. If it wasn't for that game, you wouldn't have had 3 games in 4 days, and you're playing every other day basically now, and all of it on the road. I know you're home tomorrow night, but it's basically a road game because you stop in, you play, and then you get on the road again. So you do get to play at home in front of your home crowd, but you head to New York after that, then Brooklyn, Minnesota, Dallas, and then you get a nice little stretch at home. But this is a grueling, grueling time for this basketball team, and they're playing great. They're just playing great.
Yeah, it's a great test too. So this team is different than other teams that are, there's other teams who've been there, done that. The Celtics just want to be healthy. They already know we just need to get in and be playing. We're trying to time our best basketball. The Suns are trying to just, get their chemistry right and make sure their veterans are healthy. The Rockets are in a weird place because this iteration's never been in the playoffs. They weren't even in a play-in game last year, weren't in the top 10. And so now they need these little tests. They need these tests in the regular season. Test their toughness. This is going to test their toughness, their mental toughness to go from, and look, mentally, they were in a great place yesterday. They won a back-to-back the other night. They had despite the fact that they cratered in the fourth quarter, they got off to a pretty good start. They got off to a good start against Memphis. There is a problem right now with execution in the fourth quarter. And even though they're winning, it popped up again yesterday. Some of it was defensively. They just lost. They lost sight of defensive of shooters, and shooters got some easy looks yesterday. I mean, Luke Kennard missed an easy open 3 from the top of the key that
he didn't miss
much.
The
Rockets. No, it was like a miracle when he missed that late in the game. And I think it was Easton came down with the rebound, and I thought, okay, we're in good shape here. We're going to win this. And then Fred happened.
You're not a good person. You're just not a good person. Okay, start being a better person.
I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose any games. I'm just a highly competitive fan. It means more to me. Sometimes it just means more. Like in the SEC, where it just means more. Sometimes it just meant more to me. I couldn't sleep last night. I was so mad.
You're gonna have to get over it.
I know. I really do. Like, it's not. I shouldn't be losing sleep over a game at Memphis, but that's a good team. But I just wanted to sweep this whole trip. I wanted this to be a clean sweep. How sweet would that be?
That would have been really, really nice. But it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna be all right. Got a half game lead now. Okay. All good. All good. We're still good. 713-780-3776 is the number on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're more than welcome to get in here and hang out with us. Anything else big going on this weekend, guys? Pro Bowl? I mean,
oh yeah, the Pro Bowl games.
The festivities.
I'll be honest. This is what I was calling for years ago, and you may have been too. Where why are they even playing this game? Just make it more like Superstars back in the day that we used to watch, and have a closest to the pin contest. And now they're doing all this stuff. I'm like, I don't want to watch this crap.
I don't care.
I realize I don't care about any of it.
Yeah.
You can play a game, not play a game, have a fishing contest, have, throw footballs into a trash can. I'm not going to watch it. I don't care about it. We got Super Bowl coming up.
Yeah.
Hey, we didn't get a finish up on this, but Del and John, are y'all where are you guys on after year one? It's not changing, but where are you in the argument that the college football championship game really took a hit from being later on between critical NFL games where it had no buildup, no lead? Now, we had a team in the playoffs, so in Houston, it just wasn't as big a deal because we had a team that was actually, in games that we were talking about. But a lot of people nationally started talking about that. And I saw Jeff Schwartz say, start the season earlier. We live in the South.
Yeah.
Ish. We live in Southwest and Southeast. Man, you're starting it 1 week earlier. It's brutal.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about starting earlier because you've ever been to a Texas A&M game in the first or second week of the season?
Terrible.
Oh, my God. It is so hot.
I've been with the wife to a Longhorn game when they played. It was in early September against Alabama a couple of years ago, and that was literally like you were under one of those, those heat lamps where they put your food under the heat lamps while the rest of the order's getting done. Yep. That's exactly what that was like being in. Just like, oh man, this is terrible.
Yeah, I don't know about starting the season earlier. Look, it's here to stay. It ain't going anywhere. As a matter of fact, it's probably going to be 14 teams, and they're going to expand this. I don't know. We'll see. But it is or 16 teams. It's not going anywhere. I don't know because why? Because it didn't have any. ESPN totally ignored it until the day of because all the NFL games that were going on, the playoff games. If that's the byproduct of it, that the championship game doesn't get a lot of fanfare before, oh well, because people watched the game. It was still
it still had. It still had some. Yeah, you're right. It still had some. It's still going to have viewership, and I don't get caught up in. First of all, none of us. Well, it matters to your wife probably, but to the rest of America, who cares what the ratings are? We spend so much time talking about the TV ratings when none of us are impacted, except you.
Right.
None of us. Well, did you see the ratings? The ratings have gone down. So, what does that mean? How's that going to hurt me? Did you see the ratings were up 17%?
Well, it just means how popular something is.
Yeah, it's just
Caitlin Clark popular.
So people can argue on social media. Did you see Caitlin Clark's ratings versus Angel Reese's ratings? So you're not getting money. Neither one of them are going to be with you. Neither one of them are going to be with you, and then you're not getting any of that money. So what do you care? You just want to fight with people on Twitter. Let's just say what it actually is. People just want to be able to win fights on Twitter. That's why ratings matter to them. If they want to tell you, see basketball ratings, you guys see the ratings in basketball? Well, it's just because you want to crap on basketball. You see the ratings in college football? It's never been higher. It's because you got some argument you want to win in college football. It doesn't matter. The ratings can be sky high. Ain't no money in your pocket. That's like people like, yes, he got the bag. He got the contract. He ain't giving you money. He's not going to do you either, and you're not getting money. So why do you care so much about
care about my guys getting paid? That's why.
I know.
I want my guys.
Why? He doesn't even know you. I promise he wouldn't like you if he met you in a bar.
Oh no, he'd like me a lot. Yeah.
Well,
we drink Coors Lights together. We drink Coors Lights.
Okay, who? Name somebody who just got a big contract that would drink Coors Light with you.
Oh, that would drink Coors Lights with me? Just got a big contract. Would
Ohtani?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You think okay. Ohtani actually, I feel like he might. By the way, really good news, guys. It came out yesterday that the FBI says that that Shohei's former interpreter, what's his first name? Mazuhata.
No one knows.
Yeah, it is. Come on,
It's impossible to say.
What's his first name? Mazuhata. Anyway, or is it Mazuhata Suzuki? I don't know. But they said, hey, listen, Mazuhata wasn't a gambling addict before Ohtani Steph, so don't worry about it. He's not a gambling addict. You know what makes me think he might have been doing this?
Said it.
Hello, it's me, Shohei Ohtani. Okay, this is the bank. Who is this? Shohei Ohtani. Okay, and so you want to send how much money? $250,000. And what's this for? Car loan.
Yeah.
Okay. You know who says stuff like that? Who takes their position, gets into their best friend's bank account, and then shuffles money over their account? Somebody who's addicted to gambling.
Who am I speaking with?
Shohei Ohtani.
Thank you. How may I help you?
So I tried to log in to online banking, and it told me that it's not available to me at this time. I need to call.
And that sounds like a gambling addict to you?
Yeah,
yes.
Yes. I don't know what the feds are thinking. He just shuffled over $250,000.
I'm sending to?
Yes.
Car loan.
It's for $200,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what's that for? Car loan. No, it's for parlays.
Yeah. I mean, how many times did he do this too?
I think you're wrong on one thing. I don't think Shohei's drinking a beer with John.
Yes, he is.
I don't. For some reason, I think Shohei might think he's kind of he might look at him as a jester.
All it takes.
He's a Japanese guy who may look at this jester.
No, all it takes is someone.
He might want to play male golf or female golf for food.
No,
that was
that's
exactly
not
my
what I
point.
was. That was not what I was.
Someone would dig up male golf or female golf for food, and
I think
he'd like it. He'd be like, "That's funny."
He would who's this idiot? Let me just see what he's about.
He would not like it.
I feel like he might.
You think he would like
bring
male
back?
golfer?
It would flood memories from his childhood.
Juan Soto.
No. See.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah.
mind.
No.
And Juan Soto for sure would not drink with John.
Why do you think some 20-something wants to hang out with John?
I just feel like
no, it'd be fun.
I just feel like some of these people would look at him like
more fun than hanging out with you. He's sitting on a couch watching
Ohtani's not drinking
Netflix.
with you.
You always use that as an example. No one's asking if he wants to hang out with me. It's about you. You're the party guy.
I'm a party
by the
guy.
way, I don't
You know
want to
what?
hang out with him.
I don't know if you heard, but guys like to hang out with me and party.
Wembanyama would never
I
wouldn't
wouldn't want to
John.
hang out with him
That's
either
right.
because I'm not a jock sniff. So I wouldn't want to hang out with him either. I don't care that he's a baseball player.
That's all. I don't know how to hang out with him.
God forbid,
Lance wants to put him with me.
God forbid
Lance
if he was
is trying to match make
You're
me
right.
Ohtani.
He's not.
I'm not trying to put him in your golf cart.
God, if he was a coach, Ohtani couldn't get you off of him.
Yeah, no. Stop. Okay, Ohtani would want to hang out with me, and I don't want to hang out with him. I didn't say I wanted to. Okay, that's the difference.
He's not a coach.
Here's the deal. I ain't getting him no jewelry. I can tell you that. Not from Zadok. I'm not getting any. I'm not buying Ohtani anything. From
You
Zadok.
don't have to buy Ohtani something because maybe his interpreter can as a makeup. I don't know. You don't know. I do know that Zadok Jewelers has you covered for Valentine's Day. And listen, Valentine's Day, you got to go all in for your love with the perfect gift from a curated collection from Zadok Jewelers. These are the experts who have curated a collection just for you. Whether you're treating her to something that she's been wanting, or you're just surprising her with something that she didn't know that she needed, Zadok has the perfect something special for every single romantic person that's out there. I guarantee you they're going to find something brand new like Bulgari, Chopard, Mikimoto, Cartier, and many, many more pieces every woman wants, such as a diamond tennis bracelet. That's big time when you get the diamond tennis bracelet. You got a statement ring. Did you know there are statement rings now? That's just because. And also huggy earrings and many, many more. There's so many different trends that are going on. You don't know what they are. I don't know what they are, but I know Zadok knows what they are. They've got over 40 years in the business. Let their expert team help you select the perfect gift that's going to make your Valentine feel loved and show her how much she means. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It is a can't miss this Valentine's Day. It is Zadok Jewelers.
ESPN 97.5.
John Granato here with Dr. Manavis from Access Vascular Health. We talk so much about prostate, but what about people that don't have great blood flow?
People with vein symptoms get things like numbness and tingling, all the things that people kind of write off as getting older.
And it's a pretty easy process, right?
It takes me 6 minutes to do, and patients feel 100% better when I'm done with the procedures.
What's the pain like?
Almost none.
So if you're experiencing any vein problems, go to 975prostate.com and click on the vein tab.
All right, here's the deal, Houston. Nico Nico's just dropped their OPA app, and it's a game changer. Download it, get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, and desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. So don't wait. Download the Nico Nico's OPA, OPA app today and get rewarded and get your Greek on. It's OPA amazing.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Looking for a quality pre-owned vehicle? Look no further than Monument Chevrolet. Dale Olaleye here. Monument Chevrolet prides themselves on offering the best, well-maintained vehicles. And here's the best part. Every pre-owned vehicle at Monument Chevrolet comes with a 6-month, 6,000-mile powertrain warranty. That means no surprises after you drive off the lot. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off of 225 and Beltway 8. Start shopping at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granato here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. The kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at produnk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet, produnk.com.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we're back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in about anything that we have talked about. We are way, way behind on breaks, but we'll figure that out on our own. That's our problem, okay? You guys don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. That's on us. Okay, so we'll fix that. Rockets lose last night. They're half-game lead now over Memphis, and that's about it. Scotty Scheffler, guys. I know you guys were worried about this. His comeback after the pasta incident. He shot 67 yesterday.
After chopping his hand off?
He didn't chop his hand, but he cut himself and he exposed the nerves on his finger, which is deadly for a golfer. And yet, look at the athlete that he is, able to come back and shoot a 67. Okay? I mean,
is he the one that ran over that cop? Who was that ran over the police officer? Was it Scheffler?
He didn't run over any police officers.
Is he one dragging one of the boys in blue?
He dragged the police officer, yeah.
He didn't drag anybody. It was proven that
he refused to adhere to instructions by an officer, and he dragged him once the officer said
dragged
stop.
Him down the ground.
You two are getting dragged right now by the golf community.
Oh, no. So fearful of the golf community.
Man,
as long as they don't have a car, I'm fine.
Let's see. Was he arrested, John? Just say yes or no.
He was booked.
Was he booked?
Oh, yeah. How were the charges all dropped? Oh, like nobody ever gets falsely accused in this country? Okay.
They've got
falsely
video
accused.
of the cops'
charges
legs,
dropped.
The cops' pants were all torn up because he had gotten dragged up to potentially 100 feet.
I don't know what that cop was doing to get his pants all torn up. Woo, you don't know.
Going after the boys in blue.
Yeah.
That is not like you.
That blue line, apparently a little fractured when it comes to golfers.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we'll run all over the blue line when golfers are concerned.
Yeah.
Thought you backed the blue, but I guess you only backed the starter. You only backed the cart path. Well, you don't back the cart path. Yeah, actually, you do back the cart path.
Listen, we're not doing cart.
There's a hierarchy of things.
No, you do want cart paths.
No,
because carts.
Because what?
Because carts. Without cart paths, you wouldn't be able to drive carts around.
Yes, no. There's a lot of courses that don't even have cart paths. So you just drive.
Really?
Yeah.
You just drive out on the grass?
Yeah, on the grass.
Where are these courses? What if there's rain?
Really
what
nice
if there's
courses
bad weather?
Some of them don't even have cart paths.
When it rains.
Yes.
Really?
He hates cart path.
You can't be a nice course unless you have a cart path.
No, you can be. Yes, no. Cart paths are not actually, no. Cart paths are not necessary.
Typically, the ones that don't have cart paths, they expect you to walk.
You know who doesn't have a cart path? Augusta National.
Yeah.
No cart path.
Because you ain't riding a cart at Augusta National.
Yes, everybody rides a cart at Augusta National. See, you don't know anything about anything.
You have to pay a minority to carry your bag who's dressed up like some kind of, well, okay, yeah, give me my bag. Am I wrong, Del? Hey, can I have a cart path? He'll get it. Don't worry. Go pick that up, Jesper. Pick up his clubs, Jesper.
Have you ever been referred to as Mr. John at Augusta?
I've never played at Augusta.
At a golf course. Have you ever been called Mr. John?
Has anyone ever called you Mr. John?
I don't like the odds of this.
He's considering it.
Did he shine shoes?
I don't know that.
Oh, Porterhouse. Remember that guy? Remember in Caddyshack? Oh, Porterhouse, when he's looking at the shoe shine.
Yeah. Watch this one. And he's grinding his shoes.
No, I'm guessing that Augusta doesn't have a cart path because you walk with a caddy.
Yeah.
You don't drive around a cart path.
Everybody has carts at Augusta.
Golfers, you're allowed to play Augusta on a cart?
You're allowed to play Augusta on a cart, yes.
Really?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Why would they do that?
Well, because older people can't walk.
Oh, that's the only reason.
Well,
older people shouldn't be playing, but they also got the cheese.
They are the ones that, older people shouldn't be at
the
Augusta
members.
Because that's all there is older people.
I bet you're right. I'm just messing with y'all golf.
Although there are no golf carts allowed on the actual course, there are still golf carts at Augusta National.
Oh, see, Dell just checked you.
Oh no,
they are not allowed on the course to protect the course's grass.
I know people who
I'm just reading
who broke the rules. Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Where were you January 6th, 4 years ago? You weren't here.
All these say
maybe you're in a golf cart doing donuts at Augusta.
Let's not doing donuts on Augusta. Let's break. Let's catch up. You talk about John Daspit and suing for doing donuts at Augusta.
I don't know. I mean, actually, maybe they could sue you for doing stuff like that. But I do know that John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, they passionately pursue justice for the injured. What does that mean? That means that when you are injured in an accident at the workplace, out in the water somewhere on the roadways, what's going to happen is, there's some accidents that are minor and you don't need John Daspit's help, and that's fine. There are others where it is a problem, and there are some where it's a very serious problem, where people are hospitalized, people have to have surgeries, they're going to have long-term disabilities. John Daspit has dealt with refinery blasts where people had serious injuries that are going to bother them for the rest of their lives. PTSD, some very, very serious things that have happened, and no matter what your issue is, they want to talk to you. If you need help because the insurance company is screwing you, well, before you even let it get to that point, just call John Daspit and say, hey, listen, I had this happen. I want to consult with you guys and see, what your thoughts are, and they'll be more than happy to talk to you. They can defend you so that you have somebody that can stand up to the bullies that are the insurance companies that are going to look to take advantage of you. They want to make sure they give you the lowest settlement possible. An insurance company looking to give you the lowest settlement. Who knew? And that's what they're going to do. So John Daspit is going to fight on your behalf for you and get the best payment possible to take care of all those issues that you are suffering from and all the medical bills that you have to get covered. That's John Daspit's job, and he does a great job of it. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
Texting enroll enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321.
Woo woo! If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs? Higgles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on, will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long the national anthem will be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only at mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975.
Your home for Aggies basketball is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rockets lose last night. Got a question here. This is a pretty good question, and I think I know the answer. Has enough time passed to bring Luno back? The answer is no. Luno's on he's a soccer owner now, so he's not coming back. Jeff Luno ain't walking through that door again.
No, he's not.
I don't like to watch the NBA, but watch the end of the Rockets game last night. So who's their go-to guy? Green, Thompson? Then why is Van Vliet the only one shooting in the final minute? The answer is simple. Van Vliet is the one who's open. The reason Van Vliet is the one who's open is because the other coach wants Van Vliet to take that shot.
Well, no, he took a step back. Like he didn't have to shoot the first shot he missed. He took a step back to shoot that. No one told him he needed to shoot that. And actually the guys after the broadcast were arguing or were talking about the fact that why didn't, you need to get Jalen Green the ball on that. And I think Jalen is their go-to. However,
do you notice Fred is always the guy who can take the shot?
I hate it.
If I'm the opposing coach, who do you want having the ball in their hands? The athletic guys like Amen or Jalen? Or do you want Alpy backing you down? No. The guy you want with the ball in their hand at the end of the game is Fred Van Vliet, which is why Fred Van Vliet always ends up with the ball in his hand at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to overplay those other guys so that they don't get those shots.
Well, Jalen had his opportunities down the stretch. He turned the ball over twice, had a shot block when he got into the lane. It was a team disaster.
Right. No, but I'm talking about stretch. Like with 10 seconds left.
Well, we saw in the game they won. One was an out-of-bounds play that against the Celtics.
That was a beautiful
Şengün
play.
got the dunk, and then on the final score, they went to Ahmed Thompson, and they tried to go to him
once.
Well, they
tried to go to him last night,
but he got cut off.
He got cut off.
Brandon
That's
Clark
right. So we're going to defend Ahmed as much as possible and let him give the ball back to.
That was a one-on-one where Brandon Clark read what they were doing because they tried to get Ahmed going on the move baseline, and Brandon Clark knew it was coming, so he cut him off. So Amin didn't have a counter. He's not there yet as a player. He didn't have a counter, so he turned back. And
I think you throw the ball into
Fred
Amin.
VanVleet.
That's the problem. Is I think he inbounds the ball. I think if he had it to do all over again, you bring Amin off a screen, you bring him low, you bring him off a high screen up to the top of the key, and you get him the ball there at the top of the key, whereas a two-way go left or right, even though he prefers to go right. So I think the angle he had him at put him at a little bit of a disadvantage where he got the ball.
And we've been critical before because Fred Van was the shortest guy, and you got a tall guy guarding the inbound pass. But Fred VanVleet is the best option to throw the inbound pass because then Fred VanVleet can't throw it to Fred VanVleet. He's got to throw it to somebody else.
You're so hard on Fred VanVleet. He's a good intangible guy.
Me? You're the one that
he's one of the top intangible guys.
You were hating him
He's
today.
An intangible guy. He's a glue guy.
You hated him
He's
today.
An intangible guy. He brings a lot of intangible stuff to the table.
All right. Who's waiting? Dell wants to get in here. Who is it? Rick, come on in, Rick. What's going on?
Red Raider Rick here. What's up, guys?
What up, Red Raider?
Calling you from the Big L down here in Lubbock. Just wanted to see what you thought about the game. This is going to be Kelvin Sampson's last chance, but let me tell you something. I've spent a lot of time around the Cougars up in Lubbock. There's no chance. Wreck-'em Tech, baby, let's go.
You're going to beat – wait, Wreck-'em Tech is going to beat the Cougs?
That's what he said. He said it.
Red Raider Rick came in. And
they're 22nd. Well, now let me tell you, they're at Houston though. They're 22nd in the nation, so they can play a little bit. But you're going to Houston, taking on. The question is, does Texas Tech get to 52 points?
Yeah, they could possibly get to 52.
Yeah, they could possibly.
Yeah. They might get 36 like Utah.
They actually should. I mean, Texas Tech scores.
Listen, Utah was averaging 80. Averaging 80 a game.
Now, Texas Tech had 64 against Oklahoma State. They had 70 against Arizona.
Good.
Okay, so I would say, the over-under for Texas Tech is, let's say, 61.5. You like it over or under?
Well,
I don't know if that's what Vegas says. That's just kind of
49 at West Virginia.
Yeah,
49.
but this is a team that's better than West Virginia.
West Virginia's pretty good. West Virginia ain't bad.
No, they're not bad. This is a team that's 22nd. And they score more.
They score more, and Kansas got a bunch. What, 79?
Here's what Texas. Kansas got 86. Now, let's double overtime.
Yeah.
86 double overtime. Let's see. Well, you tell me. West Virginia 49. Kansas 86 in double overtime. Utah 36. Right. UCF 68. West Virginia 54. Kansas State 57. TCU 46.
A pretty good number.
BYU 55. Oklahoma State 47. Texas A&M Kingsville 51. Toledo 49. Troy 42. Butler 51. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're making it lower than that. 58.5.
I like over 58.
Yeah, I probably would too.
Yeah.
You like over 61.5?
It's a little disrespectful. I
mean, Houston does. You
now
don't
you're
do
getting into a neighborhood.
Well, no,
I'm not sure I want to get in.
UCF scored 68. So yeah, I think my original number 61.5 is pretty good.
Yeah,
they're not beating Houston.
They're not beating Houston.
Sorry, Wreck-'em Rick. That's not happening.
You dumb. That's dumb, Rick. That's just dumb.
Stop saying dumb things, Rick.
And I appreciate your fandom, but that's dumb. 912 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We gotta be smarter.
713-780-3776. Dell, did you say we had somebody else on the line?
Bronco.
Willie, what up, Willie?
Oh. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I got a question about Senior Bowl practice yesterday, but first I wanted to clear up something that Lance said yesterday about me lying. And he said that I had called at 6:10. That wasn't me. And second, I don't care what color a quarterback is. I can't even see. If you didn't tell me they was white, I wouldn't know. And
what color, Willie? What color is Jackson Dart?
Don't know. Don't care.
Don't care what color it is? Okay.
No. I won money with black and white quarterbacks, and so it doesn't matter. I don't know why I get lumped in with Gary or Jacob or any of the other people. And but my question was, who was the best quarterback at the Senior Bowl practice, Lance?
It looks like Jackson Dart was. Jackson Dart played really well yesterday. Jackson Dart had himself a nice practice yesterday. He was, I think the consensus was that I read, Lance was there, but the consensus that I read was that Jackson Dart ended up looking the best of the guys out there.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to Jackson Dart.
You didn't?
No, quarterbacks don't make any difference to me out there. Most of them don't play well. It's too hard. The defense has a huge advantage. Yeah, I don't.
Quarterback.
I don't really. Jackson Dart to me is he's all right. So actually, some teams like him, but most teams think he's just okay.
No, but he was throwing some nice passes yesterday. That's what I saw.
Yeah, he can throw a nice football. There's no question about that.
Yeah. But now other guys aren't there. The guys that are going to be at the top of the draft aren't there. So Jackson Dart is a third, fourth rounder, Lance?
Probably third. You just don't go in a second, so probably third.
He might be the third guy off the board?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Actually, he's probably the favorite to be the third guy off the board. Unless somebody comes up like Will Howard or Riley Leonard. I don't know. This is not going to be a good quarterback year. You have the two quarterbacks who will be drafted in the first, and then there's just everybody else.
Yeah.
Will Howard, Riley Leonard. There's this kid out of North Dakota State I haven't looked at yet.
I wouldn't mind a flyer on Howard or Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
in the third or fourth. If you can get him in the third or fourth.
Well, what you do is you draft him and say, okay, he's going to be our backup quarterback, and then maybe there's some way that he develops into more. So what you do is you draft those guys in the third. You don't have to take too much heat about developing them because you say, hey, this guy's a backup. Okay, right. We're drafting to be a backup. But what you secretly hope is they end up outplaying that and becoming a much better player.
Right. If you need a quarterback and you throw a flyer at a guy in the third, you know what?
Yeah, second is too valuable. There's too many good players in the second.
Because you're not putting probably a safer pick than Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders in the first because you're putting your career on the line with those guys. You're not putting your career on the line with a third or fourth rounder. So, and some turned out pretty good. Russell Wilson, Kirk Cousins in the fourth. There's sometimes I'm Tom Brady, obviously is sixth, but that's the sometimes you get a guy.
And Brock
sometimes
Purdy.
You can find a guy. Thank you, Willie. We appreciate it. Willie's colorblind, Lance. I don't know.
I had the headphones off. I didn't hear. I literally didn't hear.
He said he can't see.
He can't see.
So not just colorblind, just blind. Period.
Yeah, he can't see. He doesn't care what color the quarterback is.
So maybe you stay lying on Willie, not lying. Yeah, and he's not lying.
Maybe you
Willie.
keep Willie out your mouth. Okay.
He can't. He called in to correct things you said, and you didn't want to hear him. We got 5-star coming up, so we can't get too deep into that. We got to go to break.
I'm waiting to hear from 5-star.
5-star is next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Game Day Men's Health. Okay. Love Game Day Men's Health. You'll love Game Day Men's Health. Like I said, there's 11 open now. And Kyle and Stephanie, they have opened one up down by you, Dell, in Friendswood. And this is, so Dell, this is the guy, he's a first responder, and I said I wanted him to arrest you. And it didn't work out, unfortunately, because he's actually a good cop, not a bad cop. And this is the guy that I wanted to, and now he's opened up his shop, his Game Day Men's Health shop, along with Stephanie. They're in Friendswood. So best of luck, all of you down there in the Friendswood area. You got yourself a game day. You got yourself a different type of testosterone place. You got a place where you get a free evaluation to find out whether or not you need testosterone. Other places are charging $150, $200 just to find out whether or not you are a candidate for the testosterone replacement. Game Day Men's Health says no. We're going to find out where you stand with your testosterone, your free testosterone, and then we're going to look at your goals, and we're going to put that together with peptides or whatever else that we can do to make sure, even changing your diet, whatever it is. What do you want to accomplish? Do you want to recover better? Are you injured? Do you want to work out and recover better? Because they got stuff for that as well. Do you want to be thinner? Do you want to be stronger? Whatever it is you're looking for, they've got it at Game Day Men's Health. And of course, there's the ED thing that they've got a solution for as well. Game Day's cool. Game Day's the best. I like Game Day. I am a big fan. You will be too. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the location nearest you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
ESPN 97.5. Please stand by.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
Oh, it's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is Scott McGrath from Plot Twist, yourheritagefilm.com. The only thing I love more than squishing nasty bugs is honoring my parents. And there is no better way to do that than with Chance McClain's Heritage Films. A film crew goes to their home, interviews them, scans in a bunch of family pictures like that one of you naked in the bathtub, and creates a documentary film of their lives, values, and stories, just like you would see on the History Channel before they turned into Aliens TV. yourheritagefilm.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
For New Year's, I wanted to try Ozempic, Wegovy, or other GLP-1 medications everyone's talked about. I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text DATE to 200-300 to get started this New Year's with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic for 80 to 90% less. 100% online. Don't wait. Text DATE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text DATE to 200-300. DATE to 200-300.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for 5-star. Time for get some winners. And I love your first pick, 5-star. We were talking about this yesterday with John Chill. Well, first of all, welcome to the show, 5-star. We appreciate you. We got nothing to go this weekend, so we're going to look at props this week for the big game. You've been delving through them. And the first one is Mahomes rushing over 29.5 yards. And it's a big game. So guess what Patrick Mahomes is going to – it's what he does. And any – in playoff games, and the further they go along, dude's always running the ball.
Yeah, that's the thing that they don't really consider with Patrick Mahomes, man. Just a great player overall, man. The best quarterback talent I think that we've seen ever hit the league, and it's just because he can beat you with his arm, he can beat you from the pocket, but then when you get in these types of games where he's going against the top teams in the NFL and everything's on the line, you forget that he can also scramble, man. He also runs a 4.6. He also very nimble, so I think that he'll come through for us on the over 29.5 rush yards, and also have a runner over 12.5 yards as well. The last two times that Mahomes has played against the Eagles, he's ran for 38 yards and 44 yards respectively. And then also his longest runs in the Super Bowl have been 22 yards against the 49ers, 26 yards against the Eagles, 13 yards against the 49ers, and a 12-yard against the Patriots. So I think that he'll be right in that ballpark, and we have a really aggressive, good Eagles defense. So he's going to have some opportunities there, having to be accounted for as the 11th man to run the ball, and I think he'll get it done. I also think he'll score a touchdown.
An all-time touchdown.
Time touchdown.
He's got to score. He's got to run it in. He's got to score. He's got to run one in. That is, you know what? He did it. He had two the other night, right? He had two against Buffalo. So
when it's real important moments, man.
Yeah.
He always keeps it taken in his own hands, John. Like you just said, he had 2 touchdowns last week against Buffalo. Also, you have to realize, man, in other games in the past, we've seen him just tuck it and get in the end zone. I think he's going to score one against them. And at plus 460, that's a really good value bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Over 4-1, over 4.5 to 1. That's a really nice value bet. All right, what else you got?
We got to go with our boy from the Longhorns, man, Xavier Worthy. He's been showing up since he's been drafted, man. He's assumed the wide receiver 1 status, had a really strong finish to the regular season. So far in the playoffs, he's led the Chiefs in receiving. Last week, he had 6 catches on 7 targets for 85 yards and a TD. Mahomes is really starting to trust this kid. He scored 6 touchdowns to go along with 59 receptions on 98 targets for 638 yards through the year. He's only 21 years old, man. Just a really fun kid with a lot of speed that really loves the big moments, that really has a nose for the end zone. He's always been like that, even at Texas. And now he's to the point where Mahomes really is trusting this kid, man. And not only that, he's a dual threat because, as you've seen before, Andy Reid, as he scored against the Texans on a jet sweep, he really likes to get him the ball in the run game, too. So I really like Xavier Worthy to get in the end zone at plus 155.
Yeah, and a rushing attempt. I would think John Cho was on yesterday, and he was talking about that they had some kind of prop of whether or not he or a non-running back would get a rushing attempt, a non-quarterback or running back would get a rushing attempt, and Andy Reid always does that.
Yeah,
so,
that's a lock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
always.
so. I think so. Unless they try to get a slick one over on us guys and call it a pass, because the shuttle pass, he can kind of, it depends on how he
throw it forward.
Well,
he could toss it or he can.
So if he's under center and you turn on the jet sweep, it's a quick hitter. But then out of the gun, there's that quick little pop pass they call it,
that's
where it's technically a pass.
But sometimes Mahomes will throw it
backwards,
and it's behind him, but they still count that as a completed pass as opposed to a lateral.
They do?
Well, yeah. I mean, on the stats now, if it's a fumble, they'll look at it. But usually,
not when it's thrown to the sideline. No, those are
on a swing pass to a running back.
Oh yeah, what has to be in front? It has to be in front of them.
It has to be.
Yeah, because remember, Josh Allen had a big deal about that. They were laughing because the coach said that he called for him to hand it off, and instead he did a pop pass to get a free touchdown on it. So it's all about how you deliver the ball,
Right. And Jalen Hurts. I mean, of course he's going to score a touchdown, right?
Yes, that's automatic, man. You getting hurt at close to even money is a steal, man. He scored 14 rushing touchdowns this year during the regular season. He already has 4 rushing touchdowns through 2 playoff games, 3 last week against Washington. The tush push is, man, the most unstoppable short yardage play.
I've never seen anything like it. Like unstoppable.
It's about it, man. Go ahead, Lance. I'm sorry.
No, it's John.
And how unbelievable is it that Josh Allen can't run it? I mean, it should have been. The Bills are doing it wrong. They had a running back behind him instead of a couple big linemen pushing. I mean, it just it was amazing, as big and strong as Josh Allen is, that they can't get that play down.
Because he's tall, John. This is what no one's realizing. I've met Jalen Hurts before. I'm about an inch taller than him. Jalen Hurts is about 5'11", man. So he's 5'11", and not only that, he's 600 pounds to 700 pounds squat. He's like the all-time squat leader at his position at Alabama and Oklahoma. That's the difference in that play that people don't understand. This guy can get really compact and he's strong. So that's why it's so easy for them to do it. Can't everyone do it? Josh Allen's too tall, man. He's 6'5". It's too much for people to hit. He can get under there with the lineman and then get that push going, and he has that strong leg drive from doing all those squats, man. So that's the difference in it. But I think he definitely scores a touchdown. And also, remember, Hurts almost won the MVP against Kansas City in Super Bowl 57. So I think he's going to be extra hyped to prove himself. So I think he scores a touchdown for sure. He might score 2.
What kind of MVP odds does he have?
I saw plus, I believe, let me look real fast. I want to say it was 2-1. Let me make sure though real quick before we get off. You got
2-1's good money.
Yeah,
2-1
really.
Is it Saquon yesterday? I don't know if he still is, but he was more favored to win the MVP than Jalen.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, John. Saquon Barkley is plus 220 on Caesars, and Jalen Hurts is plus 380. So
wow.
Jalen Hurts is a really good pick. I might have to fish a little bit on that because I don't think the Eagles win this game, but if somehow they do, I do think Jalen Hurts will figure out a way to be the MVP because just in my game script, I'm still breaking down the game. We'll get into it more next week. I just don't see Spagnuolo in that Kansas City Chiefs defense allowing Saquon Barkley to beat them.
Yeah. Well, he's tough though, man. That's tough. Yeah, I could say if it's going to be 380, that's absolutely something to throw a little something on. Jalen Hurts. And what's Mahomes, even money?
Yeah, we're going to take Mahomes. You got to, man. Every time he's been in the Super Bowl, besides the one loss to the OG GOAT, Tom Brady, I call him the baby GOAT is Mahomes, and the OG GOAT is Brady. He can't beat Brady. Now Brady's not in the league. He's the only guy that I trust to beat Mahomes in a playoff situation. So with him gone, I got to go with the baby GOAT, man. Why not? He's always showed up in these situations, man, in the Super Bowl over the years. And we also know the only person I can see that maybe if Kansas City wins could get the MVP trophy outside him is Travis Kelce. It's surely a narrative for him to get the award, but man, he's going to have a massive performance. I just can't see the award going to a non-quarterback when Mahomes is involved, man. He's the biggest name in the NFL, and he's the best player, and it's just hard to ignore that. So I'm going to go with Mahomes if Kansas City wins to win the MVP. We've wrote that every time he's been to the Super Bowl, and we've cashed. We've also cashed every time for him to go over 100 on QBR, but I don't see it yet. I haven't seen it released yet. Maybe they took it down because I've beaten it up every time he's played in the Super Bowl, but I do like him to go over. It's usually over 99 QBR.
And then you got a big – you don't usually bet favorites like this, but this is going to be it's pretty obvious. The team with the first passing touchdown, Kansas City, because chances are it's going to be Barkley running it in or Jalen.
What's the number on that?
On the push tush. So chances are the first passing TD is going to be Kansas City.
Definitely. At minus 165, I feel like that's a steal. We already know the Eagles are going to score 90% of the time from a run, and I would not be surprised at all if Saquon Barkley or Hurts is the first scorer of the game as well, and that's a big money too because you know how the teams play, man. That's kind of like how the Patriots used to be. They kind of feel you out early, so I think the Eagles probably do score first, but as far as in the first touchdown pass, we got to go with Mahomes putting it in the end zone first on the pass.
And what's that number?
Minus 165, man.
That's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels like I mean, look, you're paying 65% vig, but so it's not like it's not like it's nothing, but at the same time, just for the reasons stated by you guys, it's the odds are it's a touchdown pass is the first score for the Chiefs and a touchdown run is the first score for the Eagles.
Right.
So it just makes sense that's now look, if you were able to get true value, then if you're getting the Eagles plus 165, 175, maybe you take a shot there, but you're not. And in fact, you have a pretty reasonable number for the Chiefs. Wow. I wonder if that's available on a lot of the boards out there for our listeners.
Yeah. And then another thing you guys to look for is Jalen Hurts with 2 or more touchdowns is at plus 550. That could easily happen. Also, Saquon Barkley's plus 425 for first touchdown score of the game, man. You got to ride with that. That one looks really good to me.
What is it again, 5-star? Over 2 touchdowns?
Plus 425. Over 2 touchdowns for Jalen Hurts is at plus 550. I'll be investing a little in that. But for sure, Saquon Barkley to have the first touchdown of the game at plus 425, to me, is a really good bet.
Yeah. That's tough, though. I think it's 50-50 whether it's him or Jalen.
Yeah, and Jalen is at 650, John, so you still can put a little bit on both and make a profit. You can throw 100 on each, you're still going to make a profit.
Yep. Well, that's if they score the first touchdown. If Kansas City doesn't get the ball first and go down, we'll see. All good stuff.
They get the ball, they're going to score.
All good stuff. All good stuff. That's 5-star breaking it down for you. And we got next week again. He'll break down the game, give you his winner, and some more prop bets, 5-star. That's what we need next week, too. So you got all those prop bets for you from 5-star in Vegas. Mahomes over 25.5 rushing yards. Mahomes, longest rush over 12.5. Mahomes, anytime TD. Xavier Worthy, anytime TD. Jalen Hurts, anytime TD. DeAndre Hopkins, over 1.5 receptions. Why do you think that?
I just feel like Mahomes is going to show him some love. First Super Bowl. Last week he got one reception,
catch,
and then he kind of disappeared within the game. But I do think that it's going to come into a scenario where he needs him on some, especially with the way that the Eagles play. They're going to be focused really heavy on Travis Kelce, and now they've got to put their eyes on Worthy after the performances that he's had in the playoffs. I think that DeAndre, 2 receptions is really low. I got to think he trusts DeAndre more than he trusts those other guys. So I think DeAndre can get 2 receptions. As a Hall of Fame player, man, he got to have 2 receptions in the Super Bowl.
That's what I thought last week, but then he talked about being happy he was there. He's like, if I've got to take up double teams and all that, I'm like, are they really double teaming you?
Are they?
They were not teaming. No. My boy is Nukin's kind of got slow, man. He can't beat press anymore like he used to.
No, but he never
was the speed receiver, so.
I like what you said, though, in that Pat Mahomes may show him love in his first, and Andy Reid may show him love in his first.
Yeah.
They may throw like a quick hitch out there just to get him on the board quickly with a catch. It really depends on if Quinyon Mitchell's on him and how tight they're playing him, because my guess is you are going to press him some. Like you said, you don't want him to get off the line of scrimmage, so that's the problem. But if it's in the vicinity, he can make the catch. So, yeah, will Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes want to, will they want to put him on the board because this might be his last chance to play in a Super Bowl? They might do that.
One thing we got going for us good on that guy, we know Nuke not dropping anything. So anything he put around him, he's going to catch. So, yeah, we might get you.
Yep. And then team with first TD passing is Kansas City and Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes. And then a little something on Jalen, maybe. A little something on Jalen because he's plus 380. That's a nice number.
Yeah.
That's a nice number.
Yeah. And he's going to come to play. You know that.
Yep. Oh, he absolutely is. Hey, 5-star, we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always, and we'll talk to you again next Friday.
I look forward to next week talking the Super Bowl. You guys tune into the Wagering World on YouTube. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Yep.
There it is. There it is right there on Wagering World right there, wherever you find your podcasts. I'm finding that Lance right now needs to talk about Craig DeServe.
Yeah, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Got home from driving. I was driving a rental car. I can't remember what the rental car was. Something inexpensive, something that wasn't really made great. It got me around. It's a rental car, but when I got back in my Buick Enclave, just the way it handles the steering wheel, the turn, everything, you can tell how much better built it is, how much more comfortable it is. The sound system's better. Everything about that Buick Enclave is terrific. And that's what my son is driving the Buick Envision. That is his first vehicle, and it's a terrific vehicle no matter what you're looking for. If you're looking to go up, get a little bigger vehicle, an SUV from maybe you just added a child or something like that. I don't know. That's a great one for you. If you're looking to come down from a 7-seater down to a 5-seater, the Envision's great. If you still want that 7-seater, the Buick Enclave is your choice when it comes to Buick. It handles great. The interior is fantastic. The features are beautiful. And the great thing is Craig DeSurf and his sales staff give you the highest trade-in value that you're going to find on a vehicle, and they dig and mine for every bit of dealer incentives, everything they can possibly find so that you get that price as low as you possibly can. Whether it's a lease or a purchase, they'll find the vehicle that you want, and I promise you that new Buick is going to be something that you really, really latch onto. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC out in Angleton. You can go to Gulf Coast Buick Chevy GMC.com.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Members, it's here. Milo's Rewards Week deals for members only are up for grabs. You name it, we've got it for less. Get up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items, including select bath, tools, paint, and more. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today and get instant access to Milo's Rewards Week deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
All roads lead to the big game at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Are you ready? We were just talking about all these props, right? You can find them at mybookie.ag. You got all the other ones as well. There's all kinds of exotic bets, okay? Anybody going to fall during the halftime show? Are there going to be a taunting penalty? Is Trump going to tweet? What commercial is going to come first? There's all kinds of different prop bets that you can play. But you also got boosted parlays. You know, you can get every extra leg in your parlay means a bigger payout, automatically boosted with no rollover requirements. A money back. This is like a slot machine for sports bettors. Spin the wheel and score crazy odds on props, parlays, and futures. That's fun. Squares, you can bet as low as $1.25. All right. Tiered bonuses, the bigger the deposit, the bigger the bonus. Crypto deposits can score up to 100%, and credit deposits get up to 50%. So if you put in with a credit card, you're going to get 50% bonus on whatever you put in. If you put in with crypto, you get 100%. Okay? Watch the big game and bet live at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. And don't sleep on the sports jackpots. Chance to turn a dollar into a massive payday. Get your game plan ready. mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You gotta change your push notifications. Look.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All righty then. John and Lance along with Dal. This is our final segment before News of the Weird, before we head into the weekend. We got the Rockets in Brooklyn, but it's not a big. We got a lot of stuff going on this weekend, guys. Is there anything we missed, Dal, or we haven't touched on?
A state you used to call home is trying to set a standard for how Super Bowl performances should go. Did you see Louisiana is putting their foot down, or at least trying to? They don't want lewd, lascivious acts during the Super Bowl. They're referencing previous performances and saying, not in our state. Kendrick Lamar, you are not allowed to do whatever they think you're going to do.
Justin Timberlake, you ain't ripping no bras off here.
I don't even think they made reference to him. It was Shakira. Apparently Shakira danced and maybe got groped. Jennifer Lopez.
Got groped?
She danced up on a person. Like they call that groping. they did mention the Janet Jackson thing. So there it is. Rihanna got called out. The Louisiana not down for modern
behavior.
No, not down for modern Super Bowl performances.
Although that's a little out of line with what the state actually has.
Excuse me. Don't you sing a song at the state schools?
Aren't you
games?
the home of bounce music?
And don't you?
Hey, suck up.
Isn't there a song about essing a cat's?
No. Listen, there's no lewd and lascivious behavior on Bourbon Street.
No, what about in Tiger Stadium on Saturday nights?
We're not going to have any of this. What? That's all you have in Louisiana.
The whole crowd sings those lyrics. What are you talking about?
Quit trying to pretend.
Crawfish too.
Quit trying to pretend.
Crawfish.
Big Daddies. Like, we don't see the legs swinging out of Big Daddies for decades and decades. Come on.
That's sweet. That's totally sweet. You know you're on Bourbon Street with the swinging legs.
When you see the swinging legs of Big Daddies or Chris Owens, I don't think they have that old strippers. I don't think they're putting her face and name.
The Louisiana politicians refused to even repeat what her lyrics were. This is in reference to Rihanna because they found it so offensive, saying that she was groping herself while she sang song lyrics that were so offensive that few Louisiana adults could read those lyrics before an audience without shame. They sing about essing a.
It's not even
in a giant stadium.
Hold on a second.
What is she talking about?
Louisiana music culture when it comes to hip hop and bounce music and all, like, that's funny that they're saying it. They don't even. That's so hypocritical that they're saying it.
No, Louisiana culture is when the Saints come marching in. We sing about Saints.
It's
we don't
about
sing about this
15-year-olds
that
drinking.
Rihanna is she's groping herself. We ain't doing that. Okay, that's not what we do in Louisiana. We don't grope ourselves.
Yeah, she was a
we
preg,
don't
right?
sing. We
They're
don't
not letting
say
a pregnant
ugly
woman
words.
perform. Wasn't she pregnant, right?
LSU fan came, stuck his finger in my booty.
I mean, come on.
What are we
LSU
talking
fans stick
about?
fingers in booty.
What are we talking? Protecting
It's on tape.
Louisiana adults from lyrics. What are we talking about?
Protecting Louisiana's pride and culture. Okay, that's what we're protecting. Okay,
LSU
fan came, stuck his finger in my booty.
That's what we're doing. We ain't doing all that Rihanna stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finger and booty is okay, but not those lyrics.
We gonna do that butt things, okay?
Yeah.
Well, but that's just
you a big fine woman. Won't you back that ass up? Girl, you look good. Won't you back that ass up? And then they tried to say back that thing up.
That ain't Louisiana.
Cash Money?
That is Louisiana.
What are you talking about? That is Louisiana.
But he left the state to sing it.
No.
Yeah.
I saw that music video. That was deep in the heart of Louisiana. What are you talking about?
The show.
We ain't doing that.
You don't want to read those lyrics either.
No,
whoever's the Super Bowl committee, they do not want to read Cash Money Millionaires music lyrics.
No, we don't do that.
Excuse
That's
me,
not
man.
what we're about.
What are your thoughts on We Gonna Do That Butt Thing?
I love that song. We gonna do that butt thing. That's my favorite Louisiana song. Yeah. Okay, but we're not groping and grinding and doing all that Rihanna stuff. Okay? We ain't doing that. Okay, so Rihanna, clean it up. Clean it up. So that's right. We want a clean Super Bowl.
Hey.
I don't like swimming. I just like chasing them big butt women. We gonna do that butt thing. Kinda like that looking thing. We gonna do that butt thing.
That's my favorite. We gonna make that butt swing. We gonna make that butt swing.
People in Louisiana will pick up anything and turn it into an instrument. You got little kids in the French Quarter. Well, let's see. I got a hammer and a bucket of paint.
We gonna do that butt thing. That's right. We're the musical people.
You are. You're not from Louisiana.
You're not from Louisiana.
I am.
You can't be Italian. You can't be Greek and Italian and mobbed up and Ralph Macchio, and then all of a sudden you're Louisiana.
I'm Louisiana, bro.
You are the chameleon.
I'm that too. And Houstonian and Texan.
He's like a LeBron fan before they became, where they just travel. They turn into any kind of fans.
I lived there. I spent my money there at school. Okay. I'm a Louisiana.
Pick one.
Okay.
You got to pick one.
I'm a man of the people. People all over
maybe that's why he hates. Maybe that's why he gets after Lazy J so much, because it's a reflection of who he is. Because Lazy J's a Ronaldo fan, but doesn't matter what team Ronaldo's on. He's going to root for the team that Ronaldo's on. He's a Laker fan, a Cowboy fan. That's just a reflection of what John is. And John gets after Lazy J. Come on, John. You're not
Louisiana. It's the same thing. It ain't even close. It's where I live. It ain't got nothing to do with the team. But you're not Louisiana. I ain't a Saints fan. You were a Chicago fan. I live here. I can't stand all these teams.
And now you moved here.
You're wrong again.
You moved here.
You're typically wrong, and you're wrong again.
Did you not move here and become a Houston fan?
I'm a Houston fan.
And
that's
then you
all
were
I am.
in Chicago.
I ain't a fan of those other teams.
When you lived in Chicago, you were a Chicago fan, right?
Well, I grew up there.
And then you moved. Did you root
for
Louisiana?
I left childish things behind. Okay?
And then when you were in Louisiana,
when I was a child, I did childish things.
Did you root for Louisiana? Did you root for Louisiana teams when you're in Louisiana?
No, not really. No, I covered them. That's all. And I ain't rooting for no LA teams. I can tell you that.
Well, we'll wait on that. We'll see.
No,
you haven't been there a year. We'll see.
You don't have to worry about that.
No, I'm
ever.
not worried. But
I can't stand any of them.
I'm sure it'll flip at some point.
Can't stand any of them.
Steve Ballmer, just invite him to a Clippers game. See how it goes.
If I go to a Clip, I want to go see the stadium.
John will be part of the wall.
I do want to see that. I want to see the stadium. But Lance, I saw you tweeted out a picture of Taquerias Arandas. What was that?
Yeah.
What was that? Because there was a lot of food in there.
Do I get to talk about it now?
That's his way of telling you to talk
I'm
about
actually going to, I'm like, right now I'm starving because I'm going to lunch today at Taquerias Arandas. We're meeting with the good folks over there, and I'm going to go to the one that has the biggest sports bar. So we're going to the Ronda Sports Bar. And I don't know if I'm going to get anything out the bar menu. I think I'm going to probably just go with my al pastor tacos. That's kind of my move, but I don't know. Maybe I'll try some of the bar menu stuff. Maybe Saul will just have him bring out a bunch of stuff, and I'll try that as well. But I'm starving, and Taquerias Arandas is where to go when you're starving, for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. When you're starving for a good place to go watch a game where you can have authentic Mexican food, or a bar menu, or where your bar food favorites, or you've got, beer and margarita, I should say, and beer and margarita specials. You've got the games on TV, and you're posted up right there watching your favorite games. That's the Aranda Sports Bar inside of many of your favorite Taquerias Arandas locations. You see them all around Houston. Good chance you've been if you live in Houston. If you haven't gone, I don't know what's taking you so long, but get in and I suggest start with breakfast. Grab a breakfast, weekday or weekend breakfast tacos, or sit down and have a heartier breakfast. You're going to enjoy the food, and you're definitely going to enjoy the opportunity to get so much out of one restaurant, from lunch, breakfast, from breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then, of course, Aranda Sports Bar, and then the Aranda's Bakery with tamales and conchas and all the dessert breads. So good. It's Taquerias Arandas, a Houston institution. Taquerias Arandas.
ESPN 97.5.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text Rocky to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCKY to 321321. That's Rocky to 321321.
John Ronaldo here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, now you're branching out into concrete. What's going on?
Yes, so we can do your patios, we can do your driveways, we can do your sidewalks, and not just concrete, but we can stain it, we can stamp it, we can give you that curb appeal that gives you so much added value to your home.
So you get your patio furniture done, and you get the patio put in as well.
Yeah, let's make your backyard look like Pinterest.
Let's get to the patio furniture. We're not going to be sitting out nearly as much now as we are in the spring and in the summer, so let's get it done now.
Yeah, because you don't want to do it when everyone else is doing it, you want to do it now with a quicker turnaround time.
How about free pickup and delivery?
Oh, we'd have to do that.
Anywhere, right?
We go anywhere from Conroe to Galveston, from Fulshire to Baytown.
I don't know if I need new patio furniture. How will I know?
So we would recommend emailing us your photos at sales@HoustonCoders.com, and then we can determine if it's best to go ahead and get it coated or if we need to scrap it.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
All right, time to talk about HR&P, time to talk about your business. You're winding down the week. You got to get payroll out. I mean, you might be doing payroll every week. I don't know. Some companies do that. Some do it weekly. Some do it just bi-monthly, whatever the case may be, however you do it. HR&P can figure it out for you. HR&P will do it better than you are doing it. HR&P will do it more economically, technologically better, all of it. It's going to be just so much easier. And then when you get to keep track of all of the taxes, it's just easy because they got the computers that work it out. Every time somebody gets paid, it goes into their W. And then we've already all got our W-2s for this year, and we're ready to do our taxes now. And they just make it so easy, so easy. And then they'll help you with your benefits packages as well. I had to call yesterday to our 401k. It was simple. It was a great, easy phone call. Now, that's not HR&P, but HR&P recommended them for us. But the other companies, the other admin companies, they're saying, no, you got to take this one. No, you don't want to do that. That's where they're getting you. So you're looking for a payroll company that is going to do your payroll perfectly, and they're going to do your HR, and they're going to do your taxes. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Time now for News of the Weird.
People are weird.
With John and Lance.
That's real weird.
A Democratic state senator in Mississippi apparently is reportedly receiving death threats. She wants to enact a bill proposing masturbation is a fine, and you should be fined for masturbating. Do you feel like you should be fined for masturbating in your home?
Do you believe in states' rights?
It's the Contraception Begins at Erection Act.
I can't believe this is the thing we're reading.
Do you feel like you should be fined if you are roughing up the suspect?
No.
You don't?
Next question.
Well, that's all. I'm just asking.
Do you?
I'm just asking.
What do you feel like?
No, I feel like, no, I don't know how much. I want to keep my money in my pocket. That's all I'm saying. A suspect faces felony charges after breaking into an Atlanta area mall for a Cinnabon. I feel like if you really have to have a Cinnabon, shouldn't you be able to break into the mall? I don't know.
Did this guy have a mustache? And was his initial, did he used to be known as Saul Goodman?
It's not Saul Goodman.
You said it was a Cinnabon, right?
Every time I think of Cinnabon, every time Cinnabon comes up, it's Saul Goodman.
It made me starve. Like their shots that they had in a Nebraska Cinnabon was incredible.
Yes. Lance, it's your dream come true. You know how you want to tase people who lie or say stuff on Twitter?
Yeah.
Well, the Trump White House is rolling out a social media account to hold fake news accountable. If you lie about stuff about the president now, like they were doing before, and helped lose an election because they were lies, now you're going to be held accountable. Maybe tasing. Maybe you get tased.
So only certain fake stuff will be promoted by the White House. Like they'll say, this is fake.
I don't think if you say fake stuff
only
about
if it's
Joe
a
Biden,
attack.
you're not going to get prosecuted on that.
Well, I don't think they're prosecuting anybody. They're just going to put you on a Twitter account to try to get their people to go get you.
Oh, they're going to go get you, all right.
Yeah.
A Detroit priest was accused of flossing his teeth with a teen girl's hair and then growling at her. I just feel like flossing with hair defeats the purpose, don't you?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. I don't know I'm not sure that you should be flossing with anybody's teeth, especially if you're a priest. I don't know. That's just me.
It's creepy.
A judge has ruled that a Brazilian boy can officially have 3 fathers and 1 mother. Do you wish you were Brazilian now?
No, I don't think that's the question you're asking. But no, I don't want to have 3 fathers. All the answers to your questions are predominantly no.
Well, I'm just asking.
You read things that no one wants, and then you say, "Do you want this?" No.
Okay.
Do you want a shark to bite off your leg? No.
No. Well, I just feel like it's kind of weird to have 3 fathers and 1 mother, but okay.
Sometimes you can read these and you don't even have to ask me a question.
I could ask you, but I want you to be a part of it.
Well, I'll just comment, like social commentary. No, the 3 father thing, like, I don't know. I'm watching right now Hooligan. It feels like this kid has 2 fathers early on in the 2nd episode, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe he'll pick up a 3rd and he'll get in trouble.
The FDA has raised an alert on listeria-tainted broccoli sold at Walmart over the risk of death.
Every kid's in on this one. Like, that's right.
Do you
listeria
want
into broccoli, Mom?
Broccoli from Walmart.
Can I break down this question?
Yeah, go ahead.
He just asked you if you wanted to buy disease food.
I know.
Is there an actual answer to this?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking yes or
hey,
no.
Lance, would you like to buy disease food and bring it into your home?
No, I would not.
Okay, no, okay. Cool.
All right.
Thanks.
I'm just asking.
I would not.
Okay, I don't know the answer.
I thought it was a flip.
Until I get an answer, I don't know.
I thought it was a flip of a coin. I'm glad Lance cleared it up. I kind of do. I feel like that's a no for everybody.
Well, you don't know.
Yeah,
no one knows.
We do know.
Rockets in Brooklyn. Who you got tomorrow night?
I got the Rockets.
Got the Rockets? All right. You think they bounce back? All right.
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, no. I got the Rockets. Are you kidding me? That's tomorrow night. We'll talk about it on Monday. We got all kinds of good stuff. We will talk to you next. Mopey and Mapes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, though, I want to talk about my man Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows is where you get your window on. Gulf Coast Windows is where you get your door on. Gulf Coast Windows is the premier door and window company in the city of Houston. Jim Fiume, award winner. Okay, you don't win the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau unless you do it right. Unless you do it, and he does it perfectly. He's not going to let his guys leave your place until your windows are installed perfectly. He's not going to let your guys leave until your doors are installed perfectly. You are going to get a great warranty, but here's the deal: is you're getting the best door. You're getting security, privacy. You're getting economically. It's perfect for you because none of the air is escaping that you're cooling your house with or heating your house with. Look, you're looking for the best window in the market. Gulf Coast Windows. If you have to replace your windows or you're building a new home, GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Bye, bitch.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. The personal consumption expenditure rose 0.3% last month, according to government data, marking the biggest gain since last April. This puts the annual PCE rate at 2.8%. Economists with Dow Jones had anticipated a 2.6% annual increase. The FDA has approved a new type of prescription pain medication for adults to treat moderate to severe acute pain. The drug, called Journax and manufactured by the company Vertex Pharmaceuticals, is a non-opioid painkiller. This is the first class of non-opioid pain medication approved by the FDA in more than 20 years. When Apple reported its December quarter earnings, it revealed that China's sales had dropped by more than 11% on an annual basis. Apple officials told analysts that over half of the decline was due to inventory issues and pointed to a nationwide subsidy program that could effectively reduce the cost of some Apple products in the country. Stocks are moderately higher. That's Your Money Now.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
A golf course quality lawn is easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And right now, you can get 75% off your first service. Plus, they have a price match guarantee. You know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to lock in 75% off and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Houston's independent voice for sports. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
It's time for the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When the world was a time of this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. We were gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, love lies, feed line with a death wish. Eat right didn't help. No name on the guest list. Hold on with destiny.
I don't wanna see and never move, and never move, and never. See now I just wanna live forever and ever. Maybe it's the last night. You're me. Maybe it's the last night. Firework. Maybe it's the last night. Of the star. Maybe it's the last night. Supermoon. Maybe it's the last night. All I is the future. Take on my soul.
Welcome to the show. It is a Friday, which means Michael Carroll will join us at around 11:30. So if you have thoughts on movies or TV shows that either are upcoming or that you're watching, that's your time to call in. I mean, you can call in at any point for that, but we got a segment for you devoted to that particular aspect of this show. Michael Carroll hosts a Comicast, so join us right around 11:30. Last night was a great basketball game that ended poorly. For the first half, all that physicality that Dyson Daniels, the Atlanta Hawk, talked about in terms of the Rockets played out. I don't think the Grizzlies were ready for it. Even though they've played the Rockets 3 times, they weren't ready to match the Rockets with the force the Rockets were bringing to the game. 66-56 was the score at the half. The Rockets felt in complete control anytime the Grizzlies made a run. They knocked down some shots, got a couple stops, and kind of slapped the Grizzlies aside to build their lead. Of course, Şengün didn't play. He was dealing with a calf issue, and he is an all-star. Alperen Şengün, named an all-star. We'll get into that. We talked about that yesterday. Who would make it for the Rockets? Sean and I said it would be Şengün, and we were just wondering who could keep him off. Apparently no one. The coaches value winning. They value a good player on a very good team. And so Alperen is your all-star for the Houston Rockets. We'll get to that a little bit later. But in the game itself, there's no Şengün, no Ja Morant. So you felt like, okay, no one can really lean in one way or the other and go, well, we're at a disadvantage. Star players are missing for both teams, and the Rockets felt like they had done the better job compensating until like the first minute of the second half where the Grizzlies reel off 8 straight points. And okay, this is going to be a ball game. There was some hope, at least for me, that you're up by 10, you put a couple scores together, get a couple stops, and all of a sudden this lead jumps to 14, and maybe you're not coasting, but you can kind of keep some distance between you and the Grizzlies. But that wasn't to be the case. Luke Kennard hit a couple jumpers, and Desmond Bane became a real force in that third quarter. And that's how you have to play the Rockets. If you don't meet them with force of your own, and force can mean a lot of things. It could mean physicality on the defensive end and also playing with force on offense. Like, you are going to drive to the basket. Everything you do it's going to be done at a different level than normal, because the Rockets will certainly play their game. And if you don't match them, you're going to get maybe not run off the floor, because the Rockets have some execution issues, but they're definitely going to make it a frenetic game where you're not comfortable. So the Grizzlies came back in the third and matched it, and then it was a back and forth game. But let's get to the most important parts. The stretch. The Rockets' volatility in the fourth quarter came back to bite them this time. They had played that way the last 4 games, even during the winning streak, and found a way to win. This time, the coin flipped the other way, and they lost. I know Fred VanVleet's going to catch a lot of it. By the way, there's a story about Fred VanVleet as far as a potential extension being on the table for him in the offseason. We'll talk about that too, according to Jake Fisher. He's reporting that. But yes, he did miss a couple jumpers. He did fall down and turn the ball over. But he was one of several guys who had trouble in that game. The Rockets were at 115 and 117, and they made one shot the rest of the way. I think that score was 115-117 with about 6 minutes to go. You had Amin missing a layup on a fast break. Jalen Green, 2 turnovers, a block shot. We had Tari Eason on an offensive rebound goaltending that turned that into a turnover. So I think it was a failure across the board from the team. But yes, when your salary is as high as Fred VanVleet's, and you are like which one of these guys is not like the other? You look at that. You look at the roster, whether Şengün's out there or not. You look at a closing lineup of Amen, Jalen, Dylan Brooks. You can throw in Jayshawn Tate or Tari Eason. You look at the one guy who isn't the supreme athlete of the bunch. You would look at Fred and go, okay, you don't fit. We're not exactly sure why you're getting what you're getting. We feel like it's all about intangibles, the unseen stuff, because your performance, at least your counting stats suggest you're not making anywhere near as that. So he's going to be the target. And when you hear about the $44 million plus deal, or at least option that the team has for him next year, you think, okay, we got to get off of that. He is not playing to that level. So I understand him catching it. He missed the last shot, but I can't get after him too much. We know who Fred VanVleet is, and his value to the Rockets, at least from what we can tell, isn't simply about numbers. They blew that lead as a team. It's unfortunate. Look, the Grizzlies only scored 13 points in the last 6 minutes of that ball game, so your defense wasn't terrible. You give up 13 points over the course of half of a quarter. You should, particularly when you're up by 8, you should go win that game, and they didn't because their offense failed them. They are a team who you kind of understand why Vegas may not have them as one of the top bets to make the finals or win the Western Conference. We talked about it this morning, how I think they're 6th best, the 6th favorite in the West to win it. These are the type of games people can look at and go, there's not a lot of experience there. We don't know how they're going to deal with late and close situations. And if they are consistently playing themselves into close games because they're coming back, or they're allowing other teams to get back in these games because they're not playing well down the stretch, this is why maybe there's a lack of faith. How can you really believe in a young team who has these type of issues? We talked about it earlier in the week. This is a time to start building these good habits where you can efficiently close out a game, where you're not hoping for DeAndre Hunter to miss, or you're hoping for Jaren Jackson to miss a couple free throws. In this case, the DeAndre Hunter reference was to the Atlanta game. They have danced this tightrope during this recent stretch of games, and they've generally come out on top. This is the other side of it. It's one game, and of course, you could have extended your lead over the Grizzlies and swept the season series. You still have a half game lead for the 2 seed. But I don't place importance on this game. What I do place importance on is the continuing trend of not being able to close out games when you're leading. Like the Celtics game, that's different. That's great. You came back, you fought, you were down big early in the fourth quarter. You fought, you came back and won the game. That was a testament to their ability to not allow score to dictate how they're going to play. On the other side is the other 3 games we've seen. Well, and even we'll throw, I guess, the 4th game here, the 2 Cavs games, the Hawks game, and this one, where they have a shot to put teams away and blow them out, and instead, everyone's biting their fingernails, and you're hoping for a miss. You got the misses from Garland at the free throw line. Hell, Donovan Mitchell missed a free throw when he got fouled on a 3-point attempt that would have been able to tie the game. The Rockets went on to win, and of course, DeAndre Hunter and now yesterday. So that's the problem, not the loss, how you got to that loss. And that is something Ime Udoka is going to have to figure out if this is a team we can really trust in the playoffs. And in his only other head coaching year, beyond the 2 he's had with the Rockets so far, that was a Celtics problem too. They had issues closing out games. Now, they still made the finals that year because they were supremely talented. Maybe you point to the Rockets and go, maybe we got a shot to do that too. I don't want to say it's a symptom of an Ime Udoka team. He's only been a head coach for 3 seasons, but not even full 3 seasons. But at least for 2+ seasons, it's a problem. And you hope it gets fixed because you look at the team, other than inexperience, it may be their biggest weakness. And maybe the inexperience is something that they'll lean into and go, hey, we don't know we're not supposed to be here. And they play well in the playoffs because they don't feel the pressure. But the closing of games, that needs to get corrected. If what people are talking about, why not us? If that's going to be a real thing this year, the why not us at the top of the list for me is finishing, finding an answer. I don't care who your go-to guy is. Maybe you have a go-to set of plays and it's not a particular player, but that needs to be found out to avoid this type of thing. And look, last night it was Amen who was supposed to take the last shot. Just so happens that Brandon Clark did a good job cutting him off on the baseline. And right now, Amen, I'm not sure he has a counter after the initial move is cut off. That's something he'll have to work on.
It's also called that play, Monday night, 2 games ago?
They've seen it.
Maybe
film. There's film on it.
Yeah, maybe run a different play.
Maybe it worked once. You try to go to it again. It did not work, and Fred had to take a relatively rushed 3, and it didn't go down, and no one got the rebound because Jaren Jackson just swatted that thing up in the air, and the Grizzlies win. It was a great ball game. Like the Rockets, for all the issues I have with how they play, they provide great entertainment. You would just hope it's more in the Celtics category where you're fighting back to come win a game as opposed to letting another team in it. So that happened. Unfortunate, but the single game, you're going to lose some of these, and you play enough close games, this is going to happen. And they got last night by a Grizzlies team who was very motivated to get one. They did not want to get swept by the Rockets.
No, there's still some honor in this league, and that's what Santi Aldama looked in the mirror and he said, "Tonight, I'm not getting swept by the Rockets."
He didn't play like he didn't want to get swept for a lot of that game. If I was the Rockets, if I was watching I was watching the game. As I was watching it, I was thinking to myself, keep him in. Don't take him out because he took some ill-advised shots. That's one of those, there are certain games that are not for certain players.
Yeah.
Santi Aldama looking at whether it be Jayshawn Tate or Tari Eason or Armand Thompson going, I'm going to take this guy one-on-one.
Yeah.
This is not the game for you.
No, he had one of my favorite genres of plays, which is miss contested 3.
Yeah.
Get the ball back, immediately put up another offensive rebound.
Yeah,
kick it to you, immediate shot back up, miss it even worse.
I remember that scenario.
Just
he also took some bad baseline jumper where he was trying to back someone down.
Yeah,
he wasn't moving that person, and he
takes a
turnaround jumper. I was like, no chance.
If I'm Luke Kennard, I'm pissed.
Well, that's why Luke Kennard had to get back in the game. Luke Kennard had to rest a little bit. That's the only reason I felt Santi Aldama was getting minutes in a tight ball game. at least in this type ball game, the way he was playing, is because you have to give Luke Kennard a couple minutes off the floor. But once they got back in and Jaren Jackson avoided fouling out, he was a big difference in that game along with Luke Kennard. Desmond Bane had a really good third quarter. He played well, got him in it, and then the Rockets pushed it to 7 before was it Jake LaRavia hit a banked in 3.
I think that
right
was
before the end of the third quarter. The Rockets had a real shot to go in to the fourth up 7. Instead, they only went up 4 because of that shot, and that set the stage for a really good fourth quarter where the Rockets had an 8-point lead and found a way to drop it. Thomas, I see you. We'll get to you. You want to talk about Fred VanVleet. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We've got some news on, you want to call it news, more reporting on Alex Bregman. Bob Nightingale, his tone has changed. Like, he was one of the guys who set this whole thing off about, oh man, we're going to get him. Now his tone has changed. And Chandler Rome has he had a tweet because the Astros lost out on Polanco. So I know it's a real tough blow. And so now, at least the tweet suggests they're turning all their attention to Alex Bregman. We'll get into that and whether it makes any sense when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's the final day to take part in their savings in honor of their 50-year anniversary. They celebrated in 2024, but they extended their discounts across the inventory up until, today, January 31st. So if you want to take advantage of that and see what they have to offer, maybe you want to see the website first. Go to monumentchevrolet.com, check out the inventory, and then head on out there off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena, whether you want a new car or a pre-owned car or something for your business. They have, by the way, the 6th largest fleet in the country. They have it all for you out there. Once you get out there, you'll meet the friendly salespeople that aren't going to be very pushy. They're going to be friendly. They understand that this isn't a process that should be rushed, but also you shouldn't be out there a long time. So they're going to make sure once you're good to go, they're going to get you in and out as quickly as possible with no hidden fees, no upcharges. The prices you see are the prices you're going to pay. And with pre-owned vehicles, they have a 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. So once you take a look, pick the car you want, they have you covered for 6 months. So if anything unforeseen happens, once you drive the car off the lot, you can bring it back. They'll take care of you. So whether it be new, pre-owned, or fleet for your business, they take care of you across the board. Go out there, check out monumentchevrolet.com, and remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. I am a wing connoisseur, and I think your Greek wings are as good as any wings in this city.
The Greek wings, I just had one that I brought in just now. It was awesome.
You can get them smoked as well.
Yes.
Or you can get them
fried with Frank's hot sauce. You can get them with our 2nd-gen barbecue sauce. You can get them just about any way you want.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 at 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
Kane is in the building.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to Thomas. Thomas wants to talk about the man under the microscope for the Rockets, Fred VanVleet. What's up, Thomas?
If we're sitting here and you're saying that we know who Fred VanVleet is, I think we all know who he is. He's an old, washed-up dude that we're just catering to for $50 million because of the collective bargaining agreement, and the dude needs to kick rocks after this year. If you're not going to give me a $50 million a year production, then we can find that somewhere else with somebody way better. I just don't understand what you think this dude's bringing to the table at this point. He's out here just missing shots, and I don't even think he's the best player at his position on our team right now.
Oh, I don't have any problem with what you're saying. It's not about me. I can talk about why he shouldn't be there. I questioned signing him to begin with a couple years ago to that salary. The problem is the Rockets value him quite a bit. In fact, the reporting today from Jake Fisher is that while they may rip up the team option $44 million for next season, the team and Fred VanVleet are motivated and have mutual interest in giving him an extension. So it's not about me.
And that's why you got to go into that room and you got to change people's minds with your intellect, Del. You can't let this happen to our city, man, because this dude's trash. We need to send his ass back to Canada.
I wish I could talk to Rafael Stone or Ime Udoka. They're not going to listen to me. I agree.
You got to get your pool with John and Lance in the morning. Those guys are Hall of Famers, man. You guys need to put your tools together, dude, because we're so close. We can't have these whack ballers on our team. I'll go play for them for $50 million and do nothing.
Well, see, what you have to understand about John and Lance, they're tough talkers on the radio. They meet Ime Udoka and Fred VanVleet or Rafael Stone. It's going to be a lot of patting on the back, shaking of hands. Congratulations. You guys are doing a great job. They'll say what they want here. They ain't going to say nothing to their face. So don't depend on them to save you. But as far as what they think of him, I think they're overstating who he is as a player. I don't know what you're doing, but it sounds like you're scraping something. Can you? What are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm just working.
Okay,
I work on pools. I'm fixing a motor right now.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Thomas, for the call. Good luck.
We'll let you get back to the motor.
Yeah, we appreciate you chiming in though. Is it bothersome that he's playing as much as he is? No, I don't think they have a better option at point guard. The money is the thing, and it's already spent, by the way, so we can kind of get over it. It hasn't kept the Rockets from making any moves that they wanted to make, but I know the money is the thing that hits people in the face and go, why? How could he be making that much money? He took advantage of a market and a team who desperately needed veteran leadership. Toronto was offering him money too. The Rockets had to come over the top to get him, because why would any veteran want to come play for the Rockets at that point? Yes, Ime was the coach, but that was a dead franchise for 3 years. So you had to spend. Do we remember where Dylan Brooks was as far as an NBA player, how people thought of him, and the Rockets gave him 4 years, $80 million? And people were like, Dylan Brooks got $80 million from the Rockets? Well, Dylan Brooks got $80 million from the Rockets because they had to give him that type of money to get him here. The Rockets weren't Yes, Houston, great city, understood. But the franchise was dead. You needed to overpay, and they did. And now, I guess we're facing some of the consequences. Dylan Brooks has played up to his contract.
Dylan Brooks fouling out was like a problem.
Yeah, it was a big issue.
That's why Jayshawn Tate was on the court the last offensive possession.
Yeah, and Jaren Jackson. Now, Jaren Jackson's going to have a size advantage over Dylan Brooks, but Dylan Brooks was going to give him a bigger issue than Jayshawn Tate did. Jayshawn Tate fouled him, almost was an and one. He made us 2 free throws. So it may not be 44 next year, guys. Get comfortable with maybe, 105 over 3? Does that make you feel better?
It'd be like 30-something.
30 plus a year?
Probably. Low 30s a year.
I thought that, and then and then in the discussion this morning, John said 105 over 3. I was thinking maybe 95 over 3.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of depends. I don't know. The extra 5. I mean, same thing with the Dylan Brooks thing, where it's like an extra $5 million a year does not matter to me, at least, because it's not like there's a $5 million player out there that you're like, we could spend it on this guy who had been the 11th man. It's like, at this point, what are we doing?
That would be more about tax concerns. We're talking about how much per
exactly.
year he's making at that point, and the first apron and the second apron. So I think whether you think the word is stuck or sticking with Fred VanVleet, either way, I think he's going to be around for a couple of years, even when the Rockets have an out this upcoming offseason. The reporting right now suggests both parties like the arrangement and they would like to extend it further. Unlikely at the current team option number, though. So maybe that'll make you feel better, even though he'll still be taking shots for your team in clutch situations if he has to. We do know that about him. Not scared. Not going to turn it down.
Hopefully over the next 2-3 years, however long his next contract is, hopefully the Rockets have a better perimeter option at some point.
Well, they tried yesterday. They did not lean into him completely down the stretch. It just didn't work out for Jalen. Jalen got stripped a couple times, had a shot blocked. He was a primary option late. It didn't work. And then, of course, as we talked about on the final possession, it wasn't Fred. Fred was a bailout option.
Yeah.
He just missed a shot. So they understand. They weren't trying to highlight Fred in that situation. It just came down to Amen didn't have a counter for Brandon Clark, anticipating where he was going. And I forgot who was the point guard at the time, or the guy guarding Fred, but he was leaning Amen's way, so Amen gave the ball up, and Fred missed a shot. So you lose. And you won close games before. It happens. You just hope, as Sean said, whether they have a better backcourt option or Alpi is an option when he's back. Maybe you can toss it down to him, and you don't have to lean into Fred, or maybe inexperienced Amen Thompson in that situation.
Yeah.
You were missing your all-star. And you can actually say that. Not, he deserves to be an all-star.
He plays like an all-star.
Yeah, he's actually an all-star. Alperen Sengun announced as an all-star yesterday. It was the most likely Rocket. I know the Rockets players were asked leading up to the announcement over the course of the last week or so who their all-stars were, and they were saying Jalen and Alperen, but there was never going to be two of them. And Jalen, despite what he has done in the month of January, I don't think the coaches were going to give him a spot. It was going to be Alpi or no one, and it was. I guess if we're talking about who didn't make it in his place, you say Sabonis. Sabonis was the one, because Jaren Jackson's on the team. We were talking about this yesterday. Who could he possibly be in place of?
Davis was on the team.
Yeah. So it was. I
forgot the rest. It felt like it's all big men on the the West team and all guards on the East team.
As far as the reserves, yeah.
As far as the reserves,
yeah. Wemby, Sengun, Davis, and then Jaren Jackson Jr., Jalen Williams. He's considered a forward too.
Yeah.
He's a wing, but he's considered a forward to a front court player. And Alperen Sengun.
He's going to have to play two for the. Well, I actually don't know. Actually, it doesn't matter what position these guys play because they're not going to play on the East and West. Right?
No, it's 4 teams, right? 3 teams, and then
3 teams, and the winner of the Rising
Stars game. Yeah.
So the one with them and Thompson.
Yeah. So maybe
obviously.
Well, Is it sophomores versus rookies still, or do they split the Rising
There's
Stars?
sophomore, rookies,
G
and
League?
G League, and I'm guessing that they're breaking up these teams into 4. I imagine it's 2 4-team tournaments.
Okay.
One with the Rising Stars to then enter in as the Cinderella story for the All-Star.
Because I was going to say,
bracket.
Amin has played really well, but if it was just simply rookies, I don't know if he's elevating this rookie class.
No. God, no.
To winning anything. Yeah. As good as he's been, this rookie class is right now basura.
Yeah.
I mean, the best thing about Reed Shepherd in this rookie class is he hasn't played, so we can't really lump him in with the rest of them.
At one point, during the broadcast last night, they were talking about Jalen Wells, the rookie for the Grizzlies, and Reggie Miller said it was a crime he won the second round. I was like, I don't know about
a crime.
I don't know if we need to prosecute people that he wins.
Who does he want to line up for charges first?
Jalen Wells? Wow. And then they said, but if they did a redraft of the draft, he easily goes in the first round. It's like he easily goes in the top 10, guys. Like he might go top 5 if we're redrafting the rookie class today.
Yeah, we're looking at Reed Shepherd made it for the G League, so he'll be there.
Nice.
But rookies, Bub Carrington, Stephon Castles, Tristan Da Silva, Zach Edey, Dalton Connect, Jared Kane, who's hurt, Eve Misies, Zachary Sachet, Alex Sarr, Jalen Wells. Yeah. It's not great.
Again, I'm taking Wells like
not great.
And that list, that lineup you just gave me.
Yeah, I mentioned Amin Thompson. I mistakenly said as a rookie. He's part of the sophomore class.
Sophomore.
Yeah.
Give me sophomores. I'm laying whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Derek Lively, Trace Jackson Davis, Scoot Henderson made Gallant George, Victor Wembanyama.
Him? He's not playing.
He's not playing on that team. Yeah, the Rising Stars were announced before the All-Stars, so I guess they'll replace him with someone else. So yeah, the Amin Thompson led sophomore team. If they
Rising Stars alternate,
whoever it might
celebration.
Maybe Khalil Ware gets it. Who knows? Just replace him with another big man. Who he's had like a good week and a half, which is probably good enough.
Yeah,
considering what's going on.
Yeah, which means he's going to finish 4th in Rookie of the Year voting.
Well, he's already the favorite.
Oh, really?
Yes. He just starting 2 weeks ago, and he was in one of the books at least a favorite. So we're gonna have plenty of Rocket representation during All-Star Weekend, but you do have a guy on the big team in Alpert Shagun. Congratulations to him.
No one in the dunk contest.
No
one in the 3-point contest. We think, right?
Probably not.
It'd be Brooks if anyone, right?
Yeah, because they're not going.
Or they just give it to Jalen as like you're a young player on a good team.
Or maybe they don't want to buy another ticket. Hey Reed, you want to do this?
Wearing your G League Rising Stars jersey?
Whatever it takes. Just get out there. If Mac McClung can dunk, you can do this. Hey, really, what's the standard? If Mac McClung, they just invite him for the dunk contest.
They can't get 4 guys to say yes and be good. Mac McClung, they at least know will say yes and will be good.
That's true. Well,
there's no shortage of guys that can. Yeah, I can walk in a semicircle and shoot threes. I'm not Caitlin Clark. I can do that.
Yeah, I'll play off a ball rack. I'll shoot off a ball rack. We talked about that earlier, how she didn't want to do it, and we were jokingly and somewhat serious saying maybe the bag wasn't big enough.
Yeah, because she dropped like I need to be persuaded.
Yeah, persuaded otherwise. Yeah. Unless she's persuaded otherwise, she wasn't going to do it. Well, after confirming she wasn't going to be part of it, her team put out the message that she wants to be a part of the WNBA 3-point shootout. Yeah. So that's the first time she's going to do it. Yeah. She wants it to be for the W, not for the NBA.
So it's not the ball rack. Or maybe she just likes the racks in the WNBA more than the NBA.
Are you pointing out conflicting stories, Sean? Is that what you're doing right now?
I just want to say the racks in the WNBA.
Well, because you're mature.
Yeah, get my Jason Whitlock on.
Oh, no.
That peanut butter skin.
Well, he wouldn't be referring to Caitlin Clark, but sure. There's peanut butter skin. That's true.
There's other skin.
Name them, Sean. Go ahead.
I won't.
Okay. Since there are others, name them. Okay. We will come back with, speaking of differing stories, what's going on with the Astros and their alleged pursuit of Alex Bregman, because from week to week, and even if it's the same reporter, things have changed about how they are approaching that. Okay. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about my bookie, and it's big game time. We are just over a week away from the big game, and it's a great time for you to get on my bookie and take advantage of all the promotions and props and features that they have, whether it be a national anthem prop or if anyone will trip and fall during the halftime show. Maybe you really don't like Kendrick and you hope it happens. You can place a bet there, and also who will get called for taunting. Those are things I'm talking about. They have so many different props you can take advantage of. Just go to mybookie.ag and check it all out. And also, things about commercials. Will Netflix or Amazon have the commercial appear first? It's all there for you, from squares to tiered bonuses. They got the money bags, the boosted parlays. MyBookie is going to make the experience for the big game the best it can possibly be. But leading up to that, there are other things to bet on. We've got college basketball. We've got UFC, NHL, NBA. It's all there for you at MyBookie. Go to mybookie.ag and use that promo code bet975 to take advantage. And remember this: they have a 50% match up to $1,000 when you get on the website. Mybookie.ag. Remember this: bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is ESPN 97.5.
6 months after joining O Athletic in the Heights, I'm already down to my pre-pandemic weight. Joe George here, and I'm not slowing down just because my pants are fitting better. I have new goals, and I'm working towards them with my trainer, Cam, who helps me in the gym and with my meal plan. You can get your own trainer, and they offer over 100 classes a week. O Athletic isn't just a gym, it's a lifestyle. Don't wait for January. Start right now. Check them out now at 767 North Shepherd or on Instagram at OAthletic and oathletic.com.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? Hims can help. Get started at hims.com/joy. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy.
Most people are tired and worn down by the time they get to the mortgage part of a home purchase, so they don't properly shop their mortgage. That's when you should call Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. His mission is simple: educate and help borrowers save money. With 29 years of experience, Kent can get you a quick quote without an application or credit pull. Call or text Kent at Dream Rate at 713-520-LOAN. That's 713-520-5626, or visit 975loan.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Listen on the go with the ESPN 97.5 app. Just search ESPN 97.5 and download today.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
You remember the good old days when Ryan Presley was traded and we all thought this could be the first step in retaining Alex Bregman because reporters told us so? Alex Bregman could soon be returning to the Astros after Ryan Presley trade to the Chicago Cubs. That was the headline for at least the tweet, the caption for a story that Bob Nightingale wrote for USA Today. His tweet is that Alex Bregman could soon be returning. And that got people excited. All right, that salary's out the door. We don't even know how much the Astros are actually going to have to pay of Ryan Presley's salary because we didn't know at that time. But it means the Astros are really in this. And then we heard the Altuve stuff about he's going to play left field only if Alex Bregman returns. Turns out he may just be playing left field no matter who's on the roster. This is the latest, at least the most recent tweet in reference to the Bregman story from Bob Nightingale. While it seems almost inevitable that first baseman Pete Alonso returns to the Mets, the Detroit Tigers and Boston Red Sox loom as co-favorites for Alex Bregman with no movement in Astros talks. Which, if you listen to Dana Brown from sound we've played, or what he said all week, you could kind of tell that there hasn't exactly been a full-on push to get this done. So, at the moment, two AL rivals, you want to call the Tigers that, considering what they did to the Astros this past postseason, are more likely to sign him than the Astros are, despite the numbers we're hearing about what he's not getting. Apparently, there are still two teams really in it. And we got some sound here from Jim Bowden. He is a former baseball GM. Now he's a contributor for MLB Radio. He talks about the Tigers and them really going in for Bregman and where the Astros stand in those negotiations. So we'll have that here for you. Jim Bowden kind of played a lot of him this offseason, and a lot of it has to do with Bregman. But here's Jim Bowden talking about Alex Bregman and his future.
I think the Tigers have the best offer on the table, perhaps, right? I'm just not sure that's where he wants to go. But the Tigers are right there. I mean, they're sitting there, and he's been their priority the whole offseason. Doesn't mean they're going to land him because they haven't so far. I think in terms of Houston, Bregman makes sense as long as you have the Paredes trade ready to go for that left-hand hitting outfielder that they're going to need. I mean, they need help in the outfield. Now, if you can take Paredes and you can spin him for a left-hand hitting outfielder and then sign Bregman back, that makes sense. If you sign Bregman now, then, you're kind of complicating things a little bit, right? Because, you want to put Paredes at second. He's not a good second baseman. And you're going to take away one of the best defensive second basemen in Altuve, and you're going to put him in left field where he doesn't have an arm to throw. I mean, he'll play out there because he's Jose Altuve and he wants Bregman back. But baseball-wise, that's not a smart play. And what I'm being told from people in Tampa, they don't think Paredes would be adequate enough in left field to be the everyday left fielder there. So to get Bregman back, to me, the only thing you do is you now spin Paredes. And the question is, do you have a place to spin him? Now, maybe the Tigers have an outfielder that they would offer for Paredes. Maybe the Mets, if they lose out on Alonso, would have an outfielder. Maybe the Astros reacquire, Drew Gilbert as an example. Maybe the Blue Jays have a fit for Paredes if they don't get Bregman. I don't know. But to me, Bregman going back to Houston means you have to make that you have to spin Paredes for me. Otherwise, you're going to have two guys out of position, arguably.
So that's a lot of words to say. Not a lot of it makes sense for the Astros right now to enact this plan. There's a lot in the works that has to happen to make it make any sense to anyone. People around the team or outside the team in baseball are like, what's going on? None of this makes sense. Why are they doing it? And I think that's kind of how I feel too. I don't get it. Altuve ain't what he was, but the numbers don't suggest he should be banished to left field. He's not that bad of a second baseman, and your likely replacements is a guy who, if you bring Bregman back, you have to trade to go get a left fielder because you can't put him in left, and then what do you do with Jordan? Look, I understand you want Bregman back if you're the Astros, if you can get him back at the right price. It all seems very complicated considering all the moves you've already made. And that's maybe the reason the Astros aren't so gung-ho on getting it done, because other things have to get done to make this all make sense for them.
I like the idea that Danik Brown, it's like, if we do sign Bregman, then I have to
I just acquired Paredes.
Yeah, then I have to start calling people. Oh, God.
Go find an outfielder.
No,
forget
Taylor Trammell's good enough.
It's too hard.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't want to do any of this work. Let's get Altuve in left field.
Yeah.
Let him learn left field.
Yeah,
make it easier for me.
Here we are.
It makes sense, like in the in a like in a video game how you would do it, or in fantasy baseball how you would do it, where you go like, all right, so we trade Tucker for a third baseman in case we don't get Bregman, but we still try to get Bregman, and then we can trade the third baseman that we got in the Tucker trade, then we trade him for an outfielder. It's
like Charlie Day.
Yeah. And also you go like, you could just re-sign Bregman and then kept Tucker, and then you would have a better third baseman and outfielder combination.
No. That's no.
Okay.
Because we didn't want to lose Tucker for nothing.
Okay, so we have to get Drew Gilbert back.
Because you traded him for
for Justin Verlander after he walked.
Yeah, you let him go, then you wanted him back, so you traded one of your prospects. Now you're going to get that prospect back
for Isaac Paredes.
Yes.
Again, I do credit the Astros for at least doing stuff and for at least making it fun. Because most of baseball offseason, unless you're a Dodgers fan, your team doesn't do anything. Or your team does one thing and then for 9 months doesn't do anything. At least this, like, we've had several different chapters of the Bregman, like, oh, he might come back. Oh, well, they traded Tucker. Oh, well, they signed Christian Walker. And now it's like, well, maybe Bregman comes back, and you moved the best player in franchise history to a different position.
They are making moves. Whether we think all of them make sense, appreciate them making moves.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, you could be the Red Sox, who the entire time are like, we are in negotiations with Alex Bregman. What else?
Nothing.
Nah.
This is the one move we're trying to make.
Walker Buehler for 1 year. Huh?
Not exciting.
Anything? 1 year starter pitcher? He could strain his oblique in spring training and be out, and then you just never see him. Okay.
Whether this all works out, whether it's a complete disaster, I'll give them credit. This offseason has felt shorter than it normally would.
It really has.
Because of what they're up to and all the reporting.
Credit to them. You have to credit them for that.
We do a job where we can talk about more than baseball. Just think what they've done for Chandler Rome. He covers the Astros. He's a baseball guy. And this offseason has been one filled with moves.
He started a
trades,
podcast.
Yeah. And you think some of this would wind itself down, but we're getting into February, and this thing is still going.
Yeah. Chandler Rome's new podcast has to have the record for most emergency podcasts in the first 2 months of being a podcast, where it's like an extra one that you get because, hey, something major happened. We have to hop on to talk about it.
How many times has that siren emoji been used to alert people this offseason of a
Red
podcast?
alert.
Yeah. So there we are.
Hayden Wesneski is an Astro.
So there we are. Jim Bowden has a very complicated way for all this to work for the Astros, and even still doesn't make that much sense to people watching it go down.
Which is, you mentioned it. It's very Charlie Day.
Yeah.
Where it's a lot of wires all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if it makes that much sense.
But if they pull it off, and I don't even know what pull it off means.
What a heist.
I don't even know if it means bringing back Bregman or keeping Altuve at second base. Whatever they think pulling off means. If they pull it off and it works out great, credit to them. I don't care how. In this case, when I always say I'm process over results, in this case, if the results work, they work. Just because I don't really understand the process. So if the results work, cool.
It's like when you're stuck in a conversation with someone and you just go,
Mm-hmm.
yep,
yep. And if they close with a great joke at the end, I like, you got me. All right, we will get the break here, but before we do that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. They already have some baseball season-long projections if you want to take a look at those, even before spring training. If you think that Yordan Alvarez is going to have a big year, now that he's going to be fully rested as a primary DH, and you think he's going to hit more than his home run projection, you can get on that. It's also a Flex Friday, so you can flex on them this Friday with a protected lineup up to $20. So if you like a little something, maybe in basketball today, or you can even do a Super Bowl lineup on today with the flex protection, and it will be protected next Sunday when the game kicks off. So It's because it's a Flex Friday. I'm feeling adventurous. I always talk about how many tabs they got for all the different sports. Let's go all the way to the Euro basketball tab and pick some mores for all the former NBA players that are still playing basketball in the Euro League and names I recognize. Mike James, Mario Hezonja, Jordan Nwora, Evan Fournier, all mores because I've heard of you and it's a Flex Friday. So if I'm wrong, if Mario Hezonja lets me down like he let down the Orlando Magic all those years ago, I get my money back. Unfortunately, the Orlando Magic don't get their money back. Download PrizePicks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on PrizePicks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money back. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks, run your game.
Loaded, ready to rule. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
If you're drowning in unresolved tax debt, know this. The IRS can place a lien on your home, garnish your paycheck, and levy your bank account. That's catastrophe for you.
We interrupt this message to bring you some good news about your tax debt. We're TaxRise, experienced tax professionals who can help you seek relief programs and work directly with the IRS on your behalf. Find out if you qualify with a free consultation. 888-701-5866. Eric from South Carolina owed over $74,000. We helped reduce it to $798. Troy, a disabled veteran, owed over $142,000 and settled at $500. We've helped thousands of clients with their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. So take the drama out of your tax debt and rise above your situation. With TaxRise. For your free consultation, call 888-701-5866. 888-701-5866.
Results vary, not guaranteed. Client names changed. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text RIP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text RIP to 42424. That's RIP to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Monument Chevrolet has been a trusted dealer in the community for 50 years. And in honor of that trust, they're cutting prices across their entire inventory and extending their 50th anniversary sale until January 31st. Take advantage of their exceptional low prices on new Chevy vehicles, as well as their wide selection of pre-owned inventory. Go visit and experience the service that has kept customers coming back for 50 years. Head to Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at Beltway 8 and 225, or start shopping online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill. But how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Your home for Aggies basketball is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We talked about beef stew yesterday because of, well, doing the finger gun thing as he was being ejected from the game.
Isaiah Stewart, for those who don't know who Beef Stew is.
Fine. He's right. His name is Isaiah Stewart.
I don't know if we're quite at nickname only for Isaiah Stewart.
You're right. That's a good catch by you. Isaiah Stewart, the power forward for the the Detroit Pistons. He'll miss a game, but it isn't because he mimics shooting guys on the Pacers bench. It's because it's an accumulation of flagrant fouls. So it's just more of a procedural thing that got him suspended.
On court.
Yeah.
No, off the court, we love it, Isaiah Stewart. Keep it up.
We appreciate you going viral for what you do. But it's the sixth time you've done a flagrant foul. You committed a flagrant foul. So you got to go sit down.
I feel like they should be allowed to, and obviously this would get out of hand and people would have their conspiracy theories check how people are reacting to the Kansas City Chiefs right now. But I feel like the NBA should be allowed to only suspend them against the next time they play the Pacers. Where it's like, hey, just the next time you play the Pacers, 1 game suspension against the Pacers because you are always doing too much when the Pacers are involved.
There's something like that in soccer. It's very hard to explain where if you're loaned out to a team, you can't play against a team who loaned you out like in a cup. You can play against them in like regular league matches, but I forgot how it's actually set up. But there are certain times where you can't play against a team that loaned you out.
Yeah, so if Madrid loans someone out and they play them in the Champions League or whatever.
Yeah.
They can't play.
They can't play because why would we want one of our players helping you? Yeah. So I get it.
Just like, hey, because in the break when I broke the news to you, it was tough to break the news to you. But when I broke the news to you, and I said it was a just chill out, man suspension. That's where the thought comes from. It's like, hey, just chill out against the Pacers, all right? Just it doesn't need to be an incident every time you guys play.
And it would have to stretch into next season. Look, we're not even going to have the suspension hurt you this year.
And that's fine. We know he's going to be in the league.
Yeah, the Pacers, if you play against the Pacers, no matter what team you're on,
just chill out.
You miss the game because you're a little out of pocket. Although it's great entertainment. So Isaiah Stewart suspended for a game for just being a habitual line stepper.
Yeah,
at
just
this
being
point.
Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah. So we will get to some Texas stuff on the other side when we get back because they're interviewing more coordinators, some inexperienced as far as play calling on the NFL level. Others are guys who are retreads who have been recently fired from their job, like Brian Johnson. He's getting an interview. And Bill Lazor, we talked about yesterday, the numbers on him, not good. If we're just going by simple yardage per game and where you rank in the league, his offenses with the Bears and the Bengals weren't good. Probably isn't going to be why he gets the job because what he did there shouldn't be a reason why he gets a third coordinator job, and certainly not with the Texans. So we'll talk about some of their options when we come back. So hour 2, we'll get to that. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30, talk about what you should or shouldn't watch, and also Comicast. We'll get to that when we come back.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
It's playoff time, and you can take full advantage by winning some cash playing daily fantasy football on Sleeper Picks. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. And now, Sleeper has a special offer. New users just have to play $5 to get $55 in free entries. Download the Sleeper app today and use code SCORE and get $55 in free entries when you play $5. That's code SCORE. Must be at least 18 years old. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit $25. See terms of use for details. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help.
Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risks. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really, really, really good guitar solo.
Most people are tired and worn down by the time they get to the mortgage part of a home purchase, so they don't properly shop their mortgage. That's when you should call Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. His mission is simple: educate and help borrowers save money. With 29 years of experience, Kent can get you a quick quote without an application or credit pull. Call or text Kent at Dream Rate at 713-520-LOAN. That's 713-520-5626, or visit 975loan.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
It's time for the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When the world was designed with this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. We were gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, lies, feed line, with a death wish. Eat right didn't help. No name on the guest list. Hold on with the destiny.
I just wanna see and never move, and never move, and never. See now I just wanna live forever and ever. Maybe it's the last night. You're me. Maybe it's the last night. Firework. Maybe it's the last night. Of the star. Maybe it's the last night. Supermoon. Maybe it's the last night.
So Brian Johnson is the latest and probably the most well-known name to pop up for the Texans OC job. He was with the Commanders this past season, so he's got a little of that Jaden Daniels, Cliff Kingsbury success on him right now. He was the OC for the Eagles last year. They fired him after 1 year to move on to Kellen Moore. The offense wasn't bad. They did have issues picking up blitzes, so that might be a concern to you, considering the Texans and their issues with picking up generic stunts and twists. Jalen Hurts and that offense did not do well with 6-man, 7-man pressures. He was also the quarterback coach there for a couple years before that. Brian Johnson, mostly because I love college football, his name's been out there for a while. He coached under Urban Meyer. I think he played under Urban Meyer, actually, at Utah, and then he became the quarterback coach right after that there. So he has been on the college level and the NFL level for a while. Now, I won't indict him because he's moving around a lot, but I don't remember a lot of great offenses under Brian Johnson. Watching his teams, whether he was at Florida, he was here with the Cougs for a year in 2017. He doesn't have a great track record of putting good offenses on the field. His best offense, and you might just put that on the fact that he had Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, was that Eagles offense. They were good the year before and made the Super Bowl. They were just fine. They did have, as I mentioned, that fatal flaw, and part of the reason why it cost him his job. So he will be interviewed today. There's another candidate from the Minnesota Vikings who will come in So we're at this point, we're at either, if you want to call Brian Johnson a retread or just well-traveled, it's those types, and then the guys with no experience at calling plays on the NFL level. That's kind of how the hiring process goes. Of course, that's why the Chip Kelly name is so attractive. We just don't know that he's ever going to interview because he's not interviewing with anyone right now. So the Bill Lazor one is the one that concerns me the most, because if I start to look at his numbers from when he was an OC, and like I said before we went to break, these are simply just total yardage numbers, not advanced statistics, stuff you can find on Pro Football Reference if you go to his seasons. With the Bengals, and he was with the Bengals in 17 and 18. They had the 32nd ranked offense in yards in 17, 26 and 18. He was with the Bears in 20 and 21. In 20, 26th ranked offense in yards, 24th in 2021. So we're talking about bottom 10 offenses in his most recent coaching gigs as an OC. Now, the talent certainly plays a part. The Andy Daltons of the world, the Mitch Trubiskys, Justin Fields in Chicago. So there is some of that where he didn't have great quarterbacks, but he wasn't elevating them at all. No. He wasn't making those offenses even average. They were bad. And so I'm not sure what the attraction is other than he was in our building.
Which shouldn't be an attraction because you fired the offensive coordinator.
Yes.
And unless, behind the scenes, and we don't know this, but unless behind the scenes he was like, oh my God, what does Bobby Sloak want us to do? Unless he was like disagree and he was butting heads with Bobby Sloak constantly.
I don't feel like that's likely.
What are we doing?
Exactly. What are we doing? Nick Caley had his interview. He is a guy, beyond the fact that he was in the vicinity of Sean McVay. He also
love that.
It's always a good thing to be able to be in sniffing distance of offensive genius, because it'll always run off on you and you'll be great too. He also went to John Carroll University, a place where Nick Caserio went to school. So there's a connection there as well. So if you're wondering why Nick Caley might be an option, Nick probably knows him, at least from that. And also, that's a place, I was telling Sean during the break, that particular school breeds NFL coaches and executives. Josh McDaniels went to that school. The Polians went to that school. So it's a place where if you're looking for a guy who might eventually become part of an NFL team, that's the school that produces them. It ain't the same as it ain't the same as the university that produces athletes. I mean, I think it's less impressive, but still impressive. And maybe that's why Nick Caley has a real shot at the job. I'm not comforted by the options right now.
No.
I would actually prefer the unknown over the Brian Johnsons or the Bill Lazors of the world, because at least I don't know failure from you. I just know that I don't. All I know from you is that you coach next to a genius.
Yeah,
I take that over the failure part, because the other guy's from Minnesota, so he's near Kevin O'Connell.
I like that.
That's better than producing bottom 10 offenses for the Bengals.
Yeah,
and the Bears.
Yeah, I originally I did want a someone with experience, but if this is the experience we're getting, that's where it kind of seesaws back to, take a chance on a guy. Maybe you get the next Bobby Sloak.
That's not
in a good way.
What's the good way? The first year?
Year one.
They were an average offense in year one, but at least it was a surprise. It was a surprise because you had C.J. Stroud and he played well. I don't need 1 year of being good or average and then the second year being awful.
Fired.
I don't want Bobby Sloak. I don't want D'Amico Ryans to have 2 years with the guy and have to fire him because he's so awful in year two. We want what we thought we were going to get with Bobby Sloak. Wow, the Texans are going to be able to keep him.
Yeah, you want that problem of like, oh my God, what if Nick Caley leaves in 2 years?
Remember that?
Then what?
Remember that? That's the summer. This last summer, how. Man, the Texans better get all they can out of Bobby Sloak because he's going to be gone.
Yeah. And
well, we were right. He was gone.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. That
for the wrong reasons.
Oh, he has to. Maybe not. I was going to say he has to be one of the few NFL coaches that year 1 of being a play caller, got head coaching interviews. Year 2, fired. That has to happen. That he has to be the only guy whose like stock went up and then down that fast.
He went from, he coached with Shanahan to being one of the hot names in coaching to mud because he ruined CJ Stroud.
And to like add even more degree of difficulty to this thing that's impossible to look up, because how do you look up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. But to make the playoffs, win your division
twice
both years,
and still get fired. Yeah, win a playoff game
as a young hotshot OC.
Don't get a year 3. So it's either young hotshot or middle-aged retread. Bill Lazor's older than Brian Johnson, but Brian Johnson, as I said, has been coaching for a long time. He's a little younger because he started coaching right after his college career was over. So not inspiring names for the guys who've done this before. Let's broaden this, please. Broaden it.
It does feel like there's only a very few offensive coordinator candidates. They're not a very few, but just like they're all different versions of the same guy. It feels like, where you have in this part you have the uninspiring retreads, then you have the I once stood next to Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, and then I'm not Chip Kelly, but I do have. If you look at my resume, I do have a connection to Chip Kelly.
We were in the same room.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess that's just the Sean McVay thing, just with Chip Kelly. But that's really all and then you were here last year.
Yes, which is what Lazor is retread, and you were here last year.
Yes.
Gerard Johnson is
you're just
unproven, and you're here last year. So they're covering all their bases. Chip Kelly is a college coach. There are other college coordinators you might be able to look at.
Oh, Jeff Nixon. Jeff Nixon.
There it is. There's the one.
He stands alone.
No. Chip Kelly connection as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then never mind. You're in the Chip Kelly bucket.
So they've interviewed one college OC, but connection with Chip Kelly. You can get it. You can go after other guys who have no connection with Chip Kelly, who produce good offenses on the college level too.
I might be on team Jeff Nixon.
As far as the best best of the average options?
Yes. If I have to pick one, if on Friday we're doing the thing, gun to your head, who do you want to be the head coach on Monday? I would say you don't need to put a gun to my head.
Yeah, it's not necessary. I mean, it's just a question you're asking.
I'm just picking guys.
I'll swear I'll answer it. You don't
picking
have to
guys whose names I didn't know 2 weeks ago.
Exactly.
I think I want Jeff Nixon.
I would agree. At least I've seen that offense at work, not just punishing my Miami team, but I've seen that
that's
offense.
Why you want him gone. Make the ACC easier.
Yeah. I'm not concerned. Mark Crispall's head coach. Nothing's going to be easy. I don't have to worry about that. But at least I've seen that offense work.
Yeah.
Now, will it work on the NFL level? Whatever. But I've seen it work. These other guys, I've seen their offenses not work on the NFL level. I've seen that happen.
And I do feel like we are getting to a tipping point. And maybe McVay is different than Shanahan. But I do feel like we're getting to a tipping point where, like, running a Shanahan offense, like, there's 20-something teams in the league that run this.
There's just all variations of the same thing.
Defenses have.
I don't want
to say they figured it out, but yes, they've seen it all. They know how to prepare for this. They know what you're trying to do.
There are going to be some bad defenses, lack of talent, who aren't going to be able to stop it. You're just going to overwhelm them with talent. But for well-coached defenses who have some talent, they're going to have some answers for them. That's why
Steve Spagnuolo has beaten the Shanahan offense at 10 times.
Yeah, he's not
as
afraid.
The Kansas City offensive coordinator.
He owns that offense. He gets stops in the Super Bowl. He gets stops when he needs them.
I was going to say,
in the regular season, he beats it. Yeah,
he's so good that it's not just the Shanahan offense. He beat
Shanahan.
Shanahan original
twice.
So yeah, I Steve Spagnuolo, he's never seen the Jeff Nixon offense.
He may have no answers for it. And I don't know what Brian Johnson's offense would be, but I know what his offense was in Philly. It was, hey, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, get open.
Yeah, bail us out.
And depend on this great offensive line. So I wouldn't call that very innovative. And the Texans right now don't have that level of talent to make it work at the level that it worked at in Philly.
Doesn't seem like it's applicable to, we're just going to lean on our offensive line here in Philadelphia. And So in Philly, what we did was we leaned on our offensive line.
You can't that can't be an opening statement. Don't open your cell with what we did in Philly. It ain't Philly here. I'll answer this before we go to break from Dream Shake. First, he quote tweeted Liam Cohen because the Duval thing is still going for him. But he asked me, do you think the Texans have a legit shot at Chip Kelly? I don't even know whether it's legit or not because they haven't interviewed him yet.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
Yeah, until they interview him, this is just a rumor that was brought to the forefront because D'Amico played under him.
Or it could have also been like, and judging how the candidates or the interview candidates that they've had for this, it could have been D'Amico Ryans talk to Chip Kelly for suggestions.
That's very
and
possible.
he goes Thad Lewis and Jeff Nixon.
Yeah, I forgot we didn't mention Thad Lewis in our breakdown of where people land in the Venn diagram.
Yeah. So he's a Chip Kelly guy. Yeah. I think that if I were to like try to back channel how we got to Chip Kelly primary target,
there was a conversation happening.
I think they talked, like D'Amico and him talked, but it was more of a picking his brain of who to be the offensive coordinator, not named Chip Kelly.
Do you think it was D'Amico called and asked Chip if he wanted to do it? Did Chip like, actually no, but I've got a list?
Yes. I don't know if it was like that, A, B, but it is something like
eventually
that.
worked its way to that.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it worked.
Yeah.
Just knowing how like the NFL worked.
That's not a bad assumption. So there it is, Dream Shake. I don't know that the Chip Kelly thing was ever real. And to this point, it just seems like two guys who know each other may have had a conversation and a report sprung from that. All right, we will go to break here. We'll be back at 11:30. We will be joined by Michael Carroll breaking down what you should or shouldn't watch. You want to call in and give suggestions about what you're watching this week, or maybe you take offense to, I don't know why you would, but maybe you disagree with something we say during that segment. You certainly can call in and discuss it. 713-780-3776. But we got one more segment before we get to that. We will be back.
ESPN 97.5.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Roberts-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
More or less? That's it. More or less. Sean Mapes here for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Playing Prize Picks is as simple as deciding more or less. It could be whether a quarterback is going to throw for 200 yards. You decide more or less. Or if a running back is going to rush for more than 50 yards. You know football, you're going to love Prize Picks. Of course, the big game is coming. Prize Picks will be loaded with opportunities for you to use your sports acumen to decide more or less and win real money. Are you ready for the big game? Get ready. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES on your first deposit to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES, M-A-P-E-S. Use that promo code and get $50 instantly on your first deposit. You're a sports genius, and on Prize Picks, you can win real cash. More or less. Win more on Prize Picks. Run your game.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
You need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
So I don't know if I need new patio furniture. How will I know?
So we would recommend emailing us your photos at sales@HoustonCoaters.com, and we can look at what you have, and then we can determine if it's best to go ahead and get it coated or if we need to scrap it.
And now you're branching out into concrete? What's going on?
Yes, we are branching out to doing concrete, so we can do your patios, we can do your driveways, we can do your sidewalks, and not just concrete, but we can stain it, we can stamp it, we can give you that curb appeal that gives you so much added value to your home.
So you get your patio furniture done and you get the patio put in as well.
Yeah, let's make your backyard look like Pinterest.
Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, empowering listeners' sports knowledge since 2007.
Use your sports knowledge for powers of good.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
His campaign started yesterday in full force with that Red Bulls hat, and he is the favorite to win the Heisman. The initial favorite, at least according to ESPN Bet. Arch Manning, your favorite to win the Heisman, followed by Nico Iamaleava, Kate Klubnik of Clemson, and Penn State's Drew Aller. So your top five is all quarterbacks, or at least your top four is all quarterbacks. Not surprising. Jeremiah Smith is the first non-quarterback on the list at plus 1,500. I think, unless, and Garrett Nussmeier's in there too, so he is a part of that top five. Excuse me. Jeremiah Smith's number 6. Like, Travis Hunter was a unique case for all the reasons. You don't need to discuss them. Unless Arch is great, I could see a Jeremiah Smith making a real run at it. And they won't play against each other. They'll be on the same field, but what one doesn't affect the other.
If Arch wants to win the Heisman,
well, he has to play.
Go shut down Jeremiah Smith at corner.
If you are as athletic as everyone says you are, get out there and line up one-on-one.
If he does that for even one snap, give him the Heisman.
If he just you put Arch at corner,
and just for one snap.
Yeah, why are all the Heisman plays, the Heisman type moments, offensive plays where you run a reverse and you throw the ball back to the quarterback? You want a real Heisman moment? Put him out at corner against a great player and see what he does. And if he gets a PBU,
don't play for the rest of the year.
And then he goes,
don't play for the rest.
He puts the seatbelt on,
and
locks him up,
thumbs down,
no fly zone, all that stuff. So that game in Columbus will be a big one. You'll see two of the 5 Heisman favorites. I'm not sure Nico, Cade, or Drew Aller are going to really be good enough in 2025 to keep Jeremiah Smith from being a real contender.
I could see Cade just by going like 12-1 in the AC or 11-1 in the ACC and being good. Like, if he plays how he played against SMU and against Texas, if he can just do that against, Boston College and Pitt. Sure, you've done it against Texas. Do it when it's cold outside in Piscataway.
Well, they host LSU.
Oh,
I think, or maybe that's
no, they do. They
that
have
game's in Tiger Stadium.
They have a
Death
home
Valley,
and home
Death
in the
Valley
Death Valleys. Yeah.
Okay, who's the real Death Valley?
I don't know which one. It's so confusing. I don't know which one's which.
Which is the real Death Valley? We'll find out.
No, I don't know which one they're playing in. I might drive to Baton Rouge and they're playing in Clemson.
Well, this one you'll have to go to Clemson, South Carolina.
Okay.
Next time,
I should write that on my hand it's memento.
Don't get confused. That's
for the next 4 months.
That's their only really big game until
they see South Carolina at the end of the year. Their schedule isn't one, partly because it's the ACC, where he's going to get a lot of look at me moments.
Oh yeah,
so he's going to have to
that's
show out
tough.
against LSU.
I was hoping for a Miami game or something like the FSU.
Not even Notre Dame.
Or are you not counting FSU as a big game, or is FSU not on the schedule?
No team quarterback by Thomas Castellano.
Okay.
Can be considered a big game.
Okay.
Sorry. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, and all those other transfers they got will be better than the transfers they got this past year when they went 2-10.
Yeah.
But
they had one good transfer class, one bad one. Now they're due for one good one.
Or
Mike Norvell, Jared Verse Merchant, Jordan Travis Merchant,
Braden Fisk Merchant. He was a merchant for a lot of transfers. We'll see if Florida State has an answer for what was an awful year last year. So Kate Klubnik's going to have to be spectacular because he just doesn't have a lot of opportunities to get people excited about his performances.
God, maybe it is Nuss.
Nuss at least plays in the SEC.
Yeah, but he needs to stop throwing interceptions. That's his problem.
He
played in the SEC last year and
threw picks. I don't suspect that's going to change him. I don't think he's going to stop throwing interceptions. That's why I think Jeremiah Smith has a chance. Arch clear favorite, but I think the hype of him being a freshman, and now the quarterback will likely be inexperienced, right? So they're not going to point to the quarterback as the reason. They're going to Jeremiah Smith. We saw him be great last year. We saw him be great this year, and I know, as I said, the Travis Hunter thing was unique, but maybe more people are going to be open to not having to give it to a quarterback because they ignored quarterbacks who
are non-quarterbacks.
Yeah, they ignored a quarterback who was a quarterback of the most prolific offense in the country.
Oh yeah, this year.
Yeah, this past year, and said, you know what, we're still going to give it to the unique player. Jeremiah Smith is less unique because he doesn't play defense, but as far as his ability as a wide receiver, there are not many like him. So I think that game very early, could kind of set the stage for how the rest of the year goes.
I'm kind of two minds of whether this past year's vote means that these voters are now open to not just giving it to whichever quarterback goes 11-1.
Because why not give it to Dylan Gabriel, who's the quarterback of the top team in the country all year? Didn't give it to a big brand quarterback in Cam Ward at Miami. Shador he didn't play on a good enough team.
Yeah.
And Travis Hunter, same team, but we know why he got it.
I'm just not sure if this is a trend or a weird blip because of all the factors that went into Travis Hunter being Travis Hunter. He plays both ways. He plays for Colorado. Deion Sanders is his head coach. There's just so much attention on him where the thing with the Heisman ballot is that 1,000 people have a Heisman ballot. And so a lot of people aren't dedicated college football media members that vote on this thing. It's people that work at newspaper or, in the sports section of newspapers, but they don't follow college football, where to break through the good quarterback on a good team or, starting quarterback on a great team bias, it had to have been all the stars align with Travis Hunter. Although Ashton Jeanty finished second. So I'm not sure.
And you look at the 3 quarterbacks beyond Arch, or the 4 quarterbacks beyond Arch, they all, have had their warts throughout their careers, and of course they have great years that could change some of the narratives. But we've seen them all enough to know that, are they really the best player in the country?
Could it be Lagway?
He's not on this board right now, but I was going to bring that up. It could be someone who isn't even in the top 6 or 7 or so of this particular. Well, at least in even this article. It could be someone off the board.
I think I like his, whatever his odds are, because it's the same case as the Arch case, more or less. I guess Arch is just going to be on a better team than we think Florida's going to be. But it's very similar of the highly touted recruit that we haven't seen a ton of, but the flashes are there, as opposed to Drew Aller, who we've seen plenty of. And guys do get better. So one of these guys might just put it all together. And
I just don't know
make a
if
huge leap.
Anybody's going to be willing to put their stamp on Drew Aller being the best player in the country after seeing him as much as they've seen him.
No, I don't think Aller. I guess Nuss is more of that guy, where it's Nuss and Klubnik, where it's we've seen him before. Maybe he comes out this year, second year starting for Nuss, third year, I think, for Klubnik, at least.
Yeah.
Third and a half, maybe. Maybe this is like, year 2 in the Garrett Riley offense. Now we see it. Young receivers getting older. I don't know. I'm high on Clemson. That's why talking about it. And maybe it's just because I saw him play very recently.
Mm-hmm. Well, he'll get to go against Nuss in their game. The start.
You know what? Loser, you're out of the Heisman race. Winner,
there you go.
You're my favorite.
There you go.
There you go.
We'll get Arch or Jeremiah Smith out in their game.
Yeah.
We'll get
2 elimination matches in week 1.
We'll get Cade and
throw these guys in the trash.
Either Cade or Garrett Nussmeier out in week 1 as well.
Arch loses that one. Give me Trey Owens.
Oh, you're already benching Arch Manning. Okay. How quickly they turned. All right, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. He can't default to watch football. He's done that the last couple weeks. He can't do it this time. He's got to if he wants to give you a sports option, he's got to pick something else. We will see. Maybe he goes Rockets Brooklyn. Feels unlikely, but we will see. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast, will join us when we come back.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
What is GMTVCC? That's a mouthful, but translation for GMTVCC.com is Give Me the VIN Classic and Collector Cars. It's a brand new buying division of Give Me the VIN, but it's for classic and collector cars. Experienced pro buyers will appraise an offer on your 1970 Hemi Cuda or 1988 Fox Body Mustang or your granddad's old 1985 square body Chevy truck. GMTVCC.com is where you go to get real money for classic and collector cars to get paid now. That's GMTVCC.com. Brought to you by Give Me the VIN.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Like celebrity pics? Yeah, neither do we. So follow ESPN Houston on Instagram instead.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. That's 800-240-4587.
And action! It's Friday, and so you're probably wondering, what am I going to watch this weekend? Besides all the sports, of course. If you're not sure if you should go to the theater or stay home and binge something, we got you covered on the Del Olaleye Show. Time to talk about what you should be watching this weekend with Del Olaleye, Sean Mapes, and some guy named Michael Carroll.
Michael Carroll is here. He is the host of Comicast, which you can find on any podcast platform that you like to use. And I was thinking about Comcast, and
thanks, man.
I didn't want to give away what is on it because you guys talked about quite a bit. Benedict Cumberbatch revealed something. They'll talk about that. If you don't know who
then
he
he
is.
took it back like a day later. So he
pretty much said, "Don't ever believe what I say." Yeah, don't listen to me when I say things. So that was discussed quite a bit. You can find all of that on Comcast, which is hosted by Michael Carroll and John Lee. But let's get to what you guys can or shouldn't watch, depending on Michael's opinion. So we got stuff to watch in the theaters. We got new trailers that obviously for stuff that's going to come out in the future. So I'll start with this, something different. What was the most intriguing thing you either saw as a trailer or something you actually watched fully this week?
Probably Paradise on Hulu right now.
I'm watching that show too.
I'm hooked.
Yeah.
It hooked me in. It was one of those shows where I saw the previews for it, like trailers and stuff. I was like, oh, okay, I'll give it a shot. Gave the first episode a shot, and it hooks in. I'm waiting to see the rest of the story, because from the acting, from the music, from just the story itself, besides the mystery, there's two mysteries at the core of the show. The one from the trailers, the other one you don't know.
It's a big reveal.
Yeah. And the one in the trailer had me hooked, but then that second layer mystery kind of gets layered in, and I'm like, I'm all about this show.
So Sterling K. Brown is in it. You would know him from This Is Us.
Mm-hmm. And it's the creator, Dan Fogelman, for Paradise, is the This Is Us creator as well.
Cyclops is in it as well.
Yeah, James Marsden.
Yeah. So all our favorites are in it. I had not really looked at anything about the show. It popped up on Hulu, and I gave it a shot. And the initial thing wasn't a big surprise because it happened very early, and I felt like I might have seen that someplace. But
I think they say it in the trailer and stuff.
But the big reveal of, and like I said, it's a reveal, so we don't give away. The show is very new. You guys just take it. I don't know if Sean has watched it, but us two like it. You can take that or leave it, but we're not going to give it away. But just to say, at least through 3 episodes, I'm in.
The best way to go about it is just to go in not knowing too much about it, because if you start reading all those things, I mean, I think that takes away some of the impact of what it's doing. But there are some, I've seen this comparison. There are some elements to Lost a little bit. Like, I can kind of see what they're saying, but there is a core mystery. It's not nearly as like, oh, they're all dead on this island kind of thing.
Spoiler.
You know, it's hush you.
20-year-old Lost spoiler.
I know it's a 20. I know, can't believe, but it has kind of those elements of a Lost type show with the mysteries that it's setting up, but it's not nearly like ghost monsters and all that. So it's cool. I'm thoroughly enjoying the show.
I have some questions as someone who hasn't seen it.
Yes.
And is interested. Saw the commercial on during probably football or something.
Yes.
It's on Hulu, correct?
Correct.
Subtitles. No subtitles? Because the last Hulu show you recommended me is all subtitles.
You don't need subtitles.
It's all feudal Japan. This one, America, present day.
Present day, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
all
Very
English,
present day.
all the time.
Yes.
Good. Third. Is this a week-by-week release?
It's the first 3 episodes are out right now on Hulu.
But it'll be weekly.
Then it's weekly from there. Every Monday, I believe, new episodes pop up.
Yeah, so you don't get to watch it in one afternoon or into the evening if you so choose.
Yeah, that not a deal breaker, but I might let a couple more stack up and then
get to 5, get to half the season, and then watch them. Okay, I respect it. That's fine.
All right,
but you get to. But I think maybe 3 would be enough.
I mean, 3
just
was
out of
plenty.
respect for Sterling K. Brown. It's less about the front end and it's more about I don't want to have to wait for 5 more weeks. You know, after watching the first 5, I don't want to have to wait another month to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. You
I just want it all at once.
You're a child of, or excuse me, an adult.
Thank you.
Of the of the. Well,
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
You're an adult of the binge era.
Yeah.
I understood. You have been trained by Netflix and others to get it all at a moment's notice.
Yes.
Yeah.
How long are these episodes, by the way?
About 40 minutes.
45,
yeah, something
50,
like that.
somewhere around there.
Can we get these into TikTok, a couple minutes, or
maybe just don't watch TV. I don't know. Maybe do something else. I don't know.
Kid is killing me right now.
Yeah, I just want to do that to piss.
Yeah, you want it vertically filmed?
Yeah.
So
I want him to say everything to me, but I could look at my phone still and just scroll.
And then every once in a while, they just like, "Hi, I'm so and so." Just remind me who you are.
Give me some exposition so I remember who you are. Okay, so Paradise.
Yes,
we're all in.
All in.
Sean will wait a couple more weeks. All right, so we got something that's premiered, and you got episodes to watch if you want. What about the rest of the slate?
All right, let's start with streaming since we're there.
Okay,
because I think that's the stronger grouping this week. Because something you can watch fully right now, Sean, you can watch all the episodes, is Mo season 2 just premiered on Netflix. Mo, of course, Houston-based actor, comic. He did the premiere here at the River Oaks Theater this past Tuesday, I believe it was. And then he was actually at our offices on Tuesday as well. But it's a fictionalized version of Mo. And, of course, it's set in Houston, but it's I don't know how to fully explain the show, but it is just a well-thought-out, dramatic comedy, kind of dark, but it showcases the plight of someone trying to seek asylum. He's of course of Palestinian heritage, and from there, like, the hilarity ensues, but also the real life things that he struggles with. And again, this is like a fictionalized version of his life. But Mo season 2 is on Netflix right now. It's real good. I've seen the first 3 episodes
of season 2.
And it's very good.
So Mo, that's streaming. That's on Netflix. Are we sticking with streaming, or do you want to go to movies?
Let's stick with streaming, because there's also the Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man show.
I watched the first 2 episodes.
I watched the first 2 episodes. I liked them. I think they're solid. I don't love the animation though.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the appeal of it, and I get the comic book, like, hearkening back to those classic comics, but I don't love. I think we've come so far in animation. Like, there's better ways to do the animation.
Yeah, it was. The story's fine.
The story's
to your
solid.
point, the animation, I'm not blown away by it.
No.
I did notice that they're going now it's animated, and I don't care that much, but they're going the Marissa Tomei version of Aunt May, as far as not the old Aunt May.
Yeah.
We're getting a younger, maybe not out on the town Aunt May just yet, but
I think that's one of the other, like, nitpicks I have with the show, is that there is enough through the first 2 episodes that harken back to Civil War Spider-Man introduction, Marissa Tomei's version of Aunt May, the way Peter meets Tony Stark. He meets Norman Osborn in the exact same way, character swap. Like, it's just those different, like, MCU elements that I wish they kind of just forgot about and just did their own thing from the jump.
It did seem very similar and familiar to things I've seen in the not too distant past. Yeah,
that's the only, like, otherwise, like, the story I think is pretty interesting. The guy doing the Tom Holland voice, I don't know, I think it's fine, but I don't necessarily love it. I know he's the guys that did, like, What If and everything, but I don't know. I wish it was just something completely different and away from any strings with the MCU and what the MCU has set. But it's a solid show overall so far, and it's going to introduce different characters like a Nico Monroe from Runaways, and it's introducing a lot more of the Spider-Man rogues gallery right off the jump. Not that Nico's a villain.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to pale in comparison. X-Men 97. That's what I'm going to compare all of Marvel's animated stuff to.
Yeah, I mean,
forward.
It's X-Men 97 and everything else.
Everything else.
Right
but
now.
It is a easy watch, and if you like the Spider-Man stories, that's one that's there for you on Disney Plus.
First 2 episodes are out now on Disney Plus, and then I think new episodes premiere every Wednesday. Mythic Quest. I know folks are really into that show. It's a show that's kind of I've missed, but season 4 premieres this week. As well as another show that I've kind of missed, but I've heard of, The Recruit. Feels like in the same vein as The Night Agent a little bit.
I have seen season 1 of each, and I'm watching season 2 of Night Agent right now. Yes, you got it's very similar as far as the vibes. This kind of out of water type, not very experienced agent gets put into a situation where they have to handle things. It's very similar. I mean, actors are.
I get very similar vibes from
Yeah.
it. Noah Centineo's the star of The Recruit. He's a fledgling CIA lawyer who, obviously, like you mentioned, he's just a CIA lawyer, but then he gets caught up in this bigger conspiracy type thing, and it's very similar to what The Night Agent set out to. But I personally like what The Night Agent does. The Recruit, I haven't dove into it enough to say yes or no to that.
The Night Agent, and I won't give it away. There's an episode that they took a surprising turn. I was like, oh, okay, you guys got this in you. So that was a good twist for me as far as where they went. At the end of The Recruit, there is this person dead? Aren't they dead because they get shot? I don't know. I was looking at the casting for season 2, and I don't see the person who got shot, so I'm assuming they're dead. They don't appear to be listed in season 2, so that's just me knowing how TV works. I probably just shouldn't have looked at IMDb for that. But I'm going to watch because I'm going to give season 2 a couple of episodes to see if I like it, because season 1 didn't end poorly for me. So I will give it a shot. But yeah, I think Night Agent, at least right now, is ahead as far as the 2 very similar Netflix shows.
Yeah.
One's an FBI agent, one's a CIA agent. And
very, very interesting that they released like a week apart from each other.
Yeah, I don't remember them being that close.
No, I don't think so.
When season 1's released for both shows.
Yeah, it feels like maybe hold off on The Recruit a little bit just to give The Night Agent a little bit more breathing room, or vice versa.
Either way,
either way, I don't know. There's also You're Cordially Invited, the film, the Prime Video film starring Will Ferrell and I believe Reese Witherspoon, where it's 2 families that set up the wedding at the same venue on the same weekend, and of course, hilarity ensues. Maybe wait on that. It's not looking good so far.
It's Amazon Prime, but we would say don't rush to your TV to watch that. Pick something else, and default to that if there's nothing else that you like.
If you're a big Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon fan, you're probably all about it. But like at this point, I maybe skip on that one.
So not strong reviews for look, I'm not a Will Ferrell person. I understand that he makes a lot of people laugh. I'm not one of them.
Not an Elf person?
No, I've never watched Elf.
Never?
That's why you're not a Will Ferrell.
Wow.
Step Brothers?
Talladega Nights?
It's fine.
Wow.
It's not I've seen it, but I've felt no need to rewatch it.
What about that one? I forget the name of it, where he did the whole movie in Spanish.
I know which one you're talking about, too. I saw that one.
I went to the theater with a friend and watched that one.
That's how much pull Will Ferrell had back in the day.
Yeah.
He did not wave his mystic powers in front of me and get me to watch things. I was never
Dawn of the Dead? Or
never.
No, not Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dinosaurs or whatever that one was with Danny McBride.
None of it.
Oh, yeah, I know which one. I know what you're saying now. Yeah, Dawn of something. I forget the name of it offhand. That's another one I watched in theaters.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
He really had you guys locked in.
Yeah, he did.
Couldn't
he really
get me.
did.
Could not
he
get
had the
me.
game in a chokehold.
Yeah. For about what? We're talking maybe
like a decade.
Probably, yeah, right. Land of the Lost is what you're talking
Land
about.
of the Lost. That's what it was. Yeah.
Wasn't it based off of like a kid show?
Based off.
I couldn't tell.
I think it was like an old show that it was based off of.
Okay. So Land of the Lost is something neither you or maybe you did enjoy, Sean. Did you enjoy Land of the Lost?
I think that's when I started to be like, you know what? He's not all hits. he is a human.
I remember being like, there was only one joke that I kind of liked in that. And then that was, it was fine. Yeah.
Oh, the Sherlock Holmes movie he made a couple years ago with John C. Reilly.
Do they have beef now? John C. Reilly and him?
I don't know.
I feel like
because of the Lakers show.
Yeah.
He wanted to play Jerry Buss. Farrell wanted to play Jerry Buss, and they gave it to John C. Reilly.
So now there's beef between.
So he took issue with him because another guy won the part?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently.
That's mature. Because it's John C. Reilly's fault you didn't get the job, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it might be with Adam McKay, who ran the show.
That would make more sense.
And they kind of worked as a threesome.
A throuple?
A throuple, a comedic throuple, so to speak.
Okay.
And
it tore them apart because
yes.
John C. Reilly got the job?
No. Everyone had to pick a side.
No.
And the 2 guys that worked together picked the same side.
Yeah.
Will Ferrell picked his own side.
Imagine how that happened. All right. So Land of the Lost, yes, it was an old TV show from the 70s.
Yeah.
So we've got some things you should or shouldn't watch at home. What about things you might be able to watch in the theater?
If you go to the theaters, I'm going to recommend another horror movie as the top pick for the weekend. Companion from New Line Cinema, as their tagline goes, the studio that brought you The Notebook and the unhinged creators of The Barbarian cordially invite you to experience a new kind of love story. Of course, that stars Jack Quaid. And I don't have the rest of the cast in front of me.
Sophie Thatcher is maybe the female lead. She was in Heretic, the movie with what's his name? Guy who got caught with the hooker.
Hugh Grant.
Hugh. Sorry, it's the only way I can get to the name. Hugh Grant. Hugh Grant was in it. He played a really creepy individual who trapped two.
I think you killed Sean.
Trapped two missionary types in his house. It's a good horror movie. So apparently that's her thing. She's also one of the stars of Yellow Jackets as well. So Sophie Thatcher, if you've seen those things, you're probably going to recognize her face in The Companion. Is it getting good reviews?
94% right now on Rotten Tomatoes.
There
both critics and audiences both are enjoying the film
right, so
so
if you
far.
like a good horror movie, apparently there's one out there for you, right?
Yeah, last week was Presence. This week it's Companion. It's getting very, very good reviews. So I would recommend that for horror fans out there. It is a limited release, so you might have to look around for movie times. Valiant 1 is the only wide release, but I'm not going to recommend that one. And then this is the first time I'm hearing of this, like, I guess, spinoff of the.
You don't want to recommend a movie led by Chase Stokes from, what's the name of that show again?
Exactly. No.
Outer Banks.
Yeah, no.
The star of Outer Banks is in a military movie. You're not recommending it?
No, and I like, I think it's Lana Condor's in the movie as well. I like Lana Condor, but I'm not recommending this movie.
Okay.
There's also Dogman. Have you heard of it?
I have not heard of Dogman.
I've heard of Dogman. I watched the Nickelodeon broadcast of Texans Chargers. So
why is that on brand for you today?
I don't know. Not great.
Pete Davidson.
Not great showing.
But Dogman is it's from the world of the Captain Underpants or whatever it is.
Sure.
Love it.
It's a family movie. A faithful police dog and his human police officer are injured together.
Mm-hmm.
So they
whatever you say, man.
There's a life-saving surgery to fuse the two of them together.
Yeah.
So
that part in the trailer made me look up for my phone. I will say that.
So the only way to save their lives was to fuse them together.
A dog head on a human body.
Yeah.
Huh.
More or less.
Basically.
Pete Davidson's playing said Dogman?
No, he's playing the villain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's Petey the Cat.
A dark turn.
Of course, the
Pete
cat.
Davidson.
A villain. Of course, Petey the Cat's the villain. Did Petey the Cat put the previous, when they were separated, did he help lead them to this?
Oh, yeah. He engineered the accident.
Yeah, that brought these two together.
This officer. I was wondering why the dog was a police officer. Now it makes sense. They didn't touch on that in the trailer.
Well, I don't know if Petey set up the accident or whatever that caused them to fuse together, but he is planning to clone himself, so they have to fight that.
Here's a tag: part dog, part man, all hero.
It's a good tagline.
It's not bad.
Good tagline.
Not bad.
So if you want to take your kids out to Dogman,
how are you going to explain to them?
I have.
Are they going to show the fusion itself?
No, they're not. I think they're going to go into a hospital room as two, and then they're going to.
It's like a scene out of The Pit. Yeah, just somebody get fused
blood
together,
all over,
blood everywhere.
The gloves of this doctor, who is a human, I'm assuming.
Side note: The Pit. I watched episode 5 last night.
Mm-hmm.
The character Whitaker just getting sprayed every episode with some kind of fluid is just the running gag that I'm all about at this point. It is brutal for this guy. Has to get new scrubs every week, pretty much.
I'm still on episode 3, but I'm going to get to it.
Definitely
been
get
a little
to it.
ill this week.
Get to
I
it,
haven't watched
please.
a lot of stuff.
You got to get to it.
All right, that music means we're done. Thank you, Michael Carroll, for the recommendations and in some cases telling us what not to watch. Valiant, don't watch it.
Don't watch that one.
I can't. Yeah, I looked at even just some of the stills from the movie. Nope, out. I'm out on it. Don't even have to watch a trailer. We're done. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. He does that show with John Lee. You can hear it in podcast form. What about this week? You guys going to be on 97.5 this week?
I believe so, yeah.
Wednesday
at 8.
Wednesday at 8 here on ESPN 97.5 in your Comcast. Sean, thank you. We're done for the week. So what does that mean?
That's what I do. Dominating the pain.
That is right. Alfred Şengün, an all-star. Congratulations to Alfred Şengün. Gallant George are up next. I'll talk to you on Monday.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks are set to add to yesterday's gains as Dow futures are trading higher. The S&P and NASDAQ also moving up. Apple is up 4%, helping to power the major averages this morning. We also have oil prices pulling back just a little bit. Interest rates are holding steady with the yield on the 10-year note of 4.52%. This after, of course, the Federal Reserve left interest rates unchanged and suggested that they would leave them that way for some time to come. European Central Bank yesterday cut interest rates, so European stocks are up across the board again this morning and outperforming much of the rest of the world. Gold price is relatively flat. The dollar is firmer this morning in the early going. We'll get a handful of economic numbers as the market also digests continued better than expected earnings from major corporations and also looks at D-Day tomorrow, whether or not the president will impose tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. That is something yet to be determined. It's been reported that officials are looking for an 11th hour save to avoid having that happen.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Hey, man, it's Chance McClain. I used to work here, but I got fired. And for the last decade, I've been making epic family documentaries at Heritage Films. Imagine this, your grandkids watching a movie about you or your parents. Yes, you're the star. We capture your stories and create a legacy film so good, Spielberg would be jealous. Don't let those stories fade. Visit yourheritagefilm.com. Yourheritagefilm.com. Make your life the blockbuster it deserves to be.
Did you know the ancient Greeks invented tailgating at the Olympics? True story. And Nico Nikos is carrying on that tradition with the John Granato tailgate menu. Whether you want sliders and wings or you want to go, it's all Greek to me, with gyros, chicken skewers, and pita chips, Nico Nikos has you covered this football season. Give them a call or visit niconikos.com/catering. There's 3 locations, including their newest location in the Woodlands. Remember, there's no tailgate like a Greek tailgate. Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? No? Then download it now in your app store.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granato here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. The kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet, ProDunk.com. Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at brinkmanquality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com.
Looking for a quality pre-owned vehicle? Look no further than Monument Chevrolet. Dale Olaleye here. Monument Chevrolet prides themselves on offering the best, well-maintained vehicles. And here's the best part. Every pre-owned vehicle at Monument Chevrolet comes with a 6-month, 6,000-mile powertrain warranty. That means no surprises after you drive off the lot. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off of 225 and Beltway 8. Start shopping at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Brooks Bossler here, owner of BB's Texas Orleans, on behalf of my friends at HRMP. HRMP has been there every step of the way as we've grown to 14 locations. At BB's, we've mastered Texas Orleans cooking, including all of your New Orleans and Southern favorites, fresh seafood options, po' boys, and don't forget our massive seafood bowls. If you're a restaurant owner or operator, let HRMP carry the burdens of human resource, payroll, and compliance so you can focus on delivering the best experience for your patrons.
Get started at hrp.net.
The Bullpen, Saturdays at noon on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
More or less? That's it. More or less. Sean Mapes here for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Playing Prize Picks is as simple as deciding more or less. It could be whether a quarterback is going to throw for 200 yards. You decide more or less. Or if a running back is going to rush for more than 50 yards. You know football. You're going to love Prize Picks. Of course, the big game is coming. Prize Picks will be loaded with opportunities for you to use your sports acumen to decide more or less and win real money. Are you ready for the big game? Get ready. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES on your first deposit to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES, M-A-P-E-S. Use that promo code and get $50 instantly on your first deposit. You're a sports genius. And on Prize Picks, you can win real cash. More or less. Win more on Prize Picks. Run your game.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Gallant. That's a G, yo. And George.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah! On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
That's with 5 for the Rockets, and here we go. Houston down by 1. Van Vliet fought 3, takes a 3 for the lead. Inside they fight. Buzzer beam. The Grizzlies have won. They avoid the season sweep, and they come up with the victory and beat the Houston Rockets.
That was an ugly finish in a game that was fantastic from start to finish, as the Grizzlies took down the Houston Rockets 120-119. So I guess it can't be fantastic from start to finish if the finish was ugly. But look, the Rockets were due for a game like this. And since we are in the honeymoon phase, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, but I'm going to let it roll off my shoulders and save it to bring it up 2 to 3 months later, like a proper woman should.
Yeah, you got to give them some. You got to give wins to people. Sometimes you play them. You can't sweep the Grizzlies. That's just mean, Paul. You got to give them one game.
That's just Bears mentality.
You got to give them. You got to give them one game. Let the Grizzlies get a win this year.
No,
it was fun. It was a really entertaining game.
It was entertaining.
It was a very entertaining game from start to finish. You are going to lose games like this. Coming off the Hawks game, in which you gave up a lead and you held on, you're not going to hold on to the lead every single time. And the final play, obviously, is the one that's getting the most conversation right now because of who took the final shot. Because it's Fred VanVleet. I think people clearly don't like that. I'm not going to be up in arms about it because the play wasn't for him. So, I can't be up in arms about something that wasn't designed for him.
The play was for Amin Thompson per Ime Udoka after the game. Was that the best idea, given that Thompson was clearly dealing with some sort of back injury for the last 3 minutes and is limited as a shooter? Maybe not. I'm of the belief that you draw plays to get people open, and it doesn't matter who takes the last shot. What the hell is this? The Wild West? Do we need to play Ennio Morricone spaghetti western music in the background? And you've got either Jalen Green or Fred VanVleet with one of those old-fashioned cigars, cigarillos in their mouth, dribbling the ball down until the shot clock's about to expire. Then they go up for a shot, only to, for the most part, when last possessions end up like this, miss! Do you not remember James Harden? How many times did he actually make it at the very end? How many times do any star players make it at the very end? I hate this. It's all part of this me generation. We got to have the star player take the last shot. Shut up. That's so dumb. They're all in the NBA. The professionals work to get the open shot. It's a team sport. I saw that last night after I was done the live stream, and I just started thinking to myself, God, NBA fans, do not get it. You just don't get it. I do. Born in Boston, 18 titles. Was I alive for many of them? Shut up. Not the point. The open guy gets the final shot. And that play, not a good play. So it had to go to Fred VanVleet, who did have an open look. It just wasn't the best look to take. But all this crying about, Jalen Green should take the last shot. He was 1 for 6 down the stretch. He was doing bad things down the stretch. Fred VanVleet was doing bad things down the stretch. They played very sloppy at the very end of the game. But this last shot debate, embrace debate. How about embrace my nuts? Shut up. Shut up.
They're all paid to be there. Fred VanVleet's the most expensive player on the roster. He makes $42 million a year. Like that's what he's here for. Veteran presence, closing presence. It makes sense for him to be the number 2 option. Now, yes, Jalen Green struggling towards the end. I get where Rockets fans are like, well, just Jalen Green should just be taking the shot. But that's not based on anything besides wanting Jalen Green to be something that he's not, which is a closer right now. I mean, he's
not a closer.
Amen Thompson is the closer. And
we saw him do it against the Celtics.
Exactly. And the play is designed for Amen Thompson. So clearly the coach is telling you that Jalen Green is not the guy that they want to have the ball in his hands when the shot clock's expiring at the end of a game. They want Amen Thompson to have it. And they doubled him, and he had to give it up. And yeah, I guess you'd say semantics, that could have been Jalen Green in that position instead of Fred, but that's Fred's job. He's a starting point guard on this team. You're right. It's as long as Steven Adams and Jayshawn Tate don't take the last shot, and I know Adams wasn't out there, only Tate was, but like as long as Steven Adams and someone of that caliber is not taking the final shot, you look at this Rockets roster, you can't constantly be talking about how deep it is, how good it is, all these young guys, all these guys who can be star players and good players and the core 7, but then at the end of the game, you're like, oh, I hate when any of them take a shot. No, like the best player or the open player takes a shot. Fred was open, he missed it.
He's in the NBA. All of these guys, for the most part, are capable of hitting it. If Tari Eason was open, I would have been cool with Tari Eason taking the shot, even if he's a 30% shooter. What's Amen Thompson career from outside? 20? The guy's open, take the shot. Because I think the open shot is the best way to win in that situation. Could it have been a better play? 100%. But yeah, there was this debate online. I'm just like, guys, not the time, not the place. They lost. They've been on the road for a while. Let's relax. But I just hate basketball culture with a passion. Like this is coming from a guy who, when I play pickup basketball, if you play a lick of defense with anybody, like I just think that basketball culture is generally soft and there's this me stuff in the back because you worship all the stars in this league. But guess what? It's a team game ultimately. And if you have a good team, which the Rockets are one of the best in the NBA this year, you work it to get the open shot. Fred VanVleet on that play gets the ball back. He did have an open look. And Fred VanVleet has said earlier this year, even if I go 0 for 20, I'm going to keep shooting. I have no problem with him shooting the ball in that situation. Would have been nicer to have some better shots before that.
Yes.
And not that Jalen Green out of control possession before that. Because I think that's really where they lost the game. It's not about like who took the final shot.
No, because for me, the final shot, you can't be a hypocrite based on the result. You have to. It's almost like the Trevor Lawrence thing in a way, where like we're not going to complain about CJ Stroud if he gets hit in the way that Trevor Lawrence did. Would anyone be complaining today about Fred taking that shot if it goes in? No, exactly. So then, like, it's not a bad shot.
If he makes the shot, Rockets launch. Boom.
So then it's not a bad shot. It's not a bad play. It didn't go the way they wanted it to, and it's a regular season game. You're not going to win every single basketball game. Does it raise questions about like how you advance deeper into the playoffs with Amen Thompson who can't shoot threes as a closer? Yeah, I think that's a fair question to like where we're having the conversation yesterday about how far this team can go. I'm comfortable with saying that they could get to the Western Conference Finals, but I think one of the biggest questions I would have is that when you close, if they're going to double a men like this, is do you trust the guys around him to hit their open shots when it matters most? And I think often probably 50-50 in terms of like trust level, I would say, depending on who has the ball and how they've played that day. But it's a bigger question for me. It's more about like a men's getting the ball. It continues the fact of what you said, Paul, is that he is a star. He is the guy that even in a loss, he's the guy that Ime trusts the most. That to me says way more about last night's game than the actual results of it.
And that is interesting. Maybe Udoka trusts the wrong person. And I suppose you could make that argument given the play, especially that considering Thompson had a moment down the stretch after that back injury where he also screwed up. Like there were a lot of mistakes down the stretch. They looked like they were going to pull away with this game in the third quarter. Did that against the Hawks. Weren't able to close out. Learning experience for a young team. They've been on the road for a while. I think that's another part of this that has to be considered. So I'm not here to get mad at that game. I'm disappointed, but I mean, they've been playing so well of late. They were due for one of these last second games to go against them. And, it's crazy. I mean, down the stretch, you have that referee completely screwing up, thinking that the Grizzlies head coach had called a timeout while the Rockets were kind of lost in transition defense. Memphis had a breakaway layup, and that referee he ruled that the Memphis coach called the timeout. I saw that. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I was just thinking the same thing. I don't think I've ever seen that in anything.
I really wanted to, and I mean, I know this is like not rooting for sportsmanship, but just because of how funny it would have been so funny if that referee gave the Grizzlies head coach a technical foul for justifiably being pissed off at truly one of the worst calls ever. Like you go back and watch the replay, like he doesn't make any timeout motion.
He's telling them to run.
Right. And it's funny, like watching afterwards the replay, they zoom in. And the referee's basically like telling him to watch it, buddy. And you're thinking to yourself, dude, this is one of the rare instances where you screwed up and you should be on your knees apologizing.
That's actually where, like, if the Rockets win last night's game because of that, I know the Rockets failed in their protest of the Spurs game, which the dunk went in and came out. I actually think the NBA would have to take a hard look at that if the Grizzlies filed a protest last night, if they would have lost, and be like, we might have to replay the final whatever seconds of the game
but the problem is they're not playing each other again the rest of the year because this is the fourth and final game. So they wouldn't have been able to do it
before the All-Star break or something.
Yeah,
or
like
right
the All-Star
after.
break.
They're just like right after or something.
Yeah, but like I don't know how you wouldn't justify if the Rockets would have won last night not redoing that because it's wild.
The NBA always finds a way not to do a replay. Like the last one's still from like 15 years ago where they like miscounted timeouts or something.
Right.
Like it has to be like a mistake where it's like a misapplication of rules, not just like a refereeing mistake. And so that's how they like justify it. But yeah, that one, I was already like, as the timeout was being called and Taylor Jenkins was freaking out, I was like, are the Rockets going to get away with one again? Like, are they going to, is this? And then when Jaren Jackson went to the line, I was like, is this going to be like a Darius Garland, like poop his pants situation?
The way, Fred VanVleet just rubbed sweat on Jaren Jackson as he was about to take those free throw attempts. It almost makes up for how many botched plays VanVleet had down the stretch.
I think that was that was the best chance he gave the Rockets of winning in the last 3 minutes was that right there.
Seriously.
We've seen shoe untying. We've seen like all sorts of, we've seen people walk over and talk to the free throw shooter. This is an innovation I can get behind by Fred VanVleet.
Just rubbing sweat.
$40 million well spent.
On the other side, Alperen Şengün's an all-star, and I'm going to try to make amends with the Turkish psycho Şengün stands. But what's more disrespectful? You can answer this. The fact that the Rockets, per mybookie.ag, have the 10th best odds to win the championship, or the fact that the Rockets have just one game on national TV the rest of the way. You can answer that. We'll talk about Şengün getting to the All-Star game. Stay put!
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Most people are tired and worn down by the time they get to the mortgage part of a home purchase, so they don't properly shop their mortgage. That's when you should call Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. His mission is simple: educate and help borrowers save money. With 29 years of experience, Kent can get you a quick quote without an application or credit pull. Call or text Kent at Dream Rate at 713-520-LOAN. That's 713-520-5626, or visit 975loan.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Kent Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
For over 50 years, Allstate Windows and Siding has helped homeowners reduce outdoor noise, enhance the appearance, and increase the energy efficiency of their homes. Call at 832-204-1936 or visit allstatewindowsandsiding.com to schedule an appointment today.
Has a loved one died and left you an old car to sell? GiveMeTheVin.com has just launched the new service GMTVCC.com. Write this down, GMTVCC.com, which is Give Me the VIN classic and collector car buying service. GMTVCC.com will hook you up with GMTVCC Pro buyers that will appraise and offer on that 69 Chevelle, old Corvette, old truck, and especially Restomods. We love Restomods at GMTVCC.com. Don't mess with consignments or auctions. Get paid today on your classic or collector car at GMTVCC.com.
If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now. Because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs or the Eagles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets with. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long will the national anthem be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to always use our promo code. It's BET975. That's BET975. As I always tell you, bet anything, anywhere, anytime with the only place I tell you to do it. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Country music superstar Morgan Wallen is coming to Houston for his 2025 I'm the Problem Tour. Join Morgan Wallen at NRG Stadium for a two-night show, June 20th and 21st. Tickets go on sale this Friday at livenation.com.
Your home for Texas A&M athletics is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kick 'em. It's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Alfred Sengun is an all-star. I'm just letting everybody here know it. The Wizard is an all-star. You heard it here first.
That's Tari Eason interrupting a Vanessa Richardson and Alperen Sengun interview earlier this year. And guess what? Alperen Sengun is, in fact, an all-star. The first Houston Rocket all-star since 2020. James Harden, Russell Westbrook, 16th pick in 2021. Pretty damn good 16th pick. Averaging 19.1 points a game, 10.4 rebounds a game, and 5 assists a game for the Rockets. He is a Western Conference reserve. And yesterday I found out that his nickname is the Wizard. Do you know why, Joe?
I got no idea.
He loves Harry Potter.
Oh, I did know that. That makes sense. I just didn't realize he correlated that to a nickname.
Plus his skillful passing and footwork. I like a Gen Zer who likes Harry Potter.
I didn't know like that Harry Potter was big in Turkey, but
I would imagine it would be banned in Turkey. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to stop taking pot shots. But Gen Zers love to go after millennials for our love of Harry Potter. And to them, I say Avada Kedavra.
Oh, Harry Potter's coming back in a big way.
Yeah, the HBO show.
Yeah, HBO show. Don't think I'm going to watch.
There's no way they nailed the kid actors as well as they nailed them.
No, it was perfect.
They might.
I don't know.
I believe.
Daniel Radcliffe's don't grow on trees.
Give me an Oblivious. I'll just forget about the movies. Because the books were better. Said everybody who's read a series of books.
They're just
I'll take your word for it.
They're just long.
Oh, well, I mean, Joe, I know you're
I
from,
read
you're
them
from
all.
Illinois, and like, what is it like?
I just
the
rather
entire
play.
state can't read.
No, that's not true. I just rather be outside than read.
Oh, wow.
Play
Yeah.
sports
What a
nerds.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
That's what Joe just told us. Damn.
I'm not into wizards.
So I did ask that question. What is more disrespectful? The fact that the Rockets have one game on national TV the rest of the way. The NBA's flexing rules are weird. Like they have less flexibility than the NFL. It's very bizarre. Or that they are 10th in odds to win the title. They are behind the following teams: Celtics, Thunder, Cavs, Knicks, Nuggets, Mavericks, Bucks, Grizzlies, Clippers. I heard earlier today Lance talking about how the Lakers have better odds than the Rockets. Well, MyBookie.ag, they don't. MyBookie.ag kind of respects the Rockets, but it still has them at 10th to win the whole damn thing.
Man.
So that what's more disrespectful? I think personally it's one national TV game the rest of the way.
Yes, but I get why they didn't want to oversaturate the TV schedule with the Rockets in case they didn't do what they're doing.
Oh, for sure. I get it going into the year.
You just got to fix it.
You got to fix this somehow.
Yeah, I don't know what all the rules are, but you definitely got to get them on there more. They should be on national TV at least once a week, it feels like.
All right, once a week. We don't want America being sick of this.
Every other
I
week.
agree.
But yeah, I mean, I guess because Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's hard with TNT just because there's so few games on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But it is weird how limited the flexing is, where really what they should do is just announce all the national TV games up until like MLK Day and then be like,
Figure it out from there.
Yeah.
When people start paying attention.
They did that during the season after the bubble, where they only did the first half schedule because they're like, we're going to have to reschedule all these games anyway. So they just played as many games they could in the first half, and then like, we'll schedule the second half when we get there. And they could maybe not do that drastic of a measure, but something like that to get some more flexibility with the national TV stuff. I think that's more disrespectful.
Yeah, I think my guess is they'll fix a lot of that too, though. They'll flex the Rockets in when they can, and part of that will depend on how the people here react to the Rockets. That will matter. Like what will the ratings look like last night? Of like what is the buyback of the local Houston fans if they're going to put them on national TV? I do think 10th feels a little extreme to me. Specifically more like the gap in odds between the Grizzlies and the Rockets. Like the one I'm looking at here is the Grizzlies plus 2,800 to win the NBA championship. The Rockets plus 4,000. They're right by the Suns. Like the Rockets won't win the championship. Like they have way better. They're better than the Suns.
It must be truly that the NFL season hasn't ended. And Vegas is like, we'll wait a little bit. We'll wait a little bit. We'll let some dreamers dream and put some big bets on these teams that actually don't have much of a chance.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's more like the
long odds, great value.
And that the Bucks have shorter odds because more people are just going to be looking, be like, I'm getting Giannis at whatever, plus 1,800? Yeah, are you kidding me? Where it's like, well, they've kind of been all right this year. They're also, probably not going to win the title. Just like the reason the Rockets thing isn't that disrespectful to me, because I'm like, I don't think they're going to win this thing anyway. Now, if it's odds to like win a series, and they had those, which would be super early for those, but like different hypothetical matchups, and they're underdogs to all these teams, that's where it's like, all right, guys, what are we doing?
Yeah, and when you look at it too, it's Boston is the favorite at plus 210, Oklahoma City plus 230, and then there is a giant the next team is the Cavs at plus 850. Like what Vegas is telling us and these websites is that they clearly think it's a 2-team race to who's going to win the championship this year. I don't totally agree with that, but outside of Oklahoma City, Boston, and the Cavs, like I'm not sure who else I'd want to bet on, to be honest. So it's not super disrespectful to the Rockets. The TV's probably worse, but I do think they'll correct it as much as they can.
So it's not always necessarily the best thing to be on national TV too. For example, right now on one of the Speak for Your Pizza shows, Chris Canty is asking the question, is Joe Burrow, who just had an incredible statistical season, an elite quarterback?
Oh.
And Cam Newton is wearing a hat that looks like a paint swatch while also wearing a denim jacket. And on top of that, a vest underneath it and a bow tie. So
I love that hat.
Sometimes things get a little Chris Broussarded on TV, and you don't necessarily need to be there, but you want to be there occasionally and won the rest of the way.
It's a sign of respect.
Yeah.
You know, like I like
you got an all-star.
I like listening to Craig Ackerman call Rockets games.
I agree with that.
But I also don't want to never be on national TV.
Because I like Kevin Harlan, and it's fun to have Inside the NBA actually give credit to the Rockets. We'll play that audio a little bit later. Şengün is an all-star. Some more Şengün fun facts. First-time all-star, only the second player ever from Turkey to be an all-star. I thought Hideo Turkoglu might have gotten one. Nope.
Who's the other one then?
It's
Mehmet Okur.
Yeah, Okur from the Jazz back in the day.
07. Turkoglu got most improved in all-rookie second team, and we're talking like early 2000s for that. Also, he's the son of a fisherman. Thank you, Kevin Harlan, for teaching us that. What? Why are you guys laughing?
I was ready for like son, and then just more
Son of
than
a fisherman.
his occupation.
It was honestly, it was the way Kevin said it last night. It's like Alpie's like, it was after he did the interview, and he goes, and he's the son of a fisherman, and I was like, thanks, Kevin.
I liked it. It was great.
I'm just ready for like some secondary thing other than
nope. I'm giving fun facts. Okay,
is he 6'8"? Is like
that's a great question.
I would just like to know: is he the world's tallest fisherman? I don't know.
Good question. How does he stay on the boat?
Or is he a small dad that just had a giant kid? I don't know.
Does he listen to a Turkish version of Billy Joel's Downeaster Alexa when he's out with the rod and the reel? I don't know.
Is he still a fisherman to this day?
I hope not. Honestly, of all the things, I hope that he is still not a fisherman. But yeah, we learned some things on the broadcast, and Reggie Miller likes good bad boys, which Dylan Brooks is.
I think that's a great way to describe Dylan Brooks.
He's a good bad boy.
Yeah. Reggie Miller.
Thanks, Reggie.
Reggie Miller was, I mean, this
is like bag.
This is like a 6 on the Reggie Miller broadcasting goofs level. Like his performance last night, where a 10 is just where you're rolling your eyes for 2.5 hours straight. Last night, it was a little Reggie Miller-ish, but it wasn't like, oh my God. It wasn't impacting my enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he said that Amen and Jalen will be able to enjoy that from years to come, I was like, he hasn't looked at Jalen's contract, has he? That was like my immediate thought.
He also said someone should be prosecuted because Jalen Wells was a 2nd-round pick. And I was like, okay, it's not that. I think he said it's criminal. And I was like, it's not criminal.
He's been watching all those depositions for the cabinet. He wants to prosecute someone.
Yeah.
By the way, I extended an olive branch last night to the Turkish psychotic Şengün stands. I've realized I've made it a little bit about me. And I saw StatMuse make this post showing Domantas Sabonis next to Alperen Şengün, like these weird portraits of the two of them. And yeah, Sabonis has more points a game and rebounds a game and assists per game, but Şengün has more wins per game. And it's about time that we saw a Turk, not some pro-Russian Lithuanian. I actually have no idea if they're pro-Russia in the All-Star game. So how about that? You know, you can't put in a close to Russia enough to claim that he's Russian.
Yeah. A Putin asset.
Yeah, you can't put a Putin asset into the All-Star game, especially in San Francisco. Only Chinese players are allowed there.
I am very pro Şengün in this, and to what you said that matters most, wins should matter.
Yeah.
Stats don't just matter. Wins gotta matter too. They gotta matter.
I'm okay with like Kevin Durant being an all-star.
Yeah.
He was voted in by the fans. But I'm okay with him being an all-star. Like where they're the 9th seed? And it's like, yeah, sure. You're in because you're Kevin freaking Durant. Sabonis, you don't get that.
No.
You don't get that
Your
kind of
teammate
love.
just publicly said he doesn't want to play with you.
Yeah.
So.
Hell yeah. Who said that?
De'Aaron Fox. Well, he said he wanted to be traded.
He didn't say I don't want to play with Sabonis.
He said I can't win here.
He said I
want out.
I want to sign an extension with the San Antonio Spurs.
He said he'd rather be with Wemby
than
Sabonis. So Sabonis, you're out.
So it's implied. So see Turkish psychotic Şengün stance. We can hate on other countries too. We're equal opportunity haters, and we'll hate on San Francisco too because of the time that they allowed Xi Jinping to come in and they cleaned up all the homeless, and then they're all back. Anyway, that's fine. Hey, it's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Coming up next, we're gonna figure out what the hell's happening with Alex Bregman from Chandler, Rome. Stay put.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th. Eat Drink HTX is a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal you enjoy at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus starting February 1st at eatdrinkhtx.com.
6 months after joining O Athletic in the Heights, I'm already down to my pre-pandemic weight. Joe George here, and I'm not slowing down just because my pants are fitting better. I have new goals, and I'm working towards them with my trainer, Cam, who helps me in the gym and with my meal plan. You can get your own trainer, and they offer over 100 classes a week. O Athletic isn't just a gym, it's a lifestyle. Don't wait for January. Start right now. Check them out now at 767 North Shepherd or on Instagram at OAthletic and OAthletic.com.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. GOLD, gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Gallant and George, weekday afternoons from noon to 3.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And joining us right now on the HRP guest line from The Athletic, and on top of that, a podcast that sometimes features Josh Reddick being interviewed from a ski slope, the Crush City Territory podcast that Chandler does with him and Tyler Stafford. Chandler, thanks for joining us, and hopefully no one gets traded or signed like the last time he came on when Kyle Tucker got traded as we were on the phone.
I mean, at this point, I'd welcome it. I need this whole saga to end so I can have a week of doing nothing before going to West Palm.
Before we get into Alex Bregman, Ryan Presley is officially a Chicago Cub. He waived his no-trade clause. Was that because of the sour feelings? Was it because of all the reporting that seemingly was pressuring him to get the message, dude, you're not wanted anymore? Did he look at Chicago as a better opportunity? What's the main reason he's gone?
I mean, I don't think there's one main reason. I think, and as I tried to illustrate in the reporting and kind of when this all went down, they had been trying to do this all winter. This was not, there seemed to start to be this connection of they traded Ryan Presley to make a legitimate run at Alex Bregman. It just so happened that those two things coincided at the same time, that the Astros got back in on Bregman and Presley was traded. This had been something that they were trying to do stretching back to November. The foremost motivation from the Astros side was this was a salary dump. I mean, I know Dana Brown tried to talk up Juan Bello like he's going to be some 8-time Cy Young Award winner when he was on the Zoom the other day, but they didn't trade Ryan Presley for a return. They traded Ryan Presley to get rid of most of his salary. This was a salary dump, plain and simple. Dana Brown's fractured relationship with Ryan Presley contributed somewhat. That I talked to at least one person that said that was at least a little bit of a factor as to why they put him on the market, but make no mistake, this was to get rid of his money. As to why Ryan Presley did it, I mean, you heard what he said to the Cubs reporters when he was on Zoom the other day. Like, I don't think he wanted to leave. And in fact, he said that. He said he wanted to retire as an Astro, which, I mean, he could still do. They could re-sign him after re-sign him after the season, I suppose. But I don't think he wanted to leave. I think there were some hard feelings. And I think, to be quite frank with you, like, look at the Cubs and the Astros just in terms of their roster, in terms of their division. Like, if they don't have, like, the same, win probability of winning their division and getting to the playoffs, like, I may say the Cubs may have a little bit better of a chance. Like, it may be a better overall situation going to Chicago. I think there's fewer just overall questions with the Cubs than there are with the Astros. So don't lose that factor either. That the Cubs are in a pretty ideal position as to for what they've done this winter. That division is very winnable. And Ryan Presley wanted to close, and he was never going to close here. Not when Josh Hader's making $19.5 million.
Chandler, is Alex Bregman an Astro, a Cub, a Tiger? Where are we at with all this?
Yeah, I've never, ever since this whole thing started about 2 weeks ago, I've never thought the Astros were the favorites. Like, there was some reporting out there that suggested this was fait accompli, that Bregman was going to come back and it was going to be this grand welcoming. And yes, he still could come back and it still could happen, but I've never thought that the Astros were the favorites, and I've never thought that this was a sure thing to happen. I think it's, as to where he ends up, I can't tell you. I don't know that. I do think he has compelling offers. I don't think this is a situation where he's got, no interest and the Astros are just kind of lingering and hoping he falls back. I think I know he's got competitive offers. Like, he's got the sort of offers that are going to intrigue him from other teams. And I think at this point, it's just a matter of Alex kind of needs to either make a decision or they need to do the final full court press on the 5 owners involved, the 5 GMs involved, to kind of see, all right, what's the last offer, what's the last thing, and then the negotiations are going to pick up from there. But I would not characterize the Astros as the favorite. I never have. So I don't know where he ends up, but I think it's becoming less likely that it's going to be back here.
Chandler Rome of The Athletic and the Crush City Territory podcast with us on the HRNP guest line. The rumors about the Astros going after Jorge Polanco, you reported that they were going after him, but now he goes back to the Seattle Mariners. How serious was their pursuit of Polanco?
Oh, it was very serious, to the point where they were, I don't want to say down the road, but they got outbid. The Mariners, from my understanding, the Mariners gave him more money than the Astros were prepared to. And, maybe that's a sensible move, given that he had, pretty major knee surgery in October, coming off of a major operation. They've cleared him to do baseball activities in spring training. He needs to be 100% for opening day. But, I mean, $7 and almost $8 million for that was a little more than the Astros were willing to pay, from my understanding. So they got outbid on that one. So, but it was serious, don't get me wrong. And I think all of this, even if Bregman doesn't come back, we've heard so much this last, 2 or 3 weeks about Jose Altuve's defense and his position and where he's going to end up playing. Like, if they would have signed Jorge Polanco would have been the primary second baseman, from my understanding, and Jose Altuve would have played the majority of his time in left field. Now that they would have proceeded with caution with Polanco, and Altuve would have played some second base, but there would have been, a primary shift there. And, if that long shot happens and Bregman comes back, we've already, discussed that Jose Altuve would be in left field. And I think now this prompts legitimate questions about Jose Altuve's defensive future. He was never going to end his career as the Astros second baseman. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a really, really good player, but you can't ignore the defensive metrics right now. He's, if not the worst, maybe the second worst defensive second baseman in baseball. This is an Astros pitching staff that has two pitchers atop its rotation in Valdez and Brown that induce more ground balls than any pitchers in baseball. They need a good infield behind them. And last year, the right side of their defensive infield was terrible with Altuve and with the carousel that they had at first base. Now, they have Christian Walker now, three-time Gold Glover. I think he will help if Altuve does play second primarily this year. I think having Christian Walker there will help. His range is better. He can just kind of cover up some things, but it's hard to hide a bad defensive second baseman across 162 games as you saw last year. So what I will be fascinated to see is once the Bregman saga concludes, where does Altuve play defensively next year, and how does that, impact what Joe Espada does on a daily basis?
So I guess, do you feel like that could lead to Dubon as your everyday second baseman then, Chandler? Or is it an outside solution or even a hopeful early promotion from one of the young guys to play second base?
I mean, I think the Dubon thing is probably the easiest way to go. And look, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is totally conjecture on my part. I haven't done a ton of reporting on this specifically, but, to me, kind of the actions speak louder than words. And we've all seen the pictures of Altuve working in left field at Dyken Park. He talked about it at FanFest last week, that's something he'd be open to doing, moving to left field. I don't know if that is their plan this year, but if it is the plan that they want to do, then yeah, it makes sense. Dubon could play second. Altuve could play left. And look, they could still do a situation where Jose Altuve plays some second base. I don't think they want to move Jose Altuve to left field permanently. I think it's a situation where, honestly, to protect his legs a little bit, maybe try to get him in the left field a little bit. They can't. I don't think they can afford to run him out there at second base for 155 games, especially as a 35-year-old guy getting older. So Dubon, that makes a ton of sense. They need Bryce Matthews to take a step. I know Bryce Matthews has, he's got the prospect cachet, but if you kind of look at what he did in winter ball this winter, and you look at kind of how he did this past year, it was not a great year for him. He wasn't bad, but I don't think he took the step that the Astros thought he would. They need him to take a step forward this year. They need him to maybe be knocking on the door. Cam Smith kind of profiles as more of a corner guy. I think they are going to try him in the corner outfield in spring training. You look at that. And then, I wouldn't be surprised either if the Astros if they are exploring a trade, late in this winter, if they explore a trade for maybe a more veteran outfielder, just to get a corner guy in here to play a little bit of left field, get some certainty there, and then they can kind of do this Altuve and left field thing. They can do it a little more gradually instead of having to force it so quick.
Chandler Roan with us from The Athletic on the HRNP guest line. On that front, you mentioned, okay, maybe they look at outfielders. Are there any names other than Alex Bregman that they're linked to right now in any of those positions, given that Jorge Polanco is going to the Mariners, a guy that they wanted to bring in, but they were outbid for?
It's hard to know just because, we can think certain guys are available in trades. We can think that certain teams are engaged in, they want to trade this guy and this guy, and then there could be guys that we aren't even thinking about that are on the block. So it's a lot harder to nail down and report like, okay, this guy is who they're targeting. Like it could be a ton of different things with teams. You don't know who's selling, what teams are offering, things like that. But you kind of look around, and the Giants have a couple of surplus outfielders. The D-backs have some surplus outfield talent. but you wonder how much the Astros have to offer. Like, I mean, this week has been prospect week, right? You've seen all the outside publications, including The Athletic, roll out their farm system rankings, roll out their top 100s, roll out the top 30s for each team, and the Astros remain at the bottom of basically every farm system ranking. So they don't have a ton to offer. So I find it hard to believe that it would be a guy with multiple years of control. I find it hard to believe that it would be a guy in his pre-ARB years, because, I mean, those inherently cost more in prospect capital. So you're probably, if you want to start being a sleuth and kind of looking at who would make sense, maybe look for guys on one-year deals, look for guys, rental players that are heading into free agency that aren't making a ton of money. Maybe that sort of guy is the ideal fit, because I don't think the Astros have enough in their farm to get much more than that.
Chandler, last one for you. Do you think that the money they saved with Ryan Presley, is that pretty much what they're willing to spend? Is $8.5 million if it's not Alex Bregman, or are they willing to spend more on a player they trade for? Like how hard is their cap right now, do you think?
Well, it's hard to know, because the last two winters, including this one, I've reported, and it's been right, that Jim Crane has been reluctant to go over the luxury tax. And then last year he gave $95 million to Josh Hader on a whim. And this year they're back in the Bregman sweepstakes, which would skyrocket them over the CBT. So the short answer is I don't really know. I think if given his druthers, he would stay under it, but he only kind of exceeds it for that, pardon the pun, that luxury item. And he viewed Josh Hader as a luxury item. Alex Bregman certainly fits that mold too. If there's, beyond Bregman, there's really nothing else that would quantify as that. So I would kind of say that they would probably stay under if they don't bring Bregman back. And then you also have to remember too that they've got to save some room for the trade deadline. If they're in a position to add at the deadline, they probably want to save a little bit to take on some salary then too. And as Jim Crane has shown, when this team is in it at the deadline, he's unafraid to make those bold decisions, take on, bigger salaries, and kind of throw caution to the wind and go for it. So they also have to be prepared for that contingency.
He is Chandler Rome. You can catch his work in The Athletic, and on top of that, the Crush City Territory podcast with Josh Reddick and Tyler Stafford. Chandler, always appreciate your time, and hopefully no news has broken while we've been talking with one another. Oh, is Bregman retiring? I'm kidding. Thank you, Chandler. We'll talk to you again, hopefully soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
He is Chandler Rome. All right. What'd you think about that, Joe?
Interesting. The Polanco, I can't believe they got outbid for Jorge Polanco.
By the Mariners.
I hate that,
By
of all the things that Chandler just a lot of great information, just really. Honestly, I'm glad they got outbid for my
I am too.
Shout out to you, Seattle.
But just hearing you got outbid by Seattle, yeah, it stinks, as Sean's making this motion behind the back, because it makes you feel like a poor. Even if Polanco, and I looked at all his numbers and I'm like, yeah, hard pass. But just to get outbid by Seattle is a little embarrassing.
Yeah, and the fact that he would have been the primary second baseman. It is, man, that's why this Altuve thing, this is not new news. It just got leaked at a very interesting time, I think. This must have been something that Altuve and Dana Brown and them have been talking about for a little bit here, of the eventual move to left field. And I don't know if this was another attempt from Altuve and Scott Boras to put pressure on the Astros, because at the end of the season, obviously, he said he wanted Alex Bregman back. And then all of a sudden, he conveniently said he would move to left field, and the Alex Bregman rumors went crazy. So I guess we're going to see a lot of Altuve in left no matter what this year, which I do understand. I do get it, but it's going to be fascinating to watch.
Chandler, also, remember we had our hot takey hypothetical yesterday. What if Ryan Presley left because the Cubs are better? Chandler entertained it.
I think he said it, honestly. He pretty much said it. They're so close They're honestly, like, I really think they're very, very close. I bet you if we look at their win totals right now, they're very
I
similar.
was going to ask, are win totals out already?
Yeah, they will be. I'll find them here by the time the segment's over.
He's
but
so excited. Joe's like, yeah, Cubs, Astros, same team?
I have
They're both at 85 wins.
I want to have like major reservations. Honestly, about the Cubs. So
this is
hey, what
Chicago
number did you just give, Sean?
I said 85.
Well, the Cubs are 85.5 and the Astros are 86.5.
Whoa!
So on the money from Mapes.
Dang.
Money Mapes over there.
Who knows ball?
I like how now that it's becoming more real, you're like, I don't know.
That's probably why I wouldn't say it.
Like, just got confirmed by a
Actually
baseball
seeing
insider.
them listed next to each other.
I'm just like, I don't know. But no, I mean, I think the division will be easier to win. So it does make that more, it could be a better option. But again, like Presley's not going to close. Like he might not close. He left because pretty much Dana Brown didn't want him here and he didn't like Dana Brown. Kind of feels like that's what it came down to. So, I also didn't leave that. And I know Chandler, say he was very fair with what information he had, but it just doesn't like scream like they're going to make a big move this year. And it just feels like Dubon, McCormick, Myers, Altuve, Taylor Trammell, or whatever his name is like your combination of your outfielders and second baseman this year.
Yeah, it does feel that way. We're just seeing Bob Nightingale constantly tweet out the same thing over and over again. But now there's no more Ryan Presley, no trade clause. He just keeps saying the Astros have a 6-year, $156 million offer out there, and that the Red Sox and Tigers are co-favorites for Bregman. There are a couple other people that weighed in on this from the MLB Network. First off, you had Jim Bowden. He was on, I think, MLB Network Radio. And he was asked about the possibility of the Astros bringing back Alex Bregman. Some interesting things along the way, some of them wrong. Here is Jim Bowden, who I think was a general manager once.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
He usually likes the Astros. He's usually very pro Astros.
Usually or always?
I think it might be always.
Okay.
He's very always.
Here's Jim Bowden.
As long as you have the Paredes trade ready to go for that left-hand hitting outfielder that they're going to need. I mean, they need help in the outfield. Now, if you can take Paredes and you can spin him for a left-hand hitting outfielder and then sign Bregman back, that makes sense. If you sign Bregman now, then, you're kind of complicating things a little bit, right? Because you want to put Paredes at second. He's not a good second baseman. And you're going to take away one of the best defensive second basemen in Altuve, and you're going to put him in left field where he doesn't have an arm to throw. I mean, he'll play out there because he's Jose Altuve and he wants Bregman back. But baseball-wise, that's not a smart play. And what I'm being told from people in Tampa, they don't think Paredes would be adequate enough in left field to be the everyday left fielder there.
That's what I suggested, like, when all this happened, was like, could they flip Paredes? It depends on the contract that Bregman signed, right? You're not going to, let's say it was a 1-year, $40 million deal. Just like all in 1 year, hit the market next year, go back out. You wouldn't flip Paredes. But if you sign Bregman to a 5-year deal, you need a lefty bat. You need an outfielder. Moving Paredes would be logical. I disagree with Jim. I think they would just put him at second base.
I disagree with Jim saying Altuve is good at second base. Like he said, he's one of the best defenders at second base. But we might need to call this show George and Gallant now. I mean, Joe, that was a suggestion.
No, it's Gallant George.
Okay,
you talk first.
Okay. More analysis about the future of Alex Bregman. Jeff Blum thinks he will be back. This also from the MLB Network. Here's Geoff.
My gut is he comes back. I just think, man, for me personally, and you know this too, Casey, when you're in a ballpark where you've had a lot of success and you've got a ballpark that's built for your swing, I think Alex Bregman is the absolute prototype to put in a place like Minute Maid Park. And he's also the guy that kind of is, he's the stick that stirs their drink inside that clubhouse. Mm-hmm. Losing him wouldn't be just losing production at third base or a gold glove at third base. It would be losing a guy who's your pitching coach, hitting coach, infield coach, on the field in the middle of the game. He really proved to be a value for these guys emotionally and mentally.
Emotionally and mentally.
Yeah, I think you can always find new leaders. I think that's kind of, you can. Remember when Carlos Correa left?
Yeah.
And who's going to do
they
mound
haven't been
visits?
the same since.
Yeah, they were okay.
Except for the one World Series.
Yeah.
The next year, with the rookie shortstop.
But since then,
No rings.
You're right.
Now they're losing Ryan Presley,
Leader.
and Bregman.
I mean, yeah, who is going to fix the pitchers? Because clearly it's not the pitching coaches. It is Ryan Presley and Alex Bregman that fixed Hunter Brown. So
That's at least.
I mean, it's
what
fact.
the story
that's what Hunter Brown says.
Yeah.
He doesn't credit his pitching coaches to fixing him. Like, I don't know if Hayden Wesneski's going to be able to, have the impact that they thought he was without Alex Bregman here and Ryan Presley here.
Yeah, dang, that's a good point.
I do think it's interesting that now Blum, Rosenthal have both, like their gut says Houston. It's because the offers must be, while Chandler says substantial, I think they're close enough to where the Astros, if they're willing to budge, which it seems like they're not willing to do, can get Bregman back. And I don't know how much they have to budge. Because if they had to budge a lot, he would be signed somewhere else. Like, if it was really that much more money, he'd be in Boston, where Alex Cora wants him. He'd be in Detroit.
Yeah.
With AJ Hinch. He'd be in Chicago, where, like, they're offering him more money for less years. But, like, he might have... The contracts can't be that far apart, or he'd be on another team.
Or at least we would be talking about, like, the Astros have no chance.
Yeah.
Like, we're not getting the... Every 48 hours, Bob Nightingale reporting the same thing that he reported 48 hours ago of, Astros still have a chance. Offer has not moved. That wouldn't be happening if their offer was getting blown out of the water.
Well, the weekend is young, and we know what Bob was doing all last weekend, which was basically saying that Ryan Presley was going to get traded. But if he needed to waive his no trade clause for it to happen first. And then he eventually did. Was it because of Bob Nightingale peer pressuring Presley for the Astros? I guess we'll never know. But we got Sean Mapes behind the glass. We got Joe George to my right eye and Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call in and text. And we have a question for you. Power rank 1 through 4 the teams most likely to win a championship in Houston sports. It's like the next one. Power rank them 1 through 4. We'll give you our answers on the other side. Stay put.
ESPN 97.5.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
When the storms show up, so do all those pesky storm-chasing roofers trying to get you to file an insurance claim. The group of professionals at Brinkman Quality Roofing are not the guys that will be knocking on your door. Call them today at 281-480-7663. That's 281-480-ROOF. They will evaluate your roof and determine what is the best course of action for you and your home. There's no substitute for Brinkman Quality. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
More or less? That's it. More or less. Sean Mapes here for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Playing Prize Picks is as simple as deciding more or less. It could be whether a quarterback is going to throw for 200 yards. You decide more or less. Or if a running back is going to rush for more than 50 yards. You know football. You're going to love Prize Picks. Of course, the big game is coming. Prize Picks will be loaded with opportunities for you to use your sports acumen to decide more or less and win real money. Are you ready for the big game? Get ready. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES on your first deposit to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES, M-A-P-E-S. Use that promo code and get $50 instantly on your first deposit. You're a sports genius, and on Prize Picks, you can win real cash. More or less. Win more on Prize Picks. Run your game.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm. That's Dasper Law Firm.
Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zierlein here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com. Hey guys, Lance Zierlein here. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. That's the one thing I don't know that Aqueduct Plumbing does know. That's why I put my trust in Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've had them do so much work, whether it's the first sign of a minor problem or if you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel. Why don't you reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company? Make my plumber your plumber. I trust them, and you can find them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter how big the job or how small the job, you're going to get great work every single time from aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Would you trust your family's safety to the lowest bidder? No. Jim Fiume, founder of Gulf Coast Windows, 40 years ago pioneered replacement windows. And since then, they've led the industry in window technology, installation, and customer satisfaction. Can you buy a cheaper window? Yeah, but not with their Performance Series windows and satisfaction guarantee. Save a few pennies or choose a best-in-class window. Keep your family safe and save money on electricity bills. GulfCoastWindows.com, GulfCoastWindows.com. All right, here's the deal, Houston. Nico Nico's just dropped their OPA app, and it's a game changer. Download it, get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, and desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. So don't wait. Download the Nico Nico's OPA, OPA app today and get rewarded and get your Greek on. It's OPA amazing.
Jeremy Branham here from my good friends at HR&P. For nearly 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P, protecting the interest of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. GOLD, gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Missed any of today's show? Then download the podcast now wherever you get your podcasts. ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Gallant. That's a G, yo. And George.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Here is the question for you. Of all the sports teams in Houston, professional and college, who's most likely to win a championship next? Power rank them 1 through 4. So this doesn't just mean the Astros, the last team to win a title. The Rockets, the second to last team to win a title. The Cougs, who have gotten so close so many times on the basketball side of things. Cougars football, if you want. You've also got the Houston Texans, the Texas Longhorns, the Texas A&M Aggies. I suppose you can insert any other college football
Yeah, if you want
program.
to pick TCU or whatever, go for it.
Yeah, TCU's gotten the closest out of all these college football teams.
I think TCU's Dallas. We can sort of say Austin is a subsidiary of the greater Houston area.
And there's so many Texas fans.
Yeah, there's just so many grads that.
Yeah, that's why I included them. Like UT, A&M.
Katie's so far away; it's basically in Austin.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah,
once I get out of Katie, I'm like, okay, I'm almost to Austin.
Right, and Bryan / College Station also basically in Houston, just eminent domain. Okay, so of all of those teams and schools, 1 through 4, power rank them. Joe, it's your idea. You go first.
Number 1, the University of Houston Cougars basketball team. Number 1.
Interesting. You think they got the shooting this year?
I don't know, but they're going to be in the Final Four, or they'll be close to it. Part of that's timeline, but they're also the closest of all compared to all the pro teams. That even if they don't win it this year,
they have the best chance just because of the nature of the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
That I think is
and
a fair point to make.
A great coach.
Yes.
I mean, he's going to win a championship, it feels like, at some point.
Stifling defense. The real thing I wonder about, I still look at them, and I'll admit, again, basically everything that hasn't been football, I'm, this is my spring training, essentially. I wonder if the shooting is capable, but I do think that having played another year in the Big 12, iron sharpens iron. I feel like this year they're more ready, and that every year that they play in the best basketball conference there is, because look, the SEC is 54-54 in conference. Unbelievable.
You're right. I mean, that's actually probably changed a little bit.
It's probably even more 500.
Yeah.
So like 60 and 60.
There's just a bunch of Jeff Fishers there. I'm kidding. There's a Rhode Island coach said that the SEC is 54-54, not a very good conference, huh? Which is like, yeah, because they play each other.
One team wins, one team loses every game.
There's been 108 games. That's how it goes. That's the way. Actually, I guess there's been 54 games. Whatever. Stop. Now I'm doing math. I'm sounding like the Rhode Island coach. So the Cougars as number 1. I'm going to co-sign that.
Okay.
I want to say the Rockets. I also want to say the Astros, but continue. Who's next?
Number 2. They got close 2 years in a row. I'm going to take Arch Manning and the University of Texas as my number 2 team, most likely to win a championship next. I would feel comfortable betting on them. Arch Manning is by far the Heisman favorite. Don't necessarily agree with that. That feels like that's very name brand recognition versus, I don't know. I don't really know what else they're basing it on besides he's Arch Manning. But he has looked good so far. They have a good roster. Every guy they lose, they bring in good replacements. If Sark can just get out of his own way, I have him number 2. Number 3, I'm going to stick with the Astros. I think that they can get out of the American League this year. There's obviously no team like the Dodgers. There are question marks for the Astros, yes, but I think they're going to get to the dance, and anything can happen when they get there. So I have the Astros at 3, and then even though I said CJ will win a championship in his rookie contract, I'm not going to have them on the list. I'll put the Rockets next.
Dang.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud, disrespected. He's going to write that down.
Yeah.
Fuel. I'm with you at number 1. The Cougs, the basketball team. I think they have the best odds. 2, I'm going to say Astros just because baseball's playoffs are such that you can get there, and they've been there a lot. So I feel like there's a very good chance that they will be back there again. Closing it out, that's what I wonder about. You are asking a lot out of an outfield that I saw the graphic that Jeremy Branham reposted from the Killer Bees. Good God, the numbers for this outfield and the offensive side of things, so number 3, that's where it gets tricky for me, because I want to put UT football there. I want my friends to be happy.
Thank you.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Even though they got you, but also my friends who are the diehard UT fans. Like 2 of them are psychotically diehard, and the other one really does not like the horns down, which I accidentally did while drunk, and it was caught on video, and everyone was very mad about it. But
there's a part of me that wonders, like, are they going to be able to actually get to the final game? And everyone's been so like down on Quinn Ewers after the national championship, unfairly, to be honest. The idea that you said that Arch Manning is the front runner to win the Heisman. Okay, you're putting a lot of faith in Sark, who had some shaky play calling down the stretch of that game. And you're putting a lot of faith in the weapons that are around Arch Manning. I'm sure he's going to have some good ones, but you got 2 declaring for the draft. So I want to put Texas 3. Man. Yeah, I guess I'm putting Texas 3. I'm working this out on the fly. 4. I can't say the Rockets yet, but who else?
I mean, Texans.
Who else can you actually put though there in a way where like it's going to happen?
I mean, we're doing basketball. I know they just had a bad Saturday, but A&M is the 12th, like 13th team in the country right now. So you could go A&M basketball. If you want to put them in front of,
I did consider them. Like when you were listing the colleges,
I did too. I was like, yeah.
It crossed my mind. Well, at first I thought football, and then I was like, actually basketball.
Well, I'd feel like I was stealing it from you since you just laid it out to me, and I don't want to do that. That's for other people at this station. So
Joe has some good ideas.
Joe has some really good ideas.
Might take some for myself.
There's a noggin up here.
Yeah.
Putting a social video.
My big question, I guess, is really how close are the Rockets and how close are the Texans? The Rockets are closer. The AFC is just an effing jungle. So
that's why I had the Rockets in front of them.
Really?
I'm going to say, did I say Texas at 3?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Rockets at 4. I'm going to do the Rockets at 4 as well. Yeah, the Texans just have too many quarterbacks to go through in the AFC, and I have a hard time seeing them change as much as they need to change in one offseason, which is crazy because that team was like a competent team this year, but they made a lot of mistakes. Are they going to get a better offensive line? Are they going to get the right guy at offensive coordinator? I'm skeptical.
Sean?
Cougs basketball number 1.
Boom.
Obviously.
Unanimous.
Again, they could also, whatever their title odds, they're what, the 4th favorite at worst, and they can win it in 3 months. Like, yeah, I'm gonna pick them. Number 2 is tough because you definitely jump down like a peg as far as overwhelming. This is where like the Astros when in 2017, 2019, 2022, like this is where they would be, but they're not the same Astros. Like you said, you had them at 2, Paul, and a lot of that's just like baseball.
Yeah.
Stuff happens.
The playoffs.
Stuff happens in baseball.
It's wild.
Yeah.
How about that?
I'm gonna go Texas football number 2.
Ooh.
Yeah, because
I never picked Texas to cover all year.
I mean, that was last year's. Team, Paul.
Dang.
But yeah, I think just eventually knocking on the door enough, being as good and as talented as Texas is. They're also like young too, so maybe this is more of a January 2027 kind of thing. I don't know, but
Arch will be there.
Maybe.
I think so.
We'll see. Number 3. Ready for this one? Team we haven't talked about yet. Pro team in the city of Houston. Houston Dynamo. Shout out to Glenn Davis.
Whoa.
Yeah. 4th in their conference last year, but in the playoffs made the semifinals of the MLS Cup. They got just as far as Texas football did. And, soccer, anything can happen. Love the offseason they've had.
Hell yeah.
I'm assuming.
I love all those guys.
I'm assuming I love the offseason
they got some players.
Hell yeah. And I'm going to put the Texans number 4.
Okay.
I think they're just having a quarterback. You're in the mix, and we've seen them like this year. They fired their offensive coordinator, and it was a relatively close game that they played with the Chiefs. If they do well, offensive coordinator, iron out the offensive line, they're in the mix for the next few years at the very least to be in the divisional round of the playoffs. It's eventually you just have to break through. And, as the dearly departed Bobby Sloak once said,
football is football.
Football is football.
Football is football.
Get the refs to call some penalties for you. There you go.
Sean was about to have to hit the dump button on himself there for a second. To compare this a little bit to what Vegas has
Yeah.
for these teams, If you look at championships, UT and would be number one for them, at least if you're looking at this upcoming calendar year.
Yeah.
Okay.
UT plus 650 to win the national championship. University of Houston plus 750. They're like the third best odds. The Astros are still plus 2,100. The Texans are plus 3,000.
Whoa.
And then
That's
the
longer than
Rockets
going into last year.
It is. And then the Rockets are plus 4,000 right now, as we discussed earlier.
Yeah.
Whoa, parlay?
the City of
Vegas
Champions
back.
parlay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rockets, the difference between the Rockets and the Texans for me is the Texans have their guy, CJ Stroud, and Will Anderson, to be honest. The Rockets, I'm just not sure if they have their guy that's ready to win right now.
Yeah, as you saw it last night in their loss to the Grizzlies, where things got a little dicey at the end.
You're banking on a move to be made, a trade to be made.
Question for the class from the 832. 2 different 832s.
I know.
Aggie baseball.
Oh, that's such a good one.
They were in the College World Series.
That's a good one. And I think
they were number 1.
Yeah, they're preseason number 1.
And they returned a ton of guys. But are they going to be able to win without the great Jim Schlossnagle?
Oh,
it's a big loss.
Maybe, yeah, Texas base. Now that I think about it, I should just throw it in Texas baseball.
Honestly, because like, how are Paul and I going to argue with you on it?
Texas swimming and diving number 5.
Yeah, well, like Largo said,
baseball's allowed in. Baseball's allowed in, but that's an overlook. By
we're not
us.
taking like golf, like U of H golf.
It also occurred to me.
I mean, that would be a good one, though.
Yeah, I know.
It also occurred to me, like, should LSU be in consideration? Because that's
no, that is
one.
in a different state.
Okay,
because then we have to like allow the Saints to be part, which obviously not,
but it is neighboring. There's a lot of alums here, so if we're doing the alum rule for the colleges, LSU probably should deserve a mention.
Can I even find like college baseball betting odds anywhere? Do they exist?
Yeah, there's a betting scandal like last year.
That's
with
right.
The Alabama coach.
I forgot about that.
Of course, there's betting.
That's probably the problem.
It's too easy.
It's too easy to gamble.
Yeah, because no one
baseball.
watches it. Like I bet you it's an easy money maker.
But they did notice it.
No,
they
how
picked
they
it up
got
amazingly.
Well, because how they got caught is that they're betting so much money on regular season college baseball games that alarms went off. Like, this is an anomaly. Like, there's no way that this one person has like 99% of the money on this random University of Alabama baseball game.
Texas A&M, third best odds to win the College World Series this year. Only behind LSU and Tennessee.
SEC, wow.
SEC.
Where's Texas on that?
They're plus 2,800. They are 10th.
Disrespectful to my guy, Jim Schlossnagle.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't have left.
I mean, are those players going to be ranked number 1 when he's not there to guide them?
Yeah.
In the sport where managers
just
matter.
kind of stand there.
I know, it's so funny. Making a lineup in college baseball, I guess, is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that college baseball managers matter more than MLB managers.
Big time.
Just because of like development and stuff like that. But come on.
I'm gonna change my number 4 to Texas baseball. Just kidding. I don't know enough about college baseball. All right, let's just go right into the latest for the Texans offensive coordinator search. Still nothing. They have interviewed a couple other guys. Vikings assistant offensive coordinator and assistant quarterback coach Grant Udinsky. He has 2 assistant titles.
Okay.
He's never been a full position coach, but I guess he's had 4 offensive coordinator interviews. And for what it's worth, Sam Darnold did have a very good year last year. They're also interviewing today Commanders assistant head coach and offensive pass game coordinator Brian Johnson. Johnson was the Eagles offensive coordinator in 2023, but got fired. But he also worked with Jaden Daniels this year. And of course, the Commanders made it all the way to the NFC title. He's from Baytown, so that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
And the other detail that we have, this is from Nick about Nick Caley, who is the Rams tight end coach and passing game coordinator. He turned the Jets job down. The Jets wanted him, but per Connor Hughes, who covers the Jets, he let it be known he did not have interest in the job. He worked with Mike LaFleur, and LaFleur was fired by the Jets after his struggles with Zach Wilson. So that might be a little bit of loyalty, a bit thanks to the Jets being Jets.
Well, but wouldn't that potentially... There could be, in theory, a trickle-down effect to that for the Texans, couldn't there?
How?
Because Mike LaFleur and Bobby Slowick worked together in San Francisco. So like if Bobby leaves a negative review of the Texans, like maybe that's a step too far.
It could be.
But it is interesting that he's just like, no, the way you guys treated Mike LaFleur, like hard pass.
I think with the Jets, whenever you hear stories that come out of the Jets, you learn about what an absolute mess it is. And the Texans, for their faults, and they have many, the ownership's done a good job the last couple of years, but there's a lot of cleanup that's still left to be done. They've done a pretty good job with most of it. There's a reputation that this organization has around the league that's not entirely fixed, but it's definitely a better one than the Jets. But that's fair. Maybe Bobby Slowick being fired is something that makes Nick Caley ask for more than the $3 million he asked for, I guess, earlier this offseason.
Yeah, I guess it was last year.
My bad. It was last year. You're right. From the Jets of all teams.
And I will say
they were looking at him again.
If I was gonna like bet on myself to take my first job, the unknown of Aaron Rodgers, I'm definitely not betting on. Like if he's gonna be there, if he's gonna be the Jets quarterback, or you're gonna be trying to trade up for Shedeur Sanders. Like I'm not taking my first OC job in New York. They're a dumpster fire. Like there's James Palmer has today that like Garrett Wilson's likely to demand a trade this offseason. So I don't think I also would reject that job. It does seem like Nick Caley's the favorite though.
Yeah.
I don't love Brian Johnson's the first one that I heard that I was like, please don't. Please do not do this.
Why?
It was so bad in Philly last year.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with if you got fired by Nick Sirianni last year. Like if he's telling us how bad you are, no interest level.
Well, maybe he learned from his mistakes. Look, he's
in a
part
year
of the process in Washington.
He is part of the process.
Again, I'm not endorsing him. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's just the first one that I was like, ugh.
Yeah.
I got the icks.
Oh, you got the ick?
I got the ick.
Okay.
When I heard that one.
The ick is hard to shake. Girl gets the ick. That might be it. Aaron Wilson of Channel 2 reported a lot of these deets. Strong consideration for internal candidates, especially quarterback coach Gerard Johnson. I don't think that's the way to go. I like Gerard a lot, by the way. I just think you might need some outside blood on this one. Nick Caley is the strongest external candidate, and he's not going to be getting the Bucs offensive coordinator gig. The Texans had Chip Kelly on their initial lists, but he decided to stay at Ohio State. So he's just out.
Okay.
Doug Peterson and Mike McCarthy aren't candidates. He believes Gerard Johnson will be offensive coordinator, but Bill Lazor on staff would be the best hire. Lazor did get an interview this week as well. Lazor's been an offensive coordinator before.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's familiar with his work.
I mean, Jay Cutler had his best year ever with him.
That's fair.
I give him that. Like, he got the best out of Cuddy. Like,
Cuddy?
Yeah. I mean, Alshon Jeffrey, Brandon Marshall, Matt Forte, pretty good weapons, but
I didn't know they called him Cuddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't be the worst hire, but it's not inspiring.
Yeah, I'm with you. He has a cool name.
Yeah, it is a good name.
Honestly, if he had not had an offensive coordinator kick before and they hired this guy as OC, I'd be like, oh, Lazor. Pew, pew, pew. Also, Cole Popovich is expected to be promoted as head offensive line coach. And from what I understand, Cole Popovich might have been one of the coaches on staff that was like, yo, Bobby's dumb. I don't know if it's a quote like that, but I think he was one of the people that spoke up about Bobby Slowick. And obviously Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, who I guess was contemplating retirement going into this past season, which that's something that maybe you put out there after you have a really bad year, but maybe he was just out. Maybe he's just not feeling being a coach anymore. And
yeah,
we wish him well, but that's going to be the trickiest thing after the offensive coordinator side of things. It's like, can you bring in an offensive line coach that can fix these guys, that can get them to be less diva? I mean, at least Titus Howard's saying all the right things at the end of season press conference, but I mean, Texas is probably thinking about dumping his ass.
Yeah, I mean, I like that he's saying he's not right tackle only, but also believe it when I see it. I also, I just don't really understand like how like the Texans can come to the conclusion that hiring Gerard Johnson and promoting Cole Popovich would be the right decisions. Like they're on your staff.
Good interviews. That's how.
But like
Cole's
never been the lead offensive line coach anywhere. And it's not that he can't be a good one. And it's not that Gerard Johnson can't be a good offensive coordinator, but like, cool, whoop-de-doo, he called preseason plays. Like, I don't care what he did with Tim Boyle or whoever the third quarterback was.
Tim Boyle.
Because he wasn't calling plays for Davis Mills probably even. So I just don't like the philosophy of we look at our offense, our offensive line, and say it's broken, it's bad, we're firing people, we're telling them not to come back, and our options are let's replace people internally. I'd rather take a flyer on someone from outside the organization. And it might work, and I could be totally wrong, but I don't quite understand the process. And there has to be a sense of urgency. I know it looks like it's going to go into next week per Aaron Wilson. And I know I saw some people talking about, the Baltimore Ravens last year didn't hire Todd Monken until February, but there are, I think it's still 7 offensive coordinator jobs open.
7
in the NFL. And it could be more because the Philadelphia Eagles job could still open after the Super Bowl if Kellen Moore takes the Saints job. Like, there has to be some level of urgency to get this done so you don't get beat out by everyone for like your guy and then get stuck with your least favorite candidate of your top options. But
I wonder if Caley's even a candidate, though, say that job opens up. It feels like the Eagles would promote from within if they get to the Super Bowl with Kellen Moore running things.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that didn't work out for them with Brian Johnson last time, but it'll be interesting to see. Nothing new on that front and nothing new on the Alex Bregman front. What you do know today, the Rockets lost to the Memphis Grizzlies last night in a fun game, but they were sloppy down the stretch, and Alperen Şengün is officially an all-star. Coming up next, the 10-minute drill. More details on Justin Tucker. Ugh. The Buffalo Bills are ripping off Bum Phillips, and the NFL put out some interesting information that I do not believe. I do not believe this for a second. These guys are absolute demons. It's Gallant George will tell you what that is. Stay put.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender. Can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
GiveMeTheVin.com. Our expert buying team knows exotics, luxury cars, classics, diesels, lifted stuff, hot rods, inside and out. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. It's a one-stop shop to get into a pool of absolute experts. Join my YouTube channel, John Clay Wolf. GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call me America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year. You can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs or Eagles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use your promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on will Trump tweet during the game, will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple, and how long will the national anthem be, over or under. Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses. Be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime at MyBookie.
Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at brinkmanquality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com. John Granato here with Dr. Manavis from Access Vascular Health. What are my warning signs of an enlarged prostate?
Having to urinate frequently, having to get up multiple times at night, erectile dysfunction. Those are just some of the signs that happen with urinary bother from prostate hypertrophy.
It could happen to you when you're young, too. This is not just an old guy.
Not just an old guy thing, but 80% of men over 50 need to come see me in my office.
If you have any prostate issues, you need to go to 975prostate.com.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hi, I'm Eric Roberson with Roberson Mortgage, Inc., established in 1999, a A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company. We specialize in residential and commercial lending. Whether you're looking to refinance, purchase, or tap into your equity in your home, we're here to help. We offer SBA lending and programs for self-employed. Call 832-251-9100 or visit RobersonMortgage.com. Roberson Mortgage, Inc. We are your lending specialists.
NMLS number 266465, an equal housing lender.
It's an incredible time of year to enjoy all things Surfside Beach, Texas, just an hour south of Houston. The fishing is bountiful, the surfing is rad, and the beaches are serene. Enjoy a casual walk on the jetties, birdwatching, eating fresh seafood, or simply putting your toes in the sand. Extend your visit at one of our cozy hotels, RV parks, or beach house rentals. Download the app for all the what's, where's, and when's at Surfside Beach. Also, find us at surfsidetx.org.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granato here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. The kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet, ProDunk.com.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th. Eat Drink HTX is a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal you enjoy at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus starting February 1st at eatdrinkhtx.com.
You have a toilet? You have a sink? You have pipes in your house? Of course you do. Then put this number in your phone, 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing. John Granato here. At some point, you're going to need Aqueduct Plumbing. They're professional, affordable, and offer free estimates. I can't tell you how many times my buddies have asked me for that number. Don't be that guy. Be proactive. Be responsible. Be a hero to your family. Put Aqueduct Plumbing's number in your phone now. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 in HD, 97.9 HD2.
We're ready for some football, baby.
Tackling the biggest news in the NFL.
This just in.
With Paul Gallant and Joe George. The 10-minute drill starts now.
Football time.
So the Ravens and NFL are aware of the allegations against Justin Tucker. They said, we're aware of the serious nature. Those allegations, we talked about them yesterday in the Baltimore Banner, where 6 massage therapists accused Tucker of inappropriate sexual misconduct.
And the Ravens made it seem like they didn't know. But then the report says they were told in 2018. Really hard to say you were not aware when people are going to go on the record. And my guess is have some sort of documentation that they at least reached out to you. Someone in the organization.
Do you think this was related to Tucker's bad year? I saw Screaming A
suggesting that this is why he struggled in 2025.
Yeah, I mean,
2024.
there's people that have said he's going through a divorce this year, so people are kind of
I've heard that as well.
That are kind of connecting the dots between all of this. I think it's very possible that it is, and if it's the reason why he had a bad year, it's also the reason why he just probably won't be in the NFL next year.
Well, yeah, I think that him missing kicks and then this coming out, I think it's over for Justin Tucker as far as being on our TVs on Sundays, kicking for an NFL team. I don't think he'll be good enough anymore.
Based off of this season, for sure, because at one point he was the greatest kicker in league history, and then this year happened. Watson hadn't played in a while. He had been out for a while. The league only suspended him 11 games. The allegations against Watson, in my opinion, reading through them, much more serious in nature, specifically some of the really late ones that came out, where it was on the border of sexual assault. From this, which I've read at least, and who knows what happens going forward, the allegations suggest he was creepy. Some of the massage therapists were aware of it, and to the point they kicked him out.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't allowed back. So, I mean, that should have been a sign the first time it happened. It happened twice. And to what you were saying as well, there's some documentation about the Ravens being aware of this back in 2018. The Ravens looking the other way, huh? Ray Lewis, Terrell sucks.
Ray.
Couldn't with Ray Rice. They tried. There was video.
He's a kicker, man. I hate to say it, he's a kicker. The rules are different, and he could come back if it's not the end of his career.
But I'm with you there.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to ask, do you think there's going to be a suspension or there's going to be a blackballing?
Suspension. You have to.
I think both. I think he'll get suspended for 4 games, and also no team's going to sign him.
Yeah.
Or I guess
they're going to spin the wheel. It's going to be a random number.
I guess kicker is different because all you need is this isn't the case anymore for the LA Chargers, but it felt like the Chargers every year were on their 4th kicker at some point, whether it's injuries or guys stinking. And now with Dicker, it's a little different. But there's going to be a team out there that is just we need a kicker. And maybe they do just take the PR hit and roll with Tucker. But I don't know.
Yeah, you could see. I mean, we see teams all the time take flyers on guys that have cloudy backgrounds.
But those are receivers and
running backs,
linebackers and quarterbacks.
Are you going to take a PR hit for a kicker?
If he had a good year this year, someone would.
Yes.
100%. The Bengals.
100%. Wait, who'd you say?
The Bengals.
Oh, yeah.
The Bengals love...
The Ravens just keep them.
The Bengals love cheap
Ravens.
Criminals.
Ravens, Bengals, Raiders would be the short list if he was still good.
Yeah, Raiders. Well, I don't know, though.
Oh, Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll. Well, Pete Carroll's all about competition.
Yeah.
Tom Brady. Is Tom Brady going to stand for that?
Adderall look the other way.
I guess he looked the other way on Aaron Hernandez, although I don't know what Tom Brady knew about Aaron Hernandez, and no one does.
No one does.
We do not know.
We'll never know.
The Bills had an end-of-season press conference. This is GM Brandon Beane talking about what's next for Buffalo.
When you look holistically at what we've done year after year after year, I think a lot of people would sign up for that. Is it what we want, the final result? No. But I've heard it told to me by multiple people that have been in this league longer than I have. Keep kicking the door, and you're going to knock it down. And that is my mentality. That is our mentality. We are not giving in. We're not. We're frustrated. We want to win. All that's doing is making our chip bigger.
You're going to keep kicking the door. That's a little Justin Tuckery, gotta say.
I mean, they can keep
it's a little
kicking
creepy to keep kicking the door. If the door's locked, it's closed, no one's answering the door. It's a little creepy.
They've got Hodor on the other side of it. They can't get through right now.
Is Patrick Mahomes Hodor?
Yeah. He's just holding it. He's got it. No one can pass besides Joe Burrow.
I get what you're saying, but it's a little disrespectful to call one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time Hodor.
Patrick Mahomes, just because he has a different voice, Joe, does not mean that he's had a brain seizure.
Yeah,
because the three-eyed raven possessed him.
Now I need Patrick Mahomes in his Kermit voice to say Hodor. just to hear what it sounds like. Can someone give me? That's pretty good. I need like an AI Patrick Mahomes. But yeah, hey, you know what? They're gonna keep kicking the door down. Good luck. So until they fire Sean McDermott next year.
Yeah, they might break their toe kicking this door.
I got a spicy take I heard that I would have doubled down on from Kirk Minahan.
What's that?
He suggested that if he wasn't already with North Carolina, that Bill Belichick would be the head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
Interesting.
So I'm going to say that not this year, but next year. Bill Belichick, 1 year at North Carolina. Buffalo comes up short. They fire Sean McDermott. And Bill Belichick is the head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
In 2026.
All right, 139, January 31st of 2025. I'll try to remember that.
You
I, of
won't.
course, will forget.
Oh, just set a reminder on your phone.
Yeah, set a reminder. Set a reminder every offseason.
For this day next year, is Bill Belichick the coach of the Bills?
Yeah. And you just gotta pull the clip and have it ready to go. Quickly on Belichick, apparently there's a rumor Belichick wasn't happy that Tom Brady chose Pete Carroll, and that report that came out about how NFL teams are inquiring about Belichick was a service that was done for him by NFL reporters, and so he's a little miffed that they picked Pete, the guy he replaced in New England and beat in a Super Bowl. Anyway, that's from Pro Football Talk. So it's Florio. Sometimes you got to take what he hears with a grain of salt. But
yeah,
he's pretty connected. But I want to bring it back to Brandon Beane. First off, he ripped off Bum Phillips. Last year we knocked on the door. This year we beat on it. Next year we're going to kick the son of a bitch in. He said it in a much cooler voice. But also, do you think the majority of fan bases would be happy, including the Texans fan base, with constantly getting to this point only to lose? If the Texans were the Buffalo Bills, who they beat this year, by the way, would this city care?
For a little bit. I think for a little bit they would be happy. They'd be okay.
If they had lost a game where there were bad calls and it was more plausible to blame the bad calls.
Yeah. I mean, because they've never been to an AFC title game. So it's like, if they went to 3 straight AFC championship games and lost all 3 of them, because then it kind of raises the expectations finally for the franchise, right? We're like, that's what Josh Allen's done for the Bills. I think eventually Texans fans would care, but I do think for like the first 2 times they did it, it would be kind of like, at least they got there.
I was going to say, after the second one, people would be pissed off.
Yeah.
There would be a little bit Rockets Warriors.
It'd be like, this can't happen a third time.
I mean, it is Rockets Warriors. That's all it is. It's the same thing. You can't beat that guy. Every time you talk yourself into it, you can't beat him.
One last NFL story. The NFL put this out. This is a load of bull. Bleep. We're being a good boy today.
Wow.
2025 had the fewest concussions since the league started tracking it back in 2015. I don't buy that for a second.
Hooray.
Come on, man. You don't buy it?
Not for a second. They're trying to sell Guardian caps,
baby.
Yeah, they're trying to sell Guardian caps, Joe.
Thank you, Guardian
They've
caps.
also ruined the kickoff.
Yep.
Which is
going to stay next year.
Which is where they've said most of the concussions would come proportionally.
They say that this is a result of the changed kickoff rule. The changed kickoff blows. So they're going to keep this going forward. And also 18 games is right around the corner. We're going to play games in Madrid. We're going to play games in Germany, formerly Nazi Germany. We're going to do all this stuff. But this is crap. This is a load of crap. You can't truly measure if someone has a concussion or not.
Yeah, you can only measure documented.
Right. A lot of these guys are just saying hey, I'm going back in. I don't care. You can't. There's no way to tell. So this is bull. This is complete bull. This is not scientific. Shenanigans.
I mean, we mentioned the Texans beating the Bills this season. Josh Allen did not have a concussion when he clearly had a concussion.
Right.
In those numbers, he didn't have a concussion.
CJ Stroud had concussions multiple times in the last couple of years. And I know there's one that kept him out a couple of times, but no, there's been moments where CJ's been dazed getting up.
Yeah, it was the game last year. It was the game before the Jets game where there's I forgot
he was a little rattled and then
and then the Jets game he slams his head on the MetLife turf.
You forgot one thing though, Paul.
What's that?
I know Bill is upset about Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
But Bill Belichick says that your Lord and Savior, Tom Brady, should have the Super Bowl trophy renamed after him.
Oh yeah, you didn't see that?
I did see it, and I kind of liked it. It's the Lombardi Trophy.
You don't want the Brady Award?
I want to wait until Patrick Mahomes is done for that to be determined.
Before we change it to Mahomes Award.
No, you know what? Mahomes has to win more championships than Brady. It's fine. Just make it Brady's award until Mahomes passes him. But even then, I think he has a significant.
I like this Lombardi. I don't know.
Lombardi's a good name.
Lombardi.
It's a good name. And
no one even knows who Vince Lombardi is anymore, by the way. Like all these Gen Z kids, like Ben Solak, he has no idea who Vince Lombardi is. That idiot.
The only thing they know about him is when his grandkid is on a staff and it says
Mike
grandson of Lombardi.
The Brady Trophy. I'll say, no disrespect to Tom Brady. It's not a great name.
No, it's not.
Doesn't have a lot of gravitas.
Yeah, I don't like it. The Brady Award? Nah.
Maybe like
the Beef O'Brady Trophy
should be like
better than the Brady Trophy.
NFL MVP? No.
This is how you
Super Bowl MVP, although he didn't win that many.
You could separate the MVP and the best quarterback in the NFL so that the MVP is no longer a quarterback only award.
Best quarterback is the Brady Award.
Is the Brady Award.
That way Joe Burrow can win it
the best
without
quarterback
making the
of
playoffs.
the season. Yeah. And then you have an MVP.
Okay.
Maybe that's what it is.
Most outstanding. Or playoff MVP, not just Super Bowl MVP.
Oh,
playoff
so
MVP.
we're going to be like baseball and put a bunch of trophies in that don't really matter.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't need it.
I don't need it.
Or if you just play, you get a trophy. Just everyone who participates get a trophy.
Definitely
That's
not
what I think is great.
Definitely not.
We need more of that.
Stop. No. You guys are trolling me now. This is
everyone gets trophies.
I'm sure Tom Brady would love to be the hey, you
face of
played
everyone
in
getting
the
a trophy.
NFL. Here's a trophy.
Yeah.
Stop.
Why not?
Stop.
How about the best NFL player picked after pick 199? You win the Brady Trophy.
Oh, every year?
Yeah. So Brock Purdy's the
I'm in on
three-time Brady Award winner.
I think that the NBA trophy could use a rename because I have no idea who Larry O'Brien is. I think that baseball's trophy, the commissioner's trophy, F. Rob Manfred.
Yeah.
It's a piece of metal.
No, change it to the commissioner's piece of metal.
Yeah. Or the Altuve Trophy.
Those two, I'd take that. Those two need to be changed. This one's okay. The Lombardi Trophy's fine. I love Tom Brady. I do not need to change the name.
We don't need to change anything. Like the only things that should be changed like this are like when you're honoring Kobe Bryant with All-Star Game MVP award.
Yeah, when you're not
Like, that's
renaming something. I
Yeah.
think slapping a name on something is good. Renaming it, like taking off Vince Lombardi.
Even
That's
like the
dumb.
idea of like changing the logo for the NBA. I'm like,
No,
we're gonna
that's
change it
something
to Jordan. Like,
that is
to
just
LeBron?
a like sports radio top, or you know, like a summer topic of like who would be the logo if they ever changed the logo. It's never happening.
Amen Thompson.
Yes,
The logo of the NBA
with the fro.
Or Fred VanVleet wiping his sweat on Jaren Jackson's hands.
God, his reaction to that, Jaren Jackson last night at the very end of the game, he had this look of complete disgust.
I would have want to like
composed but disgusted.
I would have actually right there. Like I hate bitching to the refs, but right there, if I'm Jaren Jackson and Fred VanVleet is literally wiping sweat on me before I'm about to shoot a free throw, I would talk to the refs.
Just showing me
It's
your
like,
hand.
are you kidding me? It's
Yeah.
disgusting.
How-
Although everyone's disgusting at that point in the game.
Would you do this in the flag football league that you're joining with DJ Pienemy? Like if you're at corner, would you like get like some sweat?
I don't play corner.
And just like get the receiver's hands a little slippery.
No, I don't play corner. I don't like playing man coverage, so no. And also, I have honor and integrity. I wouldn't do that.
Do you play safety?
Paul
on
Gallant
defense?
says Fred VanVleet,
Thank
no
you.
honor.
Just like the old days.
I don't know if I'm going to get allowed to play safety, but the first game is Monday because the last game got rained out, which I think is kind of soft. Yeah,
Very soft.
I think
It's
it's
just
a little
rain.
soft.
Are you going to win after you play your first game, are you going to win the Brady Trophy?
Oh,
I wonder what the trophy is for their league, which is probably like a $50 gift certificate to
Yeah.
some random bar.
Chili's.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
But you have to split the $50 among your whole team.
I'm on like 10 guys.
Yeah.
you know, it's an absolute bummer. So that Chili's that's like right by my house, that the guy who hit and ran my car fled on foot
Yeah?
from. Like he went into the Chili's and he like left it and just left his car there was completely demolished. I don't know how he got like half a mile. That Chili's is no more. I'm very bummed out.
What is it now?
It's just an
It
abandoned
just
building.
closed.
Just an abandoned building on Westheimer where I've seen like
That's new.
the last 2 times I've driven on Westheimer, I have feared for my life.
It's not great. I
Someone-
don't miss it.
Westheimer and Chimney Rock. We're about to continue our Astros countdown to spring training. On my way into work today, you know the intersection at Westheimer and Chimney Rock. Some guy in a white Cadillac went from the left lane, and we're talking like probably 50 feet away, maybe less than 50 feet or more than 50 feet, but 50 to 100 feet away from the light. They merged over 4 lanes to take a right as the light changed too.
Oh gosh,
it was psychotic.
That's crazy.
And I have no idea how he didn't get clipped. Like, he went 4 lanes across Westheimer to take a right. I'm almost impressed. But God, I'm just so nervous driving on Westheimer. There was another moment last night. I had to go get ink for my printer. And there were 2 cars in front of me who both, like, unaware of each other, crossed from the outside lane to the inside lane, and one from the inside lane to the outside lane. And this is happening right in front of me. I'm like, are you serious? Are you about to crash in front of me? So I pressed the brakes. It's insane. Westheimer, west of the Galleria, is effing Fury Road. It is insane.
It's the worst. The worst thing ever happened. This is such an embarrassing story. I was driving around. I was going somewhere. I was on Westheimer. And all of a sudden, this guy next to me rolls down his window. He's waving me down. I'm like, what's happening right now?
Oh no!
And he's like, "Hey man, like your tire."
Oh, was it flat?
No, he's like, "There's something wrong with it." He's like, "It's wobbling." He's like, "I'm a mechanic." He's like, "You're gonna crash." So I pull over and I look at it, and he's right. My tire is wobbling.
So you're part of the problem.
This scumbag, I realized way too late. He took something out of my car, like out of like where my tire is at, when my car was parked in a parking lot, and then followed me, and then basically charged me money to put it back in. Like, he was like, "I'm a mechanic." Like, he was like, "I'll do this real quick." He's like, "I'll charge you like $150 to put this back in and fix your tire right here, right now." I didn't realize till later, like, it like clicked of like, oh, this guy didn't just magically happen to have a part in his car.
Damn.
He took it off my car, followed me, and then charged me to put a part of my car right back in.
It would have been kind of funny if he took your carburetor while he did that.
Just like right at the same time.
Like, that's the next thing.
Also, you don't have a catalytic converter anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
catalytic converter.
I was like, I hate Westheimer.
Yeah. That happened. Donna says I hate Westheimer too. Westheimer's the worst. It's like I just bomb it and make sure no one's on the road, but just bomb it. It doesn't need to exist anymore. I drive that every single day. All right, we're 12 days away from the beginning of Astros spring. Check that. From Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training, and then we do another countdown to the start of the regular season. Give me that bone.
It's always Astros time in Houston. Are you ready to play?
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
We're counting you down to the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach.
Nothing new on Bregman. Jorge Polanco returned to the Mariners. We talked with Chandler Rome, hour 1. Check it out on the podcast. We'll talk more about what he had to say about how, 1, there are other offers for Alex Bregman. 2, the Mariners outbid the Astros for Jorge Polanco. 3, maybe, just maybe, Ryan Presley views the Cubs as a better team than the Astros, which is something we entertained as a hot take, not a serious take yesterday. One of the Astros players, he just keeps on winning. He's won a lot of titles this year. Take it away, play-by-play guy.
Vuelve Montero, el picheo. El batazo, corto, que viene buscando el jardinero derecho, se tiró y la llevó. Y así se acabó la final. ¡Qué jugada! En el jardín derecho para acabarse el juego y terminar este partido. ¡Wow! ¡Cuánto dramatismo, Alex Luna! Los Leones ganan su corona 17 en esta temporada 2024.
Hell yeah. Game 7 of the LIDOM Championship. The Winter League of the Dominican Republic. Rafael Montero, who did load the bases, was able to get that final out and win it all.
So that's why they traded Presley.
Yeah, they got someone amazing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, this article about it, I'm not sure which team he's pitching for, but there were two teams. One of them was the Leonos de Escogido, and Rafael Montero, I believe, was pitching for the Tigre de Licey. And the Tigre de Licey, they won, and Rafael Montero, he's a winner again, even though he did get the bases loaded before he got that out.
We watched Ryan Stressley for 3 years. As long as you get
it's unfair to compare Presley to
you get the job
Montero.
done. You get the job done.
It's unfair to compare Presley to Montero, even if you're joking.
Yeah, I know it is. He's gonna be on the big league roster this year.
Yeah,
he's gonna be back in our lives. You don't think so?
I hope not.
I think he's going to.
Sugarland Space Cowboys.
I feel like he's gonna be back in our lives. That's what my gut tells me.
All right.
Like maybe like the mop up duties, but I mean he's on the spring training roster, so you got to pay him. You might as well play him.
It's like the protein powder I kept using when I was having an allergic reaction.
It is.
It's the same mindset, truly. 713-780-3776. Keith has a thought on Jose Altuve. Keith, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for getting me on the show here before it wraps up. So you guys had Chandler Rome on last hour.
Yes.
And he mentioned like the deficiencies that Altuve was having in terms of fielding at second base. But if you look up his last 5 years, like it's like 980, 970, 980, 960, 970, 980. What are the major deficiencies that we're talking about? It's a 20-foot throw, 30-foot throw from a ground ball to second to first base. He's an Astros legend. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's a hitting machine. Why is there such a need to push him off to left field with, like, his percentages look pretty good to me. 980. If you see that, you're thinking that's pretty good, right?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of numbers that you can put out there and say, hey, this looks good. But there's another website I looked at. I think Baseball Savant, and appreciate the phone call, Keith, where Altuve is like towards the bottom of baseball in just about every defensive metric that they use.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same one that was saying like Jose Abreu's kind of washed before right when the Astros signed.
The fielding percentage only accounts for the balls you get to. It's how many times you don't get an error on the balls you get to.
Yes.
It doesn't count all the balls you don't get to. And that's part of fielding.
Yeah.
Is the balls you cannot get to.
Altuve, from a metric perspective, his fielding run value is in the 11th percentile of defensive players.
And we're like, what was it? Has it been like 2 years now since he had the really bad yips where he couldn't throw to first base?
That was 2020.
Was it 2020 when? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean,
see, that's a bad sign. We don't know which year was when he had his biggest struggles at specific things defensively.
Now, I do think maybe things will look better again with Christian Walker at first base. Like maybe he can help cover up potential deficiencies. But if Jose Altuve can't get to certain balls, he just can't get there. So I don't think there's like a rush to move him to left field. But I think the Astros, like, this isn't a media like driven thing. This is an Astros driven thing.
Yep.
They want Altuve in left field.
You 100%. I agree with you there. We'll see if it actually works out, though. I'm skeptical about that. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. The Rockets lost last night, but Alperen Şengün is an all-star. And we'll keep you posted if there's anything new with Alex Bregman and the Texans offensive coordinator search. Stay put.
ESPN 97.5.
When the storms show up, so do all those pesky storm-chasing roofers trying to get you to file an insurance claim. The group of professionals at Brinkman Quality Roofing are not the guys that will be knocking on your door. Call them today at 281-480-7663. That's 281-480-ROOF. They will evaluate your roof and determine what is the best course of action for you and your home. There's no substitute for Brinkman Quality. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
More or less? That's it. More or less. Sean Mapes here for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Playing Prize Picks is as simple as deciding more or less. It could be whether a quarterback is going to throw for 200 yards. You decide more or less. Or if a running back is going to rush for more than 50 yards. You know football, you're going to love Prize Picks. Of course, the big game is coming. Prize Picks will be loaded with opportunities for you to use your sports acumen to decide more or less and win real money. Are you ready for the big game? Get ready. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES on your first deposit to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES, M-A-P-E-S. Use that promo code and get $50 instantly on your first deposit. You're a sports genius, and on Prize Picks, you can win real cash. More or less. Win more on Prize Picks. Run your game.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Tired of paying high electricity bills? There's a good chance your cool air is leaking out of your outdated windows. Are your windows safe and secure from burglars? Do you hear noises outside your home like dogs barking and lawnmowers? It might be time to consider replacement windows. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. Gulf Coast Windows has the best-in-class Performance Series windows with satisfaction guaranteed. Keep your family safe and save money at the same time. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
Hey, Houston, it's John Granato. Chastang Ford is your go-to dealer if you're looking for reliable work trucks with no dealer add-ons and complete pricing transparency. Whether you need a F-150, Super Duty, or fully uplifted fleet vehicles, Chastang Ford works with businesses like yours to get the job done. No hidden fees, just honest pricing and top-tier service. Go to ChastangFord.com today and let their commercial team handle your fleet needs. That's ChastangFord.com. Did you know the ancient Greeks invented tailgating at the Olympics? True story. And Nico Nikos is carrying on that tradition with the John Granato tailgate menu. Whether you want sliders and wings or you want to go, it's all Greek to me, with gyros, chicken skewers, and pita chips, Nico Nikos has you covered this football season. Give him a call or visit NicoNikos.com/catering. There's 3 locations, including their newest location in the Woodlands. Remember, there's no tailgate like a Greek tailgate. Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
It's an incredible time of year to enjoy all things Surfside Beach, Texas, just an hour south of Houston. The fishing is bountiful, the surfing is rad, and the beaches are serene. Enjoy a casual walk on the jetties, birdwatching, eating fresh seafood, or simply putting your toes in the sand. Extend your visit at one of our cozy hotels, RV parks, or beach house rentals. Download the app for all the what's, where's, and when's at Surfside Beach. Also, find us at surfsidetx.org.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Gallant. That's a G, yo, and George.
Thanks, Joe. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Alfred Sengun is an all-star. I'm just letting everybody here know it. The Wizard is an all-star. You heard it here first.
Glass half empty. Rockets lost to the Grizzlies last night in a close game where they 100% fumbled the bag at the end, despite help from the refs. But glass half full, Alperen Sengun is the first Houston Rocket that'll be in an all-star game since 2020. Huzzah!
It's a great thing.
Congratulations to the very fine people of the country of Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
I want to pet them for their work in the voting side of things, the same way that
Well, actually,
I pet a cat. How do they screw it up?
Well, because if they voted more, he'd be a starter. So really, they dropped the ball.
I didn't say it.
I said it.
Joe said it.
I mean, look, it's the coaches that put Alpi in the All-Star game now. Real recognized real here. I mean, these Turkey people, they only have one guy to vote for.
That's true.
I mean, like,
and he's supposedly, per Ime Udoka, the Michael Jordan of Turkey.
I mean, you think Michael Jordan wouldn't be in every All-Star game as a starter?
Joe's
fan vote?
Joe's lubing me up right here. He just wants the scorched earth to be sprayed all over these psychotic Sengun stands. No, I'm happy for him. I have a issue with this, though. So inside the NBA before the game on TNT, they announced who is and who isn't an all-star. And this is Kenny Smith, along with Ernie Johnson and eventually Charles Barkley, talking about Sengun's selection.
From the Houston Rockets, Alperen Sengun.
Pause, Kenny!
Just ruined his moment.
Kenny, you played here, dude. You won 2 titles here. Kenny.
I mean, it's not quite Shinguini.
Yeah, but at least with Shinguini, I think that guy on NBA TV, what was his name again?
Dennis Scott.
I think Dennis Scott was messing around. Like, it's inside the NBA. The Rockets never on national TV. Maybe this is a byproduct of that. Him saying, what was that again? Can we play that one more time, Sean? God, Kenny.
Alperen Sengun.
No, that's Ernie Johnson. He gets it right. He even corrects him subtly there. Let's just play it again.
Alperen Sengun.
Alperen. Ernie saying, yeah, honestly, that's a strike against Ernie, too. So here's what's funny. The Inside the NBA crew, a couple weeks ago said the Rockets can't play basketball?
Yeah.
After beating the Warriors to advance in the NBA Cup.
Yep.
Softball. Impressed by the Rockets, huh, Chuck? And he goes, these guys can't play basketball.
They don't know how to play basketball.
Like, yeah.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good ball.
It was? Okay.
Yeah, it's not a bad spark.
Okay. Appreciate that. As this clip goes on, you actually get Charles Barkley seemingly his heart growing 3 sizes for the franchise that he played for while he also had grown 3 sizes back in the day. No offense. I mean, Charles did get big. He got big very quickly once he joined the Rockets.
He did.
I like Chuck a lot. I think he's hilarious on TV, and he obviously was a great player for the Suns back in the day. Anyway, here is the rest of the Inside the NBA guys honoring Alperen Sengun.
Alperen Sengun.
Alperen Sengun, a first-time All-Star.
Congratulations.
He deserves his fourth season.
I love I got to call out a Rocket.
19 and 10. He's number 9 in rebounds, shooting 49%. Man, this obviously the Rockets having an incredible year.
They are, man.
And Sengun, only 21 years old, by the way.
He's only 21.
Shout out to the Rockets, man. I'm happy with what they're doing. They got a bunch of young players. They brought in some great veteran leadership in Van Vliet and Steven Adams, and them young guys are flat out balling.
All of them.
Amen. Dylan Brooks here.
Yeah. Dylan Brooks.
Green.
Amen.
Green is hooping. He's all-star.
And all God's people.
So let me just start naming some guys. So it's kind of sad how that's where the Rockets are at this point. That's why they only have one national TV game the rest of the way. Where Charles at first, a month ago says, "Oh, they don't know how to play basketball at all. What's going on here? These boys, I watch them out there, and they're like those big chubby women in San Antonio with those girls." Like, that's where he was, and
A little
now
Muppetish.
Yeah, I know.
It's
See,
like
slides into a
I told
Charles
you.
Barkley
No,
Muppet.
it's actually like it's Charles Barkley meets the Muppets.
It's Charles Barkley as a Muppet.
Yeah.
That's what
Charles
it is.
Barkley as a Muppet.
Which, like, I honestly now I kind of want to see that.
Don't enable my bad impersonations. They're not good. The only one I do okay is Tucker Carlson.
But like we could get like a Mahomes Muppet, not Kermit. A Mahomes
No,
Muppet.
that's disrespectful.
Yeah, so Mahomes as a Muppet, Barkley as a Muppet.
Miss Piggy as a Muppet.
She is already.
Because Miss Piggy, one of those women in San Antonio, guzzling down Kermit's churros. Anyway, hey,
Look how far the Rockets come.
They know their names.
They know a handful of the play. Now they did start with all the guys that they signed. Van Vliet, I remember him. 2019, yeah. Steven Adams, love Steven Adams.
Yeah, Grinder. Really, they just named the Grizzlies. Also,
that was funny. The whole broadcast, they're just saying a couple ex-Grizzlies here with good bad boy Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams out there.
I really enjoy. He's a good fit for this team.
I
That
love
was a really
Adams.
good. That was a really, really good move by Rafael Stone to acquire him last year. On a night when you don't have Sengun, even when you do have him out there, like just that rebounding defensive presence in the paint has been. That was a good long-term projection for the Rockets. Glad they made that one.
Me too.
Jock Landale.
Good God. Everyone's mad at Fred Van Vliet. Jock Landale at the end of the third quarter. Jeez, that was rough. Like the Rockets missed Alperen Sengun last night, who missed his first game with a calf injury all year. And Jock Landale came in, and it was not like that one game where Jock Landale scored 18 points in the first quarter that I watched.
It was not.
No, it was. Yeah, everyone's mad at Fred Van Vliet. Be mad at Jock Landale. That was awful.
Be mad at Jalen Green for not being more clutch.
Yeah, but Green's just inconsistent. I've
Yeah.
accepted it now. People want him to be the closer to get the final shot, but he was 1 for 6 down the stretch. There was a big final shot debate, and I went a little nuclear on it in the noon segment. I understand the idea that, hey, there's one person that you should trust at the end of the game, but there's no one on the Rockets who's like Ray Allen. So to me, what's the point?
But also, isn't that
get an open shot and shoot it?
And that's where the Rockets are. The Rockets are in that point where they shouldn't know who the guy is yet. We're not there yet. This is a young up and coming team that is in full on honeymoon phase, that is played in, that's now 19-8 on the season in clutch games, which is an incredible record to have, to be that good in clutch games. And you don't have to know who your closer is right now. And when you talk about guys around who you want to trade for in the future, well, that's your closer. Devin Booker, Giannis, De'Aaron Fox. Those are the guys that you want closing, and eventually. You want Amen Thompson and Devin Booker, for me, is my dream Rocket to be the two guys you want most closing a basketball game. They don't need to find one right now. You're going to lose games. You're not going to make every game winning shot. You got to figure out what works for you and what doesn't.
Do you think he'll ever do it?
Who?
Do you ever think he'll figure out what is and what isn't?
Who, Fred?
Yeah.
No.
He just shoots.
Not him.
Yeah.
No.
He just shoots.
Not him.
There's no judgment with him.
No.
Is it open? I'll shoot. And I don't have an issue with him taking that last shot.
I don't either. I just don't. I'm not. I like Fred VanVleet. He's done a good job in his role with this team. And this is, I think, also says to where the Rockets are. I think if they had a point guard who they felt confident in right now that could just take over and be the primary ball handler, they would. And Fred might not be out there to take the last shot, but they don't have that guy right now.
Right. I think they wanted to be Amin Thompson, and the play at the end was drawn up for Amin Thompson, but
they double teamed him, and we got to see how that back does.
Yeah, I would give them the next game off. They play Brooklyn tomorrow, and then I think they play the Knicks on Monday.
Yeah, save them for the Knicks.
Knicks are also, and I did not know this, but the Knicks are on a roll again. Spring training for me.
Karl-Anthony Towns has figured it out there a little bit. They've been good to. They've been.
Yes, I do know that.
Yeah.
Karl-Anthony Towns has done well in New York. Anyway, the Rockets lost last night. Şengün's an all-star. We are very happy for him. Interesting comments on Chandler Rome's podcast with Josh Reddick and Tyler Stafford. It's called the Crush City Territory podcast. This is Josh Reddick talking about Dana Brown opening up at that press conference to announce the Ryan Presley trade and say that the relationship with Ryan Presley was fractured.
If you can't talk face to face with anybody in this business, you're going to lose a lot of respect for that person individually. So I'm sure that Ryan lost a lot of respect for somebody like that, just to come out and say, you know, our relationship was fractured and probably would have been no matter what. But, you know, I think that something should have been done about, you know, talking to Ryan a little bit better about it and just, you know, being a little bit of a man about it.
Being a little bit of a man about that. That's a good breakout clip for the Crush City Territory podcast with Chandler Rome, who was on our show early. By the way, you got to watch it because
it's hilarious.
Josh Reddick is wearing an American flag ski suit.
Yes.
Like one of those onesies, as they were called, because I also have one of those onesie ski suits. They're called fart boxes because they keep your farts in.
Oh.
Yep.
But he was somewhere.
He was on the mountain.
On a slope.
Yeah, he was like ready to go.
Calling in. It was so funny.
Did he have a satellite phone? Like it was really good signal.
Yeah.
Like you don't get great signal
clear.
on the mountains.
Yeah. I mean, you know, maybe rich people do. Maybe rich people get signal wherever they go.
Yeah. Different tax bracket.
Yeah.
That's true. I am using Cricket. So, I mean, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I'm kidding.
But it's a very funny clip to watch. Like when I opened it, I did not know that. When I opened it to pull the audio, I was like, what is this? That was the wrong clip for a second.
No, he's saying Dana Brown not acting like a man with Ryan Presley. Look, if you're the GM, the interactions are always going to be awkward. Is there even a point to ingratiating yourself to the players? Like once they're in, they're in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, what are you going to do? Like, drive to his house in the offseason and tell him you're being demoted? I do understand Josh Reddick's point for sure. It obviously makes sense. Like it's like if you have a GM who's only ever comes around the team when bad things are happening, then you always know something bad's going to happen. But you also don't want it to be the other way to where he's only ever around when it's like good vibes. Like you want your GM to be around all the time. And I get the interpretation from what Josh Reddick is saying is that there was never a conversation face to face with Ryan Presley about what happened. It wasn't just the demotion. It was why he was demoted, why they brought in Josh Hader, why they thought he was not going to be as effective. And it feels like that was probably stuff that was more just passed on to Presley. And that's kind of that's the vibe I get, at least.
That makes sense. I'm really curious to get the consensus opinion in the Astros clubhouse about Dana Brown. I would imagine that they don't like him as much as they liked it when the Astros didn't have a GM. I bet they like that.
I would bet you they are not fans right now.
They definitely are not fans.
Presley's gone, Tucker's gone, Bregman's gone.
Right.
Why would you like your GM?
And Altuve spent the whole offseason saying, I will do anything to get Bregman back.
Yeah. Now, if it
and they were going after Jorge Polanco instead of seriously trying to bring back Alex Bregman, except for they got outbid for Polanco by the Mariners, which actually happened.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Seattle, though. Just never forget. We appreciate you. We appreciate the Seattle Mariners for outbidding them for Jorge Polanco. If Jose Altuve was in left field every day because Jorge Polanco was at second base, that's a hard sell to your fan base. That's a tough sell.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, that's a tough sell.
I'm with you. That is a tough sell. Speaking of selling, seems like Terry Rozier has been selling his integrity, at least based off of a report in the Wall Street Journal. This popped up yesterday. I wanted to read it a little bit more, but Terry Rozier on March 23rd of 2023 left the game with a sore right foot and did not play in any of the team's remaining 8 games that year. The NBA conducted an investigation after the league was notified about unusual betting activity related to Rozier's performance in that game. And there was no found violation of NBA rules. But now the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York is investigating this. And they did not comment on the matter when approached about it by the Wall Street Journal. Rozier is the second known NBA player to be investigated by the U.S. federal government for possibly manipulating his play as part of a sports gambling scheme. Jonte Porter pled guilty last July to a felony count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and is awaiting sentencing. Also, 5 other men have been arrested and charged as part of a federal investigation into a gambling ring that Porter is alleged to have been a part of. So there could be a big punishment coming on Terry Rozier. And Joe, I think there's another story about gambling in sports as well. I'll be honest, I don't know the details. More, what I'm curious about is how many players are doing this?
I think a lot.
I really think that basketball, baseball, college baseball specifically, it seems like they've done a good job of policing it because we have seen examples of where they have stopped it in its tracks. But at the same time, it does make you wonder, were those just the idiots who got caught?
Yes, for sure. It's just the people who got caught. A, this has been happening forever. B, like you cannot convince me this is just a new thing that's happening. The reason why this is being found out is because the leagues have done a really good job protecting themselves. That they have handed over social security numbers of their players to these gambling places. They know Jameson Williams' social security number, so when he registers for DraftKings, it red flags. Like they're fully aware of what it is. Like they are working together. And then also, like, this stuff is a lot of times obvious. Like, it's like you mentioned with the college baseball one earlier. Like, it's so obvious. Like, who's betting on Jonte Porter over under points and rebounds?
Real DJ.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think
it was king of Twitch.
Yeah, like I don't think the degenerates of degenerates are betting on over under Jonte Porter. Like Terry Rozier, you could sell me on a little bit, but like not Jonte Porter. There's no way. So I think this shows like they're doing a really good job of like putting systems in place. But it's also you can't convince me that it's new. It's just because of those systems that we're finding it out. I think
I'm starting to wonder if they are doing a good job. Like, this is a high profile player.
Yeah.
Terry Rozier has made a lot of money as far as athletes go over the course of his career because he had that really nice end of his run in Boston and then he signed with Charlotte and he got paid. And a guy like that is gambling. So how many other players are gambling because they just want to keep on getting more and more money. So now I'm wondering how deep the rabbit hole goes. And this is the unfortunate part. As soon as more people start wondering about how deep the rabbit hole goes, this is how we go to looking at a Tim Donaghy incident like the NBA had on its hands and say, oh, this wasn't a one-time thing. And it could get all the way to NFL red, Chiefs always win, Like
no, you're right.
This is the very steep slope that we are on the edge of. And a story like this, it just makes me wonder. I don't know the answer to how many people are actually doing this, but it stands to reason that there are a lot of guys doing it if a guy who makes that much money's done it.
Yeah, well, and even because it's like they're not directly gambling, they're telling people, like Jonte Porter was telling people, I'm going to leave the game early. And if that's what Terry Rozier is being alleged of, then that's what he would have been doing too. I mean, that's why Vegas always knows. Vegas always knows because they've always got like inside people. They've always like, when, last night we looked at the line 4.5, right, by the Grizzlies. So it's like, well, the Rockets have beat them 3 times. But they kind of know from people that they have that Alperen Sengun wasn't going to play last night. Now, Ja didn't play either. And the Rockets obviously covered the spread in the game. But, it's impossible to fully track it. I've seen people like have suggested that the easiest way to stop this would be to remove prop bets, which, gosh, I hate to say I'm kind of in support of because I like betting on prop bets, but like I don't think you're going to see straight up point shaving like Tim Donaghy was a part of. But if you did eliminate betting on over and unders on rebounds and assists and point totals and things like that, it would be much easier to not let these things slip through the cracks. And you could also, to maybe compromise here, maybe there's like a certain stature of player to bet on these things. Like we're not betting on the 10th guy off the bench.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's like, hey, like
no more betting on Jock Landale.
Yeah. Like
who
here's
might have
like,
thrown the game against Memphis last night.
Like you can bet on Amen Thompson, you can bet on Jalen Green, but like you can't bet on Aaron Holiday stats. Like that would, to me, is like kind of a compromise, but it's not perfect. That's for sure. They're trying.
It's the door's open, and sorry to bring up door references with Alex Bregman still unsigned, but it is so freaking wide open to do stuff like this, and it's really like who has the balls to try to pull it off. Like there's serious consequences if you get caught. And I mean, if that district, I think that's the district from Billions, is looking into you, like yikes, you're probably screwed, Terry.
I just would love to know how many of these are like ongoing. Like how like was Jonte Porter doing this for like years?
Mm-hmm.
Was Terry Rozier, like when does Terry Rozier not been doing this? Since he got traded to the Heat, now he's like, oh, I'm on a somewhat serious team now. I gotta cut this out. Or is it like is there someone else on the Heat that's like, wait, I'm the one that's gonna say I have a sore foot today and I'm gonna leave the rotation? I just would love to know, just like how, or is it the glass half full? Like, well, they're catching these guys. They catch one guy per year, basically, from all these leagues.
I think last year with the Jonte Porter thing, I felt okay. Now I am starting to wonder, because Jonte Porter is one of those guys where I'm
such a fringe NBA player.
Yeah, like he's not making that much money, but Rozier, I'm assuming Rozier's made like 60-70 million over the course of his career in total contract. You know,
so it's like and that's what like we're like I don't ever understand, because
unless you're just a gambling addict, like why would you do this?
Yeah, because no matter like Jonte Porter isn't going to bet enough on himself to make more than he just lost by getting banned from the NBA. Like a fringe level NBA player is going to make more money just playing in the NBA. Even like a practice squad player, what's the vet minimum, or for the practice squad minimum, like $400,000?
Veteran minimum is over $500,000,
and then practice squad's like $250,000 a year,
something like that.
So like even if you're on the practice squad in the NFL, like we can be betting on. Well, I guess you wouldn't be betting on yourself unless you're in a preseason game. But like I don't understand why people would think it's worth it. It's not the end though. And like there will be a major betting scandal at some point.
This might be the start of it.
Terry Rozier, over $133 million.
What
earnings.
In the hell?
That's
so
crazy.
Twice what I thought? Okay, I'm actually shocked by that.
Crazy.
That's insane. And these players are making so much money and they're gambling on top of it. I do think, like, to a degree, you know, how Mattress Mac does that annoying thing where, like, hey, like, you guys ain't responsible enough to gamble, even though he gambles a lot of money. But there is a part of me where I do wonder, like, some people just can't help themselves. I think addiction is a convenient excuse for something like this, but for some people, they're absolutely nuts about it. You made that much money and you're gambling. You have a real effing problem. Now you're risking potential jail time for this,
especially because like what are you doing?
Idiot.
Like, did you lose all your money? And that's why you're
like
doing this?
How much are you making on the side? Even if you even a quarter, like you lose. Let's just say that you lost 75% of over $100 million. Like, that's still so much money.
Yeah, I think I don't think the numbers would be that large. Like if we got like real info on Jonte Porter, like I think it would kind of. My guess is it would stun people how little he made.
Yeah,
to get banned from the NBA.
I think it, like for Rozier or even for Porter, I would assume that it's like in the six figures.
I mean, think about Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley got suspended for a year for $4,000.
Yeah,
he pays
for like parlays,
two $2,000 parlays that included the Atlanta Falcons.
Which he should get suspended for a $2,000 parlay, but like you should just get suspended for that. But yeah, no, this is crazy, and it goes to show that like I'm not quite putting it all on like, well, it's an addiction, guys, but like this is very clearly like they're not thinking rationally. Like this is not, there's no way that you can rationally sit there and be Terry Rozier, open up your Wells Fargo account and be like, you know what? You know what I need to do? I need to start throwing some games to make a little bit of money.
I really don't think people will really freak out with players. I think it's the refs. I think the only thing that shake a sport to their core would be another Tim Donaghy, to where it's a group of referees that are altering the games. We see
or
teams
team our Black Sox. Then.
Yeah, but we see teams cheat all the time to win World Series.
Mark Andrews, what he did.
Investigate him.
But we teams win the World Series and they cheat, and teams win the Super Bowl and they cheat.
I think there's a difference between cheating to win
and throwing it
and cheating to lose.
Yeah,
I agree.
think there's a difference. We can accept you're using steroids. You're pushing the boundaries to get better, as opposed to you're actively tanking.
And that's why I don't think we'll see a Black Sox. That's why it really feels for this to become a big issue, it's going to have to be a referee issue.
Yeah.
For me.
No, I
that's
agree
probably right.
Or college sports. A college basketball team. They could also throw a game.
Honestly, that's one where you want to talk about you can't regulate all this stuff. You would need a gajillion people to regulate all these teams. There should be no betting on college baseball until the College World Series. Problem solved. Same with March Madness.
I'm okay with that.
Same with March Madness.
Conference play.
Yeah.
Then you can start.
But even then, what do you
Or
do?
no, major conferences.
I was saying, what do you who's watching out for Southern Illinois versus
NIU? Salukis.
Whoa. I mean, I'm laying 6.5.
And the
all right?
Huskies.
I love my Salukis.
Come on, dude.
But
the Huskies beat
who's watching
Notre Dame.
Who's not watching Horizon League basketball?
I'm surprised you know the name of the league.
I just said one that's in that rough.
Sounds
area.
right.
It is right.
Oh, look at you.
Boom.
Wait. That might
no
not
one
be
cares.
right.
It might be Missouri Valley.
No, Missouri Valley.
Missouri Valley, of course. I think there's 1 million schools in the Missouri Valley Conference. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You concerned about gambling in your sports? Also, we have a game of how far is too far. I think Joe needs to get something off his chest. About a coworker of ours. I think he has to get something off his chest. Also, just when you thought you've heard NBA players say dumb stuff, this guy went back in time to bring back one of the greatest quotes in sports history to explain how he is tough. It is outrageous. Stay tuned.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
6 months after joining O Athletic in the Heights, I'm already down to my pre-pandemic weight. Joe George here, and I'm not slowing down just because my pants are fitting better. I have new goals, and I'm working towards them with my trainer, Cam, who helps me in the gym and with my meal plan. You can get your own trainer, and they offer over 100 classes a week. O Athletic isn't just a gym, it's a lifestyle. Don't wait for January. Start right now. Check them out now at 767 North Shepherd or on Instagram at OAthletic and OAthletic.com.
This is Eric Roberson with Roberson Mortgage, Inc. Planning a home improvement or managing high-interest debt? Inflation have your expenses out of control? Consider a home equity line of credit. A HELOC lets you borrow against your home equity, offering a flexible line of credit with manageable interest rates. For more information, call 832-251-9100 or visit RobersonMortgage.com. Roberson Mortgage, Inc. We are your lending specialists.
NMLS number 266465, an equal housing lender.
Join Jalen Petrie, the Houston Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, in supporting kids' meals to feed Houston's hungriest children. Help Jalen raise $30,000 before the big game at feed5more.com. Every dollar counts. Donate today.
John Granato here with Dr. Manavis from Access Vascular Health. Tell me the steps that you're going to take about coming in with an arthritic knee.
We'll start off seeing if you would need an injection or benefit from that. Then we'll assess to see if you're getting enough blood flow to and from your lower extremities. And we'll end with seeing if you will be a candidate for geniculate artery embolization or GAE.
And the success rate is amazing.
Yeah, the technical success rate is 99.7%.
So if you're experiencing any knee problems, go to 975prostate.com and click on the knee tab. Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you and only if necessary, your insurance company to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at BrinkmanQuality.com. That's BrinkMann quality.com.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. Visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
For over 50 years, Allstate Windows and Siding has helped homeowners reduce outdoor noise, enhance the appearance, and increase the energy efficiency of their homes. Call at 832-204-1936 or visit allstatewindowsandsiding.com to schedule an appointment today.
GimmeTheVin.com salutes rock and roll. Johnny Rotten, lead singer of the Sex Pistols, widely considered the creators of the British punk movement, was born in London on this day in 1956. While a lot of British imports throw the other guys off, Give Me the Vin knows the market. We'll get you a great offer fast with an easy process that's AAA rated by the BBB. Sell us your car and don't get punked.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robber Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
More or less? That's it. More or less. Sean Mapes here for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Playing Prize Picks is as simple as deciding more or less. It could be whether a quarterback is going to throw for 200 yards. You decide more or less. Or if a running back is going to rush for more than 50 yards. You know football. You're going to love Prize Picks. Of course, the big game is coming. Prize Picks will be loaded with opportunities for you to use your sports acumen to decide more or less and win real money. Are you ready for the big game? Get ready. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES on your first deposit to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES, M-A-P-E-S. Use that promo code and get $50 instantly on your first deposit. You're a sports genius, and on Prize Picks, you can win real cash. More or less. Win more on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th. Eat Drink HTX is a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal you enjoy at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus starting February 1st at eatdrinkhtx.com.
Most people are tired and worn down by the time they get to the mortgage part of a home purchase, so they don't properly shop their mortgage. That's when you should call Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. His mission is simple: educate and help borrowers save money. With 29 years of experience, Kent can get you a quick quote without an application or credit pull. Call or text Kent at Dream Rate at 713-520-LOAN. That's 713-520-5626, or visit 975loan.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Kent Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Stay up to date on the latest Houston sports news and follow us on socials at ESPN Houston.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did have a couple of comments in response to our last segment. Last segment, we talked about how Terry Rozier is under investigation for perhaps improper gambling. The NBA had taken a look. They didn't see anything. But the U.S. District Attorney in New York, or the U.S. Attorney, I forget what it is. I think it's the U.S. Attorney in New York, one of their districts. I think the scary one. They're looking at Terry Rozier right now. Key from LA commented, I think it's a big percentage of players that gamble on themselves. If you don't want to get caught, have a third cousin or a half brother somewhere with a different last name make the bets for you. The old Chris Carter fall guy.
Yeah.
trip.
I mean, that is like the easiest thing to do. Is just have a friend that does it.
And that's really, I mean, that's what's happened here. It's like their friends are betting. But again, it's like, why is it betting on Jonte Porter?
Yeah, no, but don't throw the games.
Yeah.
You can still bet if you want to. If Terry Rozier wanted to bet on Ohio State Notre Dame national championship, like he just have your cousin do it. That's the Jameson Williams problem of he's sitting there in team meetings putting in bets.
Yeah, like you can't do it on, the ground. And I think it's like in boxing and individual sports, you're legally allowed to bet on yourself. Like Floyd Mayweather's made a ton of money betting on Floyd. Like, which is, I mean, that's fine.
I think boxing, like in all basically everything having to do with boxing, they play under different rules.
Yeah.
What everyone else
I'm not
does.
sure you want to be comped to boxing, probably.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we need Patrick Mahomes to sit in a boardroom with a table full of money and being like, I'm putting all this on the Chiefs to win. Like, I don't know if that would go over the same way as Floyd Mayweather doing it before fighting Canelo.
Like, you don't think the Mattress Mac commercials, if they were with Jose Altuve, would hit the same?
Yeah. And Jose Altuve's like, I'm putting in $10 million of my own money. I don't think people would like it.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, then it would lend itself back to everyone hating Jose Altuve. There has been, I think, a shift in terms of popular opinion of Altuve outside of Houston. Hopefully enough has been made so that he'll get into the Hall of Fame first ballot. Speaking of Mahomes, from the 239, Mahomes shaving 10 yards to go under in rushing yards. Is that a bet that you're making here? I'd imagine that given how he generally performs in the playoffs, that the under on Patrick Mahomes for rushing yards would be a fun wager for the Super Bowl prop bets. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975.
This one I can talk from experience because in the postseason, Patrick Mahomes like rushes more. That's just a thing. Like he saves himself and then he'll do the duck waddle up the sideline and he'll get 25 yards doing that. So against the Texans, he was running a lot. He was over his projection, or I think he was right at his projection. And then when they took a knee, he was taking like 7-yard kneel downs before kneeling.
Mm-hmm.
And so it counts as his rushing yards. And so his lower hit.
Interesting.
Gosh, it's one of my only things I hope they change that one day for betting purposes. Kneel down should not count against your rushing yards. Or they should remove kneel downs because it's soft. Just make him run a play. Who cares if you fumble? Hold on to the ball.
But then they would just hand off and then fall down.
So?
It's the running back that gets the minus yards.
Yeah, no, he has to cross the line of scrimmage.
But you can just get, so it's illegal to rush for less than 1 yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
On purpose. Yeah.
What a rule change.
On purpose.
Yeah, no more sliding. No more diving down to the ground without really being tackled.
So what if you do the Le'Veon Bell? You walk up to the line of scrimmage and just wait to get tackled.
If you cross the line, you're fine.
Okay.
I kind of like it. I don't like giving up on the play. There's a part of me that doesn't like that. So yeah, you should always have to fight for every yard. And if you don't fight for every yard, your effort, personal foul, unsportsmanlike conduct.
No flag. No flag.
Yeah. All right. We do this generally on Thursdays, but we're doing it today. How far is too far? We're going to give you a situation, and Joe or we will keep on saying things. I'm so bad at explaining this. You want to explain it for me?
Honestly, I don't even remember because we've been doing it differently recently.
Trust us, it works. It's called How Far is Too Far. I'm not going to explain it because I'm not smart.
Gallant George ask a simple question. How far is too far?
Yeah, we're definitely outside the box now, huh? Now you gotta ask yourself, how far are you willing to go?
Okay, so we'll start with this one. Alex Bregman contract. Let's say all these reports are true that he will not take $156 million. So you want Alex Bregman back. You're Jim Crane right now, boys. How far is too far? $160 million a year?
I'm good with that.
165?
Good with that.
170?
Good with that.
75?
Good with that.
Okay. Sean, you're still good? 175?
It's Alex Bregman, yo.
It's 6 years? Is that like the
6
years
Six
stay
years,
the same?
175.
We're getting close to
Okay, 180?
Yeah,
Good with that.
I think past 30 million per year.
Yeah. So 185?
Good with that.
200.
Good with that.
$1 billion.
Not good with that.
A dollar
how
more.
far is too far?
$1 more than Juan Soto.
I'd go to whatever Julio Rodriguez is making, but I would also have one of those contracts that you can get out of.
Yeah, just like find a way to bail.
Yeah.
Just
hope
vesting
here's
option
a $400 million contract, but we can opt out after the first year.
And hope that Bregman looks at Scott Boras when this offer comes in, and Scott Boras tells him, hey, man, you can't do this. And then Scott Boras gets looked at by Alex Bregman, who says, nah, man, you're washed. And then what he does is he goes finds one of his LSU friends to get this deal over the finish line. And that LSU friend, no offense, Louisianans, perhaps doesn't read the fine print like he's Mickey Loomis, not reading the salary cap rules. And that's how you pull this off. So you give Alex Bregman just a ridiculous deal. There is no amount of money that's too far for me for Alex Bregman. I want him back. I do not care. Put it on the credit card and we'll figure it out.
Okay. I would go like 180. I would prefer to stay below 175, but I'd be willing to go up to 180.
Up to 180. Okay.
Yeah.
$30 million a year does make sense on a serious note.
But
I'm surprised they haven't offered any more. I honestly, if they offer a couple of million more, isn't he going to take it? How much more is it going to take? Is it really about $200 million?
How far is too far for the Astros?
Good question.
That's the question.
That is the question.
Yeah.
For me, nothing. For them is the good question.
Well,
is
it
a principle?
Honestly, how far is too far? 5 years, 156. $1 more past that's probably too far.
The market is saying that that's probably, if not the best deal, one of the best deals he's getting.
Yeah. That's what it is. All right, Paul.
Okay. We're going to get to...
There's a lot. I got a lot going on right now. I'm an intern.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to the morning show.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know.
How far is too far?
I don't know the context
Assistant
of the conversation.
Program director Joe
George
being called intern? Is that too far?
I don't know. I just know it happened.
Okay. Also, Joe, we'll get to the amazing NBA quote in a moment, but how far is too far? How far is too far when it comes to somebody, I don't know, parroting a take of yours? This is something that I saw on our at ESPN 975 Twitter account yesterday afternoon. I can't believe what Joel Blank said about Scott Boras.
But now that we are at this point in the process, and Bregman doesn't have anything close to what maybe Boras is the only guy putting out there that Bregman has on the table, it seems like the Astros have provided him with the biggest, best offer so far that he has received. Boras isn't the same guy with the same weight doing the same things, but he's making the same kind of promises that he was able to deliver on previously. And if I'm Alex Bregman, I'm pretty ticked off because if you believe anything and who you talk to, and I'm sure what Boras was saying, it was going to be a really hot market. It was going to be competitive. You had big name, big money teams involved, and you were going to hit the jackpot. And now here we are sitting at looking at Alex Bregman, and it took the reopening crack of the door, as Dana Brown put it, for there to even be the possibility, seemingly yet again, that one, Bregman could return, and two, that he could sniff the kind of money at the kind of years that he thinks he's supposed to be getting that no one else seems to.
So, in case you didn't listen to the entirety of that clip from Joel Blank, Killer Bee's coming up in about 15 minutes. Along the way, Joel said, Scott Boras, not the same guy, not the same weight, not the same clout, something along those lines.
I feel like I know a word for that.
What's that word?
Cooked. No. Washed.
Whoa.
Stolen valor?
The patron saint of Washed Wednesday, like 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Now the Killer Bees are saying.
I think that's like one of my first takes on this show, guys. And we're almost a year old.
It might have. Honestly, it might have.
I think it was.
I think it was
early.
like pretty early.
It was early.
I think it was pretty early. This is stolen valor. He stole my take. Scott Boras is washed.
He didn't say washed, though.
He didn't say washed.
He said he didn't have the same pull as he once did.
Yeah, but
is that the same thing as washed?
I think so.
I think it's the definition of washed.
I think
if you're not the same that you were a few years ago.
I think he defined washed without saying washed. Stole my take.
Stole an intern's take.
I stole an intern's take.
Since it's
Who,
good,
according to the Twitch, because I want them to get more upset about this segment, because I know they're going to be upset. Or at least one of them will be.
I mean, the other guys isn't even in this.
According to the Twitch, they called me a snitch yesterday.
Who?
The afternoon show.
But the morning show called you an intern.
Yes. What is happening?
You're getting it from all angles.
Dude, wait till I start denying vacations.
Oh, that's such a middle management Joe move. Middle management Joe.
You want to go on vacation? Denied.
Damn.
You're approved.
Thank you.
Sean, you're approved.
I'm not crossing Joe ever again.
Brian's approved.
Till the next time Chicago sports gives me an opportunity.
I mean, you call me a racist like once a week, but like you're still
yeah,
good.
but I'm kidding, clearly.
Well, I don't know the context of calling me a snitch, so I can't be too upset. But allegedly, that happened yesterday.
Huh. This could be a game of telephone where the Twitch is just playing Machiavellian games here and trying to get you mad.
That's why I said allegedly.
Yeah.
I'm not mad.
Oh, no. The Killer Bees and Joe might have beef.
I can't prove it.
Wow, it's so
well, they're all mad because they say I owe them stuff for a bet I lost.
Well, I think that is true.
I come down on their side on that.
Yeah, I know I owe Jeremy something for sure.
You don't even know what you owe him?
No, I owe him a bottle of General Ben.
Okay.
And he keeps buying the bottle and drinking it before he gives it.
Because Jeremy doesn't ever come to work, so I just drink it when he's not here. Oh
my
god. He's on remote a lot.
That's true.
I mean, he wasn't even in the social club.
That's true too.
That's true.
Although he was tagged.
He might not be on the show yesterday.
He got tagged in it and he was upset. About that.
I owe Joel a hat.
Okay.
But I told him he can pick his hat.
Yeah.
I've yet to receive the selection.
I don't know. That seems like
that's
flimsy. I've
That's
had that
flimsy.
conversation with him before. I'm gonna defend my honor. Jeremy, not so much. I'm in the wrong.
You know,
I'm acknowledging I'm in the
You
wrong.
concede that.
I
Okay.
concede I'm in the wrong. Okay, with one of them. The other one,
You're breaking even. Okay.
you know what it says in the Shorecrest Chargers gym.
No, I don't.
Excuses.
I know what it says.
Hint of a reason. What's the rest, Sean?
Stuffed with a lie.
Yeah. That's what an excuse is.
I can't believe you know that stuff, Sean.
I mean, I've never stepped foot in St.
know.
Petersburg, Florida, but I know what's in the weight room or the locker room of that high school.
Oh, Key from LA says there was a question asked of who's the biggest snitches at 97.5. I guess I'm at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
I could see that.
See it.
Yeah,
I could see that.
I get it.
The rest, the
What
rest
do
of
they
us
base
are
it
pretty.
off of?
I don't know. I guess it's true. Oh well.
Damn, now you sound sad, defeated.
Well, I'm a snitch.
Is Lance a snitch? No.
What would you rather be, a snitch or an intern? 713-780-3776.
Snitch, because at least I get paid.
That's true. They get paid a lot.
Yeah.
They
Lot
might
of
get
experience.
got,
Yeah.
but yeah. Anyway, hey guys, it's time for a little garbage time before we get out of here, and I will ask a question about if this is too far.
Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time
It's garbage.
starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
All right. Did anyone see this quote from Darius Garland, Cleveland Cavaliers, who is back from a broken jaw? This is an all-time quote.
I'm a soldier. For real. A lot of people don't go through jaw surgeries and wires shut. And, I mean, I couldn't talk, couldn't eat. Like, it was... I know a lot of people that wouldn't do that or couldn't do that. So, yeah, I'll say that. Just another bump in the road.
I'm a soldier.
I hate to laugh at someone coming back from any kind of injury, but like a lot of people go through this, buddy.
You can't say you're a soldier and then also say bump in the road in the same 20 seconds given.
And like not a lot of people go through this.
Yeah, I also don't like the "I'm a soldier." ... For real. It's like no, not for real.
Not for
very,
real.
very much not for real.
You know who's more believable as a soldier? The great Kellen Winslow Jr., who you might remember for this quote while he was at the University of Miami after a game against Tennessee.
Winslow was asked if he realized that Campbell had been injured on the play.
Down on the...
Yeah, I don't give a hell. It's about this you, man. I don't give a flying you-know-what about a ball. I don't give a damn. He'd do the same thing to me. It's war. They don't give a freaking you-know-what about you. They will kill you. They're out there to kill you. So I'm going to kill them. You write that in the paper. You write that. You make money off that. No, man, I'm pissed. All y'all take this down. I'm pissed, man. We don't care about nobody except it's you. We don't. If I didn't hurt him, he'd hurt me. They're gunning for my legs. I'm going to come right back at him. Soldier.
The funny part is, as he goes along the way, first off, that one reporter says, you put this in the paper. We will. Second, he doesn't cuss at all until the very end.
He gets so close.
And he goes, I'm so freaking pissed. And then the next thing we knew, he was in a Boston Market parking lot.
Yeah.
Is he in jail?
He is in jail.
Yes.
He is in jail.
Alas. Earwax. So there you go, guys.
Not surprised.
How far is too far? Comparing yourself to a soldier as an athlete. Always too far.
Yes.
Yes. Doing that stuff in a Boston Market parking lot. Too far.
Yes. Oh, we really took
too far. Very much too far.
Way too far.
And on that note, everybody, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. It's going to be an awkward toss between this show and the Killer Bees.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to snitch on you for breaking late.
Oh, well, I'm okay with that. You know, the people want to hear me. They want to hear me. You want me to keep on going? I want me to filibuster. I want to just talk for the next 3 hours.
Yeah. You want to go 6 today?
Not particularly.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's leave.
It's Friday. He's Joe. Big thanks to Sean. Big thanks to Joe, our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, callers, and texters. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Killer Bees are up next. First, let me tell you about my friends and MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. The big game's right around the corner. You've got Philadelphia, Kansas City. Kansas City, a 1.5-point favorite in that game. You want to bet on the game straight up with an over-under of 49.5? You can. But you can bet on everything big game related, whether it's touchdowns scored, field goals kicked, Gatorade color, how long the national anthem is, coin toss, and so much more. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 is your one-stop shop to add a little flavor on top of the big game. Will John Baptiste play a piano on stage? Will John Baptiste play a harmonica board on stage? This is how nuanced it is. It's MyBookie.ag. It's promo code BET975. Over under national anthem, 123.5 seconds. Minus 125. You really want to play it this way? You can at MyBookie.ag. But anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Peace.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
6 months after joining O Athletic in the Heights, I'm already down to my pre-pandemic weight. Joe George here, and I'm not slowing down just because my pants are fitting better. I have new goals, and I'm working towards them with my trainer, Cam, who helps me in the gym and with my meal plan. You can get your own trainer, and they offer over 100 classes a week. O Athletic isn't just a gym, it's a lifestyle. Don't wait for January. Start right now. Check them out now at 767 North Shepherd or on Instagram at OAthletic and OAthletic.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
John Granato here with Dr. Manavis from Access Vascular Health. We talk so much about prostate, but what about people that don't have great blood flow?
People with vein symptoms get things like numbness and tingling, all the things that people kind of write off as getting older.
And it's a pretty easy process, right?
It takes me 6 minutes to do, and patients feel 100% better when I'm done with the procedures.
What's the pain like?
Almost none.
So if you're experiencing any vein problems, go to 975prostate.com and click on the vein tab.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Country music superstar Morgan Wallen is coming to Houston for his 2025 I'm the Problem Tour. Join Morgan Wallen at NRG Stadium for a 2-night show, June 20th and 21st. Tickets go on sale this Friday at livenation.com.
What's your name?
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present The Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a getaway edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. DJ B&M will be joining us a little bit later to talk about this Texans offensive coordinator search, which Aaron Wilson had some things to say. Doesn't look like Chip Kelly is a candidate. After although if we believed everything Aaron Wilson said, D'Amico Ryans would not be the head coach of the Houston Texans.
Good point. He'd be a Bronco, right?
There is that. But we'll see. We'll talk about that. Latest candidates. They're interviewing more people today. Wide net that the Houston Texans are casting. Who said it? Brian, she can't get enough. Charles Barkley had some nice things to say about Rafael Stone. Lots to get to today. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. You can call or text the show. Twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube, ESPN Houston, Twitter, ESPN975. Rockets lose in Memphis yesterday. They fall by 1. Game that went down to the wire. Rockets cannot sweep the season series against the Grizzlies as they lose by 1. What did you think of this one, Blake?
Really good game. That's first and foremost. It was a really good game. It was competitive. Again, the Rockets seemed to be in control for a good portion of the game. And you got to love, again, another road game in a tough environment, them playing at the level that they're playing. So the positives for me were all those things. And you know, the fact that it doesn't matter who you get contributions from one night to the next, it can vary amongst guys. I know everybody's worried about, well, who's the guy? Who's the man? How many are going to be the man? It's good to have the ability to have other people step up if you're trying to figure that out. Just disappointing the way they finished the game. And it's not just the final couple of minutes. It's the final quarter. It's the execution down the stretch that I keep harping on that kind of still shows me that, hey, as good as they are, it's a good thing in that there's still room to grow and get better, but there's still improvements that they have to work on.
What specifically do you mean?
Closing out games for one is big to me. And one of the things that I've said all the way back to the Toronto game, they ended up winning after they blew a lead. The other night that they blew the lead, where against Atlanta, they had 96 points with just a skosh under 5 minutes to play in the game. They scored their 98th point with 28 seconds left to go in the game. And you got to figure out how to finish and not just play 45 minutes until Adam Silver changes it. You got to play 48. And the fact is more times than not, they play their ass off for 45 minutes or so, and then they find a way to kind of go back to Steven Silas ball in the last couple of minutes.
Like Fred VanVleet taking a fadeaway three-pointer.
I know he's getting killed, but even before that, if you look at Jalen Green in the his final probably 5 or 6 touches of the game, he basically brought it up and it rarely, if ever, passed the ball and then missed a shot. And it's like, that's not what was working for you all night long as a team.
Yeah, I like the word skosh for what it's worth. I know we're talking Rocket basketball now, but skosh is one of my favorite words. I'm being sincere. I know a lot of times I'm being sarcastic. I'm being sincere here. Fadeaway VanVleet 3. You were trying to get it to a min. They took it away. It was a really good defensive stand. Like they kind of had an idea what the Rockets were going to want to do. It's obviously not a good look, but you're also playing without Alpi Şengün, and like we have seen the Rockets go to Alpi Şengün in those spots. Don't necessarily love it. But is one of your best offensive players. So they didn't have him, which I think does matter here. And I don't really disagree with your point here, Blinkers. Like, we've been talking about they need a closer. They need somebody to step into that closer role. When the other team's making a rally, okay, well, you need a go-to guy that's going to stop the rally. You need a guy that when you absolutely need a bucket, you go to get you a bucket. It doesn't always have to be the guy that's scoring it either.
Right.
Like maybe it's a Min Thompson. Like, okay, we need a bucket here. Let's get a Min Thompson the basketball, either attack the rim or draw some help and then kick to an open look. Like it doesn't have to be the guy shooting the ball that is your closer. But who's the guy that you go to when you absolutely need a bucket? And they really haven't had that guy. So I agree with that. Like Jalen Green ideally would be that guy because I like it to be more of a perimeter guy. But he hasn't been good in fourth quarters over the entire year, quite frankly. He wasn't very good in the fourth quarter in yesterday's game. I like Alpi Şengün's game. He doesn't really strike me as that closer. Maybe he's your best option with what you got. I like Amin, but Amin is a bit limited offensively, although I did like his elbow jumpers yesterday.
Oh, man,
that was very nice to see. Like
very
Hit
polished.
the 15-footer. I could live with that, Amin Thompson. I like what you're doing there. But they don't really have that closer, so I agree with that. And they also have had bad fourth quarters. Like, even though they've been winning these games over the last couple of weeks, they've had bad fourth quarters. Now, if I were to stand up for my Rockets and defend the Rockets a bit here, I would say that the last 5 games that they've played have all been decided by 4 points or less.
Okay.
And this was the first time that they lost a game that was decided by 4 points or less. So if I had a little bit of pushback, I would say, yes, I do want a closer. Yes, I would like them to play better in the fourth quarter, yet they have found a way to win these close games with the exception of last night.
And I would counter that, Counselor, by saying the one thing that would be the rebuttal is in most of those games in the last 5, they had a double-digit lead when the meltdown happened that still allowed them to win by that slight margin. But if they had done what they had done for the rest of the game, they probably would have won by 10 or more.
And that's where I don't have a counter to. Yeah. That would be the trump there because Rockets lost yesterday by 1. They got outscored by 5 in the fourth quarter. They beat Atlanta by 4. They got outscored by 5 in the fourth quarter. They beat Boston. They on the road, great win. They won by 2. They outscored Boston in that game by 6. Like that's the only one where it really stands out where they outscored the opponent in the fourth quarter. They beat Cleveland on the road by 4. They got outscored by 13 in that game. Cleveland outscored them 47-34 in the fourth quarter in that game. And then you go back to the first time they played Cleveland at home. They won that game by 1, but were outscored by 10 in the fourth quarter. So for them to, I don't want to call it a step because they are second in the Western Conference, but for them to maybe fulfill their potential as a team, and look, maybe it doesn't come this year. It's part of growing in the NBA. You're right. They have to improve in the fourth quarter, whether it's putting their foot on the gas, putting it on the neck of the snake, whatever it takes, they are going to have to play better in crunch time.
They missed 11. Again, I mentioned the Atlanta game, but then last night, they missed 11 of their last 12 shots over the final 6 and change. You know, that can't happen. And if you go back and if you record the game at all or you DVR, go back and watch the offense in the second quarter, the third quarter, and then watch the final 5 or 6 minutes of a Rockets game lately, and you'll realize it's night and day. Like, to your point, it doesn't matter. And I had some fan tag me and a couple other people about the question.
A fan of yours or a fan of the Rockets?
No, some fan of the Rockets that was tagging me and the Rockets account and Vanessa and other, I think Ryan Hollins. And it's like they're worried about a closer, but like trying to define, do they have one?
Yeah.
The beauty of that, to what you said, is they defended Amen beautifully last night. They doubled him as soon as he tried to turn the corner. They took it out of his hands. They kind of knew it was coming. That's where, as a coaching staff, but also as players, you have to realize some night it's going to be Alpy on the elbow, and whether he gets it in the post or he can facilitate from there if they double down. Jalen on the wing where he can create. If they collapse, he can kick. If not, he can finish at the basket. Or Amen, same thing. He has so many different ways with his ability to put it on the floor that he could create for his teammates that you don't have to live with just one option.
Yeah.
Everybody's worried about just one. I just need them to stop doing and getting away from what's worked for them for most of the game.
Yeah. They really struggled offensively in the fourth quarter. Like they went not so much early in the fourth quarter. It was somewhere between like the 8-9 minute mark until the rest of the game where they had a difficult, everything was a challenge to score. And even the ones that they scored, it's like, oh man, that was a lot of work. That was either a tough shot or you really had to work it offensively, which, hey, do that. But I also think the defenses, I think that they tighten the screws in the fourth quarter. I think what works in the second and third quarter in a lot of NBA games doesn't necessarily work in the last 5 minutes of a tight game. So I would challenge a little bit with the whole closer thing. Like, I don't need a single closer. You're right. Like, go to the best matchup. If you have a weak defender on Alpi Şengün and they're not double teaming, go to Alpi Şengün. If they are double teaming, go to Alpi Şengün. He's a good passer. You can work it around for a good shot. If Jalen Green has a good mismatch or a good matchup, if Amin Thompson is a good match, if Fred VanVleet's rolling that night, I'm with you that it doesn't need to be the same guy every single night. But I would argue that they don't really have a lot of guy or any guy that's capable of doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is you all the three guys that I just rattled off, you can find shortcomings in all three guys to where if they are one of the guys that you try to go to, can they shoot free throws? Can they make consistently the jump shot or the shot that, is necessary? Are you capable of finishing? Those are going to be questions because the fourth quarter last night, to kind of echo my point, and then Udoka, he mentioned it in the post-game press conference. They only had like 3 or 4 assists in the fourth quarter. If you watched the fourth quarter last night, it became Steven Silas basketball. It became, and you could see it reading. I was trying to, just watching it, reading the body language of the players.
That's very mean.
But what I mean by that is Jalen, again, most of the fourth quarter was not getting his off of passing the ball and inside the offense. Jalen was bringing it up and trying to do it all himself because you could see some of the guys starting to get frustrated with it. Ime had subbed him out for a little bit. Then everybody else was like, now I got to get mine. Jalen's sitting instead of just saying, hey, we just got to go to what's been working all night long. We're going to be fine.
It's a little difficult, though, when you don't have Alpi. Alpi is that low post
I think
threat.
What Joel's talking about kind of hits upon that it's not really necessarily that they need one guy to be the quote-unquote closer. They just need to have an identity when it gets tight and late, or not lose the identity that they had earlier in the game. It just feels like,
how can you have an identity with multiple players, though? Like, what would that be?
Well, I know that's part of the problem, though.
From an offensive perspective, you can have the identity of
how you want to score.
Hey, we're going to run system.
Okay, how? Because
I know that's what they got to figure out.
If you're going through certain players, like I'm picking on you a little bit, Brian, because it's like a bigger point of mine. I hate when people are like, they need an identity. Like, people say that about every team who's struggling. They need an identity. Okay, well, what do you want the identity to be? Well, they need to move the ball more
take the
or
first
score
shot
more
available.
points.
Yeah, I think
that's not really an identity, though.
I know. Well, it's a lack of, is what I'm saying.
We a lot on this show, we get into like the semantics of the word, and I don't think identity might be the right word. It's like
maybe not.
It's like, don't go away from the system that has been working for you all year and in this game. Like, make a couple of passes, set a couple of screens, use the off-the-ball movement, which a lot of defenses fall asleep on, which can get you easy buckets because they were killing them on the offensive boards.
Yeah.
But they weren't even in a position to get the offensive rebounds in the fourth quarter because the shots they were taking were rushed and they just weren't getting to them the same way they had gotten to them in the other three quarters.
I think it's execution. I think it's execution. And when
you're it's on selfishness.
Sure, absolutely. I think, yeah. Both those things maybe together. And look, I think we might be minimizing the lack of having Alpi Şengün. Look, he's your only all-star, and you didn't have. That's why I'm not sweating yesterday's game.
Though.
Sure, but we're talking about the late game execution of the offense. Like, if you don't have your first or second best offensive player, of course the offense isn't going to look better. I'm not talking about this from the sense of you didn't win the game because you didn't have Alpi / they didn't have Jaw. We're talking about simply their offensive execution. So if you're missing Alpi Şengün, of course your offense isn't going to look as good. He's arguably your best offensive player. So if you don't have him, that's going to hurt, right? Like, can we all agree on that?
Absolutely.
Now, that's why I'm not sweating yesterday's game. Blanker's point, I think, is a bigger point, which I agree with. Like, now we're talking about what do you want to look like identity-wise whenever you need a bucket late in a game. Quite frankly, I think the best thing you can do is go to Alpi Şengün and let him score. That's probably your best chance of scoring in a half-court set is whenever you go into the post with Alpi Şengün. And if the defense is going to counter that by sending an extra body at Alpi, well, you're going to get good looks because he is a good passer. So I think that's their best option. I've seen Ime Udoka use that as his best option. Of course, he used a min when he had that really good sideline out of bounds play for the win.
Yep.
But I think Alpi is the guy. I think Alpi is your best offensive player, half-court set, when you have to get a bucket and you trust him to make the right play. Now, he frustrates me at times because sometimes he'll get a little sloppy with the ball.
Yes.
I don't think he's as good in the fourth quarter as he is in
Settle
the
for
first
that one-footed fadeaway when he needs to complement his footwork and his around the pivot to get easier baskets.
But I think that's like my point. Is that I don't think that they have a guy that you're just like, yep, that guy's going to give me a bucket on the half court, in a critical moment. Like Alpi, he frustrates me at times. Jalen Green's shooting isn't great. Jalen's also, I had a buddy send me his like quarter by quarter splits. He kind of fades away in the fourth quarter, Jalen Green, which isn't great. I don't want to put the Kevin Martin label on him, but yeah, I mean, it might not be too far off.
To your
like
point,
a min has offensive like liabilities. You don't think Fred VanVleet should be that guy. So the personnel that they currently have in the youth too, and where they're at in their individual development, I don't think they have a closer.
No, they don't. That's why I was saying I would consider Jimmy Butler for the rest of the season, just because you have. This was a couple weeks ago.
That's hot take.
This was a couple weeks ago when I said, "Hey, you need the one guy." To your point, that in the final couple minutes or couple seconds of a game, if I need a bucket and I know he's going to get to the free throw line, he's going to be smart with the ball, he knows how to finish. That they need a guy like that. You don't want him long-term. You don't want him in your locker room. I get it. I get all those things. But if you only had to give up like guys off your bench and a pick or something, and you could get a guy that for the rest of this season lets you take this great regular season and have a chance to finish games out in the playoffs, I would have considered it then because we both loved the play the other night in Boston.
Yeah.
As coaches, I thought that was brilliant the way they did that because there were options off of the read. Last night, I thought they didn't do that. I thought that they called the play and they didn't anticipate that Memphis might know it was going to a men and cut him off. And from there, they didn't have the options and then they got stuck.
I mean, I think Fred was the option. I think
he was the closest to the ball, but like if you could have someone slip, if you could have had, once a men gave it up, if he could have back cut real quick, just to give them in the huddle to be able to say, hey, if they double this, amen, the minute you get it out of your hands, you either go here or slide here or do that. And it seemed like everybody froze last night, like, oh, bleep, they know what we're doing.
Yeah, see, like going back to the Amin winner too, like I wouldn't be like, well, there you go, Amin closer. No, that was coaching. That was coaching up and drawing up a fabulous play.
Mm-hmm.
Like that wasn't, and I know Amin, had to make the shot, but that's not like Amin creating that moment. That was the coach putting Amin in a very, very good spot, 5 feet from the rim and hitting a little bit of a floater. Like that to me was more coaching than Amin.
And in today's NBA, a lot of people don't realize they call it actions. They're not calling plays anymore. They run actions, and it's based on the reaction of the defense. And so there's like actions that are A, B, and C based on how the defense tries to defend what you're trying to do. And this one, it just seemed like everybody, instead of kind of going in their mind, it's like audibles in football.
Well, I mean, where did the second guy come from? The second guy helped off of Fred. Like that was the play.
Yeah, and they doubled high. And then it's like you also have to rely on the guys that aren't necessarily in the action up at the top of the key where the ball was inbounded. It's okay, now I've got to get here or I've got to do this so that we can have some spacing, and they didn't do that.
713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts on the Rockets game last night. Their inability in the fourth quarter to score much. They've had some collapses, although they have won the game more times than not up until last night. 713-780-ESPN. Lots to get to today. Chandler Rome was on with the G's. Had some very interesting things to say. We'll talk about that. Texans offensive coordinator search continuing today. DJ Bieniemy will be joining us a little bit later as well. 713-780-ESPN on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube, ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
We're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Maggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Would you trust your family's safety to the lowest bidder? No. Jim Fiume, founder of Gulf Coast Windows, 40 years ago pioneered replacement windows. And since then, they've led the industry in window technology, installation, and customer satisfaction. Can you buy a cheaper window? Yeah, but not with their Performance Series windows and satisfaction guarantee. Save a few pennies or choose a best-in-class window. Keep your family safe and save money on electricity bills. GulfCoastWindows.com, GulfCoastWindows.com.
What is GMTVCC? It's a mouthful, but translation for GMTVCC.com is Give Me the VIN Classic and Collector Cars. It's a brand new buying division of Give Me the VIN, but it's for classic and collector cars. Experienced pro buyers will appraise an offer on your 1970 Hemi Cuda or 1988 Fox Body Mustang or your granddad's old 1985 square body Chevy truck. GMTVCC.com is where you go to get real money for classic and collector cars to get paid now. That's GMTVCC.com, brought to you by Give Me the VIN.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Houston's independent voice for sports. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says, take it to the hole, draw the foul, take the two free throws in the game. Not always that easy. Take it to the hole.
What do you think of the Brooks foul? Brooks foul on Jackson. I know, but like you just try and defend that. He also has 5 fouls there. You just tried it. You tried your best to defend, then you live with the results. And then it just seemed like he was just like, yeah, they're coming at me, I'm going to foul.
It was kind of an interesting lineup, right? Like they went small, couldn't really match him up with his size. I don't really care about Dillon having 5 fouls in that moment because, I mean, there's seconds left in the game. I hated that he brought his arms forward. Just go straight up. Just defend it. And if he makes a tough shot, he makes a tough shot. I hated but I also knew that they were going to be very soft in that moment after what happened with the whole missed timeout thing. Like I knew that they were going to get a whistle. Now, I'm not saying that it wasn't a foul. But they were going to call it a little bit softer than they normally would.
You're exactly right. Because the more I saw the different replays and the more he didn't even look like he came close to calling a timeout, I'm like, oh, the league's going to try and I'm not going to say fix it, but they're going to try and do whatever they have to do so that SportsCenter doesn't lead with the Grizzlies got screwed calling a timeout they didn't call.
Yeah, it's basketball 101, right? Like you get a bad call against you, and you want your team the very next time up the floor to attack the baskets because you're going to get that call 9 times out of 10. Dylan Brooks fouled though. Like it was that call would have been made even if you didn't have the controversy. Dylan Brooks brought his arms over and he hit him in the arm. Like it was an easy call. I thought he should have just went straight up. You can maybe criticize Ime's 5 that he had on the floor though, because they went right at it. They went right at it. They went with a smaller lineup and they took advantage. But I thought it was a dumb foul by Dylan though. Just go straight up. If he makes the shot, he makes the shot.
That's where I'm at. And look, you can say a lot, and I get a lot of times perturbed by Dylan Brooks taking the antics part of it too far because he is a good player. He has skill. But you got to know you got 5 fouls, and kind of looking back too, he took a couple of cheapies early that he didn't need to, and those things come back to haunt you in situations like that. Those are the kind of things where I just wish he'd play smarter and not have to do that all the time.
Yeah,
and I'm with you. I just thought go straight up, live with the result. He's still got to shoot over you to where you still have a timeout. You can advance the ball. You can do what you need to do if he makes the shot. But don't just give him the immediate 2 free throws.
Yeah, we're on the same page there. I don't care about him having a 5th foul though. Like to me, don't be less aggressive because you have 5 seconds left in the game. No, I don't really
I'm
care.
Just saying, just be vertical. Don't if you're gonna contest, be smart enough to leave it in the referee's hands by going vertical. Sure. But if you're giving the referee an easy call.
Yeah, I'm talking more if it was like if it was a different play. Like don't give him the basket or the rim by letting him drive by you because you're scared of picking up your 6th foul in that moment. But it was a different play. Texture, Ime is bad about lessening possession with any kind of fourth period lead. He did it so many times in Boston coming from a Celtics fan. I have seen a little bit of criticism about Ime offensively and then fourth quarter, but I'm not trading Ime for anybody. So that's kind of where I end up at. Like no one's perfect. So you take some of the the cons with the pros, and there's enough pros with Ime where I'm totally okay with him as the head coach.
Yeah, no, look, this is never going to be because we saw and have already seen way too much to know he is the absolute appropriate guy for this job. He's the best guy for this job. Thank God he was available to be to get this job. It's just that, again, along the way, these are kind of little nitpicky things because in the middle of a season, you look at the difference in a game, and in this case, it can be the difference in the game.
Another texture says that Jordan, ranked number 1, is the left fielder. I don't know how that's related, but thank you for the information. Now, I hope he's not the number 1 left fielder in baseball after the season because I want him to be the number 1 DH in all of baseball. All right, 713-780-ESP. We'll get to Charles Barkley's comments about Rafael Stone in a moment, but let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rob, you're in the hive with the bees. What is up, Rob?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. I think last night proved one thing that obviously, as we've all known all year, the Rockets really don't have that one guy that's a closer. And I think the Rockets need to make a decision of whether they truly want to go for the title this year or plan for the future with the group that they have. And I think I'm okay with whatever they decide. I just don't want to be lied to and told, yeah, we're contending, we're going all out for this year, when it's clear that we don't have that guy. When you've got Fred VanVleet chunking up a 3 with no actual play, we just don't have that dude. I don't know who the guy would be that they would bring in, but if they want to roll with the team that they have moving forward, let them develop and run for the title in a couple of years, I'm good with it. I just don't want to be lied to and told that it's going to be this year.
Yeah, I don't think they have to make any decisions. I think the dumbest thing they could do is make a decision to give up on some of these young guys to get a guy for the rest of the season. I think that's where they've got to be smart. They don't need to make a move between now and the deadline. They're not in a desperate situation because you are going to ride this out and you are going to reap the benefits of a team that's getting valuable experience. They're growing up. They're becoming more of the players that you will find out they can be. And at the same time, they're going to be around for quite a while to where don't screw it up by like blowing up 3 or 4 guys and sending them out for a guy that might be here for a half a year or a year and a half. I don't agree with that philosophy.
Yeah, I don't think that they've lied to us though. Like I don't think that they've been telling us like, yeah, we're going to, win the championship this year. I think that they're totally content. And I think the message that they've sent is we're going to make steady progress. Like we're going to let our youngsters play. We had, I think you guys said Kelly Eco, but I saw the report where he was talking about how the Rockets are going to let it through, like see it through with the young players, at least through the rest of the year, which I'm cool with. I would also be okay though if they did trade for a player that makes them better, that helps their rotation. within reason. Like, I don't want them to trade from their core nucleus for Jimmy Butler. But if you could get Jimmy Butler on a super, super, super cheap deal, not that it would happen, okay, let's talk about it. I don't think that's likely, just throwing that out there. De'Aaron Fox intrigues me. Like, I'll be honest with you, he intrigues me. Early in the year, I would have traded Jalen Green for De'Aaron Fox. I've hedged that. I've backed off of that. I wouldn't trade Jalen Green for De'Aaron Fox, although it's kind of close. But Green's just so much younger. He's several years younger than De'Aaron Fox. I wouldn't do that. But if you could trade for De'Aaron Fox and trade like a Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd, couple of first-rounders, that would intrigue me because I think he would be your best perimeter player. At least best perimeter scorer immediately. But even that, I kind of hesitate to do. And then there's also rumors that the Spurs are like pretty far down the road on a potential trade for De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, they want Castle, and if they get him, that's the centerpiece from a package coming back as a young point guard to put in Sacramento. It would be up to the Kings to be enticed by Cam, Reed, and guys like that when I have heard Jalen was the guy that they wanted back. And I don't think the Rockets are in a position to do that. I think it depends on De'Aaron Fox's contract. If I get De'Aaron Fox and I know I can lock him up, and I know I can lock him up for the next 5-6 years, and De'Aaron Fox is a better option to me in terms of he's a ball handler, he's smart, he still puts Jalen's points up, he's more consistent. I trust him more to kind of do the things we're talking about. Mm-hmm. Yes, I absolutely would make that deal.
Yeah, I think Fox is a slightly better player than Jalen Green is today. But I'm taking the Jalen Green youth, and I would keep him instead of De'Aaron Fox. But at the same time, I do agree with you that currently, right now, this moment, De'Aaron Fox is the better player. But I also think they're building for the future. Like, this to me is like, you've had arguments about the whole contender thing. Mm-hmm. Like, to me, this is a step in that direction to being a contender. I don't think that they're there yet.
What's your definition of a contender?
Somebody who can win the championship.
See, that you and I are on the same page. The Barry's definition of a contender is someone that can get to the playoffs and compete. To me, that's just a playoff team.
To me, that's a competitor.
Yeah, to me, a contender is, and again, I always preface it by saying, I want them to overachieve. I want them to do these things. To me, a contender is a team that can win a title this year. So if I'm judging it a year at a time. They are not a contender this year because depending on the matchups, they could get bounced in the first round. They're not a team that I would consider to be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the West to get to the finals. That's not to say it can't happen in the next couple of years, but for this year, that's why I have been steadfast on they are not a contender to me this year.
No, I would echo that. I agree with you. I don't think. I guess it depends on your definition of contender, and maybe that's a relative term. I think contender is somebody who can win the championship. I don't think the Rockets can win the championship this year, but I will say they've done nothing but surprise us all year. Like, they've surprised us with their record. They've surprised us with their quality wins, their resume. So, maybe they can continue to surprise us, and ultimately we would be wrong at the end of the day. But
I'd love to be wrong.
Yeah, I know you would. And I lean your side. 713-780-ESPN. That said, Rafael Stone has built quite the roster. And Charles Barkley yesterday with high praise to Rafael Stone. Is he right? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th. Eat Drink HTX is a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal you enjoy at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus starting February 1st at eatdrinkhtx.com.
This is Eric Roberson with Roberson Mortgage, Inc., an A-plus Better Business Bureau-rated company. Renovating your home can be costly. Here at Roberson Mortgage, we offer renovation financing, letting you fund upgrades to your home without draining your savings. Call 832-251-9100 or visit RobersonMortgage.com. Roberson Mortgage, Inc., we are your lending specialists.
NMLS number 266465, an equal housing lender.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
More or less? That's it. More or less. Sean Mapes here for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Playing Prize Picks is as simple as deciding more or less. It could be whether a quarterback is going to throw for 200 yards. You decide more or less. Or if a running back is going to rush for more than 50 yards. You know football. You're going to love Prize Picks. Of course, the big game is coming. Prize Picks will be loaded with opportunities for you to use your sports acumen to decide more or less and win real money. Are you ready for the big game? Get ready. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES on your first deposit to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES, M-A-P-E-S. Use that promo code and get $50 instantly on your first deposit. You're a sports genius. And on Prize Picks, you can win real cash. More or less. Win more on Prize Picks. Run your game.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Missed any of today's show? Then download the podcast now wherever you get your podcasts.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Can all 3 Houston teams win their divisions in season that start this year? Okay. So, but the Rockets didn't start this year. Started last year, right?
Well, it could be kind of a tiger slam because the Astros and Texans are both defending division champions.
Yeah, it could be a tiger slam. I don't really care about division winners in the NBA. I can't remember the last time I cared about a division winner in the maybe never. Like, do they still hang banners for that?
For division winners?
Do they hang banners if the Rockets were to win the Southwest Division in the Western Conference?
So, they have like the one, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but they have the one big banner and they just add a year to it, right?
Yeah. Some teams, it's kind of like when you haven't been there and done that before, then you take every victory you can get and you hang a banner for winning a division. But when you've been there and done that, then yeah.
I don't think I've ever celebrated a division title in the NBA.
Well, it's kind of like you're in your midseason tournament.
Well, that's something to celebrate.
Okay.
There's only been 2 of those. There's only been 2 NBA in-season tournaments, NBA NITs, in the history of the world. There has been a Southwest Divisional champion for how long? How long has the Southwest Division existed? Ever since they've expansion. It's probably 40 years old, 50 years old?
No,
over 30 years.
I thought they changed it a few times because didn't the
Well, they might have changed who was in it, but the Rockets back in the Keems days were still winning Southwest titles.
Yeah, because weren't they in the Midwest for a while?
No clue. Do not care about NBA divisions at all.
Well, I mean, I think that's why the talk in the last 10 years in the NBA was just take the top 12 to 16 records in the league and stop giving away division titles.
Yeah, I think they should. I think baseball should do that too.
I think the biggest talk of that was when all the good teams were in the West.
Yeah.
And there were teams over 500 that had really good years in the West that were going to miss the playoffs, while you had sub 500 teams in the East that were going to make the playoffs.
Yeah. No, I think you should have 2 divisions within conference. I'll take that back.
Okay.
I don't think you should have a divisionless conference. I think you should have 2. I think you should have an East and a West. Or however you want to do it. Baseball would be East-West. I would imagine you would. Basketball might be different, I guess.
I'm with the 2 division conference, whatever model, because I just think unless the sport's super regional, then it doesn't make much sense to regionalize it like that and just take the best teams and put them into playoffs.
The Google machine tells us that the NBA went to 3 divisions in the 2004-5 series when they added Charlotte as the 30th franchise. So 20 years, over 20 years. There's been 20 divisional champs.
It was still called the Southwest before that.
They might, it might have been, but they might have added the Northwest or whatever.
So I think the Rockets have been in the quote unquote Southwest Division far more than 20 years. I think it's close to 40.
Yeah, so there's been a lot more of them than there have been NIT champions in the NBA. It's way rarer to win an NBA NIT championship than to win a Southwest Divisional championship. That's why it's worth celebrating.
Still, if a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it.
The player's bank account hears it.
Yeah, but I don't care about their bank account.
Yeah, I don't really either. 713-780-ESPN. But yeah, I think they can do that. I mean, the Astros did it. Right? They won the division.
Yeah, they won the division.
Mm-hmm.
They won the division. The Texans won their division. I think the Rockets are capable of winning the Southwest. If you're curious what the Southwest Division standings look like, the Rockets are a half game up on the Memphis Grizzlies.
And have the tiebreaker.
So Dallas is 6.5
The
back.
thing is, it's unlike football that there aren't rewards associated with the divisions anymore because they even got away, I think, from
there used to be, though.
I think what I was just going to say is I think they got away from the division winner, even if they had a lesser record, got the home floor, and now it's just basically all dictated by record, so it doesn't matter.
The only time it matters is scheduling because you play more games within division than you do other opponents. I don't know exactly how they do the scheduling now because it's confusing, but you play your division rivals more often than you play
you're guaranteed
conference
4
rivals
games.
Or, intra-conference rivals. Is it still 4? I thought
division was
3.
guaranteed 4. Then the rest of the conferences can be up to 4, but sometimes it's just 3, and then the other conference is just 2.
See, I always remember, and it's changed now.
Yeah,
but I used to remember it as 4 within division, 2 within conference, 1 out of conference. Pretty close.
No, yeah,
to that.
I think that was the case at one point, but they went to the home and home on the other conference. I don't remember exactly how long ago, but at some point it took away the guaranteed 4th game against the other teams in the conference.
I'm curious.
I know. I guess we got to Google it.
There's an imbalance in each conference to mean every year you're going to play one of the teams in conference 3 games instead of 4.
What did you think about Charles Barkley, what he had to say yesterday?
It was interesting.
He said that Rafael Stone has really built a good roster, has done a great job adding the veterans to this team, too, so they can teach the youngsters to play. Gave a lot of praise to Rafael Stone. What did you think?
He did. I was talking to Lance about it just before the show, too. Like, I have a personal relationship on a different level with Rafael. I've been very critical when I thought he deserved to have critics early on in his existence as general manager. I think that he had a lot of swing and misses, just like he had some that we're seeing now where he had some that he was spot on. You can't argue the fact that with the way this team is playing and the fact that the veterans, whether you think they were overpaid or not, the veterans are meshing and blending to where he has swings and misses. He has hits, but overall, he's done his job, and he's done a very good job at kind of taking whatever he had and putting it together to get the mix that's now currently on the floor. So I give him his credit. And right now, I think he's a totally different general manager than he was his first maybe 2 years in the league, because there were a lot of misses. There were some trades that had that they really didn't get anything in return, where you're giving away first-round picks. And those first-round picks were guys that never sniffed the floor in the NBA that were first-round picks. But then you got to give him credit because he made the trade that got you Şengün. And, he's done some things since then and handled the draft to where he's put together this roster. So I give him credit. Charles is funny because Charles was, I think, more critical than me, and Charles was more critical of the team 2 weeks ago, and now Charles is all sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, I give Rafael Stone credit. I think he's built a good roster. I mean, how can you not? I mean, they're second in the Western Conference, and he did that whenever players were demanding out, and he lived through 2 years of Steven Silas, and they weren't very good. I think he's built a good roster. I don't think that you can argue that he has not. General managers aren't going to bat 1,000, right? They're not going to hit on every single thing. But I think he's done a really good job. I think you go back to the Harden trade. I think that was the best trade that they could get for the long-term benefit of the Rockets. And then he's hit on some draft picks. Like, hadn't hit on all of them, and you can make the case too that that's a little bit fortunate, right? But you draft Alpi Şengün in the teens, like that was a major win.
That
and then falls
too.
to you. He traded up for him.
Yeah,
so you give him credit for that.
The double credit, right?
Give him credit for that. Now, like Cam Whitmore felt it, but still, like whenever we give general managers praise or when we criticize general managers, it's usually about the roster, right? Mm-hmm. It's about the roster. And this roster's good. And it's good from the rubble of the James Harden trade.
But it's also most of the time when you're judging them, it's based on the performance of the team in a given situation. Nick Caserio was almost on the hot seat, and then suddenly he got the right quarterback, and then the team performed. Now Nick Caserio is a great general manager. Rafael Stone, when this team was with Steven Silas and it was still struggling, and by the way, that was a Rafael Stone hire too, as much as he gets credit for Ime, he also, much like Nick, hired Steven Silas prior. So now that the team's winning and has the second best record in the West, everybody is openly and deservedly so giving Rafael his flowers. But there was also a reason why, when a lot of that time when I was extremely critical of the moves he was making, it was because they weren't good moves and they weren't helping his team. There was Garuba and Ty Washington and Josh Christopher, and then you gave them all away for late second round picks trying to make a move in free agency that didn't happen.
They weren't good though. Like, you have to say that.
But
though.
You drafted them, and the guys that you were hell-bent, you wanted initially, you thought they were going to be on your roster for a long time, so you drafted them.
Yeah.
And then you found out they weren't good, and then what you traded them for was a bucket of bolts.
But they didn't turn out
none
good.
of them did anything
No,
afterwards.
right. I get that.
If you did that and then one of them turned out to be like an NBA starter, then it's like even worse. It's more the missed picks, but at the same time, I don't criticize NBA GMs a whole lot when they miss late first. Like, you don't find a whole lot of late first in the NBA that are good. It's pretty rare.
I would say, because a couple of them were in the late teens, but I hear what you're saying. And it's more of a crapshoot in the NBA in the draft anyway, because it's all based on potential, because the kids are all coming out after 1 year outside of high school. But at the same time, then you always try to recoup the value. And if you package 3 former first-round picks for a second-round pick and cap space to try and get Brook Lopez, it's like, okay, well, that's all you could have gotten for him? Because at the time, I don't think the rest of the league knew that these guys were just never going to surface into anything. They were all based on potential. But yeah, I mean, you can look at and you can go move by move, but the guys that he drafted too, because I mean, if I'm going to play the devil's advocate side of this, the majority of the top 5 picks that he's had, he can get credit for taking the guys that have turned out to be the guys on this roster. He really didn't have any other choice, because in the drafts that he took them, the top 3 rated players, he had the 3rd pick, and the other 2 teams took the other 2 guys, to where you just took the last guy remaining. And they've turned out, in some cases, better than the guys ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, but he could also have taken the guy that went 4th or 5th.
He could have. That would have been worse.
Yeah. So
Right,
you have to
right,
give him praise
right.
there?
You still got to identify that the guy can play.
The biggest win, though, is one that I didn't bring up with, like, the roster, is Ime.
But again, Ime, but people then forget he also hired Silas first. Now, smart enough to finally pull the plug on.
Is that kind of like the David Coley we're going to suck?
That was
That's
exactly,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
That was my comparison.
Yeah. It's actually really stinking similar.
And I've said this before. I said this years ago. Both teams have now turned it around. At the time that both teams were almost at rock bottom, they were mirror images of each other. They had coaching issues. They had ownership questions. They had, all these different things that were falling into place to where if one had it, the other one had it very similar. And now, in the same regard, they're both on the way up. They're both highly regarded. They both now have their coaches, their general managers, their ownership, and they have a positive outlook.
They're embracing the suck the first couple of years. That way you could build the roster.
There's one key difference, though. There's no way I could ever hear inspirational words like this from Tillman Fertitta.
Never quit.
That's the difference.
It's true, but Tillman's all about the action.
He chose to look at it a different way. He chose to look at it in tiers instead of just the overall eye of the tiger to never lose it. He just told you that there were phases, and we were just in phase 1.
It's not as inspirational as
never quit.
That's because he's a leader by action. Tillman believes in action.
Tillman was also
words.
the guy that said against Golden State, we're going to reach a point real soon. We're going to be there kicking their asses all over the place. And it was like,
I mean, they made a couple of threes. He wouldn't have been wrong. That was before he was the owner then. He was the owner then.
But I think he said that after that in the regular season when they were saying you can't beat the Warriors.
Yeah.
And he was like, there's going to be a point real soon where we're going to be kicking their asses. Like,
as soon as those guys retire,
he was trying to fire up the troops. He was just trying to fire up the troops.
They'll never quit.
It's good leadership is what that was. 4 teams in division. Or there's 5 teams, but there's 4 opponents that you can play. You play each of those 4 times, like you mentioned, Brian. You play 6 conference opponents 3 times. The remaining you play 4.
Yeah.
No, you play 6 of them 4 times. The remaining you play 3.
Right.
And then you play
out of conference twice.
Each team from the other conference twice. Yeah, you nailed it. Look at you, look at the big brains on Brian. Look at the big brains on. You do have a big head. 713.
It is factually true. It is factually true.
It's a little big.
No,
First time I've noticed it.
Quick story. I once ordered a hat. It was like a customized hat. They sent me the largest size, and I still couldn't get it on my head. So I had to send it back to them and have them stretch it out a little bit.
Really?
More. Yeah, they're like, this is as far as we can stretch it, man. It was
what size
still,
you wear? What
it was
that
still
noggin size there? Is it like an 8?
I don't remember what the measurement was, but
like
it
a
was
size 8.
Yeah, whatever the largest size for this hat went, they tried to stretch it out for me. It was still pretty tight.
Blankers won a hat on a bet once and still didn't have it, so
that's true.
At least you got yours.
True.
You got yours adjusted
Very
to that
true.
big old noggin, and you still got it ahead of Blankers. 713-780-ESPN. Ken Rosenthal, Chandler Rome, they both said that the Astros were going to move Altuve to the outfield, even for Jorge Polanco, who will not be an Astro because he re-signed with the Mariners. One of us is losing faith and confidence with this front office. Who is it? Why? That's next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please? You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Sell your house fast for cash at greenlightoffer.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy, promo code 1560, promo code 1560.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. Ouch! Well, by wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers. If you administer insulin 3 or more times per day or use an insulin pump, call now and learn how a CGM can help you.
Painless. No more pricking my finger.
No finger pricks.
Convenience. They delivered it free and they took care of all the paperwork.
You can reduce pain right away. Plus, it's accurate, easy to use, and helps you spend more time in range. And if you have insurance, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Call now and get free shipping of your new CGM. Plus, we'll bill your insurance for you. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. That's 800-451-4785.
Woo woo! If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs? Piggles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on, will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long the national anthem will be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only at mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
One of us is losing faith in the Astros front office. Are you losing faith in the Astros front office? 713-780-3776. Is it you, Blankers, that's losing faith and confidence in the Astros front office? Branham, is it you that's losing faith?
You're talking to yourself.
Jeremy, is it you that's lost faith in this Astros front office?
Not fully. I actually have more faith in it now than I did when Jeff Bagwell was running the Houston Astros.
Hi, this is Jeff Bagwell. I love the Killer Bees at 97.5.
I like Dana Brown more than Jeff Bagwell, even though Jeff Bagwell likes us more than Dana Brown does. Is it you, Brian,
It
that
is.
is losing
It
faith?
is.
Big brains on Brian, losing faith and confidence in the front office.
Yeah, I mean, I was. I don't know if I'll be as dead on as I was about how the NBA schedule structured, but yeah, when I heard this news from Ken Rosenthal and it was echoed by Chandler Rome, that it seems like the Astros are hell bent on moving Altuve to left field, regardless of what happens with the construction of their infield, as evidenced by their reporting that if they had been able to sign Jorge Polanco, it wasn't to be a bench player like we speculated in previous conversations about their rumored interest in him. They were going to put him at second, move Jose Altuve's 5'5" frame out and noodle arm out to the outfield regardless. It feels like they're at a point now where instead of just getting an actual outfielder, something they could have been doing since early November, I think November 4th was when free agency started, they've just decided, well, forget that. Let's move 5'5" Altuve with a noodle arm out to left field and sign any random below average offensive player to put at second. I mean, I know Polanco's had a good season or two in the past, but he wasn't good last year. And we're gonna let him take Jose Altuve's spot and move him out to the left field where he's a minus defender. I know he's a minus defender at second base too, but I just don't see why the offseason strategy was let's fix the defensive deficiency at second by just making another position worse. Like there's should be a way they could have constructed this to improve as a whole instead of just shifting the deficiency.
I don't know how many ways I disagree with you.
Okay.
A lot of ways.
That's usual for us.
A lot of ways I disagree with you. First one with Polanco. I think you're underselling Polanco. Polanco did not hit well.
Bat?
Yeah. If you look at Jorge Polanco before he went to Seattle, he had an OPS plus of 111.
Minnesota was good.
Yeah. He was a plus bat before going to Seattle. He had a 33 home run season. Now, it's been a few years, but everybody struggles in Seattle. I don't know if you watched it today. Was it Teoscar Hernandez who was doing an interview?
Yes.
Was it Teoscar?
Yes, it was. Mm-hmm.
He was talking about...
His kid was like on his lap or something a little bit.
Yeah, that was Teoscar, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying that he saw pitches sideways in Seattle. He says that because of the batter's eye, he says it's not level with the ground. So he says it's very difficult to pick up pitches in Seattle. And if you look at just offensive numbers in Seattle, pitching numbers in Seattle, offense is incredibly low and pitching's incredibly high. So I have a tough time. I can't believe that he resigned there. I have a tough time thinking that Jorge Polanco, 1 year in Seattle, trumps what he did in 10 years in Minnesota. So I think that it was actually shrewd looking at Jorge Polanco because I do think he is a better offensive player than anybody's giving him credit for because he had one poor year in Seattle, which gives everybody fits offensively.
That 33 home run season was 2021, though. It's
okay. Well, look at 22.
Removed.
Okay, fine. Look at 22 and 23 then. Like if we want to play with the standards that you were describing, he's still in 22. He had an OPS plus of 115. In 2023, he had an OPS plus of 114. He would be one of your best 6 offensive players based on those 2 years.
Yeah, I just like it. I guess when the argument that you first started with was, 33 home run power. It's the only season he's hit.
No, that's not what I started with. I said he's had a good career prior to Seattle,
it's the only 30 home run season he's had.
30. Okay, well then let's look at 22 and 23 then. Let's look at 2022. We had an OPS plus of 115. And let's look at 2023. We had an OPS plus of 114. You combine those 2 years, and he had some injuries there. If you combine those 2 years prior to going to Seattle, he played 184 games, had 788 plate appearances, and hit 30 home runs. Like, the guy's a good offensive player. Jorge Polanco's a good offensive player.
Good, fine. I mean, he was certainly a minus last year, as you mentioned.
No doubt.
His OPS plus was 93, and maybe that's Seattle. It could also be
100% Seattle.
Well, it can also be he was 30 in that season. He's now going to be 31. We don't know what type of regression could also be working into this in addition to a bad offensive environment in Seattle.
No doubt that a 31-year-old is not going to be as good as a 28, 29-year-old on average. No argument there. There's been plenty of examples of Seattle players who have left Seattle where they got way better quickly. Teoscar Hernandez is a good example. Ty France in a short sample. Maybe the Astros should look at Ty France. In a short sample was better in Cincinnati. Offense dies in Seattle. I think there are a lot of factors. I think it's a big ballpark. I think the ballpark factors play to pitching. And then if the batter's eye, like I have to take Teoscar Hernandez's word for it. Like you say, I see pitches sideways there because the batter's eye is not parallel with the ground. That seems to be a problem. I think it's very obvious Seattle is not a good hitter's park. The other thing about the Jose Altuve part of this, Jose Altuve is an atrocious defensive second baseman these days. He is no longer good defensively. He had a -1 defensive WAR last year. If you go look at his baseball savant defense last year, his fielding value is very below average. It's in the 11th percentile, one of the worst defensive second basemen that exist in baseball. And second base, in my opinion, is a pretty critical defensive position. What's the old adage? You got to be strong up the middle. Center field, shortstop, center. Second base is pretty close after that. I think second base is top 4, top 5 most important defensive positions at Major League Baseball. I think left field is dead last. Left field is 9th or 8th because there's only 8 defensive positions, not pitcher. Left field's the 8th most important defensive position on a diamond. So if I can hide my worst defensive player at either second base or left field, where do I want to hide my worst defensive player? 100 times out of 100, it's left field.
See, I hear what Brian's saying simply because of the fact I have the same apprehension about what they're doing simply because of the fact that I keep saying it's a square peg round hole. To me, they have a surplus of infielders already, and the infield is fine if they don't bring Alex Bregman back. If they are hell-bent on bringing Alex Bregman back, now they have a surplus of infielders to where I think that they already have enough. They wouldn't need to also go out and add Polanco. There are outfielders out there in I think probably a similar price range that have played the outfield before that are better than just being able to be hidden in left field that could do better for you than trying to do what they seem to be hell-bent on trying to do. So that's where my main concern is. That's also why I'm also holding judgment until I see how it all when all the dust settles. But for right now, I'd be looking at Alex Verdugo. I'd be even looking at, you brought up Gerchik. I'd be looking at other outfielders before I'd be looking at Polanco. That's just me.
Yeah, look, I think that those are fair points, but I think that overall people were crapping on Jorge Polanco being a bad offensive player when over the course of his career, minus 1 year in Seattle, he was not. And then the whole well, you can't play Altuve in defense because he's going to be, you can left field because he's going to be terrible out there. Yeah, he is going to be terrible in left field, just like he's terrible at second base. And where would you rather a terrible defensive player play? On the infield or in left field? And let's also factor in your top 2 starting pitchers are Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown. And where do they excel? Getting ground balls. So you're also helping out your pitchers, your top 2 pitchers, by having a better defensive second baseman. Yordan Alvarez would play left field once every trip through the rotation. When would he play? When Framber was on the mound, because he would get ground balls and it would limit the exposure of fly balls to Yordan Alvarez in left. So if you have a terrible defensive player, you much rather put him in left field. I don't understand the outrage of Jose Altuve in left. I really don't. You're hiding your worst defensive player.
Yeah,
what you're doing.
To me, it's just I said square peg round hole, and I just believe that it is very similar to when they would move Biggio to the outfield and they were trying to do things because his bat still plays. But you're right. It's tough to find a position. I heard Jim Bowen, and I'd put some audio in case we get to it. But Jim Bowen was doing an interview today somewhere on, I think, MLB Network or something like that. And he's like, you're taking Altuve as an above average type second baseman. I'm like, wait a minute, time out. Don't kill all your credibility, because if you think he's an above average second baseman, I don't think you've watched him in the last 4 or 5 years.
No, and look, I don't go into the advanced numbers a whole lot because it's very boring radio. I am aware of them. He had a -0.9 WAR last year, just defensively. He's a -1 WAR player. You're losing a win with Jose Altuve at second base. The year prior to that, -1. The year prior to that, -1.2. His defensive fielding run value in the 11th percentile, -6 in all of baseball. Hide him in left. A lot of people want to weigh in on this. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to some of the Chandler Rome quotes as well, his cuts rather. He was on with the Killer G's earlier today. Had some stuff to say about Bregman, had some stuff to say about Altuve, and had some stuff to say about the competitive balance tax. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
6 months after joining O Athletic in the Heights, I'm already down to my pre-pandemic weight. Joe George here, and I'm not slowing down just because my pants are fitting better. I have new goals, and I'm working towards them with my trainer, Cam, who helps me in the gym and with my meal plan. You can get your own trainer, and they offer over 100 classes a week. O Athletic isn't just a gym, it's a lifestyle. Don't wait for January. Start right now. Check them out now at 767 North Shepherd or on Instagram at O Athletic and oathletic.com.
More or less? That's it. More or less. Sean Mapes here for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Playing Prize Picks is as simple as deciding more or less. It could be whether a quarterback is going to throw for 200 yards. You decide more or less. Or if a running back is going to rush for more than 50 yards. You know football, you're going to love Prize Picks. Of course, the big game is coming. Prize Picks will be loaded with opportunities for you to use your sports acumen to decide more or less and win real money. Are you ready for the big game? Get ready. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES on your first deposit to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES, MAPES. Use that promo code and get $50 instantly on your first deposit. You're a sports genius. And on Prize Picks, you can win real cash. More or less. Win more on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. I am a wing connoisseur, and I think your Greek wings are as good as any wings in this city.
The Greek wings, I just had one that I brought in just now. It was awesome.
You can get them smoked as well.
Yes.
Or you can get them
fried with Frank's hot sauce. You can get them with our second-gen barbecue sauce. You can get them just about any way you want.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 at 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
Houston's only FM sports stations. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Listen up.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal media station.
Don't sweat the technique. Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, Chandler Rome had some things to say about the Stros. He was on the Killer G's earlier today. I heard it went great. Let's go out to the HRP listener line before we get to Rome's quotes, though. Terry, he wants to talk about Jose Altuve. Terry, you're in the Hive. What's going on, man?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. Honored to converse with you here today. So I'm not a analytical baseball guy, not into the numbers as much as you guys are, so I need you to educate me here. I know in football, the quarterback's a very important position. You got to pull me back off the edge here, man. Last 7 years or last 8 years, like 7 conference finals or division. What am I thinking? The league finals. And Jose Altuve is a legend, man. Is the second base position? Are we going to suck this year if he's playing second base, or this just came on the last couple of years, or what's going on?
Yeah, he's been awful defensively for the last 3 years.
He has, and Jeremy uses the term for Chaz, but it's also true of Altuve that in the last 4 or 5 years, he's had a noodle for an arm. It just fell off the planet and got really bad.
I think you can get away with a noodle arm at second for what it's
that's
worth.
what I'm saying. But
it's
kind of the way you were
range.
saying, the 2 least important positions on the diamond,
yeah,
especially from a throwing position. Left field, you still are going to have to make throws from the outfield, whereas all of your throws are essentially from, except for a few cutoffs and relays, you're going to have to just throw from second base to first base.
Mm-hmm.
And yet Jose's had a lot of problems even doing that with any zip on it from time to time, to where his skills, as much as they haven't diminished offensively a whole lot, his skills have diminished a great deal defensively.
No, there's no doubt. I mean, it's inarguable. Like they have statistics that literally back this up, and they're not good. But you can get away with it. Like, I mean, the Astros got away with him at second base last year. They got away with him at second base 2 years ago. But he has turned into a negative defensively over the last 3 years. It's inarguable. Like, he is negative defensively. So if you have a negative defensive player at second base, do you feel like it could be less of a negative in left? I personally think it can be. I personally think it would be. Like, even if you don't, like, I don't love this scenario, but let's say the Astros don't add to this team. Okay, let's say they don't add to this team. I hate this scenario. I want them to add Verdugo because I hate the idea of Chas McCormick playing in right field. Like, we're just glossing over noodle arm Chas McCormick playing right field. Like, these opponents aren't going to go first to third like a windmill. It's going to be like Gary Pettis is coaching third for every other team in Major League Baseball when Chas McCormick is in right field and runners are trying to go to first to third. I would love Verdugo. I would love Jason Hayward, quite frankly, because he's a capable defensive right fielder. Randall Gerchik, a lot of the texters are weighing in saying they want Gerchik, which Gerchik would be an upgrade. I think they want a left-handed bat. He's right-handed. I say screw that. He's your best outfielder potentially if you bring him in. So I would be in favor of that as well. But if you don't bring anybody in, you're starting position players. You have Yiner behind the dish. Christian Walker's at first base. Let's leave second base out for a moment. Pena's at short. Isak is at third base. Jake's in center. Chaz is in right. Altuve is going to be in the mix at either left and second. Who's your eighth best player right now? Probably Dubon. So are you better overall defensively as a team with Mauricio Dubon, who is a Gold Glover, playing the more important position at second base, and Altuve playing left, or putting Dubon at the least important defensive position in left field and a bad second baseman at second? You're better with Dubon at second and Altuve in left, and it's not even arguable.
No, I think that at a certain point, when you look at it, too, that's why I hope they're not done. That's why I hope that this is just talk at this point and hearsay and rumors, and we're going to find out that at a certain point they're going to kind of put the finishing touches on what I think has been a really, really savvy offseason to this point, just because of the fact that you actually got better defensively in the infield. If you're trying to do this, and like you said, regardless, because you have a Gold Glove first baseman, if they bring Bregman back, you could have a Gold Glove third baseman. Pena's an above-average fielding shortstop, in my opinion. And if Paredes plays second, he's got a stronger arm. He's probably in a better place to be a better fielder at this point in his career than Altuve, to where your infield could be really, really, really good if that's the case. The outfield's a disaster, and they have to do, I think, multiple things to try and fix it. One thing would be to get at least one quality outfielder that's still out there. The second thing would be either hope to God that Chaz has a year like 2 years ago, not last year, or to at least get a fourth outfielder that can be someone that is at least capable of still throwing a baseball with some zip on it, hitting a baseball for average and or power, and do some things that can help you, because you know how much I cringe at having Jake and Chaz in the same outfield.
Yeah, and if you have, look, I think that if you had Altuve in the left, Jake in center, Chaz in right, again, not ideal. That would be a rangy outfield. Like, they would be able to catch fly balls. Like, Jake Myers is a really good defensive center fielder. Great range, was a Gold Glove finalist last year. Chas McCormick, really good range. Altuve's fast. He'll be fine range-wise. So you would have I don't want to say very good. You would have a rangy outfield that could go catch the baseball. Yeah. On the other hand, you would have the weakest throwing outfield in the history of the game.
Especially at the corners.
In the history. And I mean, Jake has a noodle arm, too.
Yeah.
Altuve doesn't have a good arm. Jake doesn't have a good arm. Chaz and Wright would be a disaster. It would be a nightmare. I'm way more fearful of Chaz and Wright than Altuve and left, for what it's worth. Because you need a strong arm to throw a guy out going first to third. You hide your weak arms in left field, quite frankly. So, yeah. But, I mean, that's the conversation here. Quite frankly.
Thank you, Stephen A.
If the Astros don't add anybody else, what I think they'll do, and look, you're going to have battles. Like, you're going to have spring. Like, if Melton hits 400 in spring training with 15 bombs, he might make the big league club. So there's still going to be battles that go on before all of this is determined by opening day. But my gut right now, before the full team, the pitchers and catchers even report, is I believe that they would have a Dubon DeCinzo platoon. Because Dubon's better against lefties. Dubon wasn't bad against righties last year, but DeCinzo is a reverse split guy, hits righties better than lefties. Dubon is better against lefties over the course of his career than righties. I think that they would start Dubon against lefties, and in those games, I think Dubon would play second. And then when they start DeCinzo, I think he would play left and Altuve would play second, which is a little scary too, because I'm not sure about DeZinzo's defense in left
Either
field.
way, I don't like the kind of uncertainty and the inability to find guys that have played positions before for a team that I think can still be really good. That's why I would hope that with the moves that they made to show that they're not really looking to just kind of softly hit the reset button and or just kind of project more for the long term by bringing in Walker, by finding a solution for Bregman. And I think in a lot of ways, not losing a whole lot there. Yes, you got rid of Tucker, but at the same time, that's why if you can just find the right outfield combination, still having Jordan, a Yiner on the way up, this team can compete. But if you leave that outfield like it is status quo, then I think that is a massive, massive hole that you might not be able to do anything with.
I don't disagree. The outfield's a disaster, especially from an offensive standpoint. I mean, there's a lot of problems with the outfield. A lot of Chaz and Wright, his arm terrifies me. Their offensive production in the outfield is awful. Yeah, they're not a complete team. Like, you are kind of trying to patch it together unless they go sign more players, which it doesn't seem like they're really willing to do that unless it might be Alex Bregman, which they're not even sure about that. I mispronounced Trammell's name, by the way, yesterday. People were criticizing me. It's Trammell.
Is it?
Yeah, it doesn't
so like Bullock.
Yeah, that's why they're criticizing me. You're gonna be a stickler for Bullock, but you're not gonna be a stickler for Trammell. And it's like, you know what? You're right. That's my bad. That's on me.
I had no idea. I mean, if you take just the way it's spelled, one of the best second basemen in the history of baseball played second base, Alan Trammell.
Yeah, I think it might be spelled different, but who cares? Here was Chandler Rome on with the Killer G's today about Jose Altuve. And look, he kind of addressed this little position fear with Jose.
If that long shot happens and Bregman comes back, we've already discussed that Jose Altuve would be in left field. And I think now this prompts legitimate questions about Jose Altuve's defensive future. He was never going to end his career as the Astros second baseman. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a really, really good player, but you can't ignore the defensive metrics right now. He's, if not the worst, maybe the second worst defensive second baseman in baseball. This is an Astros pitching staff that has two pitchers atop its rotation in Valdez and Brown that induce more ground balls than any pitchers in baseball. They need a good infield behind them. And last year, the right side of their defensive infield was terrible. It's hard to hide a bad defensive second baseman across 162 games, as you saw last year. So what I will be fascinated to see is once the Bregman saga concludes, where does Altuve play defensively next year, and how does that impact what Joe Espada does on a daily basis?
Yeah, first time I heard that guy knows ball. That guy knows what he's talking about, that Chandler Rome.
A lot of patting on the back while Rome was talking.
I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm patting Chandler Rome on the back. That guy knows what's up. The other problem here, though, like in all seriousness, you have two guys that you want to DH. Jose Altuve at this stage of his career should be DHing. Yordan Alvarez, because he is so important offensively. People will get mad whenever I call him injury prone. He has a bad body, has mysterious injuries, had that knee thing, doesn't need surgery, whatever. You have two guys that should be DHs. And that's
You're right.
Tough.
But I did see Harold Reynolds and I think Vasgersian were doing something on MLB Net that might have made it to Twitter as well, where he was talking about the fact that he had a conversation with Jordan, and he said that some guys just aren't cut out to be DHs because they don't stay engaged. They don't like it. It's like 4 pinch hit appearances, and it's more difficult for them. And he brought up the stats, or someone there brought up the stats on screen that showed that when he plays left field, almost all of his offensive stats are significantly better than they are when he just DHs. And so I'm here to listen to that simply because if he wants to play left field, and I get it, I know, and we've all jumped on the bandwagon of the Jordan rules. But at the same time, I think he also looks at guys like Judge, who still plays the field all the time, and maybe they're not even close to the same outfielders, but there are guys that just want to be in every part of the game, not just, I get 4 at-bats a game. Whereas other guys are just cool going, hey, I'll just analyze the situation, prepared to, for my next at bat, and I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I think that can be real. I don't know if it's necessarily real with Jordan. I know Chris would call in last year and he would bring this up. And Jordan's career numbers would back it up as well. Jordan, whenever he plays left field, 325 average, a 1,042 OPS. Really good. As a DH, 286 with a 939 OPS. So over the course of his career, there is some validity to that. But if you look at last year alone, Left field, he hit 322 with a 954 OPS. DH, he hit 300 with a 962 OPS. So his OPS was better last year as a DH than it was as a left fielder. So is it real? Is it not real? Did it matter in the past? Does it not matter now? That's why they paid Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in the world, the big bucks. But at the same time, he's so good offensively. In my opinion, you can't risk injury with him in left. Maybe you can do it once every 5 days when Fromber's pitching, when Hunter Brown's pitching. He's too important to me offensively, and I think he put some of that narrative to rest last year. He's DHing for me. That's where I'm at. I know a lot of people are they're different about that. Let's get to some more Rome sound bites. So a lot of people on the text line too. 713-780-3776. Altuve in left. Is it your greatest fear? A lot of people too wondering if the Astros are contenders still. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew. Most people are tired and worn down by the time they get to the mortgage part of a home purchase, so they don't properly shop their mortgage. That's when you should call Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. His mission is simple: educate and help borrowers save money. With 29 years of experience, Kent can get you a quick quote without an application or credit pull. Call or text Kent at Dream Rate at 713-520-LOAN. That's 713-520-5626, or visit 975loan.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Kent Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Looking for a quality pre-owned vehicle? Look no further than Monument Chevrolet. Dale Olaleye here. Monument Chevrolet prides themselves on offering the best, well-maintained vehicles. And here's the best part. Every pre-owned vehicle at Monument Chevrolet comes with a 6-month, 6,000-mile powertrain warranty. That means no surprises after you drive off the lot. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off of 225 and Beltway 8. Start shopping at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Buzz Williams Show is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Get up. You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Thoughts of Alex Bregman perhaps being an Astro? Look, there's still people thinking that the Astros could be the favorites here. Jeff Blum was on MLB Network or MLB TV. He's like, yeah, Astros, but that might be, the line
paycheck
from
speaking?
it might be the line from the organization. I don't know. Maybe he's just being overly optimistic about it. But Chandler Rome took the opposite approach. He does not think that the Astros are favorites to sign Bregman.
There was some reporting out there that suggested this was fait accompli, that, Bregman was going to come back and it was going to be this grand welcoming. And yes, he still could come back and it still could happen, but I've never thought that the Astros were the favorites, and I've never thought that this was a sure thing to happen. I think it's, as to where he ends up, I can't tell you. I don't know that. I do think he has compelling offers. I don't think this is a situation where he's got, no interest and the Astros are just kind of lingering and hoping he falls back. I think I know he's got competitive offers. Like, he's got the sort of offers that are going to intrigue him from other teams. And I think at this point, it's just a matter of Alex kind of needs to either make a decision or they need to do the final full court press on the 5 owners involved, the 5 GMs involved, to kind of see, all right, what's the last offer, what's the last thing, and then the negotiations are going to pick up from there. But I would not characterize the Astros as the favorite.
Fait accompli. What a show off.
I mean, first of all, from a Bregman standpoint, poop or get off the pot, because it has taken way too long for us to be in this position. And on top of that, I am a little bit fearful that the Astros just want to avoid the negativity of saying that we've moved on from Alex Bregman. So they are just waiting to see if you believe what Chandler says, then you just are waiting for him to sign somewhere else. So you can say, see, it wasn't us, it was him. And then they can feel better about their image while they move forward. But overall, I just wish they'd move on. And the same way I think they tried to send the message without sending the message by going and doing what they did to retool their infield prior to this, then just put the final nail in the coffin and say, you know what, we're going to go get an outfielder. We're going to go get a guy that we know can help us. We're done, and be done with it. But I don't think they can do that.
I guess I would push back a little bit on the idea that Bregman needs to poop or get off the pot, because it's January 31st. I mean, he's a veteran hitter.
There's not enough time in the baseball for off season.
Yeah, well, he's got to really, to me, at least a month before I'm concerned at this point. I mean, March 1st was my guess the other day. Like, I don't see, especially if we take Chandler Rome at his word, and he's talking about multiple competitive offers. At one point, he mentioned 5 teams. I mean, why? I mean, wait, hold out. Because maybe the bidding war increases as teams get a little bit more urgent.
You can hope, right? But I think it's also to save face, because we've already heard he doesn't want to make less than he made last year. He doesn't want to look like he took a pay cut. He doesn't, I think he and Scott Boras don't want to be in a situation where it looks like they completely misjudged the market. But yeah, if he had compelling offers and that they were at the price that he was expecting to get, maybe he would already be signed. But because of the fact that and maybe he really truly was hoping for the reunion here and that they were going to be truthful to what they were saying to the media about he was priority 1. But regardless, those offers can't be exactly what he wanted, or I think he'd already be signed. And I think that
every dollar, man.
Yeah,
I think both sides are playing a little bit of emotion that they don't want to talk about.
There's no way to prove any of this right until he signs.
Correct.
Like this, it's all a hypothesis. But I would also say, like, I don't think that he needs to be in a rush. And let's say signing now versus signing in 2 to 3 weeks costs him $5 million long term. Like, if it's an additional $5 million on his total contract, not yearly, his total contract, like it's 156.6 the Astros offer or whatever. What if he can get 165 for 6 by waiting 3 more weeks? Of course he does that. Of course. So I don't think that he needs the. Like, eventually, yes, but it's not today. It might be 3 more weeks, 4 more weeks.
He obviously didn't get the money that he thought he was going to get right out of the chute.
We don't know that, though. Like, what if he signs today for $175 million 6 years? You would be wrong on that narrative.
Well, because someone changed their mind, or because someone's plans changed.
But if there's multiple offers that are competitive,
by the way, when I said the offseason isn't nearly long enough. Because he always says that we have way too much time.
There is way too much time.
That was a good pull. I forgot he said that.
I was looking at you like, come on, you're with me on that. But yeah, no, I just look, in my personal opinion, I think they misjudged the market. I think Scott Boras has completely swung and missed, at least early on. You're right. It can all be salvaged. Look, the Mets might finally walk away from Alonso because, again, they're in a kind of a similar situation, different in the fact that maybe not for as long a term, but there's a lot of emotions in Pete Alonso staying with the Mets.
If Bregman gets more than 156 over 6, would you say you were wrong about that?
Absolutely, because
that's the line,
even
right?
goes to what you and I were talking about. Let's judge this after 6 years to see how much money he made.
Yeah.
But to me, it feels like he hasn't got the offers to get to that 156. But you're right. In 6 years, if he makes more than the total.
No. I'm talking about, because even if we don't do the math on it, like let's say that Alex Bregman signs a contract at some point that's north of 156 for 6.
Right.
Like,
then I was wrong.
Yeah. And we don't know that yet. Like we there's no way of knowing.
I just don't think there's any advantageous reason for Bregman to act on a deal or an offer early.
I would agree.
Like
it's
unless
not
you're getting
it's not
Soto,
early. It's January 31st.
Sure.
It's not early.
But like unless you're getting Soto or Shohei, some ridiculous offer where why in the world would you ever turn down?
Yeah.
Why not? Especially if there are multiple teams involved. Wait out till a team becomes more urgent and pushes the bid up, even if it's just $5 million more.
I think
there's no reason to act right now.
My guess on this is that they're trying to nickel and dime what they get. I think that they're trying to work owners against owners. We know that. Boris is notorious for that. I have a feeling he's going to get more than 156 for 6.
Do you?
I do.
I don't.
I do. I think he has an offer in hand that's north of 156 for 6.
I mean, I think I've read a couple different places that he is not intrigued by Toronto no matter what their offer is. And I've heard that Toronto is in the ballpark of 6 years.
Like, yeah, that could be it. That maybe he has a 170 for 6 from Toronto, but he really wants to be an Astro, but the Astros aren't budging off the 156 for 6. Like, that could be the hang-up. And that would also back up, like, all the reporting on this. Like, Astros don't want to budge off 156 for 6. There are a ton of offers for Alex Bregman, or at least an offer for Alex Bregman. So it wouldn't shock me if Bregman has, and I think I said this yesterday, it wouldn't shock me if Bregman has an offer or two north of 156 over 6 from teams he does not want to play for. And he's using those offers against the Astros. Or it could be Boris just lying, to your point, which is always possible. That's why we don't. That's why this is like a fruitless conversation until he signs.
That's why he loves the fact that he wants it to marinate when the Astros, and then the media just ran with it to do exactly what he wanted, gave him that extra chip of, hey, they're back in this. So now maybe that forces extra money or a knee-jerk reaction from teams that were thinking that the number was going to continue to come down.
Yeah. Texture says, I say Bregman is bluffing. Possible. Like, there's always a 10% chance somebody is bluffing. The great Dan Harrington.
Thank you for that reference there. Great poker player. But I just feel like if the idea is he has no offer greater than the Astros 6-156, and we all believe at the same time, in addition to that his first choice is to play for the Astros, then he would have signed with the Astros. Like, if all the offers were falling below 156 and he most wanted to play for the Astros, he would have signed. Like, the only reason to me to be still holding out to this point is A, get more money, or B, try to drag the Astros up to that number the closer you get to opening day.
For a team that he doesn't want to play for.
Right.
Yeah. I think that those are the most likely scenarios. And I would throw in the option C that Boris is just flat out bluffing. Like, that's always possible.
And you guys might be right that he's also hoping that, hey, because there's still time, that at a certain point teams miss out or recalculate what they didn't get that they thought they were going to bring to their team or whatever, and they go, hey, you know what? There's still Bregman out there. He might be a better plan B than what we're looking at, and maybe he's hopeful that they do sweeten an offer.
One more from Rome saying that the Astros will not go over the competitive balance tax for anyone besides Alex Bregman.
It's hard to know because the last 2 winters, including this one, I've reported, and it's been right, that Jim Crane has been reluctant to go over the luxury tax. And then last year he gave $95 million to Josh Hader on a whim. And this year they're back in the Bregman sweepstakes, which would skyrocket them over the CBT. So the short answer is I don't really know. I think if given his druthers, he would stay under it, but he only kind of exceeds it for that, pardon the pun, that luxury item. And he viewed Josh Hader as a luxury item. Alex Bregman certainly fits that mold too. If there's, beyond Bregman, there's really nothing else that would quantify as that. So I would kind of say that they would probably stay under.
Thunder pun from Chandler Roman. That annoys me. I'm going to tell you why that annoys me next. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. HRP never annoys me. In fact, they're the opposite of that. They please me. They'll please you, too, if you're a business owner, because they're going to help you make you run your business easier. How about that thought? Mike Hall, U of H class of 1990. He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. You want 2025 to be the year you finally get your business running the way you want it to, efficiently, and let HRP help you do that. They provide comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. You probably really wish you had on this time of year, with tax season right around the corner. It is tax season. HRP will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. You need help in one area, two areas, bunch of areas. Well, HRP is going to work with you to figure out how they can help. They will help, and they're going to sit you down and figure out that plan. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not reading off a menu. You're not ordering off a menu. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always call someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. Look, I'm an email guy. I always email them anytime I have a question. Very easy to understand, very quick to respond. Love that we use HRP here at Gal. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or visit them online, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay, that's cool. Tired of paying high electricity bills? There's a good chance your cool air is leaking out of your outdated windows. Are your windows safe and secure from burglars? Do you hear noises outside your home like dogs barking and lawnmowers? It might be time to consider replacement windows. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. Gulf Coast Windows has the best-in-class Performance Series windows with satisfaction guaranteed. Keep your family safe and save money at the same time. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com.
Chance McClain here, taking a minute for myself. YourHeritageFilm.com. We create feature-length documentaries of your family, you or your folks. It's a long-form interview. We scan in a bunch of pictures, fly the drone. It's literally what you see on Netflix or HBO documentaries, but it's your family. We travel all over the country and have been doing it for more than a decade. Go to YourHeritageFilm.com. See what it's about and give me a shout. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th. Eat Drink HTX is a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal you enjoy at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus starting February 1st at eatdrinkhtx.com.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So the Crane only willing to spend money for like the sizzle, for the luxuries. It really annoys me. Like, I appreciate that he's willing to spend, because a lot of people call Jim Crane cheap, and that's not accurate. Like, Crane was over the luxury tax last year. He's at or near the luxury tax this year. He's willing to go over it for Alex Bregman at a more than fair contract. So, like, the whole Jim Crane's cheap, that's a false narrative. But I do feel like he tries to cut the corners. Like, I do feel like he tries to cut the fat off a little bit. Like, we heard the Chandler Rome soundbite on the previous segment. Like, he wouldn't have signed anybody else, but because it was Hader and maybe a little bit of fear after losing Kendall Graveman, he's willing to sign Hader. Same scenario here. Like, he's willing to do it for Alex Bregman, even though you can make the case that there are better ways to spend $26 million than Alex Bregman. And we go back to like the Crane, Bagwell days after they fired James Click, and then you even go further back to whenever they fired Luno, and Crane's like, I'm not going to be surprised going forward. I'm going to have my hands in this more than ever, which was probably the worst thing he could do. I understand, like, he didn't want a general manager to cheat again, but him meddling has been bad. I wish he would just set a budget for Dana Brown or any of his general managers and then get out of the way. Like, this is how much you have to spend. This is what I want my payroll to be. Be at the competitive balance tax. I don't even care if you go over. I understand why you wouldn't want to go over, but be at the competitive balance tax. But let your general manager know the budget, know what the payroll is going to be, and then let him cook. I don't like the whole, I'm only going to do it for Alex Bregman, especially when you can make a more than resounding argument that it's better to spend $26 million other ways.
No, I'm with you. I think that's the thing. I think that he's continually kind of learning on the fly as he owns this team, that not that you have to sit everyone out and you're always going to be involved when it comes to the money that you spend and the guy that signs off on a bigger deal. But I totally believe that this team, as much as they have reaped the benefits, and it's been an unbelievable relationship between them and Alex Bregman. I thought we were done with this after they made the moves for Walker and Paredes. I thought after those deals were done, so was Bregman. Now here we are still dabbling in this. It's still being like dangled over everybody's heads. And it's like, if you just want to be smart about how can I make this team the best baseball team it can be for this upcoming season and probably for the future too, that it's in your best interest to do the very tough thing of cutting bait with Alex Bregman, getting players that truly play positions where you have a position of need, and taking your chances going forward. And it just doesn't seem like he's willing to do it.
Just give your guy a budget and let him work. That's
really,
what I want.
It really feels like he's asking Dana Brown at times to construct this team with an incomplete picture of what he has available. Right? Because like Dana Brown goes into the offseason thinking, okay, I have this available to fix these areas of need. And yet he gets to a point, 2 months plus into the offseason. It's like, well, actually, you have extra money, but only for this player. Like, there's got to be, to your point, like, tell him what the budget is overall and let him just fill that out to a point to fix the team. But he gets 2 months into the offseason, all of a sudden the resources he has changed when he could have potentially used those resources to fix, I don't know, maybe the worst outfield in the American League. So it's just frustrating. I mean, Joel, not that you were making this point, but you mentioned like learning on the fly. I mean, he's been the owner since what, 2013? 24, whatever. I don't know when exactly he was. He bought it from Drayton McLean, but he's 10 plus years into this. Like, the idea of learning on the fly, I know things have changed. The cheating scandal changed his involvement, but like, time for learning on the fly is past.
But I think that it's also like, the speed of it's going to be where you get acclimated is different in every situation, right? If you've never been in sports before and you're working with guys that have reputations for being in sports a long time, like your general manager, even if it's a Luno that's been in baseball his whole life, it's a lot more difficult to try to find the time when you feel comfortable, no matter if you're the owner or not, vetoing or going and saying, I want this. And some guys are different. Some guys are just like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, regardless of what you think about it. And other guys are going to be like, I got sound baseball guys. They're making good decisions. The team is winning. I'm staying out of it. But then when you kind of taste the success and you've seen a little bit more, and maybe personnel in the front office changes, you feel like, I can do this. I mean, now I feel like this is truly my team.
It just, not only the time that he's been the owner, it's got to be at least 12, 13 years at this point, is to me an example of why he's well past learning as he goes. But he's seen two successful general managers build two separate championship teams. Like, he's had not only the seat at the wheel for 10 plus years, but he's seen two examples of how to build a championship roster. We're well past the idea of learning on the fly. You've seen the examples.
Yeah, he's fired at both too.
Yeah,
on top of
exactly.
that, Patrick on the Twitch says that he's cheap. See, to me, he cuts corners. You can't say cheap. Last year, the Astros were third in payroll. The year prior to that, they were 11th in payroll. No, they were third in payroll. No, they were 11th in payroll. That's not great. 2022, they were 11th in payroll, according to Steve the Ump. They were 7th in payroll in 21. They were 4th in payroll in 2020. They were 8th in payroll in 2019. They were 11th in payroll in 2018, and the year they won the World Series, they were 18th in payroll. I wouldn't say that's cheap.
No, that's top 10 almost. I mean, like, except for 2017, they're top 11 every year, and most of the times top 10. And you mentioned a couple
Recently,
top
fives.
fours. Yeah, so
third last year.
it's not cheap. It's just kind of Jerry Jones, let's go for the splash instead of what's smart.
Yeah, Key from LA to does Houston want Bregman back? I'm asking the question. I think it's kind of split now. You know what? I'm going to put that to a Twitter poll during the break, Key from LA. So I'll get back to you on that. Because I think, what do you think the results on that will be? We'll run it for an hour 20. That way we do it, but we'll get it by the end of the show. What do you think the results on that will be? Very Houston-specific following.
70-30 want Bregman.
You think it's that high?
I do.
See, I was thinking it's going to be like 60-40.
Maybe. I just don't think the average fan's going to dig into the numbers.
I also think that people are fed up with it, though. They're fed up with this dragging on.
Sure.
So I think that that would change. If you would ask this a month ago, I think the numbers would have been higher. But now that it's dragging on, new information, I think it's going to send the numbers lower. How are the Astros over the luxury tax if there's not any really big superstars? They're slightly under, but they have a lot of big contracts. Yep. Rafael Montero, you're still paying on him. Josh Hader's got a big contract. You're still paying on Abreu. Altuve's got a big deal. Jordan's not a big deal, but Jordan's making a significant amount of money. Fromber's making a significant amount of money. It adds up. Adds up quick. It's looking like Bregman is going to have the same kind of contract as Correa. That's potentially true. He might have to settle for a short-term deal. Somebody said that Bregman's bluffing. Bregman always needs time to warm up. Laughing face emoji. There is that. Texter, this is a very unserious move by a pretender in my eyes. Talking about Altuve. Crane and company moving a 5'5" Hall of Famer to left instead of signing anyone competent to the position in left field is just Band-Aid on an ACL tear. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that. I think it's a better way to play a lesser defensive player. Local kid, I've tracked Randall Grichuk since free agency, so his market has been as a platoon player. I'm just confused why he would not jump on the Astros unless he is maybe being greedy. I don't think the Astros want a right-handed outfielder. I think that's the hang-up with Grichuk.
Okay. I mean, I just want capable outfielders. I think that's the kind of move like that middle of the mid-market teams are trying to do just to try and stay relevant, even if it doesn't mean that you're getting guys that naturally played the position. I just don't see a team that still feels like they are contenders putting an outfield either out there that's that bad or not going to get at least one outfielder that makes you a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's say we sign Bregman. Any chance for him at second or right? No. They flat out said that if they get him, they'll bring him to third base. Why not Jordan in left? His arm's surprisingly good. Yes, but it's more injury mitigation of why you don't want Jordan in left. He's not a good defensive left fielder either. Let's be very honest about that. He's also a below average left fielder. Jordan is. Yes, he has a good arm, but he's still a below average left fielder. Texture, are we no longer contenders? Competing is not enough. Blow it up if we're not contending for a World Series. I still think they're a playoff team.
I do too.
I would like for outfield help, but I still think that they're a playoff team.
That's the scary thing.
That's playoff why team with this outfield as it currently is?
Yeah, I think so. I think they can pitch well enough, and I like their top of the order.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they're a wild card team, at least with this infield, these bats, and this pitching staff. I think that they win the division again if they just get some help in the outfield because they still have that much talent. So I don't think that they want to blow it up. I think that they're very close to not having to blow it up, but that's what adds the extra frustration to still being so deeply concerned about this Bregman situation.
Yeah, I wonder how much they like their youngsters, but even then, like Melton, I don't think is ready. Dana's even said like these youngsters aren't close. Cam Smith can play outfield, but if you don't bring back Bregman, he's probably going to be a third baseman. I think it's possible that Altuve might be as good or better defensively at left than he's been at second. He looks to me like he got the yips at second. He did for that one playoff. I think the yips are over with, though.
I agree.
It's possible that he's got a good enough arm to let it rip from left, and his speed will make up the difference. I do think it's possible he's better in left field than second base.
I think he can be quick in the alleys, into getting to the alley. I think that he can cover some ground. It's just that arm worries me. And
in left field, though, I'm not that worried about an arm.
I also worry about him getting hurt in the outfield, running, a lot more sprints and things like that, and quick twitch stuff that we've seen when he runs the bases. He gets hurt a lot. I have a fear that playing the outfield gives him a better chance to get hurt.
Texture just made Altuve an Astro for life. Hall of Fame player, now calling him depleted. I said depleted defensively, and that would be a fact, not an opinion. Let's not forget that Altuve's willingness to move was only to have Bregman. Why do we assume he would move for any other player? Well, Dana Brown said that he's going to get some time in left field no matter what. In our guys' message group, we call it getting Tuvey'd because he does some lazy, stupid, bad word a lot. he does have some gaffes. Altuve is prone to the gaffes. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who said? We just had a great conversation, and now we're going to come to a screeching halt with Who Said It.
You mean improve the show?
Who Said It's next?
It's kind of what we've done on Who Said It. We've come to a screeching halt.
That is true.
Oh.
We have. All right, that's next. 713-780-ESPN if you want to play along. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN
97.5.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low price, fixed rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Has a loved one died and left you an old Carticel? GiveMeTheVin.com has just launched the new service GMTVCC.com. Write this down, GMTVCC.com, which is Give Me the VIN Classic and Collector car buying service. GMTVCC.com will hook you up with GMTVCC Pro buyers that will appraise and offer on that 69 Chevelle, old Corvette, old truck, and especially Restomods. We love Restomods at GMTVCC.com. Don't mess with consignments or auctions. Get paid today on your classic or collector car at GMTVCC.com.
If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now. Because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs or the Eagles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets with. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long will the national anthem be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to always use our promo code. It's BET975. That's BET975. As I always tell you, bet anything, anywhere, anytime with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's now time for super producer Brian McDonald, a.k.a. Tremac. I'm Groot. To do his best to stump Joel and Jeremy.
Well, I'm stumped.
It's everyone's favorite segment.
Because everyone
loves it. Yeah, everyone loves it.
I know.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
Who said it?
Who said it? He said it.
With the Killer Bees.
Who said it now? It is the Bees. DJ B and me can't get here soon enough. 5 o'clock, top of the hour.
Yeah, you can't take a loss while
What's
DJ's
the
on.
streak up to?
I know you haven't won in January, but I don't know overall because there's long gaps.
We're 0 for 2025. That's right.
No, I thought we got at least one win.
No, you got like you got 2 right total.
All right, screw it. Let's buck the odds and change all this.
All right, here we go. Quote number 1. The Dylan Brooks thing. This is unheard of. We got 5 inches of snow and Dylan Brooks hit 10 threes. In 2025, it's just different. There's nothing. These 2 things will never happen again in our lifetimes, as we know it. We're not going to see 5 inches of snow, and we're not seeing Dylan Brooks hit 10 threes ever again.
I mean,
Lance?
It's not really a hot take.
No, but I hear Lance a lot.
I know that Dell was pretty anti-Dylan Brooks when he signed here.
Okay.
I don't know if he has like a vendetta against him. Yeah, one of those two, I think.
I have to share something with you in the break that is something that I think I've kind of picked up on.
But you don't want to tell Brian?
Well, because this might help to see if I'm right or not. This might
would
validate my hypothesis.
Oh, go for it. Yeah. I'm all for trying to get off the schneid. Mark Grace had a thing or two to say about that once upon a time.
Busters? Yeah. So you think it might be Dell?
No, go for your see if it works.
Say Lance.
The Dylan Brooks thing. This is
hey,
we got 5 inches of snow.
Let's
the
go.
Dylan Brooks hit 10 threes. And 2025 is just different.
Is Lance on a payphone?
He was at the Senior Bowl. And
on a payphone?
I don't know what he had, but it wasn't one of our Comrex
units.
Yeah,
My gosh.
It was pretty bootleg.
It was Cricket?
Yeah, it might have been a
if
Cricket.
he wasn't a Hall of Famer, that was not suitable for air.
Sprint Mobile.
But if you're a Hall of Famer, you can
think he'd get away with it?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, he did get away with it.
I know.
Yeah, not only did he get away with it then, we played it again. So we played it twice.
You can't do that if you're not a Hall of Famer. If it was one of us, Brian will do the show.
That wouldn't work at all. All right, quote number 2. Let's see if Joel's up to something here. I hate that movie. Oh, let's build a baseball field in the cornfield. No one is going to go. It's in Iowa. What are you doing? This is not a smart business making venture. And you're the ghost of your dad comes out and you have a catch with him at the end because Shoeless Joe Jackson, who's apparently not burning in hell for cheating on baseball. Just kidding. I have no idea if there's an afterlife or anything like that.
It sounds like Paul.
I was going to say, I thought it was Joe.
No.
You want to go, Paul?
There's too many big words there. One, it was too long, and there are too many big words. I don't think Joe's saying, burn in the afterlife.
Okay.
And plus, wouldn't he like Iowa? Plus, he's like a baseball purist.
I don't know that he'd like the Midwest. Joe would like, you're right. Okay, let's go. You trusted me, I'll trust you. Let's go. I hate that movie.
Yeah.
Was there a big word?
It's in Iowa.
Yeah, listen.
What are you doing?
Iowa.
This is not a smart business.
Iowa is more than, I guess, one syllable. But
that was one of the ones where Brian thought the quote was too good that he didn't care if we were.
100% fact. 100% fact. Actually, that's kind of most of these today. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. All right, quote number 3. I was literally terrified that the Rockets were going to bring back James Harden. I mean, I was literally terrified. Like this whole James could mentor the youth. Do you know what James would have mentored? This is where the best spots are for ass. That's the kind of stuff James would tell you about. You don't need that. You don't. I'm sure those guys can find that.
That's a morning show.
I honestly think of the two that Lance would use ass.
I could see Lance saying it more than John.
Lance.
Plus, I also think that John would have been as connected with the Rockets that he wouldn't have been fearful that they were going to sign Harden.
Oh, I don't think John likes Harden.
Right, but I think that John's well connected, that he wouldn't have been fearful.
He is well connected.
Right? So, I don't think he would have been fearful that they weren't going to sign him, or that they were going to sign him, because he would have had insider information that they weren't going to sign him.
Okay.
So I think it's Lance on a couple of fronts. Yeah.
And I was literally terrified that the Rockets were going to bring back James Harden. I mean, I was literally
teamwork
terrified.
over here.
Like this whole James could mentor the youth. Do you know what James would have mentored? This is where the best spots are for ass. That's the kind of stuff James would tell you about.
Lance gets on that payphone. He's on a roll.
I know. I had to play that one even if you got it right. It was too good. All right. Congratulations on your first win of the year.
Thank you.
One day before
now,
the month
can
is
we
over.
set a new standard?
We've never done it.
You've never got to 5-0. You're 2 away. You got 2 more. Here we go. Quote number 4. If you're going to be an awful fan base, how can you root for those people? I don't want them to win. They're a bunch of a-holes. I don't want a bunch of a-holes to win. I'd rather Taylor Swift. She's a nice young lady. She's such wholesome. She shakes her booty a lot on the stage and stuff. If you don't like Taylor Swift, you're a bad person.
Joe.
You think it's Joe or you think it's John?
You think booty is John?
I think all the us are John.
One more time, Brian, please.
Again, please.
If you're going to be an awful fan base, how can you root for those people? I don't want to see them win. They're a bunch of a-holes. I want to see a bunch of a-holes win. I'd rather have Taylor Swift. She's a nice young lady. She's wholesome. She shakes her booty a lot on the stage and stuff. If you don't like Taylor Swift, you're a bad person.
I don't see Joe saying that. I think it's John or Dale, and I lean John.
Let's do it. If you're going to be an awful fan base, how can you root for those people? I don't want them to win. They're a bunch of a-holes. I don't want a bunch of a-holes to win.
Who is he talking about? Philly?
Yeah, Eagles fans.
He's rooting for the Chiefs like me.
Yeah, he's rooting for the Chiefs.
Look at Granado and I
All
bonding.
right. You're on the brink of history. We may have to retire this segment if you guys finally go 5-0.
That sounds perfect. I've never been more excited about a question in my life.
You've never been more motivated for anything ever.
Yeah.
All right. Quote number 5 for history. I'm not trading a first-round pick for a receiver who wears floppy sleeves. The aesthetics matter to me. I don't want that guy. I'm not giving up a first-rounder for the floppy sleeves receiver. This ain't 1975, Garrett Wilson. You want to see that as your wide receiver? You probably don't care, and rightfully so. You shouldn't care, but I don't want to see it. If he comes here, he's gotta get the tight sleeves.
Who's paying that much attention to sleeves?
One person. Who's the only person that cares about aesthetics in sports?
Paul?
Yeah.
It's big now.
I know. I understand the importance of this question. But I don't think Lance...
Can I hear it one more time,
Lance
please?
cares too much about the scout.
Sometimes Lance
You want it
goes
one more?
this way. Yes, please.
Okay. I'm not trading a first-round pick for a receiver who wears floppy sleeves. The aesthetics matter to me. I don't want that guy. I'm not giving up a first-rounder for the floppy sleeves receiver. This ain't 1975, Garrett Wilson. You want to see that as your wide receiver? You probably don't care, and rightfully so. You shouldn't care, but I don't want to see it. If he comes here, he's gotta get the tight sleeves.
The only one it could be is Dell or Paul. Like, kind of Dell
You
saying
don't
that.
think Joe could say that?
No, he didn't know it's
And you don't think Lance could say that?
I think Lance is too caught up in the actual player to say that. Silliness.
I've said that in the past, and then Lance has gone with a totally
Just sarcastic.
Yeah, just kind of a snarky football take, and I was like, you can't obviously tell tone.
But he's used them twice, and he also said that most of his quotes this week were the quotes were just so good enough he didn't care if they were obvious.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Jeremy's just trying to stare me down to see if I react to
I knew I've already been down that road. I've tried that before.
I think it could be Dell in a nonchalant way. Is Dell sarcastic like that, though?
In the driest sense of dry humor, sarcasm.
But I also think that Dell would love Garrett Wilson because he's good.
He is good. See, that's why I don't know that you have to... Ruling out Joe is one thing, but Brian's used Lance in a very kind of almost debate us, like this is so like non-expert football guy take.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it again.
I don't think it's Joe. He didn't say like, use big words.
That's my favorite part of Who Said It each week. You just slamming Joe's vocabulary.
My guess is Paul. I could sleep at night if I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna. I mean, look, we've been brother-in-law.
Do you have a good answer?
You've been hot. I thought Paul or Lance initially. So if we're off on our second choice, we might as well go with the one that we both agree on.
Paul. All right, let's do it then. Paul Gallant.
I'm not trading a first-round pick for a receiver who wears floppy sleeves.
Who was Dell? Dang it.
The aesthetics matter to me.
I knew
I don't
could
want
be
that
him
guy.
when he's dry.
I'm not giving up a first-rounder for the floppy sleeves receiver.
You're right to dismiss Joe, though, because he used the word aesthetics.
Yeah. That's why I did.
Yeah.
There's Dell.
Damn, we were really close to history
close.
there. Dell came up initially. I was a little worried there for a second.
Yeah, I could see, that's exactly how I pictured Dell saying it, but
what was the one?
I can't believe you said
it was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago where it was so like non-expert football guy, but it was actually tongue-in-cheek the way Lance had said it.
Oh, it was. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. It was the breaking news. Kenyon Green can't block Chris Jones. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I was like, there's no way Lance could think that because he knows, he studies all these guys, knows everything, and then he was like tongue-in-cheek.
We were so close to retiring this segment.
4 out of 5.
We won, but I feel like we lost.
I'm never going to say that.
I think America won.
I am glad we got off the schneid.
I think America lost.
Jeez.
All right. DJ Bieniemy. DJ Bieniemy covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. It's going to get us the latest on what's going on with the Texans offensive coordinator search. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
So you need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because, yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
And you guys are bigger and better than ever. You did the bridge in the Woodlands, Herman Park, the benches at NRG. You guys are all over the place.
Yeah, even if you think you don't know who we are, you've definitely seen our work.
And now Tesla and Samsung, what's going on?
Yeah, so we are actually branching out into the Austin market with the tech world. Austin has Tesla, it's got SpaceX, it's got Samsung, and we are there.
Wow, we're really smart now, aren't we?
We are. We're like Silicon Valley Part 2.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Call me.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
It's playoff time, and you can take full advantage by winning some cash playing daily fantasy football on Sleeper Picks. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. And now, Sleeper has a special offer. New users just have to play $5 to get $55 in free entries. Download the Sleeper app today and use code SCORE and get $55 in free entries when you play $5. That's code SCORE. Must be at least 18 years old. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit, $25. See terms of use for details. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olaleye Show. Weekday mornings from 10 to noon. ESPN 97.5. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal media station.
Don't sweat the technique. You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Efforting DJ Bieneme. He had a phone problem. He has 2 phones.
Yes, he does.
How does a guy who has 2 phones have a phone problem? If one doesn't work, use the other. It's in rocket science.
Unless they're both on the same carrier, and then one problem could be both problems.
What do you think he has those 2 phones for?
One work and one private.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when you're in the media, you it's the same thing with your social media accounts, your emails, and otherwise. And if you do work business through your personal email, they can kind of like take control of it.
Yeah, I think that one, he probably got one from ESPN. Mm-hmm. He probably already had another one. So he probably uses the 2 very, very differently. But I can't get past the fact that a guy has 2 phones is having phone issues. We're going to have to ask him about the carrier thing.
We'll have to.
Because that's an issue.
Peel it back.
So lots of new stuff coming out with the Texans offensive coordinator search. We'll get to DJ in a moment, unless he just ghosts us, which is very likely. But Aaron Wilson did a YouTube at like 3 a.m. in the morning. He reported some stuff about the latest. First off, it seems like Chip Kelly's going to stay at Ohio State. So seems like we can cross that name off the list.
A little disappointing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, now more intriguing. Where do we go from here?
All right, DJ is on now. DJ, you have two phones and one of them doesn't work. What's the deal?
I called Brian. I called Brian's number. It's usually the number I call, so I don't know what happened, but
so you're blaming Brian.
I'm here now.
You're blaming Brian.
Yeah, I'm absolutely blaming Brian.
Fair enough.
This is the first time you've ever called me, DJ.
Accountability is not a sexy trait. You know what I'm saying? It's much more fun when you blame somebody else.
I agree. And usually Brian's our whooping boy too, so we're all good there. What's the latest? Where do the Texans stand on the offensive coordinator search?
Yeah, so I think Gerard and Nick Haley, those are like the two main guys. I think those are like the top two candidates in that aspect. I'm intrigued by Brian Johnson though, man, because I'm really big on I do want an OC that's called plays before that it's obviously he's failed before, but how much of that was Nick Sirianni just doing too much and kind of undermining him? But again, like for me, a guy like Brian Johnson has been in a situation where you got to win and you got to win fast, and you got to make sure that you get the best out your quarterback. Obviously, they didn't get that 1 year with the Eagles, but they were still a top 10 offense. They just fell off a cliff down the stretch for various reasons. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, that offense will look a lot different than the offense he had in Philly. It will look much different in Houston, mainly because your quarterback in Houston isn't the dual threat that Jalen Hurts is. So obviously things look a little bit different, but I'm really big on if they can get a guy with that's actually called plays before. Because for me, it's more about like, can you problem solve fast enough? Most of these guys can draw up stuff that look fancy and can put up some points here and there. It's like, what can you do once teams take away what you actually want to do? And that was obviously one of the problems that Bobby had, was he just couldn't counter. I had one source tell me that we had all year to make adjustments and it never happened. So it's pretty simple as that. Bobby was very much, that's why I was always weary when he, that is at a certain point. You say you got to execute that falls back on the players, but at a certain point, you also got to put your players in position to execute. So I think he just struggled at finding the answer.
DJ, make me feel better about Gerard from the standpoint of we know what we know about all the things that went wrong with first-time play caller, first-time offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, and then some of the things you were just mentioning. And now he's one of the two names you say are maybe the two best candidates right now for the Texans. And that's worrisome to me because am I wrong for thinking that there might be the same expectation that there's going to be bumps in the road and there's going to be slip ups and there's going to be the same kind of things, and hopefully he learned some of what Bobby did not to do it again?
Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. I think for Bobby, from the Eagles' perspective, he was one of the guys that had no experience calling plays. In his first year, he crushed it with the Niners. So just as much questioning and concerns there could be, sometimes, those guys do pop. You know what I mean? For me, if they went with like one of those two guys, Gerard Johnson and Nick Haley, I just wouldn't have high expectations or low expectations. I wouldn't be overly optimistic. I wouldn't be overly pessimistic. I'd just be kind of right down the middle, mainly because when it comes to these coaching hires, we truly don't know until the product is out on the field, because you don't really have much to kind of lean on. And things change so much from year to year.
DJB Anime joining us on the HRP guest line. Follow him on Twitter. DJB Anime covers the Texans, ESPN, ESPN.com. Do you think the Texans had a pretty good idea of who they wanted to hire before they fired Slowick? Because I feel like if you didn't, that's a pretty risky thing to do.
I feel like they had options in mind, but at the end of the day, you still got to go and, interview and go through the process.
Sure.
Obviously, they for sure have, because you can't, it's kind of like when a team moves off of a quarter, like if they're going to move off a quarterback, there's always like a quarterback in mind. They don't just move off a quarterback. Like, for example, when the Jets moved off of Sam Darnold, Joe Douglas was watching film on Zach Wilson during that season at the end, or like, the Giants right now, right? You know, they knew they're moving off Shedeur. They're moving off of Daniel Jones. They've been studying a lot of film on Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado. So I think it's the same thing at a position like that. That's that important. It's similar to like when you fire a head coach, you have people in mind of who you're gonna go look. I remember when the Texans fired Lovey, like they had an idea of guys that they wanted to go after. Obviously, they couldn't reach out to them because that would have been tampering, but they knew, well, prior to firing Lovey, because, you know, they had an idea if they do fire Lovey, what's next? They did have a set of guys, obviously the Eagles in that, a set of guys that they were looking at. You know what I'm saying?
DJ, I answer two-part question, but Jeremy and I were wondering about this the other day, and I'm just curious. Chip Kelly was never interviewed anyway. Does the team have to interview the guy that they eventually hire, for one? And then for two, are there names that we're sleeping on, missing, or maybe almost to the point of why haven't they interviewed a guy like Mike LaFleur, simply because it seems like he's worked with D'Amico. He's been in both systems, the kind of the McVay system and the Shanahan system. And it seems like people think pretty highly of him until he got Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I would say, to your first question with Chip, yeah, you do got to interview the guy. You just can't hire him without, you know, going through some type of a process. And then to the second part, I think, man, you know, they've casted us somewhat of a wide net. It's very clear they're going to go with guys. Like, it's very clear they're not most likely, but there's a good chance they'll go with a guy that hasn't called plays before in the NFL. And obviously there's risk to that. But, you know, again, from D'Amico's perspective, a lot of guys, yeah, you know, I mean, Bobby didn't call plays before, and obviously he had success year one, mid in year two, but he kind of hit the ground running. So I think that it's more like, for me, is all of them come down to whoever they hire, can they problem solve? Everything else is fine and dandy. It's all about, can you problem solve once teams have an idea what you want to do? And we won't know that till like week 8.
Jeremy Fowler came out today and said that Doug Peterson has taken calls from multiple teams inquiring about would he be interested in being an offensive coordinator for the upcoming season. Do you think the Texans were one of them?
I don't think so, but Doug doesn't want to be OC. From people I've talked to across the league, he wants to be a head coach still, or at least in that vein. You know, I think he's fine kind of sitting a year out and then circling back. Because I think that, you know, if he wanted to be an OC, like, he would have took one of those interviews and took one of those calls. So I think, based on people I talked to around the league, Doug Peterson for sure not trying to be OC.
DJ, we appreciate the time. I know that you're going to have this information hopefully soon. When do you think it happens? Early next week? I thought it might happen close of business today, but it seems like that's not going to happen.
Yeah, hopefully next week. So then, like, well, I have a story coming out on Bobby and why it kind of went wrong. So hopefully before that. Yeah, hopefully before that. But if it's after, I mean, hopefully it's after the story comes out.
Yeah.
When does the story come out?
Yeah. Hopefully the news comes out after my story drops.
Yeah. When does your story drop?
Tuesday. But if it drops, if it comes out on Monday, like, all I do is add that this is who they hired. So
yeah,
I can add at the end of the story or whatever. But yeah. So Tuesday is like the aim date, but I have to get back to edits. So,
good deal. Look forward to reading that. Yeah. That'll be a good read. We'll keep an eye on that at ESPN, ESPN.com. Just follow him on Twitter, too, at DJ Bieniemy. He'll post it up there as well. DJ, appreciate the information. Have a great weekend.
No problem. Thank you.
DJ Bieniemy joining us on the HR&P guest line. Let's have that conversation about the OCs, because a lot of new stuff coming out. A new candidate that's going to be interviewed came out yesterday as well. Grant Yadinsky, I think that's how it's pronounced. Nick Caley news, offensive line coach news. So a lots to get to when it comes to this OC post. Where do you stand with all the new information? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on Pro Dunk Hoops. This is the season. I love this time of year because basketball is rolling, whether it's the pro game, whether it's the college game, high school game, AAU, middle school basketball. That happens out there as well. And if you're going to get a goal for your house, it needs to be Pro Dunk. They make the best basketball goals you'll find. Don't waste your time going to the big box stores and searching their goals. You're not going to like them. And if you do buy one, it's not going to be any good. You're going to be in the market for a new one very, very soon. You drive through your neighborhoods. You walk through your neighborhoods. You see all these basketball goals that are messed up. The rim's broken. It's not level. Backboard's jacked up. Sometimes they're flat on their belly because a little bit of a wind gust knocks them down. If you're going to get a basketball goal, do it right and get a goal from Pro Dunk. They have a tempered glass backboard. Gives you that true, authentic feel off the glass. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston. Breakaway rim. Why do you need that? Because it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. You can lower it down, throw down some jams if you want to. Their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Easy to do, lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. You're going to love doing it. Their accessories are next level as well. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You can order all of this, including professional installation, online. The pros at Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822. Visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
ESPN 97.5.
If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year. You can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs or Eagles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use your promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on will Trump tweet during the game, will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple, and how long will the national anthem be, over or under. Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses. Be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime at MyBookie.
It's an incredible time of year to enjoy all things Surfside Beach, Texas, just an hour south of Houston. The fishing is bountiful, the surfing is rad, and the beaches are serene. Enjoy a casual walk on the jetties, birdwatching, eating fresh seafood, or simply putting your toes in the sand. Extend your visit at one of our cozy hotels, RV parks, or beach house rentals. Download the app for all the what's, where's, and when's at Surfside Beach. Also, find us at surfsidetx.org.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank on Branham. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Jets made their offensive coordinator hire official, Tanner Engstrand. Never heard of the dude.
Either.
You ever heard of him?
Nope.
Never heard of him. I went to Jake's Twitter to see what he thought of him, but I'm not going to watch a video. I'm not going to press play. I was hoping he would have had a tweet about it, but he doesn't.
And that at least means that Gerard is not getting other offers.
I think there's more significant for another candidate for the Texans with this post.
Okay.
I think it's Nick Caley.
Yeah, because they were interested in him as well. Right?
Nick Caley, according to reports, Connor Hughes said the Jets made a run at adding Nick Caley as offensive coordinator, their top option. Caley, let it be known he did not have interest in the job. The expectation is that Tanner Engstrand will be named per sources. So it seems like either Caley's doing one of two things. Either A, he feels very confident he's getting the Houston Texans job, or B, he's holding out until he gets to a post, into a position that he really, really, really likes, which it can be option B. He did that last year. He could have been the OC for the Patriots for nearly $3 million, and he was like, no, I'm good. So it could very well be B. It could very well be B. But it could also be A, where he feels confident he's getting the Houston Texans job.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just curious because of the fact. I mean, look, I think that when you look at the different jobs, that's why when I asked DJ and I jotted it down for the rundown, to me, the intriguing thing is there are guys out there that I think, for the most part, think that most guys that are up for the job think that the Texans job might be the best job out there on the market right now for OCs. Like, why wouldn't it be with the guys with Nico Collins, with Joe Mixon, with CJ Stroud, with the fact that you're probably going to fix the offensive line and you have some guys on the line that can play, that it should be a very sought after job. The Jets, on the other hand, if they do want to bring Rodgers back for his last season there, well, who wants to be an OC with a guy that's not going to listen and going to call his own stuff and going to, do whatever he wants?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess the hope would be that he does listen.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. The latest Texans interview is Grant Yadinsky. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not sure.
That's the Minnesota guy.
He's the currently the assistant offensive coordinator, assistant quarterbacks coach for the Minnesota Vikings. He's been there for a couple of years now. He was the assistant quarterbacks coach in 23. He was the assistant to the head coach back in 2022. So he actually had crossover with Gerard. Gerard was there for a year too, would have been on the same staff as Udinsky. Now, I don't think this is a scenario where Gerard's the OC and then Udinsky comes to work under him, because that would be a lateral move. So I don't think Udinsky has a chance to be the offensive coordinator, but I also don't think he would be hired by the Texans. He's only 28, 29 years old, according to Wikipedia. So he's very, very young. I don't think he has a very high chance of being the next OC. Aaron Wilson reported that Chip Kelly is going to stay at Ohio State. He also reported that he thinks that Popovich is going to get promoted to offensive line coach, which I find that to be kind of
After
weird.
They let him.
Well, I think his contract ran out.
Oh, okay.
So his contract ran out. It should have to be a new deal, which is kind of weird to me, though, that they know he's going to be the offensive line coach, or at least that's the report. But it'd be weird if they already know that, but they don't have an OC already.
I was going to say, wouldn't that be up to the new OC to hire his new O-line coach, since we all know, going through what we did this last year with Bobby and the O-line and everything, that, hey, if you're in control of the offense, that's your job to hire, because that's your job to discipline and reprimand and fix when the season gets tough sometimes. It would seem to me, if that's the case and that's the direction that they're leaning, that Gerard would have a good chance for the game.
That was my read of it.
Yeah.
That was my read of it, too, is that you already have the offensive coordinator in-house with an offensive line coach that would work under him.
Jeremy, the thing that worries me the most about that would be the fact that I would want an offensive-minded head coach if I was going to do that.
What do you mean?
Just with Gerard never calling plays before and never being an OC before, and then kind of saying so consistent with what didn't work a year ago. Because, yeah, maybe Popovich wasn't able to do some things because he was working, he had a boss, so to speak, at his own position. But I would just, again, my hang up. A guy that hasn't called plays before, I'm very concerned about putting him in this spot and then the expectations being as high as it is for this team.
Would you have concern if it was Sean McVay in his first year? Shanahan in his first year?
Sure, because I didn't know at that point I wouldn't have known what Sean McVay could do.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I was very critical of Brian Johnson yesterday, a bit harsh on the Texans requesting an interview with Brian Johnson. And look, I still absolutely do not want him. I still think it would be the worst thing in the world. I want him nowhere near this position. But there's actually some positive I take to this. I will give credit to the Houston Texans, and maybe this is me being a homer, but they are talking to a lot of people, and I give them credit talking to a lot of people. Like, they've brought in Jeff Nixon, who's been a longtime veteran around the football, both college and the NFL, but mostly NFL. He's worked with a lot of really good coaches over the course of his career. Thad Lewis, another one who's gotten, a long history in the NFL. Nick Caley, who they might ultimately hire, who was with the Patriots forever, worked with Josh McDaniels, and then most recently has worked with Sean McVay. He comes from an offense right now with the Rams where they're pretty good. Brian Johnson, again, disaster, but he's currently on the Washington staff. The Commanders were really good, and yes, he wasn't great with Philadelphia as an OC, but was on a really good team. Grant Yadinsky, Minnesota, I thought Kevin O'Connell was great this year, and I think Kevin O'Connell is one of the better offensive minds in the NFL. So while I don't want a lot of these guys, I wouldn't be happy with Nixon. I wouldn't be happy with Lewis. I wouldn't be happy with Brian Johnson. I'd be least happy with Brian Johnson. I do give the Texans credit for bringing in a lot of coaches from offenses that have been good and just hopefully getting a lot of information and a lot of intel.
Yeah, the intel to me is where we've talked about this with head coaching positions before. Like, even if you know that there are guys that you're not going to hire at the end of the day, you talk to as many guys that have innovative minds as you possibly can to kind of get more on your own squad and more, whether it be creativity and the innovation that comes with certain people and the way that they think, to maybe maximizing the guys that you've had on your roster that maybe your last guy wasn't doing and thinking about, to where you can get as much information as you possibly can, because there's no limit. So you might as well, until you're hell-bent on, or you feel like you might lose your guy, why not talk to as many people as you can? I think that's a smart move.
Yeah, I do too. So I'm not taking back what I said about Brian Johnson, but who cares if they interview him?
See, I'm with
who
you
cares
on the
if you
fact
bring
that
him
the
in?
Philly situation is the biggest worry to me. I mean, I'm glad he's had a lot of experience. I'm glad that he's worked with a lot of guys that are very innovative and, cutting edge on today's NFL. But that last time that you had the same title and you had command of an offense, you didn't do very well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm out on him, but who cares if they interview him, right? The internal candidates, Gerard Johnson and then Bill Lazor.
The Laser.
Which of the two? Because you kind of like the old play caller, somebody who's done it before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little more willing to go never done it before and just hire the best guy.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to pick between the two internal candidates, Gerard and Bill Lazor, who would you pick?
I'd probably take Gerard, simply because he's probably working as close as he could. He worked closely with CJ, we know, but he probably worked closer than just about anybody with Bobby, so that he can learn, and having knowing the repercussions of some of the things Bobby did, that he can kind of take what the best of Bobby and also learn from the worst of Bobby.
Yeah.
I'd probably lean Gerard then.
You brought up Peterson with DJ.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that he has. I mean, because if he doesn't want to be a head coach, I don't think he's ever going to coach again. I don't think he gets a head coaching job.
That's why I was shocked to hear DJ's response, because to me, when I think about it, I go, oh, it makes a lot of sense. Because if they're going to make him the scapegoat and him the blame for what went wrong in Jacksonville, because they don't want to blame Trevor Lawrence, the easiest way to figure that out is, and maybe if that reputation is there for him, the easiest way to dispel that is go somewhere else, be an OC, have the kind of success you've had the majority of your career, and then you set the table for an easier route to get to that next head coaching job.
Yeah.
Don't sit out a year and then expect that people are going to come knocking on your door. More people are going to forget about you before that they're going to say, oh, you sat out a year, but you were with Jacksonville last. Yeah, you should be my OC, or you should be my head coach. And I would also think the chance that, hey, getting with a real quarterback in a great situation in the same division where you could actually get revenge on the team that fired you while you kind of revitalize your name makes a ton of sense.
See, I don't think he gets a head coaching job again.
I agree.
If he sits out. Like, I think it's going to require him being an offensive coordinator and being a good offensive coordinator to get back into the carousel. Kind of like Cliff Kingsbury. Like, when Cliff Kingsbury got fired from Arizona, I bet you not a lot of people thought he would be an NFL head coach again. Like, go to the college
game. Another college.
Yeah. But like, what did he do? He went to the Commanders with a rookie quarterback, had a great year, and was in the carousel this year. And it's like, maybe next year. And it seemed to be more Cliff's thinking than NFL teams thinking. Like, maybe he could have gotten the New Orleans job if he really wanted the New Orleans job. Doug Peterson has to do the same thing. If he's going to be a head coach again in the NFL, he has to go somewhere to call plays and prove that the Jacksonville situation had nothing to do with him. It was Trent Baalke. It was the Cons. It was a terrible situation. Because if he doesn't do that, we're going to associate Doug Peterson with the debacle that happened in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing that's why I was so surprised to hear what DJ said, because it makes so much sense to me that the easiest way to be able to prove it was them, not me, is to go out and take an offensive coordinator job and prove that I still have total grasp of an offense in the NFL. And when given the right personnel, I can make things happen. then I think that most people would buy right in going, hey, your reputation speaks for itself other than what happened in Jacksonville. And if you had a success with another team as an offensive coordinator, good enough for me.
The current candidate list for the Texans isn't great if you want a guy who's called plays, especially in the NFL, because if Chip Kelly did an interview and Aaron Wilson's reporting he wants to stay at Ohio State, you're looking at the guys that they've either interviewed or have requested an interview with that we know. Gerard Johnson has never called plays in the NFL or anywhere. Bill Lazor, who has NFL experience, 5 in the NFL, 4 in college football. Jordan Pun put together this list, great list on Twitter. Jeff Nixon, who has 2 years as a play caller, a co-offensive coordinator in college football. Thad Lewis, 0 years as a play caller. Nick Caley, 0 years as a play caller. Brian Johnson has multiple years as a play caller in his career, 1 in the NFL, and then got fired by Philadelphia. And then Grant Yudinsky, who has 0 years as a play caller. So 7 guys there that we know have interviewed with the Texans or they have requested an interview with. Johnson, Lazor, Nixon, Lewis, Caley, Brian Johnson, Yudinsky. If you had to pick one of those guys, who are you picking?
The co-favorite that DJ said. It's
Caley?
Caley.
Nick, so you're back on the Caley. I mean, it deleted a lot of the guys that you wanted. Because it deleted Chip Kelly, it deleted Doug Peterson.
Right.
So it actually eliminated most of the guys
in a tough situation. So at least I got a guy that's got that's got experience with coaches that have had a lot of success once they got OC and once they got to control offenses.
Does this list maybe tell us something different than what we thought about the quality of the job offering? Like maybe some of these guys end up being great play callers. Maybe they turn into the next Sean McVay. But if we're looking at this list like, man, this list isn't that impressive, is that an indictment on the attractiveness of the job?
No. I think it's an indictment on they already know who they want.
Okay.
Although the Nixon Lewis thing throws me for like a circle.
Can I throw something at you with that? Because I was thinking about that when you said this. What if they believed that their guy and the reason why they made this move was Chip Kelly, and then he changed his mind?
And now they're scrambling?
Yeah.
It's not impossible.
Because I don't know, and also because of, we've seen guys change their mind or be in a situation. Obviously, it's very rare what happened between Cohen and the Bucks and the Jags. But at the same time, if D'Amico knows Kelly and there was a relationship and that was the guy that they targeted and they figured, hey, Ohio State overspent this year. There's a pretty good chance he's going to have to take a pay cut or whatever. And we hear there's a desire to get back in the league. Let's go get him. And now all of a sudden, after doing your due diligence with other guys and setting the table so you can go get him, he changes his mind. And it's like, now what do we do?
Yeah, I think it's plausible. I would put it at like 10%, but in play. I would be also disappointed in D'Amico a bit. Because if you're going to do that and you're like, oh, it's going to be Chip, you better be 100% sure.
Well, it's also something we're never going to probably know because he doesn't want it out there so that it is firmly on him. Like you didn't button it up when you knew that was the guy you wanted.
And they're pretty tight-lipped there now. Caserio, I think, and D'Amico are pretty tight-lipped. I want Caley, too. I'd be happy with 2 of the guys. It would be Caley and Gerard. I would be unhappy if it's Lazor, Nixon, Lewis. Yudinsky's just so young, like 29 years old. And then Brian Johnson, dead last for me. So I'd be good with Caley and Gerard.
Aside from Kelly and from Peterson, I know I keep bringing it up, but it's also where, because there's a relationship there, and I don't know how great it is or not, and also because you can get intel. I'm just curious why LaFleur hasn't interviewed.
Yeah.
Because, he was a hot name coming up. His brothers had a lot of success. He's had experience with your head coach to where he's coached under both systems. I would just think that there's a guy that I certainly want to at least have a conversation with. I don't have to hire him.
Maybe it's the worst kept secret that the Texans already know who they want. Because, none of these guys are OCs.
So you're saying that's why he wouldn't interview?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or like a Doug Peterson.
But wouldn't that come out public that he declined the interview?
Well, he never got requested.
I'm saying.
So it could also be like a Texan thing. Like they're not going to interview dudes who could legitimately be the offensive coordinator. Instead, they're going to interview guys that kind of gets them back in the cycle, gets their name out there a bit.
My counter to that would be
young coordinators.
If you had a relationship with LaFleur, wouldn't that also be doing him a solid? I interviewed him, which means I'm interested in him, which means other teams should take note.
But it also
maybe they don't want to be disrespectful to him.
It also kind of makes you look bad, though. Like if you like, let's say in this hypothetical situation, you've already decided pre-process that it's Gerard Johnson, and then you go out and hire like sexier big names and you turn them down. Like, it might make the shamness of the operation look even more apparent.
I think they already know it's either Gerard or Kaylee. Because I was on Gerard early. Then those 2 Rooney Rule interviews threw me for a loop, and I was on Chip Kelly for a day. And then I was on Kaylee. And if Kelly's out of it, I think it's Gerard or it's Kaylee. I think they already know.
Seems
and
likely.
I think they would already know that before even firing Slowick. Because they have a relationship with Kaylee. Kaylee and Caserio went to the same school. They went to the same university. They worked together in New England. They interviewed him for the offensive coordinator job last year. Or 2 years ago. So they know him. They already know, and of course they know Gerard.
Yeah, so
Kaylee
Kaylee and Gerard are 2 guys they could already basically have the conversations with in advance and make the decision.
I think that they knew the moment they fired Slowick and before they fired Slowick that it was either Gerard or Kaylee. And I'll throw in the 10% chance that they were hoping Chip Kelly would maybe try the NFL out again. I'll throw that out there as well. Aaron in Mid-County, D'Amico needs a guy with experience to help him. I'm unsure of everybody. And then he says hire Gruden to be the OC. He's too good at Barstool to hire him away.
He really is.
Barstool.
But yeah, there's people. I saw people throwing it out there again. Why isn't he getting interviews?
Yeah, no one's interviewing him.
Because of emails?
No one's interviewing him. All right, Blankers had a situation with the SWAT. Why was the SWAT team after Blankers? And also Cron.com, they never cease to annoy me. That's next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
GimmeTheVin.com. Our expert buying team knows exotics, luxury cars, classics, diesels, lifted stuff, hot rods, inside and out. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. It's a one-stop shop to get into a pool of absolute experts. Join my YouTube channel, John Clay Wolf. GimmeTheVin.com. They don't call me America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
You listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
The Blankers almost got swatted, a SWAT team the other day. What happened here?
Unbelievable. And I think it was either you were on the road or it was towards the end of the week, but for some reason, there was rain or something in the morning. So when I got back home, I went to the gym, got back home, and I'm like, I'll take the dogs for a walk now. I normally work out before the sun comes up. And I'm walking down the street, and of course, I've got the 5 big dogs with me. And there's a lady that's just like slow rolling me with the window down. And I'm just like, hi, yeah, they're 5 dogs. Because normally the people are just intrigued by the dogs. She goes, well, how are the dogs with sirens? I said, well, why would you ask that? She goes, because you got SWAT team up ahead, so be careful. And I'm like, huh?
This was like a random civilian?
It's just random in a minivan. So I'm like, okay, no big worry. I'm not going to even worry about this. So I keep walking up the block. And as I kind of get closer to an upcoming intersection, I'm like, oh, good Lord. She wasn't kidding. There's like 15 different squad cars from different agencies, all kind of half circled in this intersection. I'm like, well, good God. So as I get closer, some of the cops who have full vests on and everything and guns drawn, by the way, come over and go, oh, look at the cute dogs. They start petting the dogs. And I go, am I good to keep going forward right here? And he's like, oh, yeah, you should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. So I'm like, well, I'll trust it for the time.
So did you go forward?
So I went forward. So as I get to the intersection, I look to the right as it goes into a neighborhood, and like there's full-blown SWAT team in their fatigues with their helmets on and their vests and their long guns drawn, and they're all kind of huddled. And then down the block a little bit, they got a house kind of surrounded. And I'm going, okay, now it's getting a little dicey. So I cross the intersection, and as I get past it, I think I'm done with it. Well, about 30 feet in front of me, there's a tree. And all of a sudden, popping out from behind the tree, here comes one of the police officers who was hiding behind the tree. He's got a long gun out. And I go, okay, can you tell me anything? He goes, nope. I go, am I good to keep going? He goes, yeah, go ahead. I'm going, why are we so casually telling me to go ahead when everybody's guns are drawn? So I go another like half block up, and now I look up. There's a helicopter overhead. One of the police helicopters.
The ghetto birds were out?
Yeah, there's squad cars driving around the neighborhood. However, they're letting traffic through on that intersection. And I go, this should not be. If this was too serious, they wouldn't let traffic through.
Maybe they don't know where he is.
I will eventually figure that out, right? I will figure out what it was. I'll tell you. But I get about to another half block up, and here comes one of the squad cars, and it stops, and the guy's like on his computer and whatever. And I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to ask him what's going on. So otherwise, I'm going to head back to the house because it seems like it's getting more intense. The minute I go to start taking 2 steps for him, he gives me the full-blown wave off intensely as he can, like, get the hell out of here. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, I'm going home. So I turn around and I start heading back to the house. Well, now the one cop that was behind the tree, it's 2. And both cops had their guns out. And now I'm going, okay, I don't know if I should even go back to this intersection, but I don't have an out because there's a lake on my right and there's no other side streets. So I like pick up the pace. There are neighbors that are like peering over their fence to like get a look at what's going on without being too close to the situation. And I finally hightail it back to the house, and I call Lisa. She's at the station. And I go, hey, can you get on the scanner or find your people out in this area? This is what I've seen. This is what's going on. She goes, I'll call you right back. She goes, oh my God, no one here knew about it. She goes, good call. She goes, evidently, there's a guy that had several warrants out for him, and they went to serve the warrants, and he basically barricaded himself in the house, and they weren't sure what his threats were and what he might do. So they just took nothing for granted, and they just went full-blown SWAT mode.
Huh.
And I'm like, so I'm calling my neighbor who lives right by there, and I go, hey, go up in your upstairs window, not too close.
I thought you were about to say my neighbor that lives right next to me.
No, I said, go back. I said, go out your bedroom window on the back of the house and just see what's going on and keep me posted. And he calls me back. He goes, holy bleep. What? I go, hey, man, I'm not, if you didn't know, I'm glad I told you. And he calls me back about 5 minutes later. And he's like, seems to be dying down. I think they got to the bottom of it. And evidently, the guy finally just decided, I'm giving myself up. But like for a while there, I'm going, I just literally to see SWAT guys with their full-blown long guns out. It's a little bit unnerving.
So did the guy live there?
Yeah, evidently.
Do you know what the warrants were for?
I did not know what the warrants were for, but then my neighbor, I was telling him what happened, and he's got a kid that goes to school with evidently the guy's kid, and they used to live next door to this guy, and they said that the guy would be like normal 1 minute, and the next minute he was so like worrisome and intimidating to the neighbors that they moved.
Really?
I'm like, well, that's good to know. And he's in the hood. Great.
Huh.
Yeah. So that was a crazy situation because I'm like, then Lisa was going to they were going to send the news team out. I say, well, if that's all it was, then I don't think that's that big of a story. But at least we were able to get access to what the hell was going on because I was freaking out. Like, is someone going to blow a house up or what's going on?
That is scary. I would like to know what he did, what the warrants were for.
Yeah, because, I mean, not to get into, like,
Your
police
true
procedure,
crime.
but you see a lot of stories about the overuse of SWAT teams. So, especially
Do you?
when it's...
Where do we see this stuff?
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen
Where
it.
do you
I've
see
seen it-
this?
News reports, documentaries. Last week tonight with John Oliver. I mean,
Normally when the SWAT team's involved, it becomes like next level serious, right?
I mean, I feel like they should.
But,
They that's what their job.
Yeah.
I know, but the idea is there's a lot of times where they escalate when it's not necessary. And kind of what you described, if it's one guy for a warrant, unless he was threatening with a gun, it feels like an unnecessary use. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it feels unnecessary.
Yeah, I was like, man, I've never been through something like this. Like now I know people in like tough situations in different countries feel like you're walking down the street and all of a sudden here's guys with these massive guns and stuff out. I'm going, good God, that's a bit unnerving.
Whenever I went to the cruise over the summer and we went to Mexico, like that's what you see all over the place.
Is that right?
Yeah, they're just walking down the streets with those big old guns.
Just casually.
Oh, yeah.
So I had posted in like our Facebook for our specific neighborhood, like, hey, just be careful. This is going on. If you're going out of the house, don't take a left because you're going to go right into the middle of it. And then someone had commented, the funniest part of all of this is these guys are supposed to be experts in their field, but evidently either one of the SWAT guys or one of the guys was off duty and he came to help and he locked his keys in the car with it running right in the driveway next door to the house.
Are you on the Nextdoor app?
No.
Is that where you told everybody?
No. We've got Facebook page for our neighborhood.
I got you. All right, 713-780-ESPN. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
That's a weird deal. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. Also, the whole Bregman deal. How many people in Houston want Bregman back, actually? Car wreck of the day, 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Got to tell you about Pro Dunk Hoops, best basketball goal on the planet. Don't waste your time in the big box stores. You already know that. If you're going to get a goal, do it right and get it with Pro Dunk. Go online, produnk.com. Get it right now. The best basketball goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, height adjustable. Why do I need that? Well, if you want to throw down some jams and have some fun, you're going to want that height adjustability. Anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds with their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's easy to do. Their accessories, top-notch. They're elite. They're the best in the business. Look, it gets dark early. It's almost dark right now. You're at work. Kids are at school. The only time you have to play is once the sun goes down. We get it. Well, that's why Pro Dunk has LED light kits. That way you can play at night when the sun goes down. Backstop nets. Don't chase the basketball around. Air ball shots, all that stuff. You don't have to chase the ball around with the backstop nets. Pull pad lettering. Customize it to whatever you want to say, and lots more. You can order all of that, and you can order installation as well. You can order the pros to professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly level. You don't have to mess with anything. You don't want to mess with the ladder. You don't want to mess with the level. You don't want to mess with the drill. I get it. You don't want the big box delivered to your driveway with a million pieces that you have to put together. It's daunting. It's no fun. You don't want to do it. You're going to screw it up. Well, let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822. Get that goal at your house, in your driveway. You're going to love it. If you have kids, they're going to love it. Your wife's going to love it. 281-351-9822 or visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 in HD, 97.9 HD2.
this is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks started stronger on the day, but reversed course by the closing bell as the Trump administration plans to impose tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China tomorrow. Some had hoped that would be put off for a while, but that is not the case. And the Dow finished down with a 337-point loss to 44,544. S&P down 30 or 0.5% to 6,040. The Nasdaq slipped 54 points. Apple was a bright spot today, delivering better than expected quarterly results, but still couldn't keep the Nasdaq out of the red, landing at 19,627. Interest rates on the inflationary implications of tariffs also moved up. The yield on the 10-year note finished at 4.55%. Oil all over the map as traders tried to figure out whether or not oil would be exempted from tariffs, finishing up 43 cents at $73.16 a barrel. Gold, for its account, which is near record levels, finished down $15 to $28.30 the ounce as we go into another week in which we'll see a raft of corporate earnings, more economic data, but now the tariffs, if indeed they do take effect tomorrow, will cause some concerns about inflation ramping up and what that will do to Fed policy.
Lance Zerline here for Allstate Windows and Siding. If you're looking to give your home a facelift, forget about painting or staining, buy siding from Allstate Windows and Siding. Allstate Windows and Siding has a huge selection of colors, and their product is energy efficient and impact resistant from wind and weather. Call today at 832-204-1936 and ask about their $2,500 off complete siding jobs. It's their spring special. Visit allstatewindowsandsiding.com. Discounts available for senior citizens, military, and first responders as well. allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th. Eat Drink HTX is a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal you enjoy at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus starting February 1st at eatdrinkhtx.com.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
We're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Maggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Can you dig it? Houston, get ready to rumble with the Hall of Fame on ESPN Radio.
That's right, Booker. We're bringing the heat Tuesday through Friday right here on the Houston airwaves on 97.5 and 92.5.
We've got the exclusive scoop on wrestling, boxing, and everything in between.
Join us for the smackdown of sports talk and don't miss a moment of the action.
The Hall of Fame. Now, can you dig that?
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
You all right?
My leg's broken. The bone's coming through.
You prick! Where's my money?
This is the car wreck of the day.
Car wreck of the day, 713-780-ESPN. Some gamers call it SWAT teams on other players they don't like. It's called swatting, says a texter. That's weird.
It's very weird.
This gaming gotten too serious. Another texter, love the stories, blankers. Not going to lie, I would have done everything the same that you did. Honestly, I would have booked it a little before you. I'm Hispanic. I don't play with that bad word, LOL.
And I'm Mexican.
What does that have to do with anything? They're scared of, like, profiling or something?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I guess you saw it in another country, but like I didn't expect in my neighborhood to see.
No.
And maybe even a handgun, but like the big guns are out. I'm like, geez. And like the helmets and the SWAT team's like fully geared out. Anything short of that robot thing that goes in ahead of them was out there.
Yeah, that would have spooked me too. Not gonna lie. Before we get to car wreck of the day, the polls are in. 58% of Houston wants Alex Bregman back. Which
lower than I thought.
42%.
You were very close on your 60-40, though.
I know my followers. I know my people. I am one. I am just the figurehead of you all. Are you surprised by that number? 58-42 split?
I thought it'd be higher. Yeah, I definitely think. I just thought that there's just still give Astros fans just the slimmest glimmer of hope that he could be back, and people just I thought were losing their mind that they were going to hold their breath that he's coming back.
It must be, as you pointed out, I think when you first posed the question, it must be the fatigue of the story. Because it's been a question for actually going back even further than when the offseason began in November. I mean, it's been the question all of last year, would Bregman come back? So people are probably just tired of it.
Probably. All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What do you have, Blinker?
I don't know if you're going to agree with me on this one or not, but I have Tari Easton on the list for yet another late game.
You just made the list
last night, where I just think when you're thinking about like clutch situations and stuff, he fouls a lot of 3-point shooters. He does a lot of things where credit to him for like getting to the basket for an offensive rebound, but like tipping it when it's still in the cylinder, I was just like, no, just don't even touch it then.
Yeah.
It might even go in.
I don't think it would have went in, but he does make some boneheaded decisions every now and then. Cam Whitmore was not good yesterday.
No,
he got
was
benched,
not.
by the way. You see, he may bench him.
Yeah, and his body language is still not right.
And Jayshawn Tate, I don't need you taking fadeaway jumpers from the free throw line with 18 seconds on the shot clock. I thought they were both bad in that game. I got to nominate you, though, Blinkers, for car wreck of the day. Yesterday, you said that Alex Bregman on Instagram posted, I would rather die than play for another country.
I tried to get it right.
You got. This was originated by Captain Underpants or at Blue Jays Funk on Twitter, who is a parody account. Parody account.
Okay, wait a minute, because I don't follow those people, and I saw it on Instagram, and it came up Breg1.
Yeah, but you can Photoshop things.
Yeah. Okay. I think you got. Unless that's legit. Maybe I got getting.
I mean, I went through his Instagram when that came up, and it wasn't there.
Yeah.
It was nothing but training videos and a post for his wedding anniversary.
But it was in the video feed that goes up on the top. It wasn't like from his account.
Well, if it wasn't from his account.
No. So let me show you what I mean.
Well, go to his account.
It's from like the real. It's from the stories. You're talking about from the stories.
Yeah.
But was it his account or not?
Well, how do I find what stories he's posted?
Well, they were only 24 hours, so it'd be gone now.
Yeah, so it'd be gone. That's where I saw it.
Okay. I don't know.
You guys like to try and get me anyway. That's fine. I'll own it if I was got.
Captain Underpants put that on Twitter. Maybe it was real. What do you got, Brian?
DJ trying to blame me for his phone not working.
I forgot about
Man's got 2 phones, and he's never called me on my cell phone once in his entire life in our working relationship. He's had to call into the station instead of me calling him because his phone is apparently bootleg, and it doesn't work when I try to call him. So for the last 2 months, he's called into the caller line. He said calls me this time and puts the blame on me.
He did. He blasted you too.
DJ is the car wreck of the day.
Neither. You don't hear bootleg that much anymore.
I thought it was appropriate in this instance.
When was the last time you heard bootleg? I haven't heard bootleg in forever.
Probably for like a movie that's
or like CDs and things like that on the street. He was selling bootleg CDs.
I know what it means.
I know you know what it means.
That's the last time I heard it used. Movie or something.
Yeah.
Hey, I was in New York over the weekend, and I had guys on every corner trying to sell me some bootleg CDs.
Yeah. What's coming up next, Brian? Today.
Nothing tonight, but big shows tomorrow.
There's nothing coming up next. Dead air.
Yeah, dead air until the bullpen tomorrow, 12 to 2. And then the Hall of Fame, their ESPN national version right after the Royal Rumble tomorrow night on these very airwaves.
We never do tomorrow. We never do forward programming like that. Brian went ahead and put bullpen tomorrow from 12 to 2.
Bullpen, Greater Sign, ESPN national.
Is that more than normal? Don't
Sorry?
normally go 4 hours?
No, it says 12 to 2.
Car wreck of the day, Branham. Bad math. All right, what's winning?
Math major.
What's winning here? I think DJ should win.
DJ.
Okay, that's cool.
He's got 2 phones. He had phone issues, and then he calls Brian something he's never done before and then blast him. DJ Bienemy is car wreck of the day.
I'll go with that.
In fact, because of that, we might not ever have him on again because of that. So he wins. That does it for us. He's Brian. Thank you for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday, Houston.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill. But how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do.